regional finals. Immunity and Kit Bash went toe-to-toe for the first 3 games, trading wins until Kit Bash went up in the series 2-1.
Right there in front of him and able to get it moving. Lift, rounding that corner as well. Such a critical edge to get around. Not going to get shot around that corner. And that one goes in 4-1.
Game 4, however, we were treated to the brawl of the tournament, with one of the most epic oddball recharge matches we've ever seen in ANZ. In round 1, mere seconds left on the clock, Immunity made a last-second scramble for the ball to try and sneak out the lead.
Team Immunity has to get on this ball right now, otherwise they're going to lose round.
2 seconds,
he's around the corner.
But Benno died getting the ball over to his team, and Hef and Ads worked together to take down Lolly Infinity to just edge out the round by a single point. A closely fought second round of oddball saw Kit Bash tied up 1-1, creating a deciding, low-scoring third round which Immunity was able to secure by running out the clock. Now, in Game 5, one final game will decide who secures their spot to pool play at HCS Melbourne. Kit Bash went out to an early lead on Slayer Streets and held on to that for the majority of the match. It wasn't until the 40 kill mark that Immunity decided to kick it up a gear and brought the game back to as close as 1 kill. Neck and neck in the final seconds, Kit Bash were able to pick Immunity apart with a final score of 50-46 and securing their spot at the regional finals.
For DreamHack, as a squad, we definitely think we can push that top 3. There's no reason why we can't qual for Orlando and beat any of these teams, because if we can take down Immunity, then we can take down anybody.
In the elimination bracket, we saw teams such as Flow State, Vertex, Digital Nation, and Second to None all progressing deeper and deeper in the bracket and further towards that last pool play spot available. It would ultimately be Second to None, proving their worth and living up to their name, who progressed all the way to the elimination final after dispatching tough opponents in Paradox, Flow State, and most notably Digital Nation, which brought us a nail-biting 3-game series where all 3 maps went neck and neck. Team Immunity were ready and raring to go when Second to None advanced to contest them for the last pool play spot at DreamHack Melbourne. In Game 1, oddball on Streets, both rounds were extremely close. However, it was Team Immunity who squeaked out the win 2-0.
And Team Immunity clutches up yet another oddball round.
Up next was Slayer and Aquarius. Much like Game 1, this is another tightly fought map where neither team was able to maintain a substantial lead and ultimately ended in a 50-40 scoreline after a nice double kill from Hef. It was now or never for Second to None to turn this series around. With their backs against the wall, 1 map loss away from the open bracket at DreamHack Melbourne, Second to None seemed to have run out of steam and Team Immunity completely capitalized. They took the final map of the series, Strongholds and Livefire, 250-45, completing the series 3-0 and securing their ticket to DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose we had to have that loss against Kit Bash to sort of show us what we were doing wrong. We were playing a little bit frantic and not playing the way that Immunity normally plays. Yeah, I do honestly believe by the time the LAN comes, we could win the LAN, and I imagine there's going to be some awesome series down in Melbourne.
Divine Mind, the Chiefs, Mindfreak, Dire Wolves, Kit Bash, and Team Immunity. The 6 teams best positioned heading into DreamHack Melbourne, the largest Halo event ANZ has ever seen. On the line, a 50,000 USD prize pool, 3 spots to HCS Orlando for the top 3 placing teams, and ultimately, the crown of ANZ Halo champions. Who will be able to temper the nerves, steady their hands, and clear their minds when it truly counts? Will LAN be the undoing of the Titans? Will we see a surprise team rise up and claim the throne? So many questions need to be answered when we arrive at our last stop on the roadmap. Everything will be determined at the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne.
The HCS ANZ Regional is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
G'day you beautiful Halo fans, welcome to the greatest region in the universe. Once again, it is another beautiful day here in Melbourne for the ANZ HCS Regional Finals live here at DreamHack Melbourne. Yesterday was full of ups and downs, Halo Infinite, the best that you can see here, and it has been an amazing day, and we've still got 2 more full days for us to get going here, and I'm so excited for us to finish out pool play here and for us to get in this championship bracket. But boys, back here by my side, the beautiful momentum and the beautiful blue panda. Boys, day one's done. Day two is on the horizon. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, absolutely ecstatic. I cannot wait to get this show kicked off today.
Yeah.
I mean, look, a little bit worse for wear. It was a long day yesterday, some late nights, some early hours, but I would not have traded it for anything. The storylines coming together. I mean, being here in Melbourne for the first time, it's fantastic. DreamHack as well, really putting on a show. Couldn't ask for more.
I mean, it's been absolutely sick so far. The crowds that we had yesterday, those guys popping off during that series that we had. The fact that we had some insane comebacks. The fact that we had almost potential upsets on the stage. The biggest thing for me, though, Momo, LAN buff seems to be real for so many of these different players. And it feels like that maybe we just have these online teams and these teams that come to LAN, they come here to party.
Honestly, it was a bit surprising. Even some of the experienced players were looking a bit shaky, and the ones that haven't even attended a LAN before, they were looking pretty sharp. Like, honestly, I was impressed. Not to mention Kit Bash. I counted them out from the beginning, and they were looking hot.
It's kind of crazy when we have these guys coming here on the stage being able to perform. But lads, let's start talking about these pools right now. Let's start talking about Divine Mind. These guys currently at the top of Pool A. They came in yesterday. They dropped maps, though. So Divine Mind obviously not having a perfect day yesterday, Panda, but they're still coming in as our #1 seed. We're expecting these guys to do a whole lot of work. We've even predicted a lot of us here on the desk to be able to have these guys as our champion at the end of Sunday, but still got a few little things that they need to work out before they get into that championship bracket.
Yeah, definitely uncomfortable playing from behind, which we've seen a couple of times over the last few months, so they've got to get on top of that. At least, they proved they're solid. They can hold on. Very, I came down to a single kill against Kit Bash, but I mean, if nothing else, they secured top of the pool.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. Like I said, Divine Mind, they were looking good. Kit Bash, though, I'm still speechless. Let me just say that, I went to sleep what did we just watch? A 1-kill game to settle that?
It's kind of crazy, but I mean, across the day as well, when they started out their series here up against the Direwolves, we obviously had our reservations about Direwolves as well. We weren't really sure how these guys were going to perform, obviously with Jordan coming in after Dino left for that Mindfreak roster. We weren't sure how this series was going to go, but Jordan started to pop off for us, right? This Direwolves roster, albeit they only got one map here against Divine Mind, but it was one of those scenarios where it feels like that Divine Mind, they're at the top, but they're still letting a few things slip, and Direwolves and Kit Bash both exploited those.
I'm going to say, I think Divine Mind haven't really kicked into first gear yet. They're looking a bit shaky, maybe a bit uncomfortable, maybe a wrong breakfast this morning. I'm not too sure. But yesterday, I felt like we didn't see the true #1 seed play like the true #1 seed.
Yeah, but they definitely were able to bring a bit of that energy towards the end of the day, right? We saw a few of the faces, Sways and Plasma were boys that
devastated.
were very relieved after that Kit Bash series. But maybe it might be something where, as long as they get themselves the first seed here, Panda, they're going to be okay going in the championship bracket. And then at this point, they're confident to take on anyone.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've consistently proved that they can put up results. At the end of the day, they are first seed for a reason. Yep. I don't think the results we saw yesterday are enough to write them off, but look, hey, it spices up the rest of the tournament.
It definitely does, especially with the championship bracket on the way as well. Who are they going to come up with as soon as they start getting out of these pool play matches? What are these best of fives going to start to look like? Do they have the energy left in the tank, especially if they have a few close series as well? But either way, lads, on the other side of things in Pool B, which we thought was going to be the pool of death, the Chiefs come out with a squeaky clean record. We weren't sure whether or not we were going to get the Chiefs of old or whether or not this is going to be a completely different roster. A lot of people here, once again, predictions put those guys very low on the totem pole, but they came here to prove they're looking for another championship.
Is Barcode under the desk or something? Because they are playing like the Chiefs we all know and love. They were honestly amazing yesterday. I was impressed myself. I was doubting them, to be honest, before the comp. I was saying maybe Mindfreak can knock them off. Maybe Divine Mind will be looking... But the Chiefs... They're looking really good, man. I'm hoping they keep it up today.
It's kind of crazy. We talked about it yesterday. It's like ice in the veins from those guys, right? It felt like they were so cool, calm, collected. Every single one of those scenarios. They made all those maps look very clean and consistent. And I think at this point, a few of these reservations that we had about the Chiefs and a few of these, maybe kind of expectations that we had of Divine Minds, maybe they've shifted gears a little bit here, Panda.
I mean, again, you got to look back. The OG Chiefs, the conversation was, it's Barcode, Barcode's Chiefs. You look at this roster now, every single member is involved in that conversation. You're saying, Beeston's popping off, Slay's having an amazing game, an amazing day. Even Berserk showed up towards the end of the day. And then, look, of course, Ice in the Vein Madsy, the guy was unshakable. He was unshakable.
It's just kind of crazy when, we talk about these teams that have been a little bit lacking in results in these online tournaments, but as soon as you put these guys on LAN, it seems like they show up. Slays has been a big member for me on this Chiefs roster, who, we talked about it. Barcode left this power vacuum here in Australia when he left to go over to North America. Slays said, Bark who?
Just wake up and be like, hey, I'm gonna drop 56 kills against the number 3 team. Like, that is some honestly big numbers.
I mean, if he's able to keep that consistency throughout the entirety of this championship bracket and these last couple of pool play matches, this Chiefs roster is probably going to go on a pretty hectic run. We've seen them previously at the Super. They had a very indomitable record. I think it was like 115 maps to like 5 map losses or something ridiculous at the
Lost
Super.
count.
They didn't drop a single map at the Super, and now coming into Split 2, that's when things started to get shaky for the record, but they wanted to keep it squeaky clean here for HCS Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. And I mean, I'm just so excited to see what these guys can do throughout the entirety of pool play, but let's start talking about the hyper series that we had, boys. Divine Mind versus Kit Bash. You, Momo, you wrote these boys off. You said, why are they even on the stage? I'm scared if I'm Kit Bash. It's going to be a ruffle stomp. These guys are going to be going home in 30 minutes. It was a Game 5 banger.
What can I say? I reckon, well, Kit Bash should be happy that I'm not on Kit Bash because I would have packed up and went home. But they turned up to play. They were hungry. I've honestly... They gained the fan out of me, I'm going to say. Like, Lolly was doing that ting I like, bouncing around the map, and he was looking pretty good out there. And Divinity as well. That, if he clutched up, I mean, he was clutching up. He was hitting some shock rifle shots. And Scoob, once again, he was performing and showing exactly why he's the best KBM. And Liv, he was probably flexing, looking at the other team. They were intimidated over his big muscles. Like, they were all looking pretty sharp out there.
I mean, honestly, there's so much that you can look into it. You're coming into this matchup first KBM player. I don't know if it's like land buff per se, but it's eyes on buff. As soon as Scoob has a crowd to perform for, he's going to go hard. And there was some secret squirrels going out in the rest of the arena. Everyone was flooding in because they heard there was a banger Halo series going on.
It was absolutely insane as we saw the crowd start to flood in towards that final game. To be fair, though, that first Strongholds, it was 250 to 41. I was almost ready to start putting my line through Kit Bash, but I was being perfectly honest. They came back with the next layer. It was relatively close, but as soon as they got onto that King of the Hill, as soon as they started getting into these OBJ maps, the teamwork just clicked for these guys. I'm not sure if it was a pep talk. I'm not sure if it was just a little bit of high fives, maybe a bit of flexing from Lith, but these guys really started to show up.
I think it was just a pure, like, bloodbath of, like, them being like, hey, we're losing right now. Let's just throw everything in there. They all jumped on the hill. They're playing chaotic Halo. And because Divine Mind, I'd say they're more of a structured team. Sure. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They're like, why are these guys playing so confident? They're rushing at us. And while they're all trying to play angles and all that, holding angles all by themselves, I felt like Kit Bash were like, why not? Let's just charge 3 in, just get in the hill, stay in the hill, and they're just playing some good Halo all together.
It was just so crazy. Then that capture the flag, and this match here, it got all the way towards the end, Panda, and we came out to the desk. We're sitting here chilling, just saying, oh, okay, Divine Mind got this one in the bag, and it went down to a single kill. Everyone went nuts.
They closed the gap. There was about an 8-kill gap, and then Divinity with that shock rifle one by one. You could see Divine Mind playing scared. Pips crouch walking upstairs to try and not make any sound. And then we just saw the kill feed pop off, and the crowd pop off, and we were losing our minds. And that trade came through, and it was just... you could see it on the faces of Divine Mind. That was not elation, that was not celebration, that was utter relief.
Yeah, it was pure relief that they got that series done. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like if that was the upset that Kit Bash were going to get done, this pool could have been absolutely redonkulous, because if Kit Bash get the victory there over Divine Mind going a 1-1 scoreline, Kit Bash are now in a good scenario where they've still got their final series against Direwolves to get that one done, and maybe that gives them that little bit of extra effort to get on top, and then maybe we're talking about Kit Bash topping the pools here and not Divine Mind. But I mean, I'm just so excited for us to get more of that out of Kit Bash, more of that out of the open bracket teams, just more of that out of absolutely everyone, please. Like, I just want 5 maps, please, all the time. That's all I want.
Well, if they're playing like how they did yesterday, as long as they keep calm, collected, I'm not sure if they felt more confident because it was just pulls and like, hey, we're not going to get knocked out of the bracket, but now today is the real deal. If they can turn up today and play some good Halo, I don't see them being shaky at all. And you know what? I'm a big fan now, so I'm not going to say Kit Bash is going to get demolished ever. I reckon if they just talk to each other, if they did their homework last night, they'll be playing some good Halo today.
Yeah, I feel like those guys definitely do like doing their homework, hitting the VOD view and getting stuff done. Other lads who like doing their homework as well is going to be SSJ4 and Blue. Let's have a chat to these boys because they're going to be talking about some Halo as well. Lads, we just talked about some of our highlights coming in from day one. Obviously, you two fine gentlemen looking swagged up today. How are we feeling about your day one highlights though, lads?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic. Every game I feel as though we had yesterday was a banger. And of course, Justin and I brought you so much of that action. But now, Justin, I want to talk about one player in particular. And I want to run a little bit of a mind experiment, right? Because we need to be on the same wavelength for the majority of the day, okay?
Yep, I'm ready.
So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Who are we talking about? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Slays. Slazy, the big man himself, performing time and time again on the Chiefs. I mean, honestly, every single time this man was on screen, he was delivering just a majestic performance.
He was flawless, really, and he's got a reputation of being an online kid. Online slows, he chokes on land, but nah. The only thing that they were choking on is their words, because he was dropping big kills, 56 kills one game. That was just redundant.
I know, absolutely disgusting. He chucked in an overkill as well. It just seems like him and every other player surrounding him on the Chiefs right now are just completely locked in 190%. I mean, It takes today, and I think they're going to break that 200% barrier.
It wasn't like popping off on stage or anything like that. It's just like, oh yeah, that's right.
It was just, the solid stares down into the crowd. And statistically speaking, Slays is the player who has been performing the best. Out of everyone here that we have had in the arena playing yesterday, Slays is number one.
This number one, not only in stats, but in our hearts. So can't wait to see what he does for the rest of the weekend. Incredible player and incredibly handsome.
Incredibly handsome indeed. But guys, what do you think of our little highlight there? Do you think Slays is deserving of that?
Yeah, I definitely feel like he has been. As you guys said, top performing player from day number one here at the HCS Regional Finals. I feel like today he's not going to slow down either. They've got their open bracket match, so they're going to be going in. And I mean, boys, at this point, it is going to be a scary chase to go into. Slays is dropping what he did.
I know Slazy pretty well. When Slazy's playing good Halo, he's playing good Halo the entire event. I have like a lot of expectation on Slazy being the one to put Chiefs over. I think Madzi is honestly another person that's been stepping up this event. But I think it's going to be the Slaze show throughout the whole show.
Slazy show. Let's see if he can keep it up for these next 3 days as well. Let's see if you guys at home can keep it up as well, because I know you guys love some Twitch drops. We got some Twitch drops here on the Halo channel for you guys across this entire weekend here for the ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. You guys want a wasp skin? You guys want a weapon charm? Get that bad boy done. You guys can watch it over here on the main stream as well. We've also got drops thanks to our co-streamers as well. If you guys want to get yourselves a lovely sniper skin, you guys can jump over to the co-streamers and have a look at the Primal Glory so you guys can get your lovely Twitch drops. I know I've already got my bad boys sitting in there. I've got my phone here on the desk, just making sure I've got those Twitch shots rolling in. Cannot miss those wonderful Twitch drops. And I mean, the fact that we got a sniper skin, obviously we've got the Croc Gang sniper skin, so you guys better be using that. But sometimes you like to switch it up, Switch it up. Maybe you get some extra kills with the Primal Glory, right, Panda?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone knows red makes it go faster, so therefore a red sniper should be hitting harder as well.
Hitting harder, going faster. Maybe it's faster to get out of your hands, so maybe that might not be the best way that you guys want to do that. Either way, we'll figure that out. Lads, it's finally time for us to start looking at how these pools have ended up. We talked about the teams that are at the top of the pool, so let's go and have a look at a quick overview. Momo, mate, Pool A, we called this the easy pool. Unfortunately, it was not the easy pool at this point. Divine Mind 2-0, Direwolves 1-1. Vertex got themselves out of the open bracket. Now they get to play on stage and Kitbash.
Hold up, why Direwolves in Pool A twice?
The old ANZ Wolf logo in Esports. It's an age-old joke, and Kitbash unfortunately going down to Direwolves 3-1 yesterday off stream puts them at 0-2 right now, so they're really looking to try and get their favor. How are you feeling about Pool A right now, Momo?
Pool A, yeah, I think it's honestly a very respectable pool after watching yesterday. I don't think it's an easy pool at all anymore after watching Kitbash especially. Vertex as well, new COD players. They're honestly really talented players. And I think they can honestly put on a show even today. Like, if they all play together and actually play like how they do online, I can honestly see some upsets.
It's going to be kind of crazy. Quickly, before we start getting a little bit deeper into this, Panda, Pool B though, that was the pool of death. Seems like it's pretty straightforward for the Chiefs.
I don't know how we went from Pool B being the pool of death to Pool A being the pool of death. But yeah, look, if nothing else, the color coordination is pretty aesthetic.
That is true. We've got a whole lot of green on the left-hand side and a whole lot of blue on the right-hand side. A little bit of silver thrown in there from Team Immunity. So I'm excited to see what the Bandits can do here on the stage. And speaking of the stage, let's go and have a look at the matches we've got for today. We talked about a lovely Halo that we've got going forward. We're going to be starting it out with Vertex and Direwolves going head-to-head here on the stage. There also will be games that are going to be happening off-stream as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we will keep you guys updated throughout the entirety of today. Team Immunity, Bandits going head-to-head, and then Kit Bash and Vertex to wrap it all
that'll
up.
Be fun.
That is a big series for that pool. And then we get straight in the championship bracket. Momo, we go championship on the Saturday. So we've got 4 series in our championship bracket already. So the end of today, we're going to have a pretty good idea about how Championship Sunday is going to look.
Oh, 100%. It's a trophy out here. Can I look at the beautiful trophy yet? But I'm incredibly excited.
Momo, we all know you're the trophy here.
Ah, exactly. I don't like brag or anything, but I'm honestly excited that we get championship already on Saturday. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be crazy for us to get into it. And these guys are obviously playing for not just the glory and not just Momo's hand in marriage. It is all going to be about the prize pool as well. 50,000 USD. Same as the Super, but this time around it's all about the glory in front of the home stage. These guys, $20,000 for our first placing team. That is going to be a big prize pool. Also, worth noting as well, for these teams that come through the open bracket, the fact that they were able to go through the gauntlet, already $1,000 in the kitty. So these guys were able to come out to DreamHack Melbourne. They already get themselves a little bit of money in that back pocket. You just got to get yourself a series win, Panda. That's all you've got to do. You get $500 if you get a series win here in the championship bracket. And hey, a little bit of glory as well.
I mean, it's not even about that. For these teams coming through the open bracket, it's about the experience. And if you make it all the way through, you get to play on the main stage. I mean, you're going against the best in the region, and that's setting you up going into the future. If you stick with Halo Infinite, because obviously things will slow down going into the World Champs, but I mean, it sets you up, gives you that idea of what you could come to expect going into 2023, and that's where you come in swinging. And look, let's be honest, it is a bit addicting, the main stage. So I can only imagine this is going to drive up that ambition, especially for a team like Vertex, like Bandits. They're going to want to be back here next year.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Kit Bash, right? Like, this has been a team that making these runs, trying to get themselves even into a championship bracket, and now they're up here on the main stage doing big damage against our best team in ANZ. I mean, all it takes is just a little bit of effort, and all it just takes is a little bit of consistency, and hey, maybe this is what these lads need to get towards the next level. I'm excited to see what our championship bracket is going to look like, Momo, because obviously we've got 10 teams, 2 extra teams coming in from the open bracket, and seeing what they're going to bring, because it's going to be a long day of Halo. I think is the biggest thing, is for a lot of these teams, especially these open bracket teams, it's a lot of matches back to back.
Yeah, but honestly, there's going to be a lot of good matches back to back. I'm hoping for a few more upsets, and I'm hoping, like I said, we mentioned Kit Bash before, if they can turn up today, that's all I'm asking for. I'm a big fan now. Like, I hope they actually play good, and for the other teams as well, like Vertex even, Bandits, I hope they can honestly cause some upsets as well.
Okay.
I mean, look, I got to meet the Bandits guys over at Armageddon in New Zealand. They came over, they had a great time. They were a great bunch of blokes. They were just there to get a bit of experience, have a bit of fun. So, I mean, look, they're coming into this. I wouldn't expect, I wouldn't assume that the expectations are too high. They're here for the experience. They're here for the opportunity. But hey, if they can knock some big teams off, why not?
Maybe get some maps on the main stage. I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of these open bracket teams. See if they can do some damage. And I know you guys at home want to do some damage on the social media as well. Maybe damage to Momo's mental here if you're able to say that he's not 6'8". But either way, if you guys want to be involved in the conversation, hashtag HCS Melbourne 22 for you guys at home to be showing us what you guys are doing here at DreamHack Melbourne. Show us what you guys are doing at home, how you guys have been able to find out. Maybe you guys can actually get a ruler and see how high Momo actually is at the end of the day. But if you guys do want to be a part of that, at ESL Halo on Twitter, hashtag HCS Melbourne 22 as well. And we're going to show them on the show. We're going to be able to live react to some content here and see what your guys' clips are going to look like. Maybe you guys are going to be able to find us around the venue. Whatever you guys want to bring us here, join the conversation and we'll get it here on the desk and we'll have a yarn about it and see how we feel about it. Lads, though, I have heard in my ear that apparently we've got a little bit of this social media stuff for us to start to get into. So we've got clip number 1 here, boys. Momo, I want your professional opinion about this one.
Oh, this guy's honestly a brawler. Look at him go with the sword. He's... Oh my God. Is that a... Oh my God.
That's an
overkill in like, what, 4 seconds? This guy's nuts.
Nice extermination I got in attrition with the sword. Got that nice little harpoon in for the fourth guy. Lol. So
Lol.
Gal Mills, maybe, you know, not following the gentleman's agreement by picking up the plasma sword, but either way, Panda, I mean, it's a nice little overkill to start out the day.
Yeah, look, I don't think it would have gone down on the main stage, but it looks clean, it looks nice, and maybe, just maybe, when we do see it back in play, we can see Mr. Mills coming in and making it work.
Maybe if there's a little bit of attrition on the main stage or something like that, that'd be super exciting for us to see. That'd be super excited. So at this point, we've got another one, so let's start having a look at this one and see if we can get into a few more of these clips. I really love having these clips. So Galt shot at ESL Halo. What do we got going on here, boys? Momo, how you feeling about this
looks
one?
like team doubles.
All right.
Let's see what we're going to do. We've got the red gun out. Now, looking around.
See if we can get some 30 clips.
Gets an
Oh, no, he had to do it.
Oh, teabag.
Oh,
No,
bag.
Is Pip playing on an alt account?
That was pretty dirty. At the start of it, I wasn't quite sure what we were going to get out of that, but a ninja with a bit of body disrespect. Oh, no, that feels good.
I
slow
love the
burner.
body shooting. I love the body shooting.
That definitely feels good. It's a Galt shot. That's a nice one. I'll rate that one. I'll give that one a nice little 8 out of 10. The ninja and the body disrespect is
Oh, yeah.
definitely letting him know that next time you come behind me, brother, be very, very careful about what's going to be going on. So far, Momo, how do you rate the body disrespect? Oh, it looks like we've got, here we go, the Divine Mind lads. Squad's rolling up, waiting on Mr. Businessman rated to fly in. So this was the lads the other day, getting themselves prepped and ready for DreamHack Melbourne. It's just always good to see when we have these live events, it's not just the players, right?
Yeah.
It's everybody a part of these organizations coming in, having some fun, and being able to enjoy some Halo. And I'm so glad that these Divine Mind lads were able to wipe a bit of sweat off the round. I'm sure management at Divine Minds were like, oh, like we didn't get reverse sweat by the underdogs.
Sways looks like he's prepping for the Kit Bash series. He looks already defeated in his eyes.
He's already premoniting about what's going to be going forward. He's like, man, that main stage is going to be a bit of hell. So always exciting when we get the clips here on stage, especially when we have some of those sick ninjas. And even just, you know, guys sending some photos about what you guys are doing here for DreamHack Melbourne. Remember, hashtag HCS Melbourne 22 for that one. Panda, how do we feel about the socials so far? Social game strong?
Look, there's been some great socials going on. I've seen some great photos coming out of DreamHack Melbourne. I know there's, you know, members of the ANZ Esports family floating around looking to get photos with people. I'm sure Momo, you'll be getting photos with people throughout the weekend as well. Make sure you tag him as well because, look, he's definitely worth the photo. He's definitely 6'8" as well. You don't see it. We've actually dug a little pit behind the stage. That's why he's in the middle. No one else can stand there.
Somebody give me a chair so I can stand up on it.
Oh, this 6'8" joke is never going to go away. Either way, lads, it's finally time for us to start talking about some Halo Infinite. Let's start getting into our first series of today. This is going to be another pool play match. This time around, we're going to have Dire Wolves taking on a Vertex here, lads. I'm excited about this one, boys, because obviously an open bracket team. Dire Wolves yesterday, looking hot, looking clean. So Momo, for Vertex here today, is this kind of another one of these scenarios where we say you take a map, you're happy with this, you go out, get some experience looking towards the championship bracket?
100%. If I was Vertex, I'll be like, hey boys, we're versing a really, really good team. Dire Wolves are no pushovers. And Vertex though, they're honestly really individually good players. I was saying it before, like they are young.
A 3-1 up against Kit Bash yesterday in their off-screen match. So certainly got to give them that extra bit of confidence. Their series up against the Chiefs, up against Divine Mind a little bit earlier on in pool play, that got them a little bit of confidence. They got that map victory underneath their belt. Yes, they did go down eventually in that series, but now they've beaten Kit Bash. Now they're up against their open bracket team. Surely this is where we see the Dire Wolves unchain a little bit.
I mean, yeah, Jordan's wearing a Roosters jersey. Who's going to stop him? Like, they were looking really hot yesterday. And I think if they just play their game like how they were, honestly, yesterday they were very consistent. I was saying that Dire Wolves on LAN are a different team. And I feel like if Zirkle and Bold can pick it up as well as Jordan's been popping off. We all know that. Jordan's been their best player. If Zirkle and Bold can pick up the leadership role and even Vamp comes in and starts slaying, they're going to be a dangerous threat.
Yeah, well, let's see if Vertex can withstand the fire that can be the Dire Wolves here on the stage. These lads came in from the open bracket. They got it
What is that
done.
picture?
I love the little bit of extra spice that we're getting here from Vertex. This is what we want from our open bracket teams. These lads coming in from a Call of Duty background, now coming into Halo Infinite. They're here on the stage. They went through the gauntlet yesterday, Panda, and now they're coming here onto stage. We get a double dipping of them today, so I'm excited to see what they can put up.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of discussion coming in, the teams coming through the open bracket. Neither of the two teams that everyone was sort of saying were going to be the ones to make it through made it through into pool play, and I believe only one so far that I know of has made it, and they're starting off in the Elam bracket. So for Vertex to come in, play through in the pit like that, I mean, that's impressive to start off with. Now they're on the main stage. Now they have, I mean, not just that, but this Vertex roster, the organization itself, is one of 2 organizations here at DreamHack to be repping on 2 stages.
It's kind of ridiculous when you have, these organizations that are able to help all these, teams that are up and coming and really get them back on the stage. But Momo, I know that you've been talking about this squad. You're excited to see what they can do. Do you feel like these COD boys can take it to Direwolves?
Honestly, man of chicken, great guy, great player, talented at other games. He's a bit annoying. He's a bit annoying in my Twitch chat, but he's alright. Alcazar as well, and Mido, and Ryu, all my boys. Like I said, annoying. They're annoying people, but they're honestly really good at the game. And I think if they just play good individually and play as a team as well, because this is a team-based game, let's say, they can honestly bring it to the Direwolves.
All right, let's see what the players had to say, because it seems like Momo's excited to see what Vertex has got to say about the Direwolves.
I've seen some predictions on Twitter already.
I've heard the way that people talk about Call of Duty players, not very fond of it. Don't think we're very good, so we have to prove them wrong.
I guess our main game plan is to go as hard as we can and really see how many upsets we can make this weekend.
This is the perfect chance to prove ourselves, and that's what we're going to do.
If we're all firing on all cylinders, we can definitely win. But we didn't come here to lose.
They could get to us, they could take us out, but it's not going to happen.
They won't see us coming, and if we're in our flow state, no one can stop us.
Heading into tomorrow, I'm pretty confident. I know my team's been scrimming a lot, practicing for this. We're relatively late to enter the scene, but I know we have the natural talent it takes to compete with the best, so yeah, I'm pretty confident.
I wouldn't say it's embarrassing for teams to be losing to us, considering they've been playing the whole game, but it definitely shouldn't be happening. Put it that way.
In this series, I see us more of a dark horse. We're unexpected. I reckon we can take them.
May the best team win.
Great team, but today's not your day.
Seems like there's a little bit of respect coming in from the Direwolves. I like that. And obviously what we heard from Vertex as well shouldn't be happening, but it might not be embarrassing. And these guys seem like they've got kind of what we said about Kit Bash yesterday. They've got everything to gain, nothing to lose. And the Direwolves, they're the ones that have to make sure that this is a clean series, because this is their supposed free series, right? When you're being one of these invited pool play teams, you have to be making this easy when you go up against an open bracket squad.
I'm never going to put down a team that I don't expect to win ever again, especially after yesterday. But yeah, Vertex, they could be the real deal. I mean, they got out of open bracket. It's not incredibly easy. And they're out here right now against the Direwolves. And can I just point out Jordan's hoodie was looking nice. That Halo CE hoodie was very, very nice.
Yeah, it's always good when we get the boys to be repping the extra merch here. But I guess the question is now, Panda, when we're looking across the stage here at both these teams, is this where it's going to be, kind of the same scenario as what we saw with Kit Bash? They start getting a little bit of a roll on and they just start to feel themselves, and then maybe it just starts getting in your head if you're the Direwolves saying, oh, we really shouldn't be losing to an open bracket team.
Honestly, I think it even goes beyond that. Your Vertex coming into this, you played through the open bracket. You have absolutely nothing to lose here. No one expects you to win, and that is when teams are the most dangerous. They're the ones that cause the upset out of nowhere. Especially when your opponents are expecting to roll over you.
And I guess that's kind of the question as well, right? When we talked about these guys going through the gauntlet, Momo, obviously, because you're the greatest player of all time, you don't have to go through an open bracket, but the fact that these guys had to play so much more Halo yesterday than what the Direwolves did, does this give them a little bit of advantage? Like, obviously, the stage is going to be a little bit different for them, but they have been here since yesterday, grinding a whole lot of Halo Infinite, and they're able to kind of learn a lot quicker than what the Direwolves have had to.
Like you were saying, like the open bracket compared to the main stage, it's a different environment once again, because the main stage, you're in front of the big crowd, you're on the big stage, and the open, you're kind of like, it's just my coach behind me. Like, what am I going to worry about? But like I said, like if they just play their game, and just pretend like none of this is existing around them, they can show some trouble.
I guess the question is then, like, how do you do that? Is it more kind of like you're leaning on your support staff, or you're leaning on kind of your in-game leader? Because I know we've been talking about it quite a lot after the last couple of days when you're talking about your first LAN experience, where you're saying your comms kind of went out the window at that point. Like, how do you try and, if you had a little bit of advice to give to these Vertex guys to kind of get the crowd out of their minds, how would you give it to them?
Just talk to each other, pretend you're back at home, have a nice little phone call over the, maybe talk about what pizza you're going to have tonight, have a good time, and just look at the other team and go, hey, we're going to beat these guys.
Oh, that's a good little bit of advice. Pen, I guess as we look towards that now, I'm just excited for us to get into this and excited to see how this series is going to pan out, because I think this could potentially just be the tournament of upsets, especially if we start talking about this scenario where it is all to gain, nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for Vertex coming into this, I mean, they're coming from the title, of course, for the most part, but a lot of those competitive skills are interchangeable: communication, coordination, aim. But the big thing here is it's the mental. Coming into this competition, the last thing you want to be doing as Vertex is getting into your own head, snapping at your teammates for small things, and that's where things start to crumble. Play your game, your friends, have a good time with it, and just keep rolling forward. Don't sweat the small stuff. Keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be an interesting tale for us to tell for these Vertex lads, but there is a tale that the Direwolves would like to tell us here with a video.
Our team's been together for quite some time. We used to actually play back in the Halo 5 days. We're all good mates and we all enjoy playing with each other. Same players, same team, same fun. So yeah, recently Dino's left the team, and I wouldn't say it's affected our team too much. I think, the core three, me, Vamped and Zirkle, we play well together, we like each other. For Jordan it's a little difficult because he's got to, come up to scratch with how we play.
Joining the team's been a good experience. I think it just comes down to hard work, just putting in the time, scrimming. Yeah, excited to play with them.
My role on the team, calling out spawns, calling out things that are happening in the game, I feel like that's me. Vamped, he's just straight main slayer. He's killing everyone. He could be a silent killer, he doesn't need to say anything, but he's picking up kills here and there, and we're just like, all right, you do your thing. Jordan is definitely, he's more on the slayer side for us as well. Practice coming into the event, it's never great.
A buff for a lot of these players, and this is one of the players that we were touching on a little bit before him, Mo Zirkle. If he's starting to continue to pop off, he's able to get some of these stats building up a little bit more. These are his stats across the tournament so far. If he's able to get them towards the levels of, players like Slays and Sways or even Jordan on his team, Star Wars roster is going to look really scary if they have two big Slayers on their team.
Telling you right now, Zirkle can get loud and hyped, especially when he's winning. From experience, I've muted him actually on my own team when we're on LAN because he was that loud. I heard him through my other two teammates' headsets. But besides that, he actually does bring the fire. He brings that X factor. He brings that game. And when Zirkle's on and slaying, that's not the Zirkle you want to be up against.
And that's what the Dials are talking about, right? In that video, we were talking to Bald, and he was saying that, these guys have an X factor, and Zirkle is one of those extremely loud players. And I feel like that's going to be a massive boon going to the championship bracket.
Well, look, we did stir the pot a little bit with our predictions. Yeah. The boys may have turned their back on me. Apparently, we're no longer countrymen. I still back the Direwolves. They're a New Zealand team, and Zirkle has to be one of my favourite players coming into this competition. This is a roster of just average guys. I mean, you got some guys, Halo is all they do. They've got salary, they sit, they play, they get better. Zirkle's a tradie by day. He's a regular bloke who loves Halo, and he loves to get involved with it. He's going to be the one getting in the heads of the opponents. Look, he may not be the star factor, one fragging out the entire map, but he's consistent, he shows up on LAN, and he is going to be the one making the most noise.
All right, so it seems like we're definitely going to be looking at Zirk today here to see what he can get across the stage. Maybe this might be the best opportunity for them to continue to pop off, right? Like, maybe just get that extra bit of mental. You're going up against an open bracket team. Might be a little bit easier for you in the server. That's when you can really start getting the BM going, really start getting the shouting going. And Momo, maybe that's where they just really start to amp themselves up going into the championship bracket.
I mean, I hope they're not yelling too much at Vertex because I don't I don't think it's necessary to yell at Vertex, but once again, like Vertex said, like they're not here to like be like, hey, we're just a pushover. So maybe he will bring a bit of that energy, and I reckon if Zirkle gets hyped and brings that energy, I could see Direwolves going a long way.
I guess that's the question for us to look at across a lot of these teams now, right? Is like, does every team need a hype man, Momo? Do you want to have a team that is kind of going, crazy for you? Do we look at any of these Vertex players and be like, yeah, this is going to be the X Factor. This is going to be the screaming across stage. This is the guy who's going to be choking when they're getting towards game number 5.
I'm gonna say I don't know if they have that many like hype men on Vertex, to be honest, but I know definitely Zirkle is going to be the loudest player out of all 8 players on the stage right now. He is going to make the stadium erupt, especially like, I'm not too sure about this series, but later on during the day against the other teams, we could definitely feel the ground shaking.
What about the other teams that we've seen so far here, Panda? What's been your kind of favorite hype man that we've seen so far? I think the entire Kit Bash team was doing a pretty good job yesterday.
They were going off the choke calls across the stage. Unfortunately, it wasn't a choke in the end, but I mean, you look across Pips, I mean, there's a reason they sit him on the end of the desk. We saw that the unofficial overkill, he was up, he was going, and he was looking to intimidate.
Yeah, and even, Ninjestics had a few pop-offs yesterday in that Mindfreak series, so I'm really excited to see what these players are going to get into, because I feel like, day number 1, we started a little bit slow. Our first series, it wasn't really much that was going across the stage. As soon as these series started to roll forward, everyone started to get into it. I'm just excited to see everyone start to get into the groove. I feel like Championship Sunday, everyone's going to be relaxed. Everyone's going to be ready for this. They've done this plenty of times. Everyone's been on the stage, in and out. They know exactly how they want to get this done. And I guess now we are still just waiting for the game, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess for now, instead of us, tooting the horns of Direwolves and Vertex for the next couple of minutes, let's just play a very, very fast game for you guys, just so we can keep everybody entertained. So let's do a little bit of word association. So Momo, I'm going to start with you, mate. I'm just going to say a word, and what I want you to do is not
I can't read all right. Or speak.
I don't want you to think about the word. I want you to just tell me the first word that comes to your brain. Okay?
Halo.
No, I say the word first, and
okay,
then you say the word. Okay, Momo, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess.
Mangler.
GA.
Sword.
GA.
Direwolves.
Oh, they're alright.
One word, but okay.
Alright.
What about recharge?
Shock rifle.
Overkill.
Slays.
Immunity.
Washed.
Okay, that went better than expected, to be perfectly honest. Panda, mate, we'll come down to you right now. So, all right, let's start out with, how do we feel about live fire?
Dynamic.
Sniper rifle.
Sways.
Overshield.
Not slays.
Okay, well, definitely not slays. But either way, lads, we're being saved from our lovely little game because we've got a real game of Halo Infinite to get into. The lovely boys are going to be taking us through all the action. It's going to be SSJ4 and Bluey.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back yet again. Me and Justin here on deck. And what can I say? First series of the day. I mean, we saw plenty of Direwolves yesterday, but we get to see Vertex for the first time, the Call of Duty boys. How is your confidence in them performing this morning?
Actually pretty high. I was having a good think about it. And the fact that the Vertex guys have come from Call of Duty, that is a fast-paced, in-your-face kind of game time. And there's a lot of old men on the Direwolves roster, so I think that's a key to victory for them. They've got to get rowdy, they've got to go fast and just try and overpower them.
A lot of the boys on the desk were talking about the trash talk and how, you have one particular member of Direwolves coming in for that. But the COD boys, they have a reputation for being loud, for being rowdy, for getting in the face of any other team that might be opposing them on the opposite end of the stage. So I'm hoping that there's some severe pop-offs for the Vertex boys this morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, they kept going on about Zirkle popping on. But he's on the other side of the stage. Is he a bit scared today, Bluey?
Do you think so? Do you think Zirkle may be a little bit shaken? Maybe the Direwolves roster as a whole may be feeling a little bit shaken.
He's probably worried about Kitbash showing up, Bluey, maybe.
Well, enough of that, Justin, as we jump on in to recharge strongholds for our first match of the day. Already on board with Ryu from Vertex. First time we've seen these boys in action on stage, and the shots already coming out cross map. Some great kills connecting already from the members of Vertex. We'll see how much ground they can make as 3 members of Direwolves go down.
They do. Now on board with Jordan from the Direwolves. putting in some lovely shots there, hanging around in the gold area. This is such a powerful position on the map. You got some cover that you can use, but long sight lines to put damage down across the map, but flicking through the players that are falling. Now with Balls hanging around that stronghold there, moving on through, and looks like Vertex with a very early lead. It's small, but it's there.
Very early lead indeed. A couple of points eking out here and there, but overall it's not much ground for them to take. In the Slays department, it seems like a lot more consistency is coming out from Direwolves, as unfortunately 2 members of Vertex are on a goose egg, with Man of Chicken, a player that Momentum shouted out earlier, now going 0-3.
Oh, you just got to wait for that man to heat up. I've seen what he can do. Now, with Balls, he's 1-1-1. That's a lovely scoreline right now. A trident, you could say. And he's just looking for his angles here. He's a very composed player, Balls. He's kind of, collecting information, holding down spawn points. That's kind of his role.
Ryu looking like the star on the side of Vertex at the moment. As the points come flooding in, though, for Direwolves, they've managed to capture B and C, holding for as long as possible. Seems like they've been keeping Vertex sort of locked down in this top A whirlpool position for as long as they can. Ryu right now looking over catwalk, sort of peeking out gold stairs as much as he can, getting some shots in, not a lot of information coming his way. Balls does manage to fold as he takes on 2 members of Vertex. 3 members of Direwolves now, giving Vertex plenty of space to play with.
Yeah, Vertex looking pretty good, Blue. I mean, Ryu, he seems to be popping off so far on 5-2, but now with Jordan from Direwolves once again, flipping over to Alcazar. We haven't seen much from him just yet, but he has got that camouflage, so he can be a sneaky little beaver moving around the map, and so important for gathering information too. You need to be patient when you have the camouflage. Your job is to create openings for your team with information and sneaky plays. Finds himself Zirkle, but Zirkle turn around and take him out. What a critical kill for the Direwolves, boys.
Already, I don't know if you managed to catch that, Justin, but there was a body smack already coming out from the members of Direwolves, so they are coming in today hot and heavy, making sure they're giving it their all against the members of Vertex. They are up now. 4 members alive, 2 members of Vertex down. They're going to be able to cap both B and C pretty much in sync at the moment, which means that the scores are flipped on their end.
Synchronized swimmers over on the Direwolf roster. Now with Balls moving on through the control room, and all of the Vertex players are stuck over in A. It's a particularly hard area to push out of, particularly when you have all the Direwolves waiting for them, waiting to pounce on top of them. Middo jumping into B. That's a very vulnerable position, Blue. I'm not sure that that's where he wants to be.
I really enjoy just what Balls was doing there, putting so much suppressive fire down on batteries, waiting for the other members of Direwolves to be able to get a good flanking position to be able to clean him up, because they knew he was one shot for so long. Unfortunately, does manage to trade out with, I believe it was Man of Chicken there at the moment. 3 members of Direwolves still up as Jordan manages to collapse onto A point, taking it, maybe looking for a bit of an A and C hold, but I don't know, Justin, this is a bit risky. Usually when we see this kind of play, it's so much easier for players to hold sort of gold, top glass area and just start getting the picks onto the other members.
Yeah, I feel like Vertex is a little bit disconnected about where they are. I mean, Man of Chicken was kind of caught on his own there. His teammates are on the other side of the map. They need to link up and get in the faces of the Direwolves guys as a squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need to take a bit of the energy that they bring from Call of Duty and start really just collapsing on Direwolves as much as possible. If they're used to more fast play sort of strategies, that's what they should be focusing on. 2 members go down from Direwolves. Alcazar gets a double. Man of Chicken picks up a third. 3 members of Direwolves go down, and you can hear the electricity in the air from the members of Vertex.
I mean, Jordan there, he was watching that camo.
Looking to zone in right now with this camo, just playing very sneaky, very passive. Going to be able to get a nice clean back smack onto Jordan, granting him all the space in top gold in the world. Decides to move down to single stack here, looking to scope out C as much as possible. Just granting his team as much information as he can. Takes a position onto C, starts ticking it up, but so much fire comes down on him. Jordan takes him down right quick.
I love what Man and Chicken did there with the camo too. He got that back smack, and rather than hang around glass and gold, he instantly changed position the C plat, and it's kind of, camo and gold. Everyone's going to be looking for him, but no, he was in a completely different area of the map. He does go down, but we now are with Jordan, who's 8-4 currently, so going +4.
Zirkle, big slayer on the members of Direwolves right now, leading the pack with 10 kills to his name, and maybe, just maybe, Justin, with all the talk we were giving him before, there seems to be a little bit of a fire lit under him. 2 grenades go out, captures that kill on Man of Chicken, but gets taken down immediately as he had so much damage already onto his shields.
Both of these teams are starting to look pretty strong, Bluey. I mean, the scoreline is pretty close there. Vertex has a control. You're going to make a play and you're going to make it soon. Otherwise, you see those fragile leads just disappear.
Vertex right now playing a really strong AC hold, making sure the members of Direwolves can't inch out any further from that goal positioning. You can see Jordan and another member of Direwolves being sort of stuck in gold pipes. Jordan managed to secure a kill on Ryu, which lets him move out a little bit more with another one of his members taking A position. But during that time, Man of Chicken once again has secured himself the camo.
And cleanly too. What are the Direwolves guys going? They need to be on top of those power-ups. And Man of Chicken, he's just jumping around the batteries. He's completely comfortable on the map.
Completely comfortable indeed. Look at the composure coming from the Call of Duty players on Vertex. Man of Chicken making a nice little rotation on top of batteries. Secure that shock rifle. Looks like he's trying to get some eyes on Jordan, playing a nice little pill position there, playing his life as long as possible. Does get taken down by Ryu there. And Man of Chicken's just super passive play. It might not look like he's doing much with the camouflage there, but you can see how much he's sort of scoping out his team. And you can see on the player cam as well how fast that man's mouth is moving, how much he's comming to his team about the locations of the members of Direwolves.
Vertex heating up. That was 4 dead for Direwolves a moment there in the kill feed. So they're starting to take control of this game. They're 100 points in front, and they've got the triple cap. Direwolves desperately trying to cap off B. That's a bold play that seems to be playing off for him.
Direwolves did capture A and B during all that chaos there. They do go 3 members down, though. Unfortunately, Zirkle, being the last one alive, has to do as much damage as he can. Get some nice shots onto Ryu. You can see the shield flare there. He is one shot, gets taken down. A nice assist coming in from Vamped, but he's going to have the disadvantage there with the line of sight as he is unfortunately on the low ground.
And we are going to be jumping in with a listen in. Let's hear what the communication is like on the Direwolves.
Alright, live now, live.
Guy from tower, bro. Tower 2.
Nice kill, Owen.
Tower 2, well on it. 2 dead.
I can help you A, I can help you A. Live.
Nice.
Nice kill, bro.
You didn't gold someone?
Yeah, another one's on me, one big. He dropped.
One shot.
He dropped.
How you put?
I might die.
You still put, boys. C player, Ryu. C player, Ryu.
Camo on camo.
Hey, you on camo. Put
as well.
Should be weak.
Camo into triple. Just live, Hayden, live for me. Two bottom, they're going in, one shot. One shot. There's another one here.
Top gold as well, glass, man. 2 dead. Once he's in, above your goal.
Keep living. Two patches.
Last 2, that's last 2 alive.
Weak. Back left. One shot. Spawn C. Nice, Keegan. Spawn C, you hear me?
Yeah, I died. And B and triple right below you guys, triple.
I'm B behind me, B.
I'm coming to C. He's one shot, triple.
We can see. I'm trying to live. Yeah, bro, we should have known. I keep living, they're gonna push ring here. Alright, we're together.
Nice good kill. 2 dead, they were one just spawned.
Whereabouts?
I spawned
Probably
A.
tower.
Can
Spawn A.
we get into goal?
Push that goal side.
Yeah, I'm going.
Hold A. Yeah, one overpass weak. Top, I need help A. Someone help me A.
Shots and gold.
I really need help A, boys.
Coming.
He was overpass.
He ran away, glass.
Yeah, he ran. Just...
You know, if there's one thing I want to say there, Justin, is that the call-outs coming out from the members there were super strong, really consistent, but I just don't think they have the guns to match them. It just doesn't seem like they're following up those communication calls with the kills. They sounded so consistent, sounded so strong. But then again, curse of the caster, Vertex just go 4 down.
Yeah, it didn't sound like they were a losing team. They were comming beautifully, lots of small talk, and it was like, you need to hold this angle, stay up, I'm with you, nice kill, all that kind of stuff. And that's the things that you need if you want to start taking control of a game. And look at that. Now they've got the double cap and they're bringing up those points. And for those that aren't familiar with this game type, you need to have 2 strongholds to earn points. So Vertex, they're going to be stuck on 235 unless they have 2 themselves.
Jordan, unfortunately, being flanked there. His eyes were more on the opponent, looking around B side, sort of front needleless section. Zirkle making a rotation over to battery platform. Should be able to hear this member, Mido of Vertex, as he grabs a shock rifle for himself as well. 2 members of Vertex sort of positioning themselves. 3, in fact, near gold. Vamped manages to collapse down. It's a trade right now as 2 members of Vertex were briefly down. Direwolves now going down 2, and Man of Chicken, once again, we go to him on that camo.
Listen, I mean, it's in the namesake, bit of a chicken. He doesn't want to be seen, but he's on top of those camos, and he's been getting away with them so cleanly. Jordan just caught completely unawares there, and Vertex, they're very close from being able to close out this series. Direwolves holding on right now. They've got 2 strongholds, but I mean, one more solid push by Vertex and a hold, and that might be all she wrote.
The points of Direwolves still ticking up. It looks like Vertex realizes that they have a little bit of space that they can play with right now, just making sure that they can secure these points cleanly in order to make sure that these last couple of seconds tick up for them. We are seeing a B capture, but C is now being captured by the members of Direwolves. Man of Chicken takes down Zirkle, but it looks like once again Direwolves are in control. Yeah, they are slowly creeping up to them. Vertex are very loud up on the stage. I can hear them through my headset. They've got the lead right now, and the Direwolves, they had a slow start, but the freight train is coming from the Wolves. They're hungry. C-Plat looks like to be captured slowly from the members of Vertex. Man of Chicken once again taking out Zirkle. 2 members of Direwolves go down. 50% of the Direwolves power up right now as Balds trying to capture B.
Balds with a critical
nice
kill,
beat down there from Balds means that they can secure B back for themselves. Time is ticking up once again for Direwolves, and they are collapsing on C.
And a triple cap incoming. Vertex in a lot of trouble here. Direwolves, a lot of people must have been writing them off, and the Vertex guys are going to run away with it, but no, they've been in control, and they've been on a massive run. I mean, Vertex, they've been stuck on 235 for ages, but we say that they've got 2 strongholds. There is not a lot of time for the Direwolves. They need to play perfect Halo and cut off those points immediately.
Lose the melee win trade there, but it looks like 3 points are going to come up for the members of Direwolves, giving
FFA king. He loves playing that, so he can be a lone wolf along the Direwolves himself and put up big numbers. And the Vertex guys, something interesting for them, not able to close that one out. They had to fight their way through the open bracket, and sometimes it's kind of a bit of a reality check when you don't close out a game and then you meet one of the top squads and it's like, oh my god, we're about to win that. What the hell happened? And it's they proved to themselves that they could potentially beat these guys. They really kept up, but closing out, you have to close the game out. Like, despite how close it was, everyone's just going to remember that Direwolves won that map.
For the Vertex boys, though, a Slayer game type may be all in their favor. They might be more comfortable in this position, as yes, we saw in that recharge match, the Slays came out hot and heavy from every single member of the Vertex squad. And let's hope that having their hands on something like the S7 sniper rifle is going to make that exceed tenfold. Now we are jumping into Slayer on live fire, ladies and gentlemen, and already 2 members of Direwolves go down to those almighty infinite grenades.
They are Man and Chicken with a nice little double kill to start off. He does go down though. Looks like Mido has got that overshield. No, it's gone. I'm not sure what's happened. No, it hasn't popped yet, Blue. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just so excited. And Vertex with a very small lead so far. They won the opening rip over the exchange, and then Mido being very patient, waiting for that OS to drop, grabs himself one, Bolds wisely backing down from that overshield, and he's kind of stuck there. Mido, he wants that kill.
Mido with the incredibly patient play, and it seemed to pay it off for him as well, as he had that positioning the entire time, being able to tank so many shots from A plat and the A window there. Nice little rotation coming out from all the boys on Vertex. Mido does finally get taken down. 2 members go down. Make that 3 for Vertex. Ryu being the last one alive, and he loses his life as well. 4 members for Vertex down.
Yeah, clean sweep for the Direwolves boys just there. So not out of it just yet. Very early days. Great stuff from them with the bald man himself moving through. And I like that he's changing angles. He's engaging multiple players. Now working with his teammate. Finds Mido, and he bait and switch. That's some classic Halo gameplay. But no, Mido clutches it out. Alcazar swapping out. Wow.
The swaps, those quick switches coming out from Vertex, you know, this is exactly the thing. This is that Call of Duty gameplay. You can even see just in their mechanics how often they're sliding back and forth. It's something that they've inherited from their experience in other titles, and it's just coming to use time and time again as they take on the members of Direwolves and are just so confident in every gun battle that they have.
They certainly are. I keep hearing Man of Chicken in my ear popping off on stage. They do have a 4-kill lead right now, so only 1 round of slays, but when they're popping off on the stage, they must be confident. Another kill for Man of Chicken. He's got claws, and now he's going in with the beak, but Jordan takes him down.
5 kills the difference right now for the members of Vertex. Actually, sorry, make that only 3. Jumping on board with Vamped at the moment, as a matter of fact. Rotating around the map, looking to be Ben. Picks up 2 members, and I believe that was Man of Chicken just deciding to take a bit of a quick dip. Vamp picks himself up 2 kills there as the Repulsor smacks another enemy into the back of B-Bend as well.
Certainly he is. Using good use of that overshield there and the Repulsor as well, grabbing himself a couple of kills, which is what you want from your overshield. But Alcazar with a nice out BR there, and that sniper rifle is about to pop, Bluey, in 15 seconds, and the scoreline is completely tied. Neither of these teams will want to give this one up. They need to have that power weapon in their hands because they can completely change the landscape of this map.
Ryu picking himself up a double over near Sneaky just there and manages to rotate over near Sandbags. Actually, I think he went pillars, rotating under Rat Tunnel. Mido immediately on that S7 sniper rifle, peeking vents, trying to slide back, but he gets his head taken off by Jordan, sitting on the top tower. Alcazar making a rotation with the teammate on tower. Too strong for Man of Chicken and Alcazar. 2 members of Direwolves down right now. But the score, Justin, it's only 2 up for the members of Direwolves. Vertex are sort of giving it back to them over and over again. This score is never bloating out in anyone's favor, really.
Oh, it's very even now. Now Zirkle with that sniper rifle, and he gets the no-scope, taking off the head of Alcazar. YYing, trying to find his next victim. And look at that, the Wolfpack together, very strong, trying to find the next victim, going in, gets the melee, doesn't cop one himself. That player's going to be running away for his life. Here comes Zirkle with the clean, luckily placed grenade by Mido there to back him off.
Zirkle barely managing to get out of that with his life as he hits the sniper shot on the body. Nice melee to follow it up. 3 members of Vertex do go down, and now we are seeing the Direwolves truly hunt in a pack, Justin. I think you put it very, very well. There doesn't really seem to be a moment where one of these players is sort of moving off on their own. It seems like they're just rotating in pairs, trying to trade out kills as much as possible, and that's fine for them because they have a lead. Even though it's a couple of kills here and there, if they're trading, they're going to be the ones coming out on top.
Bluey, something very interesting. The pace just got completely taken out. I think the Vertex guys realized that they lost some slays there. And Direwolves still have that sniper, and they've been a little bit more cautious about how they're playing. They don't want that scoreline to float out too much, but Zirkle, he doesn't need the scope. He just hits every shot, lands on the body. Here's Vamps with the cleanup. They are never left on their own, the Direwolves.
The follow-ups from the members of Direwolves right now are absolutely chef's kiss. Beautiful. They're just moving in pairs over and over again. If they can't manage to clean up their own one-shots, they're going to have someone else to do it for them. And that's the fantastic sort of Slayer game type play that you need in these scenarios. They are trading out kills back and forth, yes, but again, Direwolves are just trading 2-for-1 or 1-for-1 trade over and over. You hitting that snipe, the body shot to follow it up, and a killing spree, double kill for him. Members of Vertex right now are really bringing it home.
Right, he had 2 bullets to play with there, Bluey, and he just nailed it. He's going to be feeling good about that one. Now, engagement with Bolds, but look at these nades coming in to clear him out. He gets taken down. The hot streak is over. 36-32 is the scoreline currently on board with Bolds as he's going through 9-9 right now, so pulling his weight so far.
Ball's doing a good job to support his team as much as possible. You know, as we heard in that little content piece that we had for the Direwolves, Balls is typically the one who's making the shot calls, being the cool, comfortable team leader, making sure that this team is moving in uniform. It seems to be paying off very well for them now. It's about 6 kills the difference, as we can see. Overshield coming up at the moment, and the fight was taking place over near. Zirkle being the last one alive right now. Going to be trying to watch it with this S7. Doesn't quite hit the body shot on Alcazar there, but does make him one shot with the BR. Looking to try to clean that up as much as possible, but the shield play from Vertex comes out. And if Mido can play this well, it looks like he doesn't quite get a hold, and Direwolves are going to be the ones to come out on top. Overshield and Sniper now in hands of the Wolf Boys.
Yeah, Zirkle was very calculated there. He was like, hold my position with the snipe. My job is to watch the overshield, and he's just consistently hitting his shots, and even when he misses the head, it's just instant switch. Clean up. It's another no-scope. With a double kill. Absolutely amazing from Zirkle from Direwolves.
Oh, so close to the triple there. He whiffs it, but killing spree still rewarded for him. Only 3 kills left for the members of Direwolves. And Justin, I gotta say, what is this team? Where was this Direwolves yesterday when they were facing? Did they have too much rust on their controls that they just needed to shake off? Because the way that they're performing right now puts them as one of the best performing teams that we've seen. Only 1 more kill right now for Direwolves remains. It looks like it should be cleaned up by Vamped, and there you go. The melee kill secures it, and Zirkle once again with the deserved pop-off.
Wowee. Zirkle, I mean, we spend so much time highlighting him, and he's just delivering, popping off with those no-scopes, and he just was not missing, was he?
No, he was not. Look at the determination on his face right now. He sits back, chest puffed out, taking those deep breaths in, and he deserves it. By the end of that game, it was the Zirkle show.
Yeah, I mean, the ref's in his ears and was like, those snipes were dirty, Zirkle. How do you do it? And really shocked. I mean, the Direwolves guys, I mean, it was neck and neck around that 30 kill mark, and then they just took off, didn't they? I mean, the full moon was out, and they just went beast mode.
Absolutely. You know, I'm really taken aback right now about how this roster is performing, and I'm just loving what I'm seeing from them as a collective. We talk so much about how individual players are really make or break points, especially in Halo Infinite for a team, but it's so beautiful when you just manage to see 4 players all just working so succinctly. The communication is clearly on point for them. So many smart plays coming out from Direwolves, but then again, you know, I sort of refute that point of, oh, you don't really need a star player, but then Zirkle just hit a switch at the end, and he was like, I'm just going to hit every no-scope that I can, and we're going to take this home.
I mean, just such confidence too. He just went in and it's like, I'm not going to have my BR out. I'm not going to go for consistent kills. Boom, snipe, boom, snipe, boom, snipe. And it's like, no one can stop.
God, how many? I think it was, what was it, about 3-4 no-scope medals that Zirkle managed to rack himself up during that entire time. He was basically using it as a shotgun at points as well. He didn't care if he needed distance or not. He was just hitting shot after shot. You know, really
this
here
play
as well.
from Ryu,
This
though, that
play
was...
is just dirty. All of the players that we have on stage at the moment are just talents in their own right.
I mean, that was so dirty. I'm going to take a shower, Bluey. I mean, bloody hell. It's really starting to heat up.
Look at this! What is he doing?
That's crisp.
Well done for Zirkle. You can see it in his face. He was feeling it. And this is the kind of confidence that, especially at this point, you need. You need to continue with this momentum going forward. If the boys from Direwolves, they've been rested just like you said. They said, no, okay, we're going to talk about the games. We're going to take tonight very slow. We're not going to do anything stupid. We're going to have a good night's rest. This could be a difference maker for them. Maybe the old boys on the members of Direwolves just needed, you know, the 8-9 hours sleep to really get them kicking into gear.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they are the Kiwis, so that, you know, that clock there.
The reset of the
clock.
You know,
they're just getting acclimatized to the great city of Melbourne after flying across the pond, but now they are here to play.
So 2 maps down for Direwolves, up 2-0 right now. Justin, do we think the members of Vertex can turn this around? There were still some very incredible plays from their members. All around, I think every single person on the Vertex roster is pulling their weight. When it comes to the Slay game, I think they excel at it. I think they do fantastically being able to shot call very, very quickly, and their reactions are on point. But when it comes to the more macro level, you know, we saw in that first game Recharge Strongholds, they did fumble a bit at the end, not really focusing on the objective as much as possible. Do we think that possibly going into more objective game types, as we're about to, this might be, you know, a killing blow for them? Or do you think they can sort of snap back, decide that they need to focus more on the macro game?
I mean, the objective play is just so critical, and when they were that close, I mean, at one point they were 244, and Direwolves was coming up onto them on that Strongholds game. If they just decided, you know what, boys, we just need 6 more points. Let's 4-man push as a group and just muscle them out of one of the Strongholds and close it out. Sometimes you can do bold plays like that. They're risky, but they can work out and they can kind of take the other team off guard. But what was really interesting about the Slayer game, Bluey, is that there was multiple Vertex players popping off, and it wasn't until Zirkle got that snipe in his hand that he took over that map. They were right there with him, and Ryu, imagine if he had more than 2 bullets, what he would have been able to do with that thing too.
Oh yeah, if he had a full sniper at that point, I feel like we would have seen clip after clip come out from that individual player. You know, looking at how, especially Direwolves played yesterday, you know, I came into this match that we just had on Livefire doubting their slaying potential because we saw the slay matches didn't really go in their favor. They had a couple of misplays here and there that really just balked them overall for the series. And I think from that point on, they started to stumble. But right now, they're doing the exact opposite. It seemed like, for communication perspective especially, they knew when to put the pressure on and slow it down, which is something that they weren't really doing yesterday. Yesterday, they were just playing very passively. We never saw like really aggressive plays except from individual members of the Direwolves, but I feel like collectively they were all sort of in unison, moving as one.
Yeah, something I always bang on about. The true test of a good team is how they play on the back foot. Halo is easy when everything's going in your favor. You get all the power weapons, you collapse nicely, you get the OSs, but when you're on the back foot, it's all about how you bounce back after being in that pressured situation. And Direwolves, they did it in the Strongholds, and then they were neck and neck, and then they just rose to the occasion and took that one out pretty convincingly.
A really good point that you bring up there, Justin, is your ability to bounce back. And maybe Vertex not having as much experience overall in Halo as the members of Direwolves do, that might put them at a bit of a disadvantage here, because I think that's exactly where they've been struggling over the past 2 maps that we have just viewed. Every single time they've sort of been on the back burner, they've been behind, but ever so close to just making it even or inching ahead, they kind of fumble it at stages, and maybe that just comes from the inexperience of not having as much experience in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, and they did come through the open bracket, and at risk of offending anyone that turned up to play in the open bracket, but those teams are less experienced, they're less skilled. I mean, you have the pool play people that qualified for a reason because they're the best, and you know, those players aren't going to punish you as much for making mistakes. You know, they give you a little bit more breathing room with decisions on the map that kind of don't go your way. But Direwolves, they've been capitalizing on every misstep that Vertex has made, and they haven't been able to recover.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly correct. And there were those sort of micro mistakes, especially that recharge game. I mean, we were looking at it and we're thinking, this is in the bag for Vertex. I'm sure everyone watching was thinking that as well. But it just came from those risky solo pushes, taking peaks when you were one shot time after time again. It just loses you space. It loses you momentum in those map situations. And especially when you're focusing on having to rotate for objectives, having to rotate for kills. If your sort of eyes are wandering one way or another and you're just focusing on taking the 1v1 that's right in front of you, and then you lose that, of course that's not doing yourself or your team any favors in a moment where you need to perform.
So, Vertex, they're down 0-2 against the Direwolves. Direwolves are looking really hot. We can say lovely things about them all day, and we're kind of been touching on some of the things that Vertex needs to do to bring things back, closing out those games, and then responding to what happens when they're under pressure. And I mean, sometimes it is just about going, boys, clear comms, stop dying, do not be the first pick. We need to wait for everyone to spawn up, wait for us to grab a pick, and then we can make a play. Sometimes you need a vocal leader in there to kind of wrangle the troops and just calm them down a little bit before things get out of hand.
Having sort of, your main captain of the team, your main shot caller is something that I've always felt has been really underrated since the inception of competitive Halo Infinite, because in those moments where you need someone to sort of wrangle you and the crew back, if you don't have someone essentially just screaming in your ear, we need to slow down, we need to stop the bleeding that our team is experiencing right now, then you're never going to be able to recover. And again, I'm wondering because, of course, all of the Vertex members, we've heard them on stage, right? Every single one of them has been very vocal time after time. They've gotten a kill. They want to stand up. They want to let everyone know about it. But do you think that maybe they are suffering from the lack of having a leader, having a main shot caller?
Potentially. I mean, we're looking at the stat lines here. The kills are pretty even, slightly in the favor of Direwolves, but should be basically even in my opinion. Damage is basically it's 300 points damage the difference. So that's basically spot on even, and accuracy is pretty close. And really the objective play and what they want to do on the map, I mean, maybe that's what's tripping Vertex up. And the Direwolves guys, there's a lot of old school Halo players that have been around a really long time where those fundamentals are just part of their DNA.
Yeah, there's rotations on the map. There's sort of these plays that Direwolves are making that I think you definitely view and you're like, okay, this is an experienced team making these plays. They know exactly what they're doing. They've done this time and time again in scrims, or they've played it time and time again, overall on stage at LAN. But when it comes to the Vertex boys, they don't have that experience, not in this title anyway. That being a sort of trip up, that's a huge detriment to them, and that's something that essentially they would have had to pick up on the fly yesterday, but now being on main stage is a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the main stage, Blue, because, I mean, going from your nice comfy bedroom at home, maybe you got your favourite trackies in that have holes through it and spaghetti meatball stains all over, and you're nice and pretty, have your aircon set to just the right temperature, and you've slogged your way through the open bracket. Boom, start of the day, first game on, crowd's looking at you, all the lights are on, and your face is up on a big screen, and suddenly the nerves starting to kick in a little bit. You look across the stage and you see, legends like Bald and Zirkle sitting across from you, and they're not smiling, not going, hey boys, good luck today. No, they're scowling.
Exactly, when you're in this main stage scenario, you're repping an org, you're repping the uniform as well. There is a lot of pressure, there's a lot of eyes on you to perform as consistently as possible right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're just experiencing a couple of technical hiccups, hoping to get all the players in the lobby as soon as possible. You can see the cameras constantly panning over all 8 members from both sides of the team. They're, of course, very, very keen to get this game ahead. I'm going to jump into a bit of a replay now, once again, from our matches. As again, this recharge game, for a first game, first of all, I'll say absolute banger first map for these guys. All members of both teams performed incredibly well, but we just keep touching on it time and time again. This was in the bag for Vertex. It's one of those games where I want to go back and just watch myself individually to really figure out what happened. Where did they fall?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that's very important. And, you know, if I was a player up there, after this series, you'll be going, what happened in that first game? That is the main thing that I think that they need to be concentrating on. And it looks like word of mouth is starting to pass around. This is a banger of a series because there seem to be some people flooding in to catch what the Direwolves are up to and what the Vertex guys are up to. And these highlights are from some of the games earlier today. And we had some big plays from multiple players on both teams.
Vertex, obviously, you know, both of these, actually, you know what, I would say both of these organizations in the ANZ region are fairly well known. They're fairly big brawlers when it comes to the scene. Looks like right now we're trying to get this lobby up and started, just seeing if it's all going to work out for us here, ladies and gentlemen. And we can see the players keen, fist bumping, shot calls already coming out, knowing what they can do from the break of the map. And this is what we love to see. You know, something that often isn't talked about is discussing right before the game the strategy that you're going to undertake, because every single map on Infinite plays completely differently to how you want to take objectives or power weapons off the break.
Yeah, I mean, you had Zirkle popping off in that previous Slayer game. He had the sniper. He was on live fire. Sometimes you have to rein a player like that in a little bit. They're riding high. They're yelling, and it's like, no, Zirkle, bro, those fantastic plays. Well done. Moving into this map, this is what I want you to do. You don't overcomplicate it because their blood's up. They're hungry. They want more of it. So he's like, this is where I'm going to go. This is where I want you to go. And just go and kill him. Launching things off with Jordan from the Direwolves as he goes through. Eyes over that spanker. 2 rockets in there to use if you can get your greasy mitts on it. But it is always a bit of a brawl to grab it. Multiple players falling down on the Direwolves. And Jordan doing what he can to back him off. But Vertex working so well as a squad. We were talking about before, Bluey, that they needed to just group up and play as a unit, and it's working out for them so far.
Vertex off the break, completely wiping the floor with Direwolves, taking them 4 down, meaning that they have all the room in the world to play with those rockets. Unfortunately, only one of them was let off before Direwolves could collapse back and take them for themselves. Vertex right now, the ones taking the superior hill controls. Over halfway of the first hill on this point has gone in their favor.
Yeah, Bold's playing very patiently there, just peeking out, jiggle peeking a little bit and letting his teammates push up and clean up those kills, doing the dirty work for his squad as the leader of the Direwolves. And Vertex, they had a very strong slice in that King of the Hill, almost 2/3 of the way up, but Direwolves, they cleared them out, and now they've got a pretty strong hold on this hill.
For those of you not aware, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes on the clock for King of the Hill. You need to capture 4 hills as they rotate around the map. The clock stops when a player is capturing one of those hills. Looks about even for this first point right now, as it's one of the more difficult ones, is sort of being able to peak those ledgeways, those archways of the dips and dives here on streets. It's a little bit difficult for a player who might not have that significant of a gun under their wing. Direwolves looking to take the fight as close as possible as a red room battle ensues. Ryu takes him out, but 3 members of the Direwolves are down, which means that Vertex should be able to capture this first hill.
Now, Vertex, they're down 0-2 at the moment, but it looks like they're not going to go down without a fight. I want to hear what they're saying in those microphones. Let's jump in with a listen.
I got it.
Top below. Weak, Jacob, behind you, then.
Nice. KP, chicken.
Watch out, one bit.
No one's with you. You can drive over rockets.
P-bend. They're gonna have red guys. We're trapped, guys, we need to do something.
They're gonna come Ivy. 2 Ivy.
We need to push out, guys.
2 coming P. 2 P on that. I got a I'm absolutely
Ivy's front.
Watch out.
Fancy one, Ivy.
One bases.
Fancy one shot. Absolutely.
I'm killing Fancy.
They're going to be driveway. He might jump trash, he's probably going to jump trash.
I can get shots on the C guy. He's in the right corner. Push me. One shot. Pushing you weak. One shot, bro.
I need to see.
Barrel.
Ivy.
Take your time. Go around there.
Stop running, guys. Stop running.
Everyone wait. Hey, I'm going. Hey, go B with you, chicken.
Yeah, one's me.
Some very frantic communication coming up from the members of Vertex there, but honestly, Justin, I'm not surprised. This is a very vocal team that we have on our hands, so it seems like there's not a moment of dead air between these 4 players.
No, they are hyped up. They are very excited, and they seem to be doing really, really well, not letting those first 2 games go to their head. They're here to win going through, and they're all communicating together, and it's very frantic, but it feels like organized chaos, and Ryo with that Bulldog in hand just holding down that C stronghold.
member after member of the Direwolves falling there in driveways. Another one goes down in Vamp as Ryu takes him out with the Bulldog. Buckshot to the face takes him out right quick. We do see a small collapse from Direwolves as they push down P Street / vending machine in order to try and push up these spike stairs right now. Grenades come out. Ryu takes one to the face, but unfortunately for Direwolves, all that damage is to no effect.
Overkill for Alcazar in the kill feed.
And Alcazar gets an overkill in the background.
That is unbelievable. I mean, we're all eyes on Ryu with that Bulldog holding down the fort, but Alcazar just clean house with the players on the Direwolves, and that's just created such an opening for them. Vertex guys really starting to heat up, and they're using all the goodies on the map. Man, a chicken's got the microwave, and look what he's cooking up, balls for dinner.
Fantastic to see the Sentinel beam in play, something that the ANZ community adapted very early on in Halo Infinite. We haven't seen for a while, so I'm excited that the COD boys are putting it to play in their own strategies. You can see a little bit of frustration there coming out from Alcazar as he was taken down, unfortunately, but he is still top of the pack for the members of Vertex. I love the shots coming out from all members of Vertex right now as Man of Chicken behind Balls trades out with him. That's a good trade. 2 members of Direwolves do go down. Ryu takes out another as 3 members of Direwolves are down.
They are, and Vertex starting to look pretty dangerous. They've got 2 hill lead currently, about halfway on this second one, and Direwolves, they seem to be going down in droves. I mean, they're trying to get organized, but the Vertex guys are just bullying them around. Now with Mido, that thrust from Balls, but it doesn't matter, he shuts him down. He does get cleaned up there, but Mido popping off.
You could see it on Mido's face. Balls should not have lost that 1v1 there, but unfortunately he was taken out. See a nice little rotation here come out from you as the Bulldogs in hand. Does get a trade. 3 members of Vertex go down. Should be giving Direwolves the spawn advantage right now as they're going to collapse from Cafe and Arcade. But you have all 4 members of right now collapsing down streets, moving through tires. 2 members of Direwolves go down. Mido takes Hill, but decides to opt for a back A rotation and takes a 1v1 on Zirkle.
Zirkle going down his own. You saw Balls there. He was holding down the hill. He didn't even get 2 bursts out. He just got instantly vaporized when that Vertex collapse came in. Mido doing what he can to stay alive here. I like his positioning. He can just be so annoying and rotating around this A area, and shields are back and he can just peek out. The grenades keep coming in, but unless they clear him out, he's just going to be Thorn in their side. Zirkle doing what he can. Great kill for him. And look at this. Multiple players going in, and Ryu, he seems to be doing really well, Blue, in making sure that he trades out situations. If he gets double teams, he's always managing to get one.
Ryu doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills on the map right now. It was 2 hills in the favor of Vertex. Unfortunately for Direwolves, they're yet to take one. They're about halfway on their first possible hill capture. But they have a lot of ground to make up for, especially when you can see that rockets were in the hands of Vertex. Mido right now looking to break in with them, and he does unfortunately whiff that shot, gets taken down himself.
That's very unfortunate for him, and Ball's doing really well to rack up a lot of hill time here. But unlike Strongholds, unless you secure it, you get Zippo for your effort. Here comes Jordan with the double kill, the cleanup crew, and good opportunity for Direwolves to grab themselves their first hill. But if they're not careful, Vertex can swoop in.
Jordan with a clean double there. The comms should be coming out that all members of Vertex are spawning in B arcade side.
4-man push, Blue.
Zirkle in the background once again trying to fend off this push as much as possible, but gets shut down. Vamped over in Cafe, cleaning up these scrappy points, but 3 hills to Vertex, and Direwolves are in a dire situation.
They certainly are. The Dire Puppies are back. But Vertex, I love that 4-man push. They only needed it a sliver, and even if they went 3 dead, it didn't matter because they secured it. They committed as a team to that play, got the objective done, and now they're 3 up, 1 hill to go.
Vertex looking incredibly strong right now. Titans in their own right, and they seem to be shutting down every single push, every single play that Direwolves is trying to make. View right now, some nice little cross-map shots. We see Jordan in the background take down Man of Chicken, so they are 1 down at the moment. Lots of pressure on that hill as Mido's 1 shot sliding out to challenge, and he's keeping his life in tow. Zirkle in the background, trying to make for a flank as some members of Vertex try to collapse on that hill, just holding it for as long as possible. But the shutdown doesn't come through, and Balds gets shut down himself. 2 for 2 on either side.
I don't want to call anyone out, but Balds needed to get that kill. He had the rocket, and he even had the first shot up. He needed those rockets to clear out that kill there, but Vamp picking up the slack a little bit there, doing what he can. But I mean, Vertex, they could just do what they did last time. 4-man push. They don't need much left more to close out this map. They can afford to go 4 dead if they commit to this.
2-man push up on Pink Street, proving fruitful for them as Man of Chicken secures himself 2. Being so one-shot, almost the outBR there on Jordan. Direwolves now taking hill control. They're making sure they're going to get those cross-map shots into Arcade, trying to put as much damage, as much pressure onto the Vertex boys as possible, as Ball is the one in hill right now with the Bulldog. Is going to be able to play these close quarters engagements smart if he can. He has the damage in tow, but they just need to play for a little bit more time. They have a lot of space to make up for in about 2 minutes overall, and Direwolves secure their first hill.
Fantastic stuff. They're able to clutch that one out, hanging on by just a single claw on their paw. The Direwolves still in it. Here comes Ball, not missing a shot there. Double kill for him. He does go down. He lost a critical kill before, but nah, he must have heard me. He's shown up, proven me wrong.
Right now, the hill is positioned in top mid, right over Rockets, and this is a notorious hill, being so hard to take control of, especially if you know that you need to capture 2 hills. You have this hill and the others back-to-back as the rotations on the map will reset. There is a lot of pressure on Direwolves at the moment. They need to perform kills-wise. They need to perform rotations-wise. They need to get on the objective as much as possible, but do they have the bodies? Do they have the kill pressure to commit to hill?
I mean, I'm having flashbacks, Bluey, from the Stronghold game. Vertex, my old heart can't take it. But the Direwolves, they seem to be showing up. And they're getting all the weapons too. Bald's getting away cleanly with 2 rockets. This is amazing for the Direwolves roster. They're putting points onto the board. And that pressure, teammate coming in. Man of Chicken staying alive in the arcade there. Bald's holding down his position in the tires. Connects onto Alcazar. And look at that. So many players going down from the Direwolves roster. But Bald's on the killing spree as well, holding down the fort.
One shot right now. Peeking would be risky business as he can't quite take the duel. 2 Mido right there. Mido being the one coming out on top. A little over halfway for Direwolves to secure the second hill, and they really need to commit to objective time right now. Only about 60 seconds on the clock. They need that clock to stop in the game by standing on the hill, but in order to do that, they need to match the kill pressure that Vertex have.
Yeah, and Vertex, they're starting to wake up a little bit. There was a 3-man push into mid, and they're racking up some time onto that hill, and Alcazar doing what he can. His stat line is looking pretty juicy, 22 and 20 with 11 assists. Lots of players on Vertex showing up. Bulldog in the back pocket of Ryu finds himself Zirkle, instantly 180s, finds another one. Vamp doing what he can, but he shuts him down. Beautiful double kill from Ryu there, very juicy.
Double from Ryu, fantastic stuff from him. That crosshair placement, he knew that that thruster pack was going to come out, and he was just making sure he checked his angle, readjusting his crosshair to secure that kill. Critical in that moment, only 30 seconds now left on the clock in order for Vertex to secure this map. Bulldog, so strong in the hands of Ryu here.
You cannot get turned on like that. Ryu showing up on the main stage of DreamHack Melbourne. Vertex looking to close things out. Direwolves, they need 3 hills before they can close this game out, but Vertex, they're on the precipice of taking their first map. Only 1 hill to go for them. Alcazar cops a rocket to the ankles going down. Vamp doing what he can, but he goes now jumping on with Jordan. What's he going to do?
3 members of Direwolves right now, and there's only 5 seconds left on the clock. I think it's safe to say that this is going to indeed be a Vertex map, their first map of the series. We see the bounce back from the Call of Duty boys themselves, taking it to some old heads in the ANZ Halo seed.
Wowee, Vertex. They were down, but they weren't out, and something, Bluey. They're very vocal, but they didn't pop off. Game faces are on. They're just like, that's one game. That's a good start. They're not getting too overconfident just yet. And you know what? They didn't need the pop-off because the die was pretty quiet.
There might be a slight realization here that popping off too early could have been their downfall. They might need to readjust a little bit here and sort of keep humble, keep composed, make sure that they're saving some of that energy as we might be potentially going all the way to a Game 5 here if they can secure this next map.
Hey, listen, we all know that Zirkle's a tradie, and those work sites can be pretty brutal with the banter, so you don't want to go toe-to-toe with someone in boots and a high-vis, Bluey. I can tell you from personal experience, they'll put you in their place, but Vertex closing it out. The Strongholds game, they weren't able to put a pin into that one, but no, they stayed composed, and I love that they seem to be working as a team multiple times. We could see their outlines through the map, and it's like 3 or 4 players, and I was like, oh yeah, here we go, Bald's going down, you know, Vamp's going down. You can't beat 4 BRs when you just won.
So many instances of Vertex just grouping up, exactly like you're saying, off of spawn, spawning and just sort of like standing around, just waiting for everyone else to come up and being like, we're not making a push until all 4 of us are here, boys. There's no point in us taking these 1v1 duels if, you know, we might not be too confident. That being said, they all had guns on them ablazing. Every single 1v1 that they got into seemed to really fall into their favor, but it was just the 4-man pushes that seemed to be the narrative of this particular game.
Yeah, and you can just muscle people sometimes, and that was something we said was a key to victory for the Vertex guys. Coming from another game that's far more faster paced and more aggressive, in your face fighting, and you got old school Halo players that kind of rely on those fundamentals of, you know, angles and spawns and rotation and stuff. You can get caught off guard if you go from playing, say, Immunity, who's old school. You know what to expect, right? But when you have a 4-man push coming, what do you do other than go to the respawn screen?
Yep, exactly right there. Now we have Direwolves sort of tugging at their collars a little bit as they're facing off against the Vertex boys. I think the Direwolves might have believed that they had it a little bit easy in the original stages of the match there, but now as Vertex takes a map off them, do you think they're sweating a little bit?
I think they are, because it's pretty quiet over there. I'm going to take my headset off. I don't hear a lot of noise.
No.
But I mean, you know, Vertex over there, ice in their veins. Like, they were using a lot of energy to pop off. Now they're using energy in their thumbs to make sure their aim is true.
That's an interesting point, actually, Justin. There were a couple of kills in that particular game from Zirkle where you would sort of expect him to shout across the stage or pop off a little bit, but he didn't. He sort of kept composed to himself, and it's that realization that you're on the back burner, that you need to switch things up, that you're not playing to the peak that you need to be, that sort of keeps you in place, right? Makes you sit down in your chair and go, okay, this isn't really my space right now, and I need to readjust myself because I'm kind of getting my head stomped in.
Which is good. You've always got to stay humble, and one of the most critical attributes you need to have as a competitive player is that you need to be honest about your own shortcomings, right? If you make a mistake, you can't just go, oh, you know, it was lag, or, you know, my control's not working. You need to go, you know what, I made a bad play there, or, you know, I gave up too many deaths or something like that. Bit of reality check, and you know what, you just rub some dirt in it and you just jump into the next map and bring it back.
We're launching into CTF on Aquarius, ladies and gentlemen. Only this map needs to be taken by Direwolves in order for them to take this pool series away from the Vertex boys, but they have a lot of work ahead of them, as right now Vertex look to be cool, calm and collected, a lot different from the first 2 matches that they were in. They're calibrating, they're sort of hacking their brains a little bit, making sure that they're as on peak, on performance as possible.
Yeah, both teams were very vocal early on, maybe a little bit that adrenaline from being on the main stage, but they're starting to get settled in and be comfortable in their seats currently. Vamp's getting outgunned there. Jordan managing to pick up one for himself. For those watching at home who aren't familiar with the game type, capture the flag. Pretty simple. You grab their flag and you bring it back to your place to score.
Oh my god, Jordan with the thruster double kill there, being able to secure himself positioning on this camo. So much ground to work with. He does get taken out just before he can pop the active camouflage, so it is still lying there in Lou, waiting for another member of his team to pick it up, but unfortunately he's going to have to battle that out with Vertex in order for them not to get a hold of it.
great teamwork from both teams there. Bald coming in the util, grabbing himself a double kill. That's multiple players on Vertex going down into the respawn screen. And Vamped with that camo as well that was recently popped, that was left on the ground. And now he can make a play with this. Finds himself Mana Chicken. Very easy cleanup for a man like Vamped. And look at this, instantly changes positions, and which is so critical with that camo that's just gone out. But look at that, 3 down for Direwolf. Zirkle last one up. Now with Mana Chicken moving through the top mid, those prediction nades coming out, and we can see multiple players from Direwolves. I love this. Mana Chicken on top of the spawns, the flag's moving, he's instantly looking for the overextenders.
3 members of Direwolves do go cleaned up. Now 2 of them fall, and yes, exactly as you said, the immediate rotation from Man of Chicken, looking at their spawns, just putting as much pressure on them as possible as the Vertex boys are making a run for the flag. But the Vertex flag has been pulled as well, meaning that they cannot capture this until they've returned their own.
Yeah, and it's very critical when you have those desperation flags thrown out on top of your base. You cannot desperate. What Direwolves is trying to do is throw that flag up and hope that they return the flag, and jump on it and kind of desperate it and all go down. And no, they stay composed and they made sure to get their kills before they got the return. And Ryu, he seems to be consistently outgunning everyone.
Everyone indeed. I don't think there's a single member of Direwolves right now who can match the pace that the members of, Vertex have at the moment. Mana Chicken right now with that commando gets a beautiful little beat down, shocks ringing out. Vamped right now, looking to be in front of their base. They're looking for a flag pull. There was a bit of a Hail Mary play from Boards before, just trying to secure that flag at the very dead end before it was captured. But him going down means that Vertex had all the more space as 2 members of Direwolves go down now, and it just gives them even more as Jordan gets the clean up there on Ryu. Gets dropped himself. 4 members of Direwolves down, which means that an effective 4-man push can now come out from Vertex.
That was really unfortunate from Jordan there. He was trying to play patient. He wasn't shooting his gun. He just went, hey, there's a one-shot player. Shoots out one burst, and then he just put this big flare. Hey, I'm top mid right now. He just gets gunned down, Blue. Poor guy, got a feel for him.
Basically just letting them know, please gun me, +1 me on your tally. Alakazar right now making a pull for the flag. 2 members of Vertex unfortunately do go down in that exchange, and Man of Chicken is very low, trying to run that flag once more. Passed off to Middo, and it is captured once again. Vertex 2 up over Direwolves.
2 up, coming out of the gates very hot, carrying on that momentum from the previous series. But Vamped has something to say about it. Mana Chicken, he is so on top of the rotations and the way that Direwolves likes to move around the map. He's just waiting for them. I love that play there. It didn't pan out for him. Jordan just a little bit strong, moving it through. He does get called out and taken down. Direwolves in a little bit of trouble. Balls is front courtyard. He gets taken down. Mido going up the guts to try and sort these players out. I mean, here comes the Vertex push. They want to return this flag.
2 members of Direwolves down, only 1 member of 2 members now of Vertex down at the moment as they're trying to make this push. Man of Chicken once again on those flanks, just constantly in the face of the players. Even though he's not securing the kills, Justin, he's putting out so much damage consistently that there's always room for another member of Vertex to come in and clean up that kill, giving them a foothold, giving them grounding in Direwolves' base over and over again.
They are just best buds, aren't they? Never left on their own. Ryu with another double kill there. And now with that flag on the move, no hesitation, Bluey. That's what you want to see from a top team. You know, you get a couple of kills, flag straight out, don't waste any time.
The kill pressure, the objective pressure, Vertex just seem to be stacking them up over and over again in face of Direwolves. And once again, I would like to pull out, Zirkle being a very vocal player in those first couple of maps. Now it's sort of hush-hushed a little bit as Vertex goes up 3 flags in this CTF. 7 minutes left on the clock, so Direwolves do have a lot of time here to play with capturing flags. We can see Zirkle on the run right now. Jordan takes out Middo. It's 1-for-1 right now on both teams, but Zirkle is taking a lot of heat. He's going to want to play very smart with Balls here in order to secure this flag.
Yeah, very patient there. I mean, Balls holding down the spawn, but Ryu coming up through the util to take him down. Now he's on the flag. Jordan needed to win that fight. Ryu clutching up, and they're going to return that flag. They've got another one on the move. They could go 4 up here, Bluey.
Flag is returned immediately, and look how clean this push is. This run, I should say, from Ryu is. Getting a couple of nades thrown his way, but he's looking just to throw out that flag as much as possible. Nades coming in like snowballs, one after another, and they go up 4-0 in this flag. The Vertex boys are on it.
Mate, the sun is setting on the Direwolves because the Vertex boys have woken up. Now, Zirkle, he's been a star player so far. He looks angry to me, Blue, in that face cam just there. We'll have to see what he can do, struggling a little bit in the kills department, going 6 and 11th. Now, 6 minutes. That is enough time to bring it back, but they need to play some good Halo, and Vertex is just looking so strong. Alakazar with that camo in his back pocket, slams it onto his chest. He's invisible. You can't see. 360!
How was he doing so many rotations in such a short amount of time? God knows, but he did secure that camo, unfortunately. He did die with it. It is burn, though, which means Direwolves have no control of that whatsoever. But in fact, I say that Direwolves don't really have any control over this game at all either.
No, they don't. They seem to just be kind of responding to call-outs, maybe getting some cleanups here and there. But Vertex, they seem to be a unit. They're a well-oiled machine. The freight train is just being driving over the top of the Direwolves so far this game. And they've got 5 minutes to play with. And Blue, the question is, do they keep that aggression, that energy up, or do they just play it safe and go, you know what, boys, we just need one more flag, stay composed?
Jordan right now, though, is playing out of his skin. 17 kills, 18 kills, racking them up one after another. So there is plenty of fight left in these Direwolves members. They are not going to go down without swinging back and forth. Only about 5 minutes in total left on the clock. Yes, there is potential for Direwolves here to bounce back in this CTF, but again, they are just being hounded with these missions, these quests that they have to complete. They're just so much, there's so much stacked against them right now.
It looks like winter is coming from the Direwolves here, Bluey, because Vertex wants to shut him down. 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. Bald's being very patient, waiting for his shields. At this point in the game, you cannot afford to be going down. You don't want to be first pick. You want to make sure that you're up.
Right now, Vertex just looking to secure this map as quickly as possible. We can see the pressure coming out consistently from them. As Alakazar pushes the back of Jordan, instantly switches over to Zirkle, trying to clean him up as quickly as possible, dodging grenades to and fro as he's down at the bottom of Carbine near that needleless spawn. Zirkle, the man himself, does get taken down instantaneously. Curse of the camera, I suppose. Vamped over. Top P looking to take this kill on Ryu. He's looking, his eyes are on that camo. He wants to make sure they have at least one power-up in the back pocket.
Here they are, the Direwolves. They seem to be mobilizing as a unit. We could see all 4 players in Vamp's screen just there. I think they got away with that camo, but Alakazar with the double kill. Man of Chicken caught unaware. Direwolves with a flag moving now. This could be the momentum shift that they need to get them back in this game. Middo caught a little bit out in the open. Crispy shots from Vamp going through, getting a touch on the flag. Alakazar doing what he can. He can get that kill, but here comes Bald with the cleanup. Players falling left and right, and here's, Man of Chicken coming up, scooping up the scraps.
Zirkle, last one alive, having to try and touch this flag all on his own, but he can't get that footing in. There's just too much gunfire and grenades coming from the members of Vertex, just lobbing them down. This lobby here, Zirkle rotating the utility, trying to get a kill, gets taken out by Middo. Ryu exchanged as well. 2 members of Vertex do go down. Right now, the upper hand for Direwolves, but another member in Balls gets taken out by that nasty little trip nade. So much space being made by the members of Vertex. Once again, they want this flag in their possession.
They do. I mean, 2 minutes. We keep bringing up the clock because that is the time factor right now. It does take roughly 30 seconds or so, even with a pretty good run to get that flag across the map. So really, the clock is just going to run out for Direwolves. They're just not going to be able to secure these. And look at this. They must have heard me in their ears because they've got a flag moving, Bluey. But can they do it? Vertex is just looking so strong. They're not taking their foot off the gas.
I think, Justin, even if Direwolves manage to capture a flag right now, the task at hand for them is just too much. There's just too much pressure on their tails, but Vamp's doing a good job of picking up a double kill for himself in the background. Jordan right now just trying to stay alive on that flag as the members of Vertex collapse onto it, trying to return it as fast as possible. Looks like it is going to be a touch and a potential flag cap for the members of Direwolves, and that's exactly what they have. 1 flag in the possession of Direwolves, but Vertex is still up 3.
Yeah, it's not over until the fat lady sings, but I think she's warming her vocals up for the Vertex guys because, yes, they just got themselves a flag, but they've still got to get 3 more. Killing spree for Vamp, maybe too little, too late at this point. They're doing what they can. Now, Middo here, finding himself 1. Bald's doing what he can. Well, lovely outgunned by Balds there, Bluey.
Balds, though, after that outgun, getting taken out near immediately. 3 members of Direwolves just down for a moment. The spawns come up, and now the pace of the game is very, very quiet. As you can see, Vertex just deciding to be annoying, just put out as much damage as possible. You can see Man of Chicken right now denying this lane. If he touches any player with this heat wave, they are dead.
Yeah, I love this, being so patient. He finds one. Circle doing very well to shut him down there. Maybe Man of Chicken just holding that angle a little bit too hard and didn't hear the stomping of a Circle in his work boots coming up behind him. Lovely shock nade placement there onto Alcazar to drop his shield. The heat wave, he does get called out instantly, and seems like Vertex is really good at that. They're calling out one-shots consistently, and their teammates respond.
Another flag run coming out from Direwolves. Balls being the last one alive. That flag is in possession. But he's going to be taking a lot of pressure right now. And another flag cap for Direwolves. The series is now 4-2 for Direwolves. But there's only 30 seconds on the clock, Justin. Unless Direwolves can really inch this out into overtime and make 2 more confident flag runs, I think it's all said and done.
I mean, I don't think my pacemaker could take it if Direwolves got a couple of flags moving there, Blue. But the pace has been completely taken out of the game. I think Direwolves have kind of conceded a little bit, and it's like, you know what, boys? This map is gone. But guess what? Game 5, first series of the day, Blue. I was not expecting this when I woke up in the morning. I should have had a third espresso this morning.
First series of the day, and we are already going to a Game 5. And mind you, if the boys of Vertex can manage to turn this around, this is going to be a reverse sweep in their favor going into this last game. They've got a lot of work ahead of them, though. This Slayer match, we're going to make sure that the boys on Direwolves on their peak form, because if they fail at any moment, they're already signing their little death certificate in the first day. Like, they're already fumbling at the board. We saw them yesterday. We saw, we're all saying, their performance just wasn't that great. We thought them coming into this series hot and heavy, they've really picked it up. But now, they seem to be just running out of fuel.
They certainly are. What was really funny is the composure from the Vertex guys there. They didn't pop off once again, but I could see a few little cheeky grins, just like a little smirk, going, yeah, we cooked them, boys.
They knew.
We knew.
Confidence from these players right now is at an all-time high, and it should be. They're really making a statement to some very dominant players here in the ANZ Halo scene who have been around for a very long time. And mind you, for those who missed the narrative, the boys on Vertex are relatively new to competitive Halo as a whole. And if this is their first instance of coming on LAN, especially into a main stage environment, they are absolutely making a statement.
They certainly are making a statement, Bluey, and I'm absolutely loving it. A Game 5 situation, I mean, this is what it's about. You're in a LAN environment, you're on the main stage, get rid of these clean sweep 3-0s. They're a bit boring. But you come in and you're on a Game 5 situation, the stakes are super high, and you know what, Vertex? The fact that they had to fight their way through the open bracket, they're behind the curtain with the rest of the other guys. There's multiple teams going around, lots of noise, you don't get the lights, you don't have someone that's like, is the volume on your headset okay? Are you comfortable? Should I get you a different chair? It's completely different out in the open bracket, and they just ran through the gauntlet, and now they're here, and they're just like, they're veterans now.
Absolutely. The amount of experience they've managed to gain just from this series alone is fantastic. And mind you, they have other games to play today as well. So even if they lose this one out to Direwolves in this last game that we're about to have, the amount of experience, the amount of knowledge they can go backstage with, discuss as a team, and sort of iron out the kinks that they may have had, especially in those early series, it means they're just going to come back to whatever team they manage to play next stronger.
Yeah, and something very interesting for those who've just arrived, maybe they didn't catch Friday, they had work and they're just showing up to support the players here today, is that we are still in pool play, which means that they are trying to award themselves points for their seeding into the championship bracket, and even one map can change the bracket so much. And if Vertex are able to take Direwolves here, that could set them up for a really nice run, because you have the top seed versus the bottom seed, and if you make sure that you're not coming up against the Chiefs round 1 in the championship bracket, you can really get up there in the rankings.
You know, these boys on Vertex right now have got to be feeling amped. We've seen them sort of subdue themselves, which I think is fantastic. Seeing how that switch of composure has sort of gone down from screaming after every single kill to now just being very humble in the winnings that they are taking. making is massive for them. That already shows you that they are taking lessons into their head, they're learning from them, and they're adapting as a series goes on. Looks like we're about to jump into recharge here, ladies and gentlemen, for our Game 5 in the first match of the day. Vertex against Direwolves. This one will tell it all. 2 members of Vertex already collapsing down onto Camo. Vamps trying to take positioning in bottom control, but 3 members of Direwolves already going down. And a triple for Balls. Can he take this over? But he can't. Shut down near immediately.
Oh, I felt that one in my loins there, Bluey. I thought Balls was going to do it there. Now with Man and Chicken, he's got that grapple Spider-Man across the map to stay alive, and he just gets out of there. And look at the collapse coming in, but Middo there to help him out. Is like, don't worry, mate, I'll get the trade there. Now back on board with Balls. He seems to be making a lot of critical plays, clean up double kills, and keeping his boys in line. Now with Middo, look at the help coming in, but every time there's a kill, there's multiple Vertex players. There is no individual trades going on from the Vertex guys.
Cross-map shots coming out from Vamp, securing his first kill. A beautiful set of shots, if I do say so myself. The members of Vertex right now. You can see Alakazar, look at the sneaky little plays. He's just on batteries. I'm sure he knows. He's probably been called out a couple of times, but he's not folding under the pressure. He's just keeping that positioning, because then these falls just come out. These pressure points start to be pinned down by the members of Vertex as they all just collapse one after another.
Yeah, and I love this push that Vertex is forming up. But there is 3 players waiting for them. And look at that. Direwolves doing what they can to hold them back. Multiple players. Bald's the last one alive. Grabs himself 1. Seconds there if he wants it. Bald's going huge for the Direwolves. That whole team push on there. Bald's clutching up, grabbing himself a couple of kills.
Right now, you know, Balls is the team captain for Direwolves. He's the one shot calling. He's the one making sure that every other team member's mental is in check. But this is the kind of thing, if he can flip the script a little bit here and Balls is the one to be, you know, the power player, the star maker, then Direwolves are really going to be set on fire for this last match. Because Balls is typically someone that you don't really see perform all that much, but he is coming out of the gate hot in this Slayer.
He certainly does not want to lose. He's popping off 5-2 right now, and I love that he's completely changed positions here. He does get called out, but wisely trying to stay alive. Alakazar has his number. The jiggle peak is real. Alakazar going, oh my god, that's Balls. I'm back.
Alakazar certainly quaking in his boots a little bit there as he decides to just scamper away, rotate back down blue pipes. Pretty much all members of Vertex are located in the gold area, looking around glass. Alakazar still actually sitting in blue pipes near triple stack, making his way right now through Repulsor, looking at Hydro, trying to scout around players to see if they're still located in bottom tower. But we do see a nice pairing coming out as they're looking across. 2 members go down, both of them repulse back, but Balls drop down himself as well.
Yeah, and look at this. So hungry for that cleaner. And Jordan, how did he manage that? He was dead to rights and turning that into a trade situation. But Circle, we saw what he could do with the sniper rifle early on today. Now he has the shock rifle, which is the next best thing. We're looking to him to pop off this game.
Zerkel looking just to take those long angles, put as much damage down range as possible. Peeking up top A now, looking around, obviously. The call would have been made that there are players located in top and bottom tower, as Middo right there has been taking some shots. Taking on a 1v1 right now with Balls. Alakazar peeks, doesn't, jukes those shots from Zerkel. Zerkel surely regretting that he's missing them as Alakazar sort of drops down mid-bridge and slides down. Located in Hydro right now, and 3 members briefly of Vertex go down once more.
Yeah, 4 kills the difference, but Slayer games, they don't really start heating up until you cross that 30-point mark. So it's basically even. The team's just kind of feeling each other out a little bit, trying to see what the pace of the game is like. And once the players get comfortable in what they want to do, that's when things really start taking off. Zerkel, still with that shock rifle, long-range damage, and those picks that you can get with that weapon, that just initiates pushes and opens up the map. But Vam, he's invisible. I can't see him.
Vam, yeah, where is Vam?
Where is he?
Can someone tell me where Vam is right now? It's all right, because we just saw him down in Hydra picking up a melee kill himself, but he gets spotted out by the members of Vertex after throwing out that melee. 3 members of Direwolves go down, and now the score has flipped a little bit. Only 1 kill the difference for these teams. We are yet to hit that all-critical halfway point in Slayer matches where momentum really starts to build. A team will start to feel confident, and then from the 25-30 kill mark, the score will just blow out right before your very eyes.
Bald's been very calculated calculated with everything that he's doing, but Alcazar just a little bit too good there, taking him out. 25-25. It's really starting to build up. Pressure cooker situation. Mido trying to stay alive. He manages to launch himself around that corner. He is so one-shot. I can't even see any health. Here comes Zirkle for the cleanup. Able to grab him, but he's one-shot himself. No teammates there to clean up that kill. Now with Alcazar, he's 7-5, so doing pretty well currently. Scoreline, Direwolves with one rotation of kills in front. Currently, 4 kills the difference. Game 5 situation. Direwolves looking to close things out.
Balls right now, once again, team captain making sure the team is composed right now for the members of Direwolves. They have some pressure on Vertex at the moment, but he does have the shock rifle in hand, and he is the playmaker right now, hitting a perfect headshot right there on Mido, taking him out, making sure that scoreline blows out as much as possible. 4 kills the difference. Yu picks up Zirkle in the background. Ball's pressured so much and gets taken out by a grenade. Vamp's looking to come in with that last-minute support, but he faces 2 members, trades out one for himself, and Zirkle picks up a kill as well.
I mean, the Direwolves, they were pretty quiet the last couple of games, Bluey. I want to see what's happened in their communications, because they seem to be responding. Let's jump in with a listen in.
One shot, nice.
I got camo.
One C-plat, one C-plat.
What's up, tower somewhere?
Yeah, triple, I need help. Right.
Live. I have camo, right?
Yeah, we're here. We got a 4-kill lead, guys. Yeah, keep looking.
I've got snipe and camo, literally.
I spawned on pipes, bro.
Yeah.
I spawned pipes as well. Top gold on, I'm one. On, yeah, back up on, back
one shot, top gold, look at the window.
I can't, bro.
Overpass one shot, he just sat there.
I'm backing off, Keegan. I'm
I've got A control.
They
have sniper overpass.
Sniper overpass.
Yeah, sniping A. Everyone live. I can get it. Bottom tower. I got a sniper, everyone live. There's a guy bottom tower, okay?
They're at gold 100% as well.
I'm just watching your mangler, okay? Heading. Wait, are they in gold?
Yeah, there was one. One's triples, one's bottom tower.
There's a guy bottom tower, he shot the nades.
Are they pushing?
I'm not
One's mid-bridge, one's mid-bridge.
Push me bottom A.
Hey, he's weak. One's mid-bridge now, see you guys. One shot my X.
Another one turbo.
This guy weak.
Live. There's 2 A's.
One just spawn pipes, right here.
I spawn tower. I'm writing. Sniping on the places. Wait, I can go under A. Hayden, I can go under A.
Watching top A. Top A's got shots.
I'm one shot. There's a guy gold stairs as well. We need to get long distance. We need to go long.
I'm long.
You're by yourself, Keeks. By yourself.
One's in ring as well.
Gold, he's here.
I'm Keegan, I'm below you. One's bottom gold, man. There's 2 in gold.
Watch out bottom A.
They might win A.
Throwing nades.
I want me, hold on. I want live. Watch me.
They melted me from gold, man. Love gold, really big.
Wait, live guys. We don't have numbers. We're just watching.
Push me tower.
How many?
I'm coming.
I lift you on.
Another tower. Is he bottom or top?
How calm and collected were the Direwolves all throughout that. They're in such a high-pressure situation, but their comms are so clean. They're respecting when things need to be communicated, when there needs to be a bit of silence in order for players to gather as much sound information on the map as possible. But during that time, Vertex are the ones who have caught up on the scoreline. They are now 1 kill ahead, but that has evened out. 10 kills remaining for both teams. Alcazar on camo box, missing that shot with the shock. Propelling out as much as he can, moves back, Zirkle gets a kill, but taken out himself as well.
41-43. Vertex have just secured themselves a tiny little lead, very fragile at the moment. Direwolves right behind them. Game 5 situation, it's turning out to be another 49-49 finish. Mana Chicken taking down Jordan. Vertex 6 kills away. Direwolves trailing only a little bit here, Bowley.
They need to inch this back as much as possible. Direwolves being a very calm, collected team, but when they're caught on the back foot like that, when Man of Chicken is in your back line, cleaning up those kills as much as possible, eking out that scoreline 46-44. Direwolves still has potential to bring this back. 3 minutes on the board. We're going to see things slow down a ton here. Jordan gets a kill. Zirkle in the background on Ryu. Things are all tied up.
It's 46-46. Alcazar with that plasma pistol there, waiting for the flank, and here he is trying to gather some information. Cops a couple of grenades. Oh! And the back one comes in from Vamped. 47-46 in favour of Direwolves, looking to close things out. Ryu throwing a couple of nades out. Balls working together with Vamped. Here comes the Vertex push. They're coming in. Vamp gets 1. Seconds there. Ryu staying alive, Bluey.
Direwolves right now in the lead, 48 to 47. Jordan meeting up too, but gets smacked himself. It is all tied up. Zirkle right now, bottom elevator on his own. 3 members of Vertex. If he can inch one out, the one more kill remains. He's calling it out. Vamp in the background takes it, and Direwolves claim their spot against Vertex. 3-2. Good stuff from the Wolfpack.
Mate, what was that? Direwolves just clutching up big time. And another game 5, 49-49.
I'm going to pass out again. This is the first match of the day, and I'm done.
Wowee, and you got to feel for the Vertex guys. They were this close. They just missed it by the hair on their chinny chin chins.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to give it up for the Vertex boys. They played a fantastic series here. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to remember that for these boys right here, they come from Call of Duty. They do not have competitive Halo experience. This is their first LAN event, and the fact that they gave it to Direwolves, champions in our region Direwolves are of Halo, they put on an absolute show for us.
They fought their way through the open bracket and they caught Direwolves a little bit with their pants down, but they were able to pull up the slacks at the end and close that one out. Direwolves really putting on an amazing show with the Vertex guys, but it's all about the W.
Yep.
Really. We can talk about Vertex all day. They did a fantastic job. Slow golf clap. However, Direwolves have won a critical series. They've got to be feeling good about that.
Oh, absolutely. This should set the pace for the boys of Direwolves for the rest of the day, right? I think we talked about this a couple of times in the green room, sort of leading up to today amongst ourselves as casters and analysts. We were just saying, if Direwolves can really come out swinging today, they should have the confidence to continue to push forward throughout the rest of the day. They are a strong team, but it feels like in recent times, the mental has sort of just been fraying little bits here and there, and I'm hoping that the rest and recuperation that they did overnight after the amount of play that they had to do yesterday has put them in a better state to come into today.
Absolutely. I think it has, Bully, particularly because they had those 2 games where, you know, they're on the back foot quite a lot and they didn't let it get to their heads. That Slay game was not a blowout. They responded to that pressure straight away, and pressure creates diamonds, and the Direwolves are looking sparkly.
The Direwolves are looking like diamonds indeed, but maybe diamonds in the rough. I don't think they've really managed to shine up, get out a bunch of those kinks yet, because we did see a few splinters. We saw a few cracks overall in their team, and maybe that just comes from underestimating a team like Vertex potentially. But then again, do you drum that up to, were they underestimating all the other teams that they faced yesterday as well?
I mean, listen, maybe towards the start there, they were very hot. However, it was a full Game 5 series, so they had plenty of time to feel out these guys, and I think they realized that they were the real deal and that they had to play good Halo if they wanted to secure the series.
Absolutely, and it was good Halo indeed from the boys of Direwolves. Fantastic stuff all round for them. And of course, we are going to be hearing from the one, the only, Nat, as she interviews the boy that we love to talk about, the loudmouth Zirkle.
We do love to hear about him, and we also love to see you pop off like that. We saw you map 1, map 2. You had so much energy with those pop-offs. Is it a bit of a BM against the other team, or are you trying to like have a bit of morale for your own team?
Yeah, it's not really BM, I reckon. Like, obviously there's a little bit in that, but I'm an energy player. I love to give energy to like my team. So, look, I'm getting hyped, I'm making plays, and I'm trying to feed that to my team so they can carry on that momentum. So, look, it's just, if I'm popping off and I'm screaming, the boys are flowing and, you know, things go well.
Yeah, we saw that, especially for the Slayer maps for you guys. But your objective map, they were a little bit of a struggle. You guys slowed down a lot, especially at the start. Is there a reason for that, or just a playstyle thing?
Honestly, I don't think it's really the objective. I think, honestly, all 4, maybe even 5 of those maps, we started really slow, like really slow. And we sort of put ourselves in deficits, and it's just sort of, it's always quite hard to sort of work way back, especially in this game. You can sort of just get trapped a lot. So, yeah, I think in general, if we just sort of started a bit hotter, we would have done a bit better. But they played really good on those 34 maps, especially that King of the Hill. Like they were ready to trap us, and it felt like you sort of like didn't have much to go about. But like props to them, they're not good. They've obviously played a lot of games yesterday, so they are solid. So yeah.
They were looking really solid. Do you think their playstyle was a bit hard to adapt for, or you just weren't sure what to expect from Vertex?
No, not really. They're just gunners, right? And obviously, like, they play the game a lot considering how long they've been playing it for. So, like, you think they've been playing for maybe like 3, 4, 5 months, but like they've got a lot of games. Rue's obviously been playing from the start. They've just been playing with Binge in there. So like, look, we're not surprised. Like, we knew they were gonna be solid. Anyone can shoot in this game, you know.
That game, this series though, going to game 5, all the way up to 49-49 sort of area. Were the comms stressful, or are you guys always a cool, calm, collected team?
I mean, honestly, we sort of dialed it back. I think in the middle of the game, we honestly got a bit frustrated just because we had a lot of advantage and sort of blew it. I'd snipe, we had camo places we misplayed, and then they actually gained the lead at the end. But I think relatively that we are quite calm in my madness. So, no, we were pretty good. We were feeling good. Obviously, it's always going to get stressful. Like, it's on land, everyone's got some jitters, right? But I think relatively, especially the reset after that 4th map, like, we were feeling pretty good at the end of that.
It did show in that 5th map there. But look, congratulations again, Zirkle. We're going to head back to Luke and the panel to have them break this one down.
Oh boy, what a series we had here to start out day number 2 here for the ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. Game 5 bangers seem to be on the menu for us today here, lads. Direwolves, they clenched that one out. That was a spicy one. I don't know what it is about the underdog teams when they get on this stage. It seems like it is all about everything to gain and nothing to lose for these teams. Man, Vertex showed up today. We talked about Kit Bash yesterday earning some fans. There's definitely a whole lot more Vertex fans right now. Like, these guys have absolutely popped off on stage. And for the Direwolves, lads, getting that one done in the Game 5 clincher, probably got to give them a little bit of confidence going forward, but also probably a little bit of learnings as well, right?
I mean, after that series, I have a big 2 liter of water after that and gulp it all in one go because I would be at the edge of my seat, honestly. Like, I can't even imagine being in a situation like that because the boys probably were like, hey, they're the open team. We just got to play collected, play a normal game, and Vertex, they showed up. Like I told you earlier today, I'm not going to doubt any of these open teams or any team I don't predict because after yesterday, that's all out the window.
It definitely seems like we cannot underestimate anybody that's at this event here, Panda. It was kind of crazy the fact that we started this series with the Strongholds and it was looking like a Vertex first map. And then there was a massive comeback that came from the Direwolves, and I think it was all from there that they were able to build it.
I mean, it followed the same trajectory as the Divine Mind Pit Bash match. It was insane, you know. Direwolves, they come out with a decent start, and then the momentum starts flowing. And it was that, again, there was a bit of that play style element they've come across to their game. They played the game their own way. They didn't fall into the trap of, you know, adapting to what Direwolves are bringing. And that level of confidence is dangerous, especially off the back of a series like that. People need to get to... Oh, my God. I'm so excited. Our third match of the day is just getting better and better.
I was going to ask about that. You're Kit Bash now. You're sitting out the back. You're getting yourselves ready for your final pool play match. You saw what Vertex were able to do. Basically almost replicating what you guys did yesterday. Does this mean now, Momo, that we're going to get into that final series and it's going to be another Game 5 banger?
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, right? Like, I feel like a lot of the games today might go down to the wire. Honestly, I'm not going to predict it, but I feel like after yesterday, teams looking a lot more sharper, more warm, more, honestly, they look more organized, and I'm honestly excited to see the games get going.
It's kind of crazy, especially with the stats we have here on our screens. Literally 2 kills between these guys, about 2,000 damage, and 2% of accuracy.
Wow.
So it's kind of ridiculous the fact that we talk about these two teams being the Direwolves very much the favorites coming into this, and Vertex is our open bracket team. But just look at the numbers these guys are putting up, Panda. We talked about the team play from a lot of these teams, and it seems like Vertex is really getting those OBJs, getting them done, and now being able to back it up with some good stats too.
I mean, people look at this and say, oh, they're coming from COD, but there's a lot of interchangeability in the skill required, obviously, to go from COD to Halo. It's about objective, it's about map control, it's about killing coordination. So to assume that they would be well and truly out of the element was a big mistake. So they come in with confidence, they play the game that they're used to. I mean, we saw that on the Aquarius CTF. You know, you traditionally see the car run with the flag. They ran it through mid twice successfully. So they're not conforming to what is considered the standard way to play.
It's kind of ridiculous that we're seeing some brand new stuff coming out here on the stages, but I'm so excited to get into any more of these matches as well, considering we've got more open bracket teams for you guys to enjoy here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a quick break here in the arena. On the other side of this, it's Pool B time. This time around, we're going to have Team Immunity and the Bandits going head-to-head in a full best of 5.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Experience Melbourne's laneways, dining, coffee, arts and culture while you're here. There's something to suit every mood and budget. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
G'day, you beautiful Halo fans. Welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. This time around, we kicked it off with a beautiful 5-mapper to get us excited here for the ANZ HCS Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. We've got so much Halo for us to get through today, and every single one of them, they're as exciting as our first series. Boy, I don't think I'm going to be able to handle it. Either way, we've got our lads back here on the desk. We decided to have a little bit of a change, so we sent Panda out to the back room to see if he can get himself sorted, and we've got SSJ for the dad bod here on the desk. How did you feel about that series, brother?
Mate, that was intense, wasn't it? I'm just feeling good all around. Even saw some B-roll there, and I was like, hey, I know that pier. I go fishing off that. Some lovely flathead, if you like a bit of fried flake. It's beautiful. But anyway, that series, what more can we say about it? We could go on about that all day.
I mean, it's going to be super exciting for us to see what Vertex can do with a little bit of time off, especially once they start getting themselves into the championship bracket as well, lads. And I'm so excited for them to get into that. Maybe even on the Direwolves, if they, get some learnings from that series and come in towards the next one, Momo. It is now a good time for us to start talking about our next series, though. We've definitely got a banger one here as well. The lads of Team Immunity are going to be taking on the Bandits here in Pool B. We talked about it when we got into that first series. These open bracket teams, maybe we need to start underestimating them, but also for Team Immunity here though, Momo, this is going to be a good confidence boost for those lads considering what they had yesterday.
That's 100% right. I think yesterday they kind of got beat up a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully today this is kind of like a bit of a wake-up call on like, hey, we're versing one of the open teams, we're just going to play our game, talk to each other, because yesterday they just seemed a bit lost. They didn't look like the Immunity that we all know and love.
Yeah, exactly. When we talked about, Immunity, when we had these guys on the stage, we talk about the kind of play style they like to play, right? They like to play this very structured kind of Halo. They like to make sure they have their setups. They make sure that they're able to move around the map together. But, with a lot of this fast-paced Halo that's coming through now, Justin, seems like these guys unfortunately get picked apart a little bit. But this is, as Momo said, a good way for them to be able to get the confidence back in their play their own game, and try and work on that going into the championship bracket.
I mean, I had a little bit of time to walk over the open bracket area, and there was a lot of stacked teams over there. And the Bandits, credit to them, because they took out some really strong squads to get here. And if Immunity has been struggling with the pace and the aggression and the confidence of teams, Bandits coming out of the open bracket, maybe it could be the same story today.
It definitely feels like this stage buff is really starting to help these underdog teams, right, Momo? It feels like every single time we get into these series, these teams that kind of have nothing to lose really kind of are able to get out of the gates and go hard. Do we feel like the kind of opposite is then correct then for Immunity? Obviously coming into this, the old guard, the OGs, the indomitable Immunity of old, coming into Halo Infinite in the first land since 2018 when they got dethroned. Do you feel like there's a little bit of extra pressure on this Immunity guys to start to perform?
I think they have a lot more land experience, especially compared to Direwolves. You got Benno, you got Dante, you got Ads, you got Hef, you got the coach, Voltage. These guys have been to so many lands, right? And they've performed every single time. So like, if I was Bandits, I'll definitely keep my eyes open and play some good Halo.
Well, let's see if they can play some good Halo as well. Another one of our open bracket teams. They get themselves in here. Justin, we've seen these guys a couple of times when we talk about our Pro Series or Open Series, all that kind of jazz. And this is another one of these teams that's really starting to hover around the cusp of this top 8. And I'm keen to see if they can do some damage.
This team formed a little while ago, and they seem to just gel, and they've stuck together, and they have some star power on there. I mean, a natural talent, he can really pop off. He's one of those players that you get a power weapon in his hand, and some of that momentum, it can just carry through. And he's an amazing player, and you've got Renile, you've got Luna as well. This is a pretty strong lineup, and they're young and they're hungry, and you have to be hungry if you want to make your way through the open bracket, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the open bracket. It feels like these guys who are coming out of that are definitely giving themselves a big advantage, and I think we're going to talk about it forever now, the fact that getting on this stage, these guys, they don't have to try and take this series against Team Immunity. At the end of the day, we don't have these expectations of Bandits to come in here and 3-0 sweep Immunity and go into their pool play and look good. All they got to do, come out here, play their own Halo. Look what Kipash has been doing. Look what Vertex has been doing. Get a bit of confidence, come into this series, and just take that into the championship bracket.
That's 100% right, Fluke. And I've got to say, I've versed this team actually a few times in matchmaking myself, and I have people like Milky Jordan 187 on my team. They've brought the fight to me a few times, and they definitely know how to dish out some body shooting and all that. So do I, but I do it way more than them, obviously. But they're definitely the real deal.
So you're feeling like these guys definitely got a little bit of spice on the stage today?
I think they're definitely going to shoot a few bodies, especially if they're up like in numbers games.
How's that going to impact the immunity boys, though? Obviously, you know, we talked about it, Justin, the fact that these guys have almost over, 66 years of Halo LAN experience between the 5 of them, that surely there'll be a little bit of body disrespect's not going to irk them too much, especially from some young kids.
I mean, listen, have you seen Benno's game face? He doesn't blink, he doesn't smile, he doesn't glare, he just kind of looks at the game at contempt. It's just like, I'm better than everyone here. It doesn't matter. You're shooting his body, he doesn't care. He just plays his game, and he's just so consistent. That's the power of someone like Benno, is that he rarely has a bad game. Even when they lose games convincingly, somehow he seems to be up there.
And it's kind of crazy that we have this star player on the immunity roster and be able to shine on a stage like this. And I'm excited to see what he's able to put in the server for today. But we were able to catch up with both these teams heading into this series.
We will be taking it 100%.
On the day, we performed our best. Yeah, we can by far take them out.
I think there's a lot of teams underestimating our talent or our performance, but we're a LAN team and we bring it when we get it.
To be honest, I'm not really worried about anyone. You know, we know all their skills and what they can do, so when we see it play out in game, yeah, we can definitely shot call that and isolate them.
We've been watching a lot of team scrims and seeing how they play, so it's a matter of how they play, then we can sort of counteract to what they're doing.
You know, I honestly do feel like this is the best I've ever played Halo Infinite.
They know that we can perform on LAN, so I think that's definitely going to be at the forefront of them. They know that they're going to get swarmed by us when we take our advantages, and yeah, we'll make the most of it.
If we play like we did today, we have a really good chance to threaten some of those guys in those top places.
Doesn't matter which team we play against, like I'm eager to play anyone and anyone really.
Look out boys, we're coming.
Definitely a whole lot more hunger coming out of the Bandit guys here. Obviously, Team Immunity, they've got confidence in themselves, right? After yesterday, maybe that confidence might be lacking a little bit, but you know, little nap, get you some sleep, wake up, have some brekkie, look over the VODs, get into this series, get a bit of confidence back to Team Immunity. It's definitely got to be good, but I mean, Momo, Bandits just seem hungry. Every single time they're like, it doesn't matter who we're playing against, we want to play on the stage, we want to give it our best.
Like, what do they call themselves? A LAN team?
Yeah.
LAN team going up against the veterans. Like, I'm actually excited to see how they play. If they are actually the LAN team, this is the time to prove it. You're going up against Immunity, also known as, they were our Australian juggernauts at one stage, so this is a statement.
The GOATs, let's be real.
They're the GOATs when I was in the lineup.
Yeah.
But this is the time to prove it. You beat a team like Team Immunity, you got some bragging rights.
And I mean, like, the question for this as well, at what point do we start, you know, kind of flipping the coin right then, Justin? We're looking at Team Immunity. Unfortunately, didn't win a map yesterday. Coming into today, they start dropping maps here to Bandits. Is this when we're starting to look to these guys to say, okay, Championship Sunday, if they can make it towards then, that's when they're really going to start to hit their gear? Or are we just going to kind of say, bit of a rough group, sometimes they come into this a little bit slow?
I honestly think so. I don't think that you can count Immunity out until they're literally knocked out of the competition. They could be in the elimination bracket going up against the Chiefs, and I will still not bet against them. It's just not a good idea. They are just that good. Yeah, they had a bit of a rough day one, but I mean, it's day one. That's okay. It's full play. Like, not even in the bracket yet.
I mean, that's the real kind of caveat, right? The fact that we are getting towards the end of pool play now, we're getting close towards that championship bracket, and for a lot of these teams, at the end of the day, considering what we've seen with, you know, how the pools have started to end up, you know, the first in a lot of these pools are almost locked up at this point. If there is some series that go a little bit awry, who really knows with some of these pools. But the fact that Momo now, you're looking at this is probably just a big confidence booster for both these two teams, right? Obviously, Bandits coming in as the open bracket team, they've got to play a lot of series today. But if they come into this, if they get a little bit of confidence going up against Immunity, I mean, going into the later series today, maybe that might give them the kick they need.
Man, if you beat Immunity on your first time on mains, I don't know if these guys have got much LAN experience, but your first LAN experience, you're going up against Immunity, and you beat them, man, I'd be like, you know, 6 foot, I don't know, like I'll be way more than 6'8", that's for sure. I'll be walking around and with my chest puffed out and letting everyone know I just beat the real deal.
That's kind of crazy, especially from what we've seen so far with a whole lot of these 5-game reverse sweeps and all that kind of jazz. Either way, seems like the crowd's starting to get ready here for this Team Immunity series. So, Justin, I want to ask you here, for Bandits to start giving us, you know, for us to start giving them the real deal tick. We've seen so far, Kit Bash, they've taken 2 maps off Divine Mind. We saw in that previous series, Vertex took 2 maps, almost a 3rd map off of the Direwolves. For the Bandits here, for us to start giving them the real deal check, what are you thinking about a map scoreline between Immunity here?
I think it's going to be a 3-1. I think I'm going to back Immunity, but I think that it will be pretty close, and there's going to be a really hot game from the Bandits guys. And you know what? These hungry teams, if they can keep up that aggression and take down Immunity before they can put their teeth in and kind of, you know, get into the game, then they can catch them off guard. But I mean, it's day 2 now, and they probably had a little bit of a chat at the hotel last night. It's like, hey boys, what the hell happened today? Like, we cooked it. And I think they're going to be here ready to play. It's game faces on up there. Dante, he's looking very dangerous up there.
It definitely feels like those guys have had a little bit of time to get themselves into the zone. We're going to give them a little bit of extra time as well here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try and get ourselves into this series as fast as we possibly can. But while we wait, why don't we go look back at the best moments from yesterday? Some of the best moments that we had here from day number 1 as we're getting ourselves ready for day number 2 here. We're trying to get ourselves into this Immunity series. Momo, mate, as you reminisce to your old teammates there on stage, question for you. Do you feel like if you had a controller in your hand yesterday that you could have at least gotten a map for the boys?
Mate, I would have got the game and pulled.
Come on. We get it.
Are you kidding me?
You're the best here.
That's why I think we should have a show, mate.
You're ready to go at all times. You can just walk up on the stage and take over. We get it, Momo, all right?
Yeah, I mean, just give me a sniper rifle, you know? Like.
Oh, my God. 6'8" and humble as always.
Yeah, see how humble you are when I pull the box from underneath your feet and see you.
Wait, what?
Either way, we are starting to get ourselves ready for this series, and as we get in towards the latter stages of today, question for you then, Justin, is obviously these open bracket teams, they've got to play their 3 series back-to-back. They might not be on the stage. They're playing their series now. Vertex now, they're going to be in the back lane. They're off stream games. Bandits, same thing. They're making the switch as we go throughout the day. How do you try and keep your energy levels up, especially if you're losing some of these series? What is the real kind of secret sauce for some of these open bracket teams to keep themselves energized, ready to go? So just looking at Momo.
I honestly think that when you have like big long days and you have tournament situation like this where you need to play 3 days and you're going to slug it out, you've just got to make sure you're well rested and you're eating well. Don't go out for fried chicken and have 7 liters of soft drink. Drink some water, eat some healthy food. Make sure that, you know, you go kind of chill out a bit, zen, as little screen time, and then just bond with your team. Keep that chemistry up. Don't go, oh yeah, good series, guys. I'm going to go hang out with them for a bit. I'll catch you later when it's time to play. You're just going to be focused.
Maybe watch my gameplay as well. You might improve.
Watch my stream highlights and see if you can get something out of it. It was kind of interesting stats as we were talking about some of
no one wants to see your double kills, though, right? I want to see something higher than that.
Interesting stats that we saw there coming out of Benno as well, being the highest accuracy player that we've got here at the event so far, considering the fact that they didn't win a map yesterday. So this is kind of circling back to what we were talking about with this immunity roster. It feels like that Benno, even though in losing games, is still going to be a star player. So I think I'm definitely looking at him today. If he can put up 30, 40 kills in some of these big maps, this is going to be immunity on a rampage.
100%. Benno's like one of those vocal leaders as well, and he's got a shot on him as well. So that's the bonus, you know what I mean? You got someone that's in-game, controlling your team, and hitting those headshots, picking up, honestly, he can go off with the sniper rifle as well. I've seen him do it. So like, if there's a player to take over, it's definitely looking at Benno.
Okay, that's a real question for us. Well, how do we feel about these old lads so far here, Justin? Obviously, we talked to death about how they played yesterday. Do we feel like it is going to be these guys just going back to, you know, the VOD review and get themselves in towards, you know, the kind of extra stages here?
No, I honestly think that these guys are probably a bit past that. I think it's more so the mental game. They all know each other so well that VOD reviews and kind of worrying about the macros of things that are going on. It's more like head, you know, ads, where's your head at? And it's like, Hef, what's going on? Like, I really needed to hear more communication there and that kind of thing. And they go, and they'll just take it and go, you know what, you're right. There's no egos on that team. They're all mates. And if someone gets a bit ego-y, they're going to get called down. It's like, what are you doing, mate? Like,
yeah.
Like, what do you mean you're going to ego? Like, do you want to win the games or do you want to pretend you're a hotshot?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we talked about these old heads, and I mean, across a lot of these teams, there is a lot of these old heads. We're talking about Board today, having some pop-off shots, you know, being able to hit things with the shock rifle as well. And just looking at this package, the fact that we have so many of these big members that are floating around. I mean, Juniors is the man of your nightmares, Momo, at this point, but either way, like, he is really starting to pop off when we've seen him come back into Halo Infinite and now back on this Mindfreak roster.
I'd love to talk about that, actually, because Momo's always talking himself up, but the last series he played in ANZ, he went down 0-4 against Mindfreak. He got spanked around like a small child.
I wasn't playing, I was AFK.
Because you were scared.
I got my clones. I don't know, I was like sick that day.
You saw Berserk was yelling at you across stage and you scampered away to hide in the corner.
I mean, it's good that we've got these like old head replays going in front of us, right? Because then we're able to really kind of understand the fact that obviously with Halo Infinite coming out most recently in 2021 in November, there is a lot of this new blood that's floating around, but some of the names that are going in this package have put up some massive numbers that are floating through HCS, and it's just great to see these guys coming through and being able to perform here on the stage, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Fortunately, we haven't seen Brattles just yet here on the stage, so
I would love to.
It would be awesome to get Brattles up here on the stage and see what he can do, but either way, like, it's just good stuff seeing these old guys still be able to hang it with the young kids.
I mean, when talking about the open bracket, I went over there and I was talking to some of the guys, and I was surprised by, you know, what was happening. And as I said, there's some stacked teams in there. I mean, Brattles teams there. I mean, Ryskew, Sydney 2018, he was this close to qualifying for Worlds. So he is a top tier player. And someone, damn, I set you up. That wasn't
you said qualified to Worlds, and Momo's ears pricked up like Worlds.
And I had something to say about it. Just like, by the way, I went to Worlds. Anyway, but yeah, there's some stacked teams in there, and the fact that we haven't seen, you know, Brattles and Ryskew and some of those old school players that are really, really talented.
Really good.
I mean, I think that's just proof in the pudding that you have players like the Bandits guys that kind of rising to the occasion. There's just a lot of fresh and hungry talent. Hunger is the most important thing because it makes you want to win. You practice harder, you play harder, and it's great to see.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when we talk about the hunger and we talk about how these guys are coming into it, and it is kind of like two sides of the same coin, right? It's like the hunger of all these young guys, and then you've got the older experience of these guys who have been there before, but still actually want it at the end of the day. Let's go and have a look at our maps here for this series and see if we can start getting a few more talking points here and get towards the end of it. Maybe we might see a little bit more of the voltage petting throughout the entirety of this Team Immunity series. Once again, we're going to be starting out here with CTF on Bizarre, the best map in the world.
Oh, amazing.
Hashtag Chicken Gang for everybody out there. Either way, we're going to be going on to Slayer on Catalyst. There's oddball recharge. So from what we've seen recently, Momo, out of Team Immunity, obviously we haven't really been able to see all too much from Bandits. How do we feel like this series is going to stack up for them?
I'm going to be honest, if the games are going to be tight, I expect Immunity to play very slow. I don't think it's going to be a high capture the flag game. But Catalyst, on the other hand, I feel like it's going to be very chaotic. I see the Bandit boys trying to push at them as fast as they can. And for recharge, if I'm going to pick someone to watch out for, I reckon, actually, I don't know if he's going to use it though. If he pulls out the sword, I reckon we're going to see some like very chaotic gameplay.
Okay, Dante the sword man. He's very vocal about being a bit of a rat with
he loves being the sword king.
Yeah, that'd be interesting for us to see. Justin, how do you feel about this one?
I mean, that's not illegal.
I mean, it isn't.
Is he here to make friends, or is he here to win?
I mean, do you want to break the GA? That's the real question.
Are you a
what
gentleman?
point? I mean,
at what point? 49-49 finish, grand final sort slice.
Oh, that would be some pure disrespect.
That's
as well.
gasoline over the bridge of friendship. If
Imagine
that
they
happened.
used it last series when it was really close. Someone pulled out the sword.
And they just held on to it in a little rat corner. Yeah, I feel like this gentleman's agreement could maybe be broken, especially if some of these series end up being.
It definitely would if Momo was up there. That's for
I mean, yeah, for sure. Gentlemen, Momo, no.
Where's the Bengler?
Imagine, game 5 of a series where you can go from earning $2,000 to $5,000. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just an agreement, right?
I'm not here to make friends.
Exactly, we're here to make money and get some glory.
Wads of cash. It's like, oh, I'm so sad you're upset.
Like the qualification to Orlando, we talked about it, like the fact that 3 teams coming in from this ANZ regional final are going to be going to HCS Orlando. Those guys are going to be going to the major, which is the best pathway for them to get to the World Championship. And I mean, at the end of the day, in that 3rd, 4th placing match, you're going to pull out all the stops, because if you lose that match, you're not going anywhere. Your season's kind of done at that point. And that's something we haven't really explored yet, is this regional final is oh so important for all these teams that want to play at Worlds, right?
Yeah, 100%. Actually, you know what? If there's a team that's going to break the GA, I reckon it's honestly Bandits.
You reckon?
If it's like any of the teams that are playing, I've versed them a few times, and I've been killed by a Mangler a few times, and I've death slammed a few times. Like, if there's a team that's going to do it, it's definitely the Bandits.
Okay, so I feel like the Bandits are definitely okay with getting the GA going around. But, I mean, something we touched on just then, right? Like, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter about the gentleman's agreement when everything's on the line if you want to continue playing Halo Infinite for the rest of the year.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's hard because I'm a very moral person. I like doing the right thing, but it's completely different when you're up there, right? It's maybe you do it. You're just like, I just want the W. You don't care what anyone says, that the Twitch chat or Twitter or whatever. You're just like, oh, I can't hear you over this giant W that's over my head on main stage.
So break the GA and then teabag them.
Yes.
And unload the whole clip into their body and then drop it.
That would be the ultimate ending for a series. But either way, lads, our castles are standing by. The Blues brothers are ready and waiting for this series. Boys, you've just been patiently waiting there on the side. It's always good to have you guys just, slightly to my right to be able to get you guys into this series. So how are we feeling about Immunity versus Bandits, boys?
I mean, look, I'm kind of excited. Bluey, guys, let me tell you a bit of a story. 2.5 years ago, making my first steps into FPS casting, given an opportunity by a guy who actually is sitting in the 2nd row here in the arena. I got to cast a little team called Bandits Esports. A different time, a different title. They come to Armageddon this year, my first Halo LAN, and it just makes sense that they're here at DreamHack Melbourne, getting to cast them again. They're a scrappy team. They're tenacious. I reckon they could do some damage, but I mean, again, it's the old guard. Is it enough?
Well, that being said, we talk about the old guard, but there are members of Bandits who have been in the Halo scene since Halo 3. There are names on this squad that I recognize back when I used to play. So it is a bit of an, I guess, old new guard versus the old guard kind of matchup that we have in the way. But that being said, between the two of them, I think that at the end of the day, yes, Bandits are the scrappier team. They know how to play harder, they know how to play faster, whereas Team Immunity sort of rests on their laurels a bit, especially how we saw them playing yesterday. They sort of kept falling into the same trap over and over again. So I'm hoping, coming into this game now, Bizarre, CTF, that we see a change of pace from Team Immunity.
Already making a beeline towards Market, and what a shot under an aisle. They take down one, make that two. Unfortunately, they're losing key players. Rocket on, and yeah, Benno, he gets one off, so at least he denies that, but there was no one from the Bandits there.
I could see what he was doing. I could see the prediction from the grapple coming in, but at the end of the day, it just seems like an absolute outplay on his behalf. Now, unfortunately, Rocket's falling into the hands of Luna. Bandit has all the power, and once again, the ANZ Rocket use narrative still exists.
Now, it's worth remembering this is a severely weakened Luna. He shaved his mustache off, so he's lost a significant portion of his power. He's not looking quite as dapper, but right now, Flag is out on the platform. They are trying to make a gambit onto the Immunity base right now. They know this player's there. Renile opens things up, and Luna can start this run.
Quick run from Luna. You can already hear the confidence exuding from the boys on the Bandit squad. The scrappy play proves positive for them. A little bit of a flag fumble here as both players are trying to decide who's going to take what responsibility in this run. But what we're going to see now, a collapse from Team Immunity. A lot of pressure coming their way as Benno, stuck on red side pillars, adds in the background, takes out Kamado, which means that right now Bandits are 2 down, still attempting to run that flag. Team Immunity is all over them.
They are absolutely swarming into the Bandits' half of the map. Benno looking for the reset. They go for a cap of their own. So all of a sudden, that vim and vigor coming out of the start of the map has been wasted by Bandits.
You might see if they are able to adapt a pace enough here, you know, the Team Immunity that is, they might be able to just set the stage for CTF. If I would pick any game type that falls into Team Immunity's favor, it is Capture the Flag because it plays on so much of that classic style Halo that they used to.
That's exactly it. Hef will run the first flag home, so Immunity find themselves up 1-0. And there was a lot of discussion coming into today. Obviously, Immunity having a rough day 1. They're kind of looking for a punching bag here in day 2.
OS falls into the hands of Hef as he almost gets back smacked, but he is brawling all around as he picks himself up a double. A triple falls into his hands, and you can imagine the members of Team Immunity are screaming in his ear, making sure to give him as much information as possible on that over, but the timer has run out on his behalf. But such a huge opening for the members of Team Immunity.
I mean, Immunity, after that rough start, look like they're styling on the Bandits at the moment. The movement's fluid, the kills are flowing. They're getting some significant control out onto the map. You can see they are already pushed up into Bandits' half of the map.
It is noted, you know, as I point out, on Bandits, they do have somewhat of a seasoned squad. They are names that people in the old guard ANZ Halo community can recognize, but at the end of the day, Team Immunity hold 66 years collectively of competitive Halo experience, and that is not something that you can just have. You have to earn that throughout commitment, throughout battles over and over again. That's exactly what this team has under their wing.
Another wasted rocket, unfortunately. We really are leading into the stereotype, aren't we?
Yeah.
There is one in the tube, so if they can pick that up and put it to work, it could work. I mean, it could open things up for either of the teams at the moment. In down to sewers, Benno, he's looking for a rotate for the shields to come back up. Finds the prey. The rocket, though, is his undoing.
2 down for Team Immunity, only 1 for Bandits. Ads playing a little bit safe defensively here, and their side Palmers, they're just waiting for all members to come up. As a push comes from Bandits onto their jump up, catwalk side, nades go out, damage rings out as well as Luna is going to opt for a bar position, sort of leaning back into Kamado's positioning as well. In the background, 2 members of Team Immunity go down. Ads wins his battle, but does get back smacked on catwalk. 3 members of Team Immunity go down, and Bandits start leaking in.
They're looking for that setup, Kamado. A bit of an interesting choice with the grapple, committing both of them to just reposition. Spots the shots on the Benno, looking for a player over towards Truck as well, has support. They are getting some big frags off, and they are opening up the middle of the map. The OV is up. It will be picked up by Luna, who's finally gotten himself into play, and that could be a massive opening to go for a flag cap.
So back and forth for these teams at the moment. Apart from that first flag capture, there hasn't really been any definitive positioning taken forth in the game right now. If you look at the scoreboard, Kamado, the big fragger right now, going 12-6, 3 assists. So he is playing a bit of the cleanup game, but Kamado in his own right, a dedicated, seasoned player. A very strong gun by his side. Team Immunity right now having to play defense as the members of Bandits start to push.
Big kill there from Loon, unfortunately finished off. Immunity finding some breath here as they clean up multiple members of the Bandits right now. Natural, the last one alive, has the plasma pistol in hand, charged up, misses the shot as Eds ducks out of the way. That thruster coming in clutch.
Ads taking out Natural Talent. It's just reset after reset, it seems. Both teams vying for positioning on the map, trying to get over that dreaded market point on Bizarre. But after they pass it, both teams respectively just can't seem to make much ground. You know, Team Immunity being at the advantage here. If they have to slay out for the next 6 to 7 minutes, they're going to be very comfortable in doing that. That being said, we are on board with Ads as he's positioned up in their thruster. Right now, Hef making the flag run through Palm, and considering the overextension that we have from Bandits, it looks like there's going to be a long-winded battle in their side of the map.
They are looking for that cut-off, though, rotating through deep into Immunity's base. The standard play to try and make something happen. Kamado grapples up, gets himself just out of danger. The Dino Manades chasing him desperately. That flag, it's been left in market. Bait for Renile, gets the kill there. Talent ducks away before he falls, but no, the follow-up nade from Benno's enough.
So much damage bringing out for Team Immunity. So many coordinated team shots. This is the team that we wanted to see come into yesterday, and it could just be a fact of the matter that they really needed to rest up, get a little bit recuperated, and just discuss the losses that they faced, because at the end of the day, we all had high hopes for Immunity, and they are proving a point well as they capture another flag, going 2 up in this map.
Ads gets himself the killing spree, unfortunately falling to his own rocket as well. So again, another rocket committed, one left in the tube to pick up. Remote detonation attempt from Hef, but we can see no one there from the Bandits to even remotely receive. Contest over towards Catwalk, shots on from Luna. Kamado there as well. So they are chipping away at the members of this Immunity roster. Another overshield for Bandits.
Good format push from Bandits right now. 4 members of Team Immunity go down, so this should be a flag run in the hands of Bandits right now. Immunity are going to need to watch their spawns very closely, overextend in smart positions in order to try to cut off the members of Bandits. Otherwise, this flag is too far gone.
Yeah, they might just miss the opportunities through the double doors. They do get the player running it. They spot Benno inside their own base. Can they clear him out? Yes, they can. They're going to look for the run to the jump up. This, I mean, it should be safe, but there is a momentary opportunity missed by Immunity.
There you go. Bandits wrap up a flag in their possession. Still got plenty of fight left in them. 5 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time for them to make a statement against the seasoned veterans of ANZ. Double kill from Talent. Can't quite clean for the triple as Dante and Benno now making a move into Bandits base.
I mean, Bandits, they will make a move, they'll make a play, but the answer back from Immunity is severe. All of a sudden, it's a full wipe, and then they just keep marching forward to the objective. And right now, they're looking to try and contest. Benno in a bit of trouble, but he's got support.
So much support from Team Immunity. I love the way that they're communicating right now, always making sure that they have someone behind them. 3 members of Bandits wiped. Luna is the last one alive. Renile now spawning in their side locker, so he's going to immediately have to battle Hef, who is sitting over on his bridge, and he gets taken down as well. Renile does clean up for the melee onto Hef, so he can hopefully give himself a bit of positioning. A Talent drops, can't quite take out Benno, as Benno is the lead slayer for Team Immunity, running for his life.
Tucks himself in, waiting for the shield, but no, they're too quick on the trigger. They get in around the corner, but Ads, it's all been a distraction so that he can get towards the base. Knows the Luna's coming, wins the gunfight. He's going to be up the jump up. Can he get it? No, he dies just before he can mantle up onto the flag platform. Now, Bandits trying to mount some sort of comeback. Unfortunately, the respawn's coming through in time. Benno in trouble. The thruster, the Dynamo did so much damage. Natural, he's on the platform. He's pulled the flag. The team's there. They're going to look for the reset.
Kamado and Talent making an incredibly clutch play just as that flag was about to be captured. Ads on the respawn near their Mangler pit, looking to take on 2. Natural Talent is now one shot as he backs down. Ads trying to play it a little bit smart here. He knows their flag is out, opting to just stall as much time as possible and get that return.
Just going to keep taking on through, but the chip damage there. Renile finds the flank, finds one. He's looking for more. Unfortunately, cannot find it. Well, actually, no, he does. He gets the trade-off, so at least they have that working for them. But, I mean, every single time Bandit takes a step forward, it seems that they're forced 2 back by Immunity.
Right now, Immunity are playing a very confident game. Just so confident in all team members being able to back each other up one at a time. Ads vying for the rockets right now. He takes a melee, but he does trade one out. So I guess that's a positive. Unfortunately, 2 other members go down. Dante being the last one alive. Peeking over their needles, dancing back and forth through double doors, just waiting for the support from his team.
But that's the third spawn we've seen for the Rockets where the pickup has resulted in a trade because they've been forced to shoot at their own feet. Right now, Immunity, they're looking to make a run towards the base, get set up in the middle towards Market. They find multiple players, another full wipe onto the Bandits. They're looking for the run to the flag.
4 down for Bandits. Incredible team shooting coming out from Team Immunity, and this is one of the scariest things about this team, especially back in the day. If you were facing up against Immunity, you knew that every time you peeked a corridor or a lane, you were going to be team shot. There was never a time where you could take a 1v1 because there would always be multiple members looking in your direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of Immunity aren't heavily relying on the raw natural skill that we see from some of these young gunners. It's all about the coordination, the communication, playing the numbers game. And right now, they are holding off Bandits quite comfortably here. Finds himself in trouble. The team shots coming his way. They find two. The opening there, it's just adds alive.
All 4 down. The call from Bandits comes to move as quickly as possible as they want to collapse on their flag. Secure this one for themselves to tie it up as only a minute and a half remains on the clock. Lots of work, lots of fancy footwork needed to be done here.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. It's all kicking off right now. And with Bandits taking the flag, let's go to our Astro listening.
Another one top bar on me. One shot, top bar Look doubles down on you.
Tree's one shot as well, guys. Tree.
Yeah. Double. Nice. That's two. That's three. Three on our base. Are we? Just are we?
So wanted that fucking flag. Man, how we fucking...
Hey, keep going. You guys. It's not over yet. Yeah.
Alright, watch the center map. They're on shock nades, they're gonna be coming in. They're gonna jump up, I think.
That tree on me.
Yeah, I'm coming. You guys are all there. Keep the pressure.
Need help.
Yeah, dead.
Shotgun on our belt, bro. I can't do shit against that.
One there fruit. You might jump up.
Do that fruit.
Just bait if you have to.
Bait it. There's shotgun down on flag.
Yeah, he's weak on flag.
Absolutely heartbreaking. To paraphrase, they wanted the flag. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it. Immunity they come in, they answer back decisively and shut down the audacity of these newcomers to the scene. Big kills on. We head into it with 15 seconds remaining, Bluey. Immunity have just bagged another 3-1. It's looking like they take map 1.
Fantastic play from Immunity, and once again, I will say that this is the team we wanted to see coming in from yesterday. It looks like both teams sort of are aware right now that this game falls to the old dogs. Fantastic stuff from the Immunity boys. They take out map 1, CTF on Bizarre.
Hey, I mean, look, there were moments. Bandits actually did make Immunity work a couple of times. There were some deep runs with the flag, but unfortunately, a team like Immunity who back themselves with coordination and communication, they rotate in, they deal with it, and they capitalize in a big way. I mean, Bandits, they did a great job even getting that single flag cap.
I feel like, Panda, that's going to be a big narrative, especially with a matchup like this, Immunity versus the Bandits. Does it just really all come down to experience, being able to adapt on the fly in those high-pressure situations? Team Immunity have been here 110 times over and over and over again. They know how to readjust. They know how to go back to the hotel. They know how to look at the VODs, how to dissect them intricately and be like, okay, this is where we messed up. We can make adjustments on this map, time and time again.
I mean, look at that. Ad's putting up the big numbers. He's got a lovely little medal collection there sitting in the back pocket. But I mean, look, Bandits was one of those teams that came over to the Armageddon land. They were knocked out by Direwolves into 4th, and at that time, the skill gap was quite evident. There was justifiable reason as to why they were knocked out. It's been a bit of time since then. They've got a bit of experience. Look, they have improved. That much is evident, but again, it's a case of this is Immunity. They've got a chip on their shoulder after yesterday. And again, I think they're just looking to dish out some punishment.
Well, that's the thing. Immediately out of the game, you said that there were moments where Immunity had to work for the space on the map. They had to work for the kills. They had to work for the power weapons as well. Particularly, minus all those rocket fumbles, I think there were definitely a couple of times where Overshield was heavily contested, and all it came down to was a couple of decisive bullets at the end of the day that really signed the signature of whoever was going to win those battles. So there are very strong glimmers of hope for Bandits, especially going up against Immunity.
And I mean, it could be that age-old case of ANZ Esports where, it takes a couple of maps to get warmed up.
Yeah.
So, look, it's a rough one. They get at least the flag cap to start things off, going into the second map, going back into Slayer. And like I said, they were at Armageddon. They played, in that free-for-all, it was Sways, Beaston, Berserk, Natural Talent, and Renile. So they've got the skill, they've got the Slayers in this roster to be able to compete. So going into map 2 here, look, yes, it is Catalyst, which a lot of teams aren't the biggest fans of in terms of Slayer, but there is opportunities for them to take a map here.
Strong Slayers and lots of potential coming out from the team of Bandits. But going into Catalyst Slayer, you know, I think the prediction was that they would be able to take more control over the chaos that this map generally has than the members of Team Immunity. You know, we've seen Immunity play on Catalyst just as a map alone, minus the game type of just Slayer, and it's been quite shaky.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a team that will enforce that chaos quite comfortably. They want things to be scrappy, they want things to be uncertain, and they are looking to do that already. You can see Talent looking to get the high ground. They've found one kill, they've lost a couple, but I mean, the biggest question coming into this map is, are we going to see the GA broken?
You know what? I think at this point in time, you know, both teams probably maybe had that discussion already. I think a lot of teams in the ANZ community have had that discussion. And I think overall, it's probably not going to be done. I would kind of like to see Immunity do it, just to sort of be the heel in this narrative. I think that would be hilarious.
I think it was very confident that Momo said it was going to be Bandits to break the GA. When you look at who's standing behind Immunity, that's a dangerous game to be playing. Right now, though, Benno, his OV is just worn off. They are pushing through, but you can see Bandits comfortably slaying right now. Unfortunately, though, Benno's on the job.
Benno with the double kill, wrapping around, getting a nice little flank there as one of probably the strongest main Slayers on Immunity. We did see ads pop off in the last game, but it looks like Benno is the one taking the helm right now. Only 2 points the difference in this Slayer game type, but we see a strong 4-man push come out from Bandits, and Benno is going to need to run for the hills, play his life as much as possible, get the damage he needs, but none of the players on Bandits are even close to being weak.
I mean, it looks like the call that's been made from Bandits is play the team game. They're rolling as a death ball right now. All 4 members in close proximity to go for these trades, if not the straight outright team shots, right? It's just scrappy Halo.
That's typically what we tend to see on Catalyst, though. There's a lot of sort of parallel rotations, right? One team just moving around the other for the entirety of the map. And if you start to fall into this style, it's very, very hard to break that. You really need an outlying player who is a gunner, who is a main Slayer, to sort of make a crack in that glass.
You need someone to be the vanguard, lead the team to victory. Kamado finds himself too there, cutting the numbers of Immunity in the half. You can see Ads tucks into the corner, but Kamado's not done. He finds the kill. He will be traded back out. But it looks like Natural looking to play, make something happen through bot mid.
Talent manages to get away with the overshield. Not sure how much would be left in his hands. Actually, it's all vaporized, considering he was out wide in the open, down in bottom bridge. Plasma grenade rings out, and nice damage coming out from the members of Team Immunity. Once again, look how close the scoreline is. Immunity are still definitely having to work for these kills.
Keeping it nice and close. Bandits held the they held the lead for a moment there, so at least they could say on land we were leading Immunity, if nothing else. But right now,
what a title!
Yeah, they've got to close this out. Kamado with the skewer in hand. He's a great shot with these power weapons. Meets a nade. He's just going to tuck another couple around the corners to try and meet Immunity where they stand. But no, back to the battle rifle. Back to business as usual.
In positions like this, you know, when games are as stalematy as this, it takes a power weapon like the skewer to be able to secure just a quick one-shot snappy kill in order to just give yourself time to breathe and be like, okay, we can play off this kill. We can start to eke out that scoreline a little bit more. If you're delayed on the trigger, if you're sort of keeping pace too much, then you're going to find that you just fall into a pattern where you're constantly met bar for bar.
Kamado, he's determined to try and make this skill work.
He
right
needs
now.
to at this point.
Yeah, exactly. They've got the lead again, still only tenuously looking to nade dump to try and cut off the rotations coming through for Immunity. But I mean, Bluey, looking at the score at the moment, the player that I'm seeing is Hef. He's not doing that well.
It's quite concerning, you know, because Hef isn't typically one of those players that you see pop off a lot, but he's a great support player. He usually knows how to play his life enough that the rest of his teammates can sort of go in, but caught out on his own right there by 2 other players of Bandits, Benno and Ads in the backline managing to pick up kills for themselves, and we are seeing a bit of a flip right now. Bandits have been able to hold this 3-point lead for quite some time.
They are absolutely taking it to Immunity right now. Just up in the face, consistently looking for these gunfights. Ads bites off maybe a bit more than he can chew. They find 2, lose 1, but the hunt is coming their way. Renile and Kamado looking to try and chip away at the numbers.
Benno backing off with his life. Looking to try and get some of that team support in. Does die in the background too. Talent though, Dante. Chasing Kamado, gets a kill there. Manages to take out Renile as well for the double reversal. Looking for a triple kill here on Talent as the call comes out. A weak man himself runs away, but Talent has gotten the spawns here. He has gotten support of spawn, so it's going to be very tough for Dante to want to chase these kills.
Last that overshield burns away, but at least he got 2 kills for it. It kept his life as well, so that's very, very positive stuff for Team Immunity right now. They are going to slow it down as we approach that halfway mark. The score difference is only a single kill. So Immunity, this is that slowdown. This is that old wisdom coming through saying, look, don't get caught up in the chaos. Play your game.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're prepared for probably a slow burn of a game, as typically a Slayer Catalyst is, but as Panda just mentioned, Team Immunity are so good at doing that, especially when they're in that flow state, that mindset of just being like, we can take control of these matches. It's typically going to be someone, you know, in the backline. They have Taj behind them as well, a seasoned player in his own right, coaching them, telling them when they need to just place their expertise down and just say, okay, this is a standstill right now, we're slowing it.
Bandits cross the halfway mark. And the question, I mean, you say it's a slow Slayer. Is this like NA slow Slayer where we're going to win it on the clock? Or ANZ where it still goes to 50, but it's 49-49. Right now, though, the lead extends once again for Bandits out in the front by 4. You can see, again, Immunity still trying to force the slowdown, but no, unfortunately, Natural Talent only sets up the kill.
Immunity really need to start picking up the pace here. I don't think this slow, methodical gameplay that they've been implementing has been working out, as Bandits are finally taking control of the chaos here, landing out those props map shots. Ads, though, in the background, picking up a nice nade kill, collapsing on the double. Talent, cross map as well, trying to run away as much as he can, gets away with his life. Absolute one-shot, and they are vying for this overshield right now in order to flip the game.
F slams it into his chest, so another one there for Immunity. They are still, again, they've brought it back to only a single kill difference. Neither team really in a great spot to go for a sprint to the finish. There's still too much ground to cover at this stage, but with only 5 minutes remaining, or just over rather, someone is going to have to reach that breaking point.
As that timer ticks, so does the OS on Hef's chest. Everso Mori only has about half of it left, and he actually hasn't managed to engage in a gunfight with it on him yet as well. That being said, score is now all tied up. 29-29. It's going to take one team right now to make a decisive break in order to start to wrap this thing up.
And again, overshield burn. He didn't find much for it. Unfortunately, Kamado forced off the angle. Ads again opening up onto this Bandits roster. Finds one. Benno chimes in with a second. So they've cut the numbers in half. Now they're going to look to try and corral, make it a third as another spawn comes up. So it's not the end of the world rotating through. A double kill there for Hef, looking for more. He just helps set up the kills for his teammates.
I don't know if you've noticed yet, Panda, but the adaptation from Team Immunity
right
now, not to mention Kamado falling off the edge, which is not a positive, but have you noticed that Team Immunity is now checking every corner? About 3 or 4 times they were caught out by the members of Bandits, just camping in corners, looking for backsmacks, and now every single time they turn as a group, and they just turn on the player instantly.
Yeah, they are absolutely looking to swarm on through and outmaneuver this Bandits roster. And you can just see every single time they make some sort of play, they find the kills. Benno goes down, 2 players gone. And look at it, all of a sudden the pinch has happened, the flip is there, Immunity up by 8.
The pace is picking up. Ads now has his hands on the skewer as well. If he can secure himself a couple of kills with this thing, 2 rounds remaining in it, then that is going to make him feel all the more confident in his team as well. Look at this push from them. That gets dismantled a little bit as Benno goes down instantaneously. Ads with the cross-map shots. Dante backing him up as well. Talent now grappling in with the overshield as well. So much pressure, so much fight from the Bandits boys.
Natural there with the Killjoy. Dante throwing the nades through, trying to cut off this rotate. Plasma rifle on hand for Natural Talent. Trying to put it to work with the pre-fires, but no one stepping into his shots. The swing in, that is a massive overextension from Immunity. They need to back off, they need to regroup, because you can see Bandits, they're grouping up once again.
Scoreline still in Immunity's favor though. Even if from this point on they're just trading out kills, they have this in the bag. And it seems like even though they're a bit frantic, things got a bit hasty just there. They still had overall control and footing in the map. They knew that they could collect themselves even if things broke a little bit.
5 kills to go now for Immunity, and they're just playing their game once again. Bandits miss out on the opportunity to keep that lead, and the triple there for Dante. almost gets the full 4-man wipe, but within 3 of victory, you can see Immunity. They're looking to lock it down. Bandits looking to back themselves into the corner, play as a 4-man.
Only 3 kills left to go for Immunity, and they already have information as to where every single player is. Pulse Carbine shots hit Natural Talent, breaking his shield. Dante looking for the chase, is going to manage to trade it out here. A spree, but immediately ended. Only 1 kill remaining for Immunity as they slowly pace themselves around the map. Kamado taking a bit of a challenge there, but decides to back off immediately. He is 1 shot around that top mid side. Gonna need to play for his life here as Hef swings his way in, looking to clean it up, and the nade takes it from Dante. Team Immunity go up 2-0 against the boys from Bandits.
It's an unfortunate position there, being in mid-ramp. The nade comes through. You got nowhere to go. Unfortunately, you just sort of have to sit there delatedly just, oh, well, okay, I'm dead, whatever. Let's go. Map 3, bring it on. Look, it's criminal almost. Bandits held the lead for such a long portion in that map, and then all of a sudden, Immunity swing back with 8 kills unanswered, and they charge on to victory.
How many times have we seen that happen before, though, especially from Team Immunity? It's not like a reverse sweep in the sense of they go down all these maps, but just in specific game types. Slayer, especially, I feel like is a big narrative where it takes them a bit to sort of get a reading on what the other team is doing, adapt and go, okay, well, we can play the complete counterway to what you're doing. Every single time, it seemed like the engagement, things that they were adapting to. One thing that I pointed out in particular was just corner checking, which isn't something that you see a lot of teams do frequently, but Immunity were all over it.
Yeah, we don't have time for that. Come on, guys. But
Controller's too slow.
Yeah, it's also the case of, you look at the matches yesterday that Immunity played, the reason they lost is because their opponents were playing hyper-aggressive, hyper-accelerated. Bandits don't come in with that heat. They play a slower game, which plays into Immunity style. That's the way they approach the game. Slow, steady wins the race. And I mean, all you're really doing is enabling this team.
Absolutely, and I think that's why Team Immunity crumbled so much yesterday. The teams that they played against time and time again were just faster-paced teams, and they couldn't match that pace, even when we saw sort of the first fall from Immunity all the way back in the Pro Series against Kitbash. It's because Kitbash just pushed them time and time again, over and over again, and just didn't give Immunity any room to breathe. But as soon as you play to Immunity's same kind of playstyle, they're just going to do it one better.
Yeah, I mean, and it is. The slow style of Halo is theirs. They are the kings of it. They've just shown that. But unfortunately, they just can't deal with that hyper-accelerated young gun style of play, which is where they crumble. I'm not going to say, Justin can make those jokes on the desk, but I mean, it's great to see Team Immunity in their element, playing their game and finding success.
And it's so fascinating to watch too, because when they're really clicked together, it is the 4-man, right? Of course, you have some big star power coming in, Ads especially. We were sort of looking at him yesterday being like, you know, what's going on here, buddy? You're playing a little bit differently from how you do. But today, he's just been able to consistently hold his own, and that's very impressive to see. All 4 of them looking really, really locked in. It's the Team Immunity we're used to seeing.
My God, you look at the numbers. There is, what, a 6k damage difference. 25 kills up for the Bandits, but still not able to play to the objective. They had a great map 1, but they just couldn't control the flag.
Is it just fundamental understanding of Halo, general, that is pushing Team Immunity right now to the forefront? They opened on a CTF Bizarre game, which, if you're not feeling strong and confident in that mode and game type, you crumble. And as a map 1, that is really tough to have to come into for day 2. But Immunity handled themselves well. Yes, they might be down overall in the slays, but that first map was a W.
I mean, that's the thing, though. It's bizarre CTF. CTF maps in general are a slower style of Halo, which is where Immunity shines. So, unfortunately, that's a rough draw for the Bandits, though. They find themselves down 2-0 going into our 3rd map. This could be the last map they play here until later. Well, actually, no, until the Elam bracket, actually.
Yes, exactly. We are looking at Recharge Oddball, another objective game mode. But that being said, the way that Oddball plays in Infinite is much, much different than previous Halos. If Immunity can't adapt their own playstyle and perfect it in a way for Oddball, they are really going to struggle against Bandits.
But again, I'd argue that the Halo Infinite Oddball sort of plays into their style of play. You set up, you hold, you draw the clock out, you try and build up those points. Kamado, though, in with the active camo, looking for his first. He does find that their ad's going down, looking for more. He's been spotted, tucks away, wants to be able to make the most of this.
Already the slaying power coming out strong from the members of Bandit. Kamado sneaking around the map, giving that intel, getting those shots down, takes out Dante. Third kill for him up on the board. We do see a couple of seconds ticking up for Bandits as well as Natural Talent just sort of hanging back, top elevator side, top A, just milking that time.
Yeah, and you can see Immunity just sort of slowing it down and saying, okay, how do we approach this? How do we counteract what Bandits are bringing, set ourselves up for this first round? But right now, they're being forced off. This laser coming through. Bandits, unfortunately, it looks like they may have had to go for the reset as the kills start coming on through. No, they've just got it on the ground.
No, they've just rotated it. They've gone from top A, figured that they were having a little bit too much pressure put on them, and now Natural Talent is in position over on Hydra to just throw that ball out as soon as they feel that they have lost too many members. That being said, 3 members of Team Immunity go down, which is going to give Bandits a solid chunk and a solid lead.
They set up the fortress over towards Hydro. They find a couple of kills, clear those Immunity members out, send them back towards other spawns, obviously. But right now, it's a solid hold. I mean, it's an impressive hold out of Bandits. They have not been forced out of this position at all, and they are just backing themselves.
Backing themselves indeed. Very confident in their positioning. Unfortunately, Innate manages to dislodge Talent. Finally, as Luna sends a member of Team Immunity flying off the edge down to the drink. Hef unfortunately caught on the back end there, gets taken down by Kamado, and a regroup seems to be coming out right now from Hydro.
Yeah, Immunity just keep trying to force the issue here, and I mean, Bandits, they can play that style of Halo quite comfortably, so you got to wonder, maybe that could just be their undoing right now. It's found as well by Kamado, but the trades come in hard and fast, 2 answered back by Immunity.
Immunity finally looking like they're picking up the pace a little bit in the kill department, but the objective constantly slipping away from them as Luna has managed to sneak it all the way into gold pipes. Dante right now sneaking himself in there as well. He's got hold of that camo, or did I should say. Now ball in the hands of Immunity. We will see a setup in gold pipes.
You can see Ads just trying to test the waters. Benno does have that shock rifle at range. He's been denied by Luna. Goes for the switch out. Can't quite find the head, but at least gets a body shot off. And well, and all of a sudden, Renil's there and says, thank you.
Shut down near immediately as that shock rifle is going to exchange teams very quickly. 3 members of Immunity go down. And of course, because that ball wasn't successfully played by Immunity either, now Bandits have a gold setup.
Yeah, unfortunately just trying to force the issue. Not the ideal situation there. They thought they were secure holding gold, and then Ronaldo comes in, clears it out almost entirely by himself, allows Bandits the repossession. Kamado has the shock rifle in hand. He's found his first. Can he find any more? No, shut down, and it should go back to Immunity.
Benno playing his life right now on gold stairs. Actually choosing to peek just to challenge a little bit, putting the pressure on Talent. Quite cheeky of him there. It's all because he had another teammate coming on catwalk, but he gets sent flung back. The last use of the repulsor from Talent, which means dislodging him is going to become a little bit easier now. Team Immunity hopefully should be aware he's there, but Talent is still in the back line, takes enough damage, but he trades his life.
I mean, what was that, like the 3rd player? Talent had repulsed away.
Was it not comped?
Yeah, like,
he was there?
But he's like, yeah, no, I'm not taking this gunfight, go away. And unfortunately, yeah, like after the 3rd use, he didn't have anything in the tank, finds a kill before he goes down, and right now things will stall out just a little bit. Bandits having the most time on the oddball, though, in the lead for the moment, but Immunity, they've set themselves up once again.
Immunity ticking up time. Just Dante with the ball, looking out, trying to give his team as enough intel as he can. 3 members of Bandits go down, and once again, Benno has his hands.
Bando, that'd be a crossover.
Bando has his hands on the shock rifle, looking to connect a couple of headshots here. It's going to take a lot of strength and confidence for this man to pull it off, especially in a moment like this. Doesn't hit that shot on Renile, and unfortunately, 2 members of Immunity go down during this gunfight. But Hef, with the snappy decisions, takes out 2 of his own.
Little fadeaway kill there for himself as he does go down. Talent has the oddball. Ads, though, aggressing towards top elevator, but no, Talent may have snuck through. You can see, though, there's a lot of Immunity bodies coming his way. He's trying to reposition it, but no, unfortunately, not quick enough with that oddball in hand.
I would say that this top elevator hold is favoring Immunity quite well right now. You know, as you kept saying over and over again, they were trying to force these positions that Bandits already had, and it just wasn't working to them at any shape or form. Right now, holding this top A, sort of being able to look around at these angles, have this corner to put themselves in, is really working in their favor.
And Renato, you look at him, 14-7 right now, leading the server in the frag department. I told you, keep an eye on him. He's very, very capable. Unfortunately, it is a full wipe from Immunity. They set themselves up for the hold once again, and with 1 second remaining, they will surpass Bandits.
Snappy little grappling hook play there for Dante just to secure himself the ball, being out of harm's way. Ad's positioning himself over near top glass. Just look out over C-Long Cat. And he does pick himself up a shock rifle kill on Renile there. Long range engagements doing himself many favors as Benno picks up an assist. As Natural Talent is taking down, trying to peek through top elevator door, catwalk. Ball is dropped for now. Immunity in the lead. They have plenty of time to play with here. And Ads is just hitting heads right now.
Oh, he finds Luna too. You can't stop moving there, Champ. At least he gets the answer back. 2 in back for Natural Talent. He's finding himself aggressed on here. Active Camo, that's a 3rd. Can he get the overkill? He slams the Active Camo onto his chest, but no. He's going to play his life. He's going to duck away.
Looks like a very definitive pinch coming in for the members of Bandits, and now they themselves have the top A hold. You know, 1 minute 30 left on the clock. And that timer is going to stop ticking as long as that ball is in their possession as well. A 4-shot from Natural Talent seals the deal. They're going to be able to tick up a nice little chunk of time.
Oh no! What? The remote detonation from Benno burns the Active Camo and careens Natural Talent's body into the middle of the map. Kamado, he's looking to try and relocate, but he's being hunted, hounded by Immunity, who have the ball once again. 7 points remaining here, Bluey. I don't think it's going to go out of hand. First round will be going to Immunity.
Very well done for Immunity there. Convincing play, convincing elevator hold indeed, as Ads also being over in gold, just taking heads time after time. Even when you had a member of Bandits challenge him, he was comfortable with just taking him off at close range.
And off the rip, you can see it, Immunity looking to keep up the momentum, looking to aggress on the Bandits' position, who do play quite a reserved start to the second round of Oddball.
Reserve start indeed, not managing to connect too many kills. In fact, 2 members of Bandits go down, much different to the narrative that happened before as Benno picks himself up a double kill. Last member, Natural Talent there, doesn't connect with that last shot, misses out on the triple, but that's fine for him. He's cool, calm and collected anyway.
Yeah, I mean, someone has aged. Immunity members must have plenty of medals in the back pocket.
Oh.
You know? What a shot from Dante with the shock rifle. Can he find Kamado? Lands the body, finds the double. He's on the hunt for more. You can see him. He's hungry. The grapple out towards gold, but no. He misplays it, calling Michael Scott because parkour is not his game. He gets back, gets the shields up, ready to go.
Dante, such a talented player and someone that many players in the ANZ community looked up to from back in the day. Didn't connect that headshot killing spree, but immediately shut down. Still made good space for his team to be able to recover, as Hef is going to be on the back line as well, getting nice back shots into Kamado. One shot here playing for his life on C-Stairs, and Hef now having the positioning for Team Immunity if he can take this battle, but unfortunately 2 members of Bandits clean him up.
Renard for the longest time, he's leading the server. You look at Dante, he's now surpassed him, 17 and 10. Luna, oddball in hand, shields just waiting to regenerate, but you can see moving towards his position. Big headshot there onto Az to slow the push. Shock rifle in hand, hits the body shot onto Dante. Spots Hef, can he finish off anything? No, he's in trouble. And Benno will take him down and claim the shock rifle back.
You could see the play, the montage play in Luna's head. I'm just going to quickly turn around, connect with that shock rifle, but unfortunately, a couple of milliseconds was the difference there between him being taken out. Ronaldo goes down for Bandits. 3 up right now for Bandits as they decide to push through bottom control, but Dante already has their number. Looking at Grapple, just looking to be just a mosquito, such a pest, getting as much damage on as possible.
Holding off the push, the active cam about to come up. They are going to grapple it. No, Dante ducks around the corner, gets it through, but at least it's burnt if nothing else. Have fun in the reversal onto Natural Talent. You can see this is a much scrappier round 2 of oddball players falling left, right, and center, but Immunity, they still hold the lead if nothing else.
Hef rotates right now. Goes through Sneaky, then C-Long, looking to take a challenge on Luna, but does get taken down as well. Ads playing for his life on triple stack. Member after member of Team Immunity going down one after another, but they are still very much in the lead of this second round. The score is 30-5, and once again in ANZ Oddball, this is what we see all the time. You know, a round goes to one team or another, and then automatically we're just turning into a Slayer. All we're playing for is a couple of seconds on the ball here and there.
We just love to slay. I mean, what can you say? ANZ region, they stick to their niche. We carry it on through Dante. Spots Luna at long haul, but both of them back, and off don't want a heavy commit to a fight here. Kamado down, they're looking to make that play, the reposition here. Luna again goes to the regen. Again, they both back off.
So tied in that BR fight there. They were, what was that, 2, 3 times? They immediately backed down, having the same equal amount of shots on one another. I got to, you know, commend the respect there from the players. Kamado right now sitting up top glass with that shock rifle, looking to get some long-range picks, hopefully give his team some space to collapse on that ball and get a few seconds to their name.
I mean, the crazy thing is Dante has racked up the most time on the objective while having, well, now second most kills on the server as Ads racks up the 20 bomb here. It seems like a rather low scoring in terms of slaying Oddball.
Low scoring, but overall very decisive. You know, look at just how much control Team Immunity has had over the game. Even if they're backing away from these team fights, they're still managing to keep whatever foothold they have on the map. I mean, look at this position that Benno and Ads are taking right now. They can play the ball at any moment and everything would have been valuable for them. They would have only lost their lives, not the objective.
I mean, on the whole, it definitely feels like Immunity are making smarter decisions. They're not playing dumb Halo. They're not forcing a fight. They're not hungry for those kills. You saw that Benno had no shields. He says, I'm going to regen them up. I know I've got support coming my way. Unfortunately, he will fall to Kamado in the one-on-one gunfight, who also then finds himself in trouble courtesy of an Immunity nade, but there is no follow-up.
No follow-up whatsoever, especially after he instantly decided to peek and challenge. Eating that grenade, losing his shields. The call comes out. Hef is on his own top tower. Yes, he will be taken down by Ronile there as he pinches in Cat, but Ronile loses his life as well. Kamado with the pink miss. Finally, can we see it? He's going to rotate around top A, taking some shots in the back himself. Ads doubling back on him as well. And there's just too much pressure from Team Immunity.
Honestly, I just blame Dino. He built up so much hype for the Needler play here at DreamHack Melbourne, and we haven't seen any of it. 3 members down for Bandits. Things are quickly spiraling out of control for them. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Immunity have the ball and they're positioning it for the hold.
Immunity once again rotating it from goal, playing it around sneaky, I believe, right now. Yep, that's Benno. Getting some objective time for himself, helping Dante there with the team shot. Just dropping the ball, picking it back up again. He knows he's got plenty of time to play with, and he can hear Luna right there under him. But he cops a sticky to the face, immediately dislodging him from that sneaky position.
I mean, largely irrelevant. They've got the lead quite securely, but that, yeah, unfortunately, we caught that on cam, and he's going to have to let that one down later on. Adds shock rifle in hand, takes a bit of chip damage, but can he put it to one shot? It's not going to connect, but he will get the trade at the least off the body shot.
Trade there, good damage all around. A trade is fine, you know, it just secures that immediately the shock rifle is not going to be in Bandits' hands. They're going to have to move, rotate for it a little bit, as Dante is doing so much damage around the map at the moment. Definitely the man to watch in this game, being the Star Slayer for Team Immunity. But we see Bandits take this back Hydro position. They're desperate, they're scrappy. They need to make sure that at this point, yes, they will play the ball. And Ads loses his life as well.
Mind the gap, indeed, unfortunately. Just, I mean, he not only... no, it was off the nade. The nade landed on the platform, catapulted it towards bottom Hydro. So no one technically has broken the GA yet.
Not just yet, but man, I kind of want Dante to. You know what I'm saying? Good 4-shot coming out from him there. A minute left on the clock, and I think, you know, just judging from the way that Immunity is playing, they feel very, very confident with the way that the rest of this round is going to play out. You know, 60 seconds. That's not a lot of time to get the ball, get positioning, get the slays. Especially, look how these Team Immunity boys are playing right now, even just in the Slayer category.
Benno there finding himself a quick double, just makes it that much harder for Bandits to actually get a hold of this Oddball to slop that clock once again. You can see the rotations coming through. Dante finding the kill on Kamado, just whittling away those numbers. Honestly, they don't want to be holding the Oddball. They don't want anyone holding the Oddball, because the longer they can burn the clock, the less likely it is that we see a third round of Oddball here. Luna will at least get a consolation prize onto Dante, denying the 30 bomb here, which, I mean, look, is something.
It is something, but at the end of the day, it is a loss. You are going to be taken out by Immunity right now. 10 seconds left on the clock, and so convincing for them. That being said, Bandits making a last-ditch rotation through gold, through glass, and there is a little bit of time for them left to make up. If Immunity can do this, then they're automatically going to shut them down. Ads just juggling with the ball right now. 2 members of Bandits sort of sneaking in. Talent does manage to pick up the ball, but he gets his head taken off as well, and it looks like that's all she wrote. Team Immunity take this series away from Bandits.
They pick up their first win on land here at DreamHack Melbourne. Look, let's be honest, a long time coming. You love to see the old guard picking up the victories, and Bandits are a little bit deflated, but I mean, when you're stepping up against the OGs, you better bring your A game.
It was said plenty of times, though, there were many, many instances where Bandits made them work. It wasn't, I would say, an easy series overall for Immunity. There were some mistakes, there were some faults there, but at the end of the day, Immunity was just the more consistent team.
Dante did finally crack the 30 bomb there on Oddball. Immunity were looking good. They were putting up numbers. They were dealing with these young upstarts coming to step onto their turf. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it yesterday, but I mean, Bluey, off a performance like that, going into the further stages of this competition, do you reckon it makes them that much more dangerous in the Elam bracket?
I'm really hoping it does. Honestly, I hope Immunity is able to just keep pushing forward with the momentum that they've built. Such a great play for them overall, and it's really what we expected down here in the pit. We were sort of coming into this event really looking at Immunity and being like, man, they're finally making a big return to a LAN event. This is exactly where they should feel at home, and judging by yesterday's performance, we were a little bit, disappointed, upset with that. But these boys have given us their own words as well, and they said, yeah, today we're here to play. We've been listening to what you're saying, and we know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk. We had a good chat with them yesterday, and they were absolutely gutted. They know that they can perform. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to bring it yesterday. And you're right, it does seem to be that there is something with Immunity and momentum. I don't know quite what it is, of course. Maybe, former players and all the rest. But, I mean, look, they show up, they bring what we know they can bring to LAN. And even when they were threatened, even when they were made to work, they did not lose grip of the map.
No, they did not. And I think that first map, CTF Bizarre was very telling because you had a couple of instances where Bandits were so good off the break, taking positions, looking over those power weapons, but at the end of the day, Team Immunity really just strapped themselves down and said, you are playing our game, we're going to be able to play it better than you. That slow-paced, sort of methodical gameplay in Halo Infinite that Team Immunity have been so used to playing against all the other Halo titles, it's not something that you can really match them on.
I mean, look, you can see the scoreline there. It wasn't edgy a seat close, but it was still close enough that Immunity had to put in that little bit of extra effort. And I mean, it was such a great thing to see. And Bluey, it's just great. Again, Immunity, such a storied roster in our region, who they are, what they bring to the competition. I mean, it's that story, that charisma as well. I mean, these guys have been around the block. They know exactly what's going on. They bring that extra perspective to the competition, of course. And look, what's even better than all of that? For the first time at DreamHack Melbourne, we get to hear from the man, the myth, the legend, Benno on the main stage. Over to you, Nat.
It's so good. Immunity, you guys pick up the win. It means I get to interview you. But Benno, where is the confidence now that you get a clean sweep, a 3-0 after the unfortunate day one yesterday?
Yeah, we needed to win that 3-0, I think, for our confidence because obviously yesterday was rougher than we would have liked. In saying that, we weren't taking it too serious in the sense of it is pool play. So we still get the 2 lives going into the bracket play, hopefully. So. At the end of the day, it was just sort of brushing off yesterday and coming in fresh today.
Yeah, shaking off that rust. But you guys are playing the more methodical, a lot more strategy-based Halo. That's what everyone's saying. Do you agree with that? And if so, do you think it's a disadvantage or an advantage?
Yeah, there's a fine line between trying to play too methodical and also not abusing any openings that the other team's given you. So I think we're sort of stuck in the middle at the moment and still trying to figure out exactly how we want to play some scenarios. And hopefully as the day goes on, we'll figure that out a lot quicker than we would have previously. So.
How are you feeling sitting in this pool play at the moment? Because you guys are going to be heading in the championship bracket very soon. Do you have confidence going up against the teams in the other pool from this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think last night we watched some of the VOD and kind of talked about what we're doing wrong and what we can improve on, and just sort of not trying to reinvent the wheel, but just pick up on little things that we're all individually doing wrong, and hopefully apply that today. So we're just taking each team, each map one at a time, and see how we go.
Well, it's already looking great for you. Final question though, Immunity, you guys have all been in the scene for so long, but how does it feel for you personally to be playing on a stage on Australian soil?
Yeah, it's great. We've done our stint overseas, and obviously it's amazing to see the stage that ANZ has set up here. The ESL crew and everyone at HCS putting this on is incredible. We've never seen anything like this in Australia, so it's incredible. It's up to standards of the world class from the old days. So.
That's what we love to see. I'm looking forward to seeing how Immunity go for the rest of this tournament, but for now, we're going to head back over to the panel.
To see the smiling assassin once again in Benno being happy with the boys' performance this time around. A 3-0 sweep for them up against Bandits, their open bracket team is exactly how they wanted to start day number 2 here in Momo. They got themselves back into the groove, but the groove of this slow, methodical, very kind of structured Team Immunity once again. We're talking about it in the end of that final map. They'd love to really drain out the clock. They love to choke out these teams, and if these teams aren't able to figure out these setups and break these guys apart, it's kind of like an immovable wall. If you cannot get through the immunity wall, they will grind you out.
Yeah, it's typical Immunity fashion, honestly. They play very, very slow. They like to choke out time. As we can see, both the flag and the oddball game, they play the time a lot. They just like to choke you out, kind of hold positions, keep you more pinned down, you know, more on your side of the map, and that's just typical Immunity gameplay.
Yeah, it was really good to see, and I mean, the interview from Benno, you can just see there's no nonsense, right? He's just like, yeah, we had a bit of a rough day, and it's just concentrating on having their game faces on and no flashiness, not getting ahead of themselves, and just being very real with himself and his team.
Yeah, and especially, you know, he did say that, you know, these pool play matches, at the end of the day, you're not going to be eliminated from your pool play matches. Championship bracket is where it all matters. All these guys are going to be able to have themselves a second life going in towards that championship bracket, and as long as you start to perform when you get towards those latter stages, that's when it's really starting to pull things out. And from what we've seen from Immunity so far, the way that they, you know, end up here in their pools, they should have a, you know, an opponent over in Pool B that they should be able to act, or Pool A, pardon me, that they should be able to actually have a pretty good shout at. And Momo, I mean, if these guys are able to find their groove today, get themselves in that championship bracket, and kind of just have that second life in their back pocket, then maybe we might see a bit of the Immunity steam train come back.
I mean, it's about time, right? Like, I think I was legit falling asleep yesterday waiting for them to actually take a map. So it's actually good seeing them today, you know, get a few W's on the board, and they were looking good while, like, you know, while they're at it. Ads was hitting some nice shock rifle shots at the end of the game. I don't know what Dante was doing. That was his old friend that he was shooting at. He was shooting at the sword? Why? Pick it up, man. Break the GA.
We were all sitting here seeing whether or not Dante was actually going to pick up the sword and try and finish it out. But either way, this is the stats we've had here from this series as well. Immunity getting themselves well on top. The accuracy to me is the biggest thing. You know, 56 to 49% here is actually big. And the fact that it's almost 10,000 damage as well. So it seems like Immunity were able to grind out the Bandits. And unfortunately for the Bandits, it just seems like they just didn't have that next extra level to be able to break a team like Team Immunity.
One thing I noticed right away was the BR shots from all the Team Immunity guys seemed really steady. There wasn't a lot of windmilling going on. It was just nice, slow pace, tracking their targets, and it was really nice to see them shooting crispy.
I mean, it's hard to miss a shot when you're playing on, like, one sensitivity, you know what I mean? Like, they're kind of old. Like, come on, man.
You're going to have to whip your thumbsticks all the way around just to try and get yourself away from some of those players. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that is Team Immunity and Bandits done and dusted. We've got another series for you guys to enjoy here before we get in towards the championship bracket. Can the two upstart themselves? That's the real question here. Kit Bash and Vertex going head to head.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. There's always something new to discover in Melbourne's hive of creative laneways, from an ever-changing outdoor gallery of street art to hidden boutiques and hole-in-the-wall cafes and bars. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ANZ HCS Regional Finals here at DreamHack Melbourne. We've already had a lot of our pool play matches done, and this is going to be the final one for the stage. Pool A, Pool B, they're getting themselves ever closer to their final results, and now we get to look towards the banger series of today. We've got Kit Bash and we've got Vertex, the two teams almost identical reverse sweeps here on the big stage against teams that nobody expected them to be able to take down, and what a way to do it. We've got the Ball Brother back here on the desk. Bluey, mate, before we start getting into this 6 series we got about here, how does it feel to finally see Immunity win a map on stage?
Oh, phenomenal. Like, as I was saying to Panda as we were casting, this is the team that we wanted to see come into yesterday perform the way that we all sort of expected them to. I think it definitely goes to their favour, though, playing against Bandits, you know, their play style and all that. I don't want to take the W away from them, but they still did phenomenally. I think they still have a bit of work to do overall, though.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've still got a few things, especially when you start going up against some of these high-tier teams. That's what we talked about, right? If you're able to break up this wall that is Team Immunity, you should be able to get it done against those guys. But either way, Momo, it is a good time for us to start talking about this series.
Ooh.
You've been excited about this series
up and down
all
this
day.
series.
I mean, after that first series, we looked at each other and said, this Kit Bash versus Vertex series, this is going to go down, and it is going to be a bloodbath between both these two teams. One of them is an open bracket team. The other team is a team that not many people expected to be able to qualify in that 5th spot. They didn't get the invite, but they were the first team that came out of the qualifier here on Kit Bash. Weren't really sure what we're going to be able to get out of them. I picked these guys as my wild card at Kit Bash when they came in yesterday, going up against Divine Mind, sending it to a 5-map at a 50-49 on the slate. Momo, these guys have so many fans now that it feels that every time they come on the stage, it's just going to be an insane series.
I mean, it's kind of embarrassing me to say I'm actually a Kit Bash fan myself now. After yesterday, these guys were incredible. And this series that we have, like you were saying, like Kit Bash, how they're playing, I'm incredibly excited to see them get into this.
Yeah, you know, 100%, like the way that they just came in swinging, no one expected it. I think a lot of us had Kit Bash as the wild card simply just because of how they played against Immunity in the Pro Series. We're like, yeah, you know, they're really good. They played against maybe a weakened Immunity, going up against Divine Mind the way they did, taking it to the very end, absolute nail-biter. Just a disgusting performance from them overall.
It seems like they aged Plasma about 15 years after he finished that series as well. That poor man felt like he needed a drink after that one because that was a sweater when it came to the final of that series. The question is now, do these guys, after their recent results against the Direwolves, they went down 3-1 in that last pool play match they had. Now this is their final pool play match to go up against the open bracket team. Are they looking to try and replicate some of those results, Momo? Or maybe it might have been a scenario where playing up against Divine Mind just gave them that extra bit so they can get to that next level, and maybe playing here against Vertex, they might underestimate them a little bit and maybe fizzle.
I honestly think if it's going to be a series, it's just so hard to even say. I feel like Kit Bash and these teams are so like even, especially after like we just watched Vertex before. Like both these teams, I feel like there'll be a lot of collision, a lot of individual battles, maybe a bit of panic, and it's like there's a lot of individual good like players on both sides.
It's going to be crazy to see, especially when we have a look at this Vertex roster. We talked about these guys today with the series that they had up against the Direwolves earlier this morning. Blue, my one little issue that I will say about this Vertex squad was their strongholds. Their first map there, they had a 100-point lead over the top of the Direwolves, and they let that lead slip in the dying hours. That potentially could have been their series to take, and I think the question mark for me now is, if they start getting these leads, do they end up losing them to a team like Kit Bash, or is it purely off the back of the fact that it was the Direwolves?
Overall, I was super impressed with how Vertex played, but I can't help agree with you. There were so many instances where they just seemed to let go of the objective when they didn't need to, or they had everything in the palm of their hands, and it's like they just pinpoint focused on nothing but slaying, getting positioning, and just completely ignoring the objective at hand. And that's really worrying, especially when you're going up against a team like Kit Bash, who we've seen are super, super good and really honed in right now on controlling the game on a macro level.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but, you know, from what we've seen from these guys today, these guys are definitely here to play. They play a really fast-paced kind of game, and they can come out with some hot starts. And we've seen what Kit Bash has been able to do in some of these games as well. Kit Bash, unfortunately, yesterday had a pretty abysmal stronghold showing here, so maybe this might be a series where we're looking at this Vertex lads to be able to get themselves on top of this strongholds, be able to get this first series out of the way. Even looking at some of the stats here for Ryu, ranked #1 in kills with 106. So it's kind of ridiculous that we've got an open bracket team that has already rocketed up onto the stage and their star player is already at the top of the
Is he
chart.
telling his teammates to hold the flag while he runs out there and stats for 10 more minutes? Like, what's going on here?
He's like, where's all the one-shots? I need to get this stat padded out. But it's kind of crazy that we have these teams that we're looking at right now, Vertex and Kit Bash specifically, the two teams that we've got here on our stage, and they are... It seems like they potentially could be Kingslayers if this series starts going their way, if they keep their energy levels up, Bluey, and are able to move through this champion bracket, because this pool play is just good experience for these guys to be on the stage.
Looking at the play styles that this Vertex crew have, they absolutely excel in just slaying out, right? That is where I think their strong suit is. And looking at Kit Bash, they haven't really been able to do the same thing. Yes, they've had a lot of strong games where they've put big numbers up on the board, but they're better just holding a whole map or a whole objective. If they're faced up in a situation where getting the slay game up really, really matters, especially in those high pressure situations, I feel like they're going to crumble a lot faster than what the Vertex boys will.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for us to see how that's going to pan out. And the man on your screens here, he's the one that I'm looking at here for Kit Bash, really starting to stand up. We talked about Scoob yesterday with the amount of numbers that he's able to put up. We talked about the fact that he's on LAN here kind of just gives him that extra bit of oomph into his play. We talked about KBM versus Controller a whole lot. He's got that movement. He's got that extra bit
He
of...
made it look easy.
He definitely did. He was putting out some big numbers against some big players as well. And the fact that now he doesn't have to deal with all those extra things that are online as a KBM player, and the fact that he's grinded so long, maybe on the stage here, he might be the X factor here for Kitbash.
If he honestly stays calm and composed like what he's been doing, I see Scoob honestly even taking over the series. He was looking sharp at aiming. I'm not sure how the comms are as we... Hopefully we'll get a listen in this series, but he's been looking really sharp and really confident, and from the way how he's playing, I see him honestly taking over.
I'm excited to see what Scoobmaster's able to put here in the server. I'm also excited to hear what Scoobmaster had to say about the Vertex lads and see how they responded.
I feel like we're definitely looked at the underdogs and the dark horses of the comp.
We're ready to show these blokes that we're all good mates at the end of the day, but as soon as we step on that stage, we're there to prove that we can take games off the best.
Some players that I'm looking out for competing against is Lolly from Kitbash, because I'm mainly just looking at the former COD players because that's obviously what I am.
We always verse the top teams, so this is really our only chance to really prove that we can beat some of these terrible teams.
All the boys need to spawn in, we need to play our best, and I reckon we can beat them. We've realised that you need to work hard in this game to be a top team, because at the end of the day, it's a team-based game. So everyone needs to put in 100% and everything will work out.
I definitely do think that we're a threat to the top teams in ANZ, and I do think there's a chance we can take up the whole comp.
We know that we can do it, it's just about getting in there and executing. Make sure you have breakfast in the morning, because we're coming.
There's just something about the way that Liv carries himself. Make sure you have breakfast in the morning because we're coming. Man. You definitely do not want to be jumping onto this stage with an empty stomach, because right now, there's some interesting words that have been tossed between some of those teams. Going up against a terrible team, I mean, that is some...
I mean, I agree with him. That's what I said yesterday. Like, they are a
and
terrible
look
team.
what happened to you, Momo. Look what happened to you.
Yes, they're a lot better than I thought.
Maybe that's the little secret spice that comes in. If you call Kitbash terrible, you're going to get flogged.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, they're really good.
Trying to reverse psychology a little bit more of this Castle's Curse, but either way, very excited to see this series. Very excited to see what maps is going to be flying into. Very excited to see what these guys are going to put up against each other, especially because it is kind of the scenario where I feel like neither of these teams have any of these extra pressures, right? You know, we talked about Kitbash. They almost performed a reverse sweep on the Divine Mind. Vertex literally almost did that 2 hours ago. So it feels like both these teams are kind of unchained. So do we feel like that's going to be reflected in the server, Momo, with just people running all over the shop?
If we're going to point out one thing as well, they're both versus Direwolves, and Vertex looked a lot better against Direwolves than what Kitbash did. So I wouldn't be doubting Vertex, and obviously every team has its own play styles, but I see Vertex, honestly, if they're just playing it really aggressive like how they did against Direwolves, I say they're beating Kitbash.
The Kitbash Direwolves game we didn't get to see. It was the last match that was played out yesterday. But that being said, the score lines in that match were super, super close. I think a lot of that had to do, you know, not trying to make excuses for Kitbash here. At the end of the day, they lost.
You've got a jersey under that, don't you?
Well, no, but like at the end of the day, it takes, you know, to just have more gas in the tank. Direwolves had that. I just think that comes from previous LAN experience. But Kitbash came into this Control. They told me it was the same thing. They're getting some dinner, doing VOD reviews, and then they went to bed last night, got a comfortable 8 or 9 hours sleep.
I mean, that's always what you want. You want some brekkie, you want some sleep, you want to get yourself into this. You know what I want, lads? I want us to have a look at this updated pool graphic. I want to see how these results have been going throughout the entirety of today. Obviously, this is our third and final series before we start getting in our championship bracket. So, with the results that we've got so far, so Divine Mind, surprise, surprise, get themselves a 3-0, topping their group here in Pool A. Direwolves with a 2-1, so they're going to be in second. And this is a fight for third and fourth here in our series between Kitbash and Vertex. And over on Pool B, they've still got another series to get done here with Team Immunity going 1 and 2, Mindfreak at 2-1, so those guys cannot progress any further unless Bandits gets an upset, Momo. So Pool B, potentially, with Bandits trying to get an upset on the cheese, could have a weird one.
I'm gonna...
You don't want to say that,
you can say it, man.
I mean, I think that's an incredibly tough fought battle for that particular matchup there, especially how we've been seeing Chiefs playing over this LAN. This is a team that's here to play, and I imagine that they are going to be taking top spot of Pool B with a 3-0, and then, you know, it's all fight from there.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's a pretty good spot for us to start to look back at some of these games that we had going off stream right now. So I do believe that we've got a few of these replays coming in from the Divine Mind versus Vertex series. So let's go and have a look and see what we've got going on here. Obviously, the scoreline went the way of Divine Mind, but we talked about the fact that Vertex were able to come in and put a whole lot of work already on the main stage. And then going in against Divine Mind, yes, they didn't get a map off them, but at the end of the day, you put a whole lot of effort into that first series, Momo, and still able to put up a few of these clips, but at the end of the day, you're walking into a server with Pips and Sways who seem to be pretty hungry here on Livefire.
Yeah, I'd hate to go up against Pips and Sways, especially Sways with the sniper rifle, how he's aiming, how he's hitting those headshots. Yeah, it would absolutely suck to go up against the Divine Mind, especially with Sways popping off like that.
Looking at the scoreboards here, obviously you have Sways and Pips just going absolutely ham, 32 kills, 31.
They're twins.
32. It's absolutely disgusting what they're doing, but Vertex isn't really falling behind. They're putting a lot of kills on the board. The deaths are a bit heavy, but they're still doing damage, and they managed to take a round as well.
I always love when we go into a Pips POV and he gets the body disrespect going. Doesn't matter if you're the best team in the world, doesn't matter if you're the worst team in the world. Pips will give you the body respect when he gets it over the top of you. So to be fair, it seems like, getting a round of the oddball, getting some double kills here, being able to put some stuff up. So albeit some of these matches have been 3s and 0s, but at the end of the day, boys, it seems like a lot of these maps are starting to get extremely close. So I don't know whether or not it's Divine Mind saying, it's pool play. We've already got our 3 and 0. We don't have to go 110%. That's when the championship bracket comes out. Or whether or not Vertex have that little bit of extra spice.
The thing is, Divine Mind have already come so well prepared. They're practically just leaking confidence throughout every orifice. They know what they're here to do. They're here to win. They're here to take that #1 spot and really prove to everyone that it is not the legacy of the Chiefs running through ANZ anymore.
But that's going to be the real question when we get to the championship bracket, right? Because obviously, when we see this Chiefs versus Bandit series, and imagine the Chiefs are going to be able to get the 3 and 0 there, considering what Immunity did just do to them. And once we get towards that point, both those two teams are going to be sitting at the first in their groups. And usually, we obviously don't have the seeding with the bracket just yet. They're probably going to be on opposite sides of the bracket to each other. So it's going to be a little bit deep into that championship bracket for us to try and get that Chiefs versus Immunity battle that we want to see. And that's going to be allowing these teams to start to level up, allowing teams like Divine Mind to really start to level up, because I think from what we've seen so far, the fact that they've dropped maps, they actually have learning opportunities, whereas the other side of the Chiefs, they look extremely clean, extremely good in all their matches so far, that they haven't dropped a map and maybe not getting as many learnings going into the championship bracket.
I mean, yeah, the Chiefs are just looking like we said earlier today, they are looking strong. If I could message HCS real quick about my prediction things, I'd like to put my predictions on hold because it's a bit of a coin flip right now. Divine Mind looking strong, Chiefs are looking strong, and hey, who knows what's going to happen at the end of the day?
Who really knows what's going to happen at the end of the day? I don't know if anybody knows what's going to happen in this series. Bluey, mate, I'm going to start to put you on the spot here. Kit Bash, Vertex, we've seen them both basically do the exact same thing to two different teams. I know you're hating me for this, but it is prediction time here. Scoreline, what do we got? I think it's 5.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think it's going to a best of 5, but I believe that falls in favour of Kit Bash at the end of the day.
Okay, so you feel like this is going to be a bit of a back and forth affair.
3-2 Kit Bash.
Okay, Momo, how are you feeling about this?
I reckon it'll be 3-2, and I reckon it'll be an upset. I reckon Vertex is going to win.
Ooh!
I'm going to slam the desk.
I mean, last time you talked a bit of smack about Kit Bash, they came out and they almost taken over Divine Mind. So.
Unless Lolly steps up and does that ting I like. That's what I was saying, man. If he starts bouncing around the map, maybe you might see an update. You know what I mean?
I mean, it definitely does feel like they've got some star players on the side of Kit Bash that can get themselves into this. But lads, enough talk. It's time for us to start talking about this series. Let's start talking about these maps. Let's see if we can get ourselves into a few more of these extra scenarios that we like to talk about here on the desk. Capture the Flag on Bizarre, Slayer on Catalyst, Oddball on Recharge, Koth on Livefire, and then it is going to be a Slayer on Streets. Momo, mate, tell me which map you think is going to do it, but make it quick.
I reckon Livefire is going to be a really fun game mode to watch, especially King of the Hill. I can't wait to see just four people each side, just headbutting each other for the hill. You know what I mean? Just running in there. We got to win, we got to win, we got to win. Everyone's going to be tackling each other. It's going to be a fun game.
Hell yeah, it sounds like a mud wrestle on Livefire, but either way, the two lads that like the mud wrestle, it's going to be Blue Panda as well as SSJ4.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Fluke, for throwing that over. You guys are talking about predictions, and I was like, let me in. I want to talk about it. I mean, I hope you guys are jealous, because I reckon this is going to be the series of the day. I know we've had some bangers.
Which one of us put Kit Bash in their top? Oh, that's right. It was just me. Come on, guys. Where's the faith?
There's a reason why they're a wild card for everyone, but these teams very evenly matched, in my opinion. I reckon we're going to see another Game 5. Both teams super hungry. Vertex were very hot up against Direwolves, so it's kind of a grudge match between the underdogs so far in pool play. I cannot wait to see what they're able to do. Jumping in to CTF on Bizarre. Blue Panda, what do we reckon?
Look, this is kind of the setting the stage going into the championship bracket, of course. Both teams have come in and made a statement. Kitbash and Vertex missed out on winning the series, not just the maps, the whole series by a single kill. Both played out in largely the same fashion. Coming here into this matchup, both teams are looking to claw their way to dominance.
Yeah, and we started off with the green man himself, Lith, up there on the main stage, putting some nice crispy jiggle peak shots over onto Mido. Love that grenade toss as well. He looks like a cricketer and he's got an arm on him as well. Moving on through. And look at this sneaky play going on through, but Lith, he's sniffing him out. He's going to take him out easily.
Scoob had those rockets in hand for a moment, unfortunately fell before the second one could go out, at least as far as I could tell. So already we start to see those Keybits utility being the focal point for both these teams. Right now, it's going to be an absolute slugfest. Mido and Lolly traded out there. All Lith could do is sit and watch. He's going to find the angle on a man of chicken. Almost loses his shields, but he turns it around.
I mean, Lith, ice in the veins, perfect shots from him as he moves up. And I mean, Bizarre, it's such a dangerous area of the map in that mid area. You really got to wait for those kills, and Lith wasted no time. He does get taken out there, but a lot of players dying on Kitbash. They're 3 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy coming into this matchup. A full team wipe onto Kitbash by Vertex, and you look at it, you look at the previous results. You got to remember, Vertex, look, they lost to Divine Mind, but they took an oddball round and got a flag cap against them.
Yeah, and I mean, if you come out of a series, they were feeling good. They're very warmed up, so Kitbash, they really need to respond to Vertex because I think they're going to come out hot, which is exactly what Man of Chicken is doing. He throws that flag out, but maybe waiting for a couple more slays before he gets that flag moving.
Left trying to hold down will stop the control of the space by Vertex, but unfortunately the flag is no longer there. Ryu running it in. He got some massive caps earlier today with support. They take down Divinity, and this opens up the push on through Ryu. He's just trying to buy time. Will be caught out by the nade, shut down, but his teammates rapidly coming into cover.
That's 3 down to Vertex, 4 dead. I think that might be a dead flag. Kitbash doing really well to stay composed, get their slays, get the return, and we're back to 0-0. No flags capped just yet. Now Divinity from Kitbash moving up to help out his teammates here, finding Ryo and Mido in the bar, and his ears backed off in this situation, Panda, but I love that he's just changed positions completely. He's gone, you know what, there's 2 players, they're going to go hang out somewhere else.
Overshield was there, and it is just the tail end of it here for Lolly, but they are looking to mount that campaign into their opponent's face. You look at it, it's a bit of a swap. The flag is off the podium. Lolly trying to cover so that this team can run it through. The thrust it deep, but unfortunately it's not enough to secure a kill or anything. 3 players down, but Divinity's trying to run. Look at him. He's being overwhelmed, and Vertex are going for something. They're trying to make the play off the return and into a cap themselves.
I mean, something I noticed from the Direwolf series with Ryu is that he won all of his 1v1s. There was no one that could outgun him, so no surprise he's gone 5-3 currently for his squad. Now with Divinity, Caster's Curse, he goes down right away. Now Lolly from Kitbash, we've seen some amazing stuff from him so far. DreamHack Melbourne, and he thrusts around for the back smack. That was a bit cheeky. Now moving through, could see a Kitbash push here, Bluey.
Already the body disrespect starting to come through. Lolly, he's backing himself. Scoop finds 2 with the rocket to open up the map. The run will begin. Alcazar trying to resist, but they've already made the call. Flood towards the Kitbash base. Cut the rotations off.
Yeah, Kitbash starting to look like a veteran squad, Panda. The fact they get 2 kills in quick succession, and then the flag is on the move instantly. They didn't waste any time. That's exactly what you want to see on the main stage. Still with Lolly hanging out in the bar. No time for a pint. He's looking over the overshield right now. Double kills there if he wants it. He gets a killing streak, and he goes in, grabs the flag. Very clutch from Lolly there. Can't get it through the double doors, but what a play.
I mean, he still moves it further towards the Kitbash base, resets that timer as well. Scoob on the job. The KBM King slams it home, and it is going to be Kitbash up by 1.
Yeah, a great Great flag run from Kit Bash there. It was a bit of slog to get it across, but they worked well together as a team, and they had the right intention, and they are able to capitalize. Now, still with Scoob, we saw that double kill on the kill feed with those rockets, which is good efficiency. Man of Chicken caught off guard. Here comes that Vertex push. That's what we're finding out they're known for, is that they 4-man, 3-man push everything as a squad.
They bring those skills over from COD and they are making them look good. They don't play the conventional Halo we're used to, but it works for them. It's their own style. Ryu coming as the team looks to run it deep. We are about to see this tied up unless there can be that last-ditch effort to try and deny Divinity there. We'll find one. List contributes one as well. They are shutting down the push, looking for the whole Ryu.
I love that grab there.
Resets it, and he's waiting for the spawns to come through.
Yeah, I mean, just grabbing that flag, he needed to do that, but Kit Bash just staying a little bit more composed, able to get that return. Alcazar with a double kill, but it wasn't quite enough. Dead flag goes back to the base now with Lolly once again looking at the scoreline. He's currently 9-7, showing up, not able to get the trade in that situation. That's what I said, Ryu, he don't lose 1v1s.
And it's again that just war of attrition through the middle of this map, just battling kill for kill, player for player. Pings come through onto Scoop's position, but he's going to get shots off onto Alcazar, who was maybe a little less than aware of his position. The nade spam comes through. He's dealt with in kind. The communication is popping off for Kit Bash.
Certainly is. I mean, Mido, he's getting called out pretty heavy. He hasn't had his shields up for a good couple of minutes, I reckon. Moving on through. I mean, we've been going on close to 6 minutes here, and we've only seen one flag cap go in. It's very scrappy.
I mean, that's more than you would see off the release of Halo Infinite. I mean, you'd see Bizarre go down to a single map at the end once the time ran out. But right now, this is, I'm going to call it, I think this is going to be one of the highest slaying series of the tournament.
I mean, a lot to prove for both of these squads. They're kind of the underdogs of the pool groups now, and they both want to win. They both want to prove that they are the top dogs of the underdogs. Lolly connecting nicely with that rocket. Got one more to play with. The trigger discipline, not wasting that rocket on a one-shot. Veteran play from Lolly there, pushing up through the bar, and he's taken down before he can get it out. He has got some teammate to help him there now. Man of Chicken, he's been doing some damage, and he must feel at home on Bizarre with the rest of Chickens running around.
And you can see Kit Bash have the flag off the podium, and as they're looking to make this run home, why don't we go to another Astro listening?
I'm living. These guys suck. I got the flag. Nice. Suck. I'm going One with the balcony. One with the balcony. Yeah. Yeah, lockers going. Oh, our lockers too. One shot. Two our lockers. I'm nading. Yeah, wait, there's two. Wait, They're pillars. They're in the balcony. I see pillars. I can get pillars. Yep. I'm getting shot from shot. Gun that burger. Boys. Take map. Stay focused. Take map. One close on me, guys. I'll get our lockers.
Yeah, Panda, very energized there. They are locked in and very sure of themselves. They had some choice words for the Vertex boys.
Yeah, look, they don't rank them too highly, apparently, coming into this matchup. But look, it's still only 2-0. There's still 4 minutes left to play. If Vertex can find some space and get a couple of caps in, we might be going to that golden point. But it starts here. They cannot be wasting any more time.
No, they certainly can't. I mean, that clock runs down faster than you think. 4 minutes ago. Fresh overshield, though. Vertex, they need to get their hands on that. But Scoob, the mouse and keyboard player, slams that one on clean. Plenty of shields to play with as he pushes up solo, slams down Man of Chicken. He's got a teammate there, and those spawners, they've just popped up, and when they come off the respawn, you don't want a shock nade come straight to your face.
Yeah, look, that's a pretty terrifying prospect, even at the best of times. Mido in a bit of trouble. Scoob, he's going for it. He's going for it! Onto Alcazar, and they might be looking for another cap. The flag is out right now. 2 players for Vertex to deny. The reset comes through. Scoob, is there anything he can't do?
Right, that's the power of the mouse and keyboard. Just a flick of that wrist, and he 180s and just turns on that player. Scoobmeister turning up. 18-13 currently, Panda, but we now are on board with Mido from Vertex. They're currently 2 down, but they do have time. There's 3 minutes, but they just need to make sure they're efficient with their kills and get some them flags moving.
They did get it off the platform, but unfortunately, he would only move that 2 meters down. They're looking for the cover. Alcazar falls. The overwhelming force of Scoob is there. Divinity catches them out, running through market with the rocket and the off the rack to boot. Return comes through. No one there to aggress onto him. The return, it's a dead flag. And, well, my God, Vertex is struggling.
Yeah, and I think they were smart there to not desperate that flag. I think they realized that it probably wasn't good to just flood down bottom mid to try and touch that flag. Just, you know, get a little bit more composure going in the squad. But I mean, how do you stay composed when there's a rocket in your hands? But Alcazar doing well to stay alive there and take out that player. Now Scoob in the base is kind of just hanging out on his own, spots out man a chicken, but has some help from Lolly there. And then a spawn, but very fortunate spawn from Alcazar there.
Yeah, he was in the base, but not his own one. He was just sitting there making sure things were good. Gets off the platform and look at Lith. He's lurking around, coming in through Palm Tree Meadow.
Boy,
no idea the trigger discipline. The trigger discipline. They have no idea that he's
He doesn't even want to waste his time on it.
He's just playing it smart. He comes in. He's not even going to go for the shots. He's chasing, but no, he decides, yeah, forget it. He's too quick.
Oh, listen, the back didn't work out. Back-to-back perfect from Lith for the double kill. What a man, holy. Perfect shots from him. Now moving on through, and what can you say? More can you say about Lith? 22 and 12 and 16 assists. He's got more assists than all the players on Vertex have kills.
Look, I'm saying, if Luna had his mustache even close to the level of Lith's, that would have been a different series. But Lith, he's on another level right now. Look at them, 3 players above the 20 right now. They are holding fast. There is just over a minute to play, and Vertex has been shut out.
Absolutely, minute to go. I mean, can Vertex do it? Kitbash is just so strong. You can hear in the communication. You can just see in the face cam of all of those players that they're just so hyped up and locked in. And Scoob 180ing again, and he does end up getting that trade. And look, Scoob doesn't go down without taking a few bodies with him.
No, I mean, he is just a stunner of a gunner coming into this competition. Divinity at range, looking to threaten. But all right now is distraction. Just stop them from pushing, because that is the last thing they want. They've got a limited window to work, and that would have to be back-to-back flag caps to tie it up.
Here comes Divinity with that Bulldog. There's a lot of players hanging down bottom mid, and he just takes them out. Oh, and the flag's away. Doesn't matter. Divinity boys sitting pretty. 20 seconds to go. I mean, could call it, I think.
Yeah, and the just little flag toss off the platform means that they'd have to force a reset before they go for the cap. So this map is all but done here. Justin Kitbash come in swinging for Playday 2. 4 seconds remaining. It will be the 2-0, and you can see it. The flag out in the open. Nothing doing, and they're out of their seats. Kitbash take map 1.
Wowee, that's what I want to see. I want to see some energy from those players. The crowd seems to love it as well. And I was a little bit worried about Kitbash. They were coming in fresh. Vertex has been pretty hot this morning, but no, Kitbash must have been well warmed up, ready to go. And I mean, they're a steam train, watch out.
And look, I'm going to say it, controversial as it may be, Justin, you know what? Scoob, he's the first KBM player to make a main stage, which technically, or in all reality, makes him not just a great gunner, but technically the best Halo Infinite KBM player, not just in ANZ, but globally.
That is a bold thing to say, Banner. But I mean, he's just 180 people. And could you imagine, you're sitting there and it's like, oh yeah, this player's looking the other direction. He's one shot, guaranteed kill here, 180, blah, and you're gone, right? It must be demoralizing.
I mean, look, Halo Infinite is still, let's be honest, kind of in its infancy in the terms of esports. Could you imagine what a roster full of Scoobmeisters could do on LAN? Because he
It'd make me dizzy. With the way they're flicking around in the 360 and the 180, it's like, oh, I feel like I'm coming off a roller coaster.
But I mean, look, the capabilities, he wasn't even the standout player of this map for Kitbash, which is insane. Lith had an amazing game. He was always in the right place. He was always finding the big frags, and you could hear him popping off on stage at Scoob, the 180 headshot cracking skulls.
I mean, so many kills from the Kitbash roster there. And I mean, how was there enough kills to go around?
There wasn't. Divinity had like 8 by the end of the map.
I mean, multiple 20 bombs there. I mean, sharing is caring. Poor Divinity feels a little bit left out, but I mean, it's an OBG game. Someone's got to go in there and do the dirty work.
I mean, the crazy thing is, yeah, OBJ, map 1 is done. We now go into Slayer, which, I mean, you look at the Vertex roster, it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't like they were insanely behind Kitbash. So going into a map where the objective is not the key, I reckon we tie the series up.
Ooh, could do, but I mean, it's pretty hard to bet against Kitbash after watching that, isn't it? I don't know, but I mean...
For the viewers and for the fun of it, I wanted to go 1-1. But yeah, look, momentum, well and truly there. We've seen what they can do with momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen a reverse sweep happen. I mean, we've been close twice. 1 kill off 2 times so far at DreamHack Melbourne from the reverse sweep. And I mean, list there, 26 and 17. 7.2k damage.
7.2k
That's nasty.
Damage
That's nasty.
on Bizarre CTF. It usually is a long run map, but he was just laying down hellfire onto Vertex.
Where's the first aid, people? We've got some bloodied up players on the other side of the stage here. List was just going off.
Yeah, look, Pool B might be the pool of black and blue, the bruising, but it's definitely Pool A. Someone's not walking away from this, and unfortunately at the moment it's looking like Vertex, but they're a team. They're cool, calm and collected, you can see. They are just stone cold coming into this competition. Expectations are low to begin with, so whatever they can achieve is amazing. The fact that they're on main stage is insane for Vertex Esports, but now here, they can tie it up. They just need to put in the hard yards. They need to shut the momentum down.
They've got it in them. We saw it when they face down with Direwolves. They push it all the way to a single kill and best of 5 there. And look, in a Slayer game type, it's a little bit more about that team chemistry and just kind of working together as a squad. And we've seen that Vertex can do that. That's probably one of their strengths, is that they commit to plays as a unit. So we've got to see a little bit more of that from them. And we're kicking things off with Lolly.
Right on into it. They're looking for that first push, the control in mid. 1 player down, list goes, but it's a trade back. Right now, pretty even on the whole, but 3 players for a moment there off the board for Kitbash.
Yep, now with Ryu, the 1v1 king. And look at that, he sees 2 players like, no, I'm the 1v1 guy, so I'm just going to back off for a minute.
It's about understanding the need to rotate. Unfortunately, caught by Divinity. He had a quiet game in the last map, but here he's showing up, ready to frag. For the moment, Vertex do hold that lead if tenuous, but you can see moving together, Kitbasher on the hunt. They shut down Mana Chicken, looking for more, but there is support. It's Divinity to get away.
Yeah, and scoreline basically tied up at the moment. I mean, very early on in the game so far, on board with Lit. And he's backing down. He's got his buddies to help him out while he gets some shields back, having a bit of a breather. He does get sniffed out and somehow gets a trade out of that situation. Good stuff from him.
But look at the start. Mana Chicken and Ryu both have 4 kills apiece. They are racking up the numbers and that momentum. We've seen how scary that can be when Vertex is in the server. They are insane gunners. Yes, they are fresh to Halo Infinite, but they are looking to deal some punishment out.
Yeah, listen, you better watch out when the chicken comes on pecking and he's getting loud. The Kitbash boys are being loud, but we saw earlier today the Man and Chicken can shout just as loud as they can. Now with Ryu, he's 5-2, so pretty hot start from them, but the pace has been completely taken out. I thought they were fast-paced players.
It's all about timing at the end of the day. Just another 1-for-1 trade with that overshield coming up in just a moment. That seems to be the priority for both teams. Get some control, get it on your chest and put it to work. You can see not far off. It will be an absolute bloodbath, I imagine.
I think some nerves are kicking in. All right, it was lots of yelling and screaming. Now they're just kind of chilling out, all right? Maybe they're scratching their noses or something. Not a lot going on. Still with Ryu on 5-2, but maybe they're just waiting for that overshield. Skoomeister Spider-Maning across the map. He finds himself Ryu, takes him down. Another player going in for the cleanup. Skewer almost lined it up. I could feel it. I could feel it. It was coming.
High risk, high reward. Unfortunately, he does not get the kill and hands over the skewer to Vertex. Looking for it. Lolly catches it to the midriff.
I mean, that skewer, it is just disgusting, isn't it? 2 more boards to play with for Mido from Vertex here. He's 3-1, so valuing his life really well. And gets himself another one. Divinity cops one in the thigh.
Effectiveness, he's found a third before he goes down. That is efficiency at its finest in the lead. There for Vertex at the minute, up by 6. Ryu finds the last shot of the skewer. Can he pull off the same as his teammate Divinity? Goes down with assistance. Looking to line it up, Scoob. No, not going to be there. Top of the ramp. Does he push out? Not going to give the opportunity. Ryu, he's still looking for it though. Come on, someone present themselves. Make it work here.
He's waiting for it, he's waiting, but he gets 2-man push, a third one there, shoots it off. Ryu being so patient there, just no one crossing through that angle. Unfortunate for him. Now with Scoob, he's 4 and 5, but we've seen what he can do. Manages to grab one, second one's there, he does go down, respawn screen for him. That's 2 players down on both squads, 23-17, the scoreline in favour of Vertex.
Vertex though, they're maintaining, it's been a 6-kill lead for the last minute to minute 30, and they're going to keep it flowing. Alcazar finds one before being traded out by the player he just killed. The from the grave coming through. You love to see that medal coming, even if you do lose out. But right now, Ping's coming through. Vertex moving aggressively here towards Ivy. Unfortunately, those Scoob's on the job.
Yeah, now Man of Chicken grabbing himself a grapple. He sees that overshield. No! Oh no, he didn't quite clip that one in. Oh, that's very unfortunate for him. That overshield, that would have been so critical for them. Yes, they're still in the lead, but sometimes you can really just take over a map when you grab that power up and then you just run away with it.
Magnetic tip, unfortunately. Just it adheres to the nearest metal surface. Unfortunately, we're standing too close to the wall in front of
Under
him.
pressure, happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it does. In this moment, you're on the back foot. The last thing you want to be doing is hitting that, and unfortunately, they can't make a play off of it. But luckily for Vertex, that overshield is still in field.
Yeah, no one brave enough to pop down there just yet. And we've seen earlier this game, things slowed down considerably until that overshield came up. Man of Chicken not able to use that OS. It's still just sitting down on the bridge there, ready to be scooped up. We'll have to see who has the cojones to drop down there and grab it.
I mean, given how deadly the mid portion of this map seems to be at the moment, that'd be a death trap. Maybe you get on the chest, but surely you get melted before it actually goes to effect. Middo finds the nade onto Lolly. They're going to keep that gap rolling. Alcazar in a bit of trouble, but he still finds the kill before the fadeaway.
Yeah, Divinity doing well there. Just maintaining his angles, putting in some shots, responding to those call-outs, not doing anything too bold just yet. And I think that OS has just faded away. So that is currently out of play. Oh. And the back whack comes in from Middo. Wouldn't have been expecting that, but look at this buddy system. They're holding hands and going on through. Lith with his teammate pushing on through. And look, scoreline, still only 4 kills the difference. Vertex bouncing back pretty well after that first game.
Yeah, holding it fast. I mean, you got to keep the leash close. You don't want them running away with it by any stretch. And right now, we are going to see that slow down, that repossession. Kit Bash looking to stick together, play that death ball Halo that we've come to see over the last couple of matches. But right now, you could feel the tension.
You certainly can. It's just emanating off the stage. Even the crowd is very quiet just watching these two teams not want to be the ones to drop that first kill. That fresh OS has popped as well. And Lolly just like, hey, Lith, bro, you all good? And very nice to keep his teammate alive there. Does look like Kit Bash making a play to grab that OS. Lolly manages to snap that one up after Scoobmeister. The sacrificial lamb going down to allure them that overshield. And now they need to make something happen. They have to make sure that Scoobmeister's sacrifice was not in vain.
Man of Chicken trying to get the assassination there, unfortunately just exposes too much of himself. They know Ryu is in close proximity, but you look, multiple members of Vertex converging on this position right now. Lolly, overshield is gone, burns away, but he hits the 180, shuts down Ryu. Divinity there to contribute as well. They are just whittling away at these Vertex members.
They are, and you can see the Kit Bash guys starting to move together as a cohesive unit, and they're just picking them apart one at a time. Alcazar drops Ryu in a lot of trouble. Here comes the collapse. Lolly holding those angles. How he got around that corner, I'll never know. Man of Chicken grabs himself Lith, and I mean, right now, 1 kill game, Panda. It is starting to get pretty spicy.
Looking at it, Scoob and Lolly leading the charge, this Kit Bash roster, where you look at the spread from Vertex, reasonably even. Alcazar, the only one really lacking from behind, but look at it, Man of Chicken tucked in around the corner. Kit Bash don't want to knee it, they want to play the long angles.
They certainly do, and I think Kit Bash know that the guys on Vertex are playing those angles, and it's like, let's just get cheeky kills, let's just rat a little bit.
I mean, they
get in their heads.
First match on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. But Man of Chicken now, it's a very slow game. Neither one of these teams wants to give up that first death. As we keep saying, Alcazar trying to connect that skewer so deadly, and he's got the grapple as well. We could see some montage clips created right here on the main stage. Scoop pokes his head out, and it just brushes past his ear, giving him a piercing. 1 kill the difference, still Vertex leading. 1 there doesn't connect, and he just wants to hit these shots. I think the OS is about to pop as well. Manages to grab it. Will he get melted? Manages to stay alive, getting away with it cleanly. Vertex, this is key for them to close this one out, Panda.
How have Kitbash allowed that to pinch in from behind? They are being sandwiched by Vertex. Currently, Divinity gets some good damage off, but there's still a little bit of that overshield left. Lolly caught in the flank. Big damage coming out from Vertex right now. They find some kills back. Scoop caught in mid. The repulse out. Denies the melee, but it will be a trade back from Lith. He picks himself up the skewer as well to boot. This is so close.
It is a 1-kill game, Panda. It is starting to just get so tense right here in Margaret Court Arena. Lith, 1 skewer to play with. This could be the difference maker here to initiate a push, and working with his teammates, trying to cut off angles here. Divinity finds himself 1. The other player running around the corner, valuing his life. You do not want to trade out kills. You have to get away with them cleanly. Now Lith, he's a wrecking ball. Finds himself 1. Seconds there with Ryo. Here comes Kitbash with the collapse.
They're looking, they've found the turning point right now. Divinity will go down, unfortunately traded out by Alcazar. They're going to push, but Mana Chicken answers back. We're seeing that dangerous point, but both these teams are being where the turning point comes once again. They find some momentum. Middo ties the series up once again. Lith knows he's in trouble, throws the nades, but Vertex don't want a bar of it.
Lith in such a dangerous position. He cannot see the 3 players that we can see, but he's got backup here. This could be the fight that determines the rest of the game. Lith with 1, Mana Chicken caught out. Will he be able to get the double? He gets taken down. Alcazar with the double kill. Man of Chicken still up. 1 kill in favor of Vertex Esports. 2 minutes left on the clock. Overshield about to pop. Man of Chicken showing up.
Alcazar, that's 4 kills before he finally goes down, puts his team back in the lead by 2, so they've got the buffer at the very least. Lith falls to Minnow. Vertex need 1 more full wipe to get the win, and with the overshield on the chest of Mana Chicken right now, this is going to be the spear tip for Vertex. He is going to be the one to punch forward.
It's a 1-kill game, Panda. So close to that 50-kill mark. And that pacing actually might play in the favor of Kitbash. Yes, that OS is up. So they can just wait out the clock and wait for it to burn out. Divinity trying to milk the clock, but here comes the collapse. Multiple players spotting out Mana Chicken. He gets taken down. He had the overshield, but it didn't matter. Kitbash responding, taking the lead. 47 to 46. That overshield, what a choke.
Completely wasted here. Now all of a sudden Kitbash don't even need the full rotation. They just need to trade kills out right now. But we're heading to that final minute. So someone will likely need to make that move, and it will probably have to be Vertex right now. And you can see there is a spread. This is dangerous, especially with the likes of Scoob and Lolly on the board. If they can find one opening, chances are the dominoes will fall.
It could go either way at this point. I think it's going to be too chaotic to call. The first player to go down will probably initiate the final collapse of this game. Kitbash working well together. They're shoulder to shoulder, brothers in arms, moving on 3. Only 3 more kills left to close this one out. Scoob in a little bit of trouble. His shields are flashing. Mana Chicken finds 1. Scoob responds. Divinity finding 1. 49-47, 30 seconds left on the clock. Kitbash 1 away from closing this one out, but Vertex doing everything they can. Mido finds 1, Panda. It's going to go all the way down to the wire.
They need 2 more to bring this one back and tie up the series. Kitbash only need the 1. They'll happily take the trade. Shots on. Scoob's in a bit of trouble. It's the death ball Halo. They're chasing him down right now. He keeps some of his shield. Lolly goes down, but no! The trade from Lith. It's 2-0 to Kitbash.
Unbelievable, and I got a little bit worried for Kitbash there because you could see all 4 players of Vertex going in, but Lith, it didn't matter if they were dogpiling on top of him. He just took down 1 with him, and then he closed it out 50 to 49. That's going to be gut-wrenching for Vertex.
Lith has been the difference maker here for Kitbash, not just in Bizarre CTF, but on Slayer Catalyst as well. My God, how have these teams now been in 3 49-50 Slayer matches in the last 24 hours?
I mean, this is exactly why I was excited about this series. I knew that it was going to be tight. I just had this gut feeling. It was like a premonition. I was like, this is going to be the series of the day. And yes, it's 2 in favor of Kitbash right now, but the games are just so close. It's amazing to watch.
But I mean, that you got to remember, both these teams were down 0-2 in the series that they took to Map 5. So just because Kitbash have the lead, have the 2-0, does not mean that Vertex can start to bring this one back. Of course, heading into our next couple of maps, that will change. But I mean, it was just 1 for 1, 2 for 2. I mean, Alcazar even had a couple of, the massive streak where he got 4 kills unanswered to bring his team back into it. But it was just some amazing Slayer.
It really was. And when it comes down to a 50-49 finish like that, sometimes it just comes down to a well-placed grenade and a one-shot player just taken down to closing things out. So it's a bit of a coin flip at that point, maybe a trade going the wrong way or something like that. And it's really difficult to pinpoint whether or not they're making a mistake in that regard, because they're all just trying to value their lives, and it's just a game of who gets picked.
Yeah, I mean, it was so great to watch. And it just seems to be the thing here in the ANZ. It's not the top tier teams facing off that make for the greatest Halo. It's the ones with everything to prove coming into a competition. Kitbash, Vertex. Everyone sort of wrote them off as soon as they found out they were playing at DreamHack Melbourne, and they've come out, made a statement, gained some fans, and I could not be more excited to see what comes in the future.
Hey, listen, there's a reason why everyone picked them as the wild card, and they're just pocket aces right now.
Yeah, still none of you put them in the top 3, did you?
Mate, I would, but I mean, the wild card means that they can take out first, mate. That's a possibility.
Like, I'll be honest.
You don't think they can take first place? I do, because I put them in a wild card.
I just want them to get to Orlando. That's my main concern.
You just got reversal.
That was my one serious prediction out of all of them. The rest of it was just to stir the pot and cause some drama. But I mean, look at Lolly: 24 kills, 11 assists, 6.393k. Well, it's just massive damage.
Yeah,
it's just, he's nuts.
Oh, yeah, he's certainly showing up so far, but it is a best of 5, and there's another map to play. What is Vertex? What are they got to do to respond there?
Look, they can't get tilted. That's the main thing. Yes, you've lost 2-0 so far, but it was still close. It wasn't a blowout. Map 1 was a little bit more skewed in favour of Kitbash, but the Slaves were there. They were still putting up the numbers. And look, honestly, it is about shutting Lolly and Scoob down. They have been the massive performers for this Kitbash team so far. Yeah, Lith's been there, but that last one, I mean, you saw what was happening with Scoob. He found his flow. He was going off.
Yeah, he certainly was. And I'm glad you brought up the tilt thing, because a 50-49 finish, if you don't close that out, that's controller thrown at the wall and putting a hole through your monitor, kind of, oh my God, because it's so tense and you need that, sweet relief of, oh my God, we closed it out.
You saw the reaction from Divine Mind. Honestly, when Plasma jumped up on stage, I'm pretty sure he thought they'd lost the series.
Yeah.
That's how close it was.
That's how close it was, and it's kind of Vertex. Are they going to be able to bounce back from that, Panda? That's going to be real true test of these guys, because it's pretty heartbreaking stuff to lose a game like that.
I don't know. It looks like Mido's had his bathroom break, so maybe coming in a bit refreshed, ready to go.
Yeah, a bit of water on the face. Maybe looking in the mirror, slapping yourself a little bit, and just like, what are you doing? Like, get your head in the game, and see how it plays out.
You got to wonder, how much the coach has said to them as well, and given the sort of motivations. But you know what? Speaking of motivation, I was sitting in the green room during the first series, checking out a couple of our co-streams. Jumped in Tashi's and said, "Come on, give us a bit of a motivational speech going into day 2." And my God, I wish you were there, Justin. It was just next level. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here to give it in person.
Listen, mate, I need no motivation. These guys are all the fuel that I need. I mean, Australia, New Zealand, Halo, what fuels me? I put it in my bowl and have it with my Wheat Bix in the morning. That's how much I love it. Now, moving into this next game, Vertex, backs against the wall. They've been playing pretty well, but not able to close things out. That seems to be a weakness of theirs so far this event. And Kitbash, they're looking really strong. They're closing things out. They're feeling good. They're very vocal. Panda, how's it going to pan down?
I mean, the thing you need to remember, you look at that logo, Vertex rocking the wolf as well, and an animal is most dangerous when it's cornered. Backs against the wall already. Man of Chicken, they got 4 kills off the rip and the active camo.
Man of Chicken, he is the power-up master. It's not a time when he is not on top of those overshields and camos, which is a really nice thing to see. So many times you have lower tiered teams, then they just forget about that stuff and they let the other teams scoop them up, and it's probably why Vertex has really been doing well in the open bracket and now proving themselves on main stage. Mana Chicken finding one, grappling up, nice little angle there. Will he be able to get lift? No, not quite enough to shut him down. Does get called out and taken down. That oddball just kind of sitting there, no one brave enough to scoop it up just yet. But here comes Kitbash. Good position to kind of lock things down, but Mido has something to say about it. Divinity trying to hold him back. He grabs himself one. Players falling left and right, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Active Camo burn. They dropped the shock rifle as well, but Alcazar for 2. He has had some massive multi-frag moments here in this series already. Scoob finds the trade back after Lolly goes down. It's Mana Chicken with his hands on the ball.
And now with Alcazar, perfect shots from him. He's 5-1. Now that's pretty naughty. Now moving on through, Vertex, they've got the ball right now, so they're going to start building up some points. But that camo is about to pop. There's about 20 seconds until that thing spawns up once again, so the players really need to start thinking about that. And I know Mana Chicken is going to be down there when that clock strikes 0.
He's also, unfortunately, punching Scoob in the back, takes it down off that setup from Alcazar. You can see the clock ticking away. Lolly with a drop down into pit will find the kill as well. Back up, out of danger. Looking to get some shields, but no, he's being hunted. Tries to get away. Divinity as well with the shock rifle on hand. Knows this one close. Misses the first. Won't get another opportunity.
No, he won't. Now, Divinity, he's got that shock rifle. Whoa! And he manages to hit it under pressure. No shields. Cold as ice just takes him out. There was no panic there. He didn't look shaken.
We might need a name change. Mana Chicken has become the man of play pigeon, unfortunately. Caught out midair. Looking for more. Can't do it a second time, unfortunately. Backs off for the reload. Looking to reposition and play for the team. Get themselves a solid setup. But you look at it, the Slays looking great for Vertex.
Looking pretty strong right now. Trying to line up that grapple. It's just behind the battery. That's going to annoy you quite a lot. But Divinity still with that shock rifle, just moving around the gold area. They have got a couple of picks for Vertex, and they rotate that ball away. Divinity taken down there. He was holding down the gold so well, but Vertex coming in, getting a couple of picks and just scooping that ball up.
Alcazar, how did he get away with that? He soaked so many bullets, gets the oddball into a position where the team can set up over towards gold, but the needless Scoob has it in hand. Will we finally get the pink mist, Justin?
I hope so. I mean, we've been asking for it, we're fiending for it, and we're just frothing at the prospect of that pink mist coming out. Vertex, though, they're starting to build up a little bit of a lead. They're certainly not letting the last Slayer game get to their head, trading that one out now. Man of Chicken, he's got the ball, holding it in his chicken coop, but he goes down, and it's just trading out kill for kill. Mido comes in to clean house. Another player there, left, last man alive, trying to get that ball.
How we just witnessed like 6 melee kills in a row, back to back?
There's certainly a lot of players dying there.
All right, let's calm down, buddy. Just chill out. He gets himself to safety. Shields will be coming back. That was wild and wonderful.
I mean, Lith was just like, "Ham boys, I need to have a timeout just quickly." Finds himself one. Man of Chicken there as well. Easy double kill for a man like Lith. The green machine going through, and that ball has dropped down bottom mid, working together with Scoob. Scoob grabbing that camouflage as well. Where's Man of Chicken? That's usually his thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, Man of Chicken's been getting punished quite badly by Divinity with that shock rifle, just catching midair. He's found a couple of shots on. Scoob, though, looking to try and drive a wedge between this Vertex roster, cut off any rotates to try and contest that oddball. Finds Mido, who has no clue. He's about to go down. The assassin, the KBM King.
Wow. Scoobmeister, very unfortunate there. He had the patience to get that player. Man of Chicken doing really well to stay alive here, and he's a pretty rough spot hanging on down here, but he's holding on, and maybe a bit of a misstep from Kitbash not to... I mean, that was calculated. I stand corrected. I was like, they've got to sniff this player out and get rid of him because it come back to bite him, and now he's like, he'll walk past the grenades eventually and just sets it off like a claymore.
Alcazar finds 2 to open up the hold for Vertex. They get the odd ball back in the hands of Mido. The rotate through, trades back. Lith shutting down Alcazar's reign of terror. Looking to come in and contest Longhorn. Knows the odd ball's there, but he's too little too late. The disruptor to come through. Shields burning away. Lith gets out of danger, but that could have been deadly.
Lith doing really well to stay alive there, and Oh, grabbing himself a little bit of recharge. The old web shooters there, smashing it in like Andrew Garfield, shooting down on the blue pipes, able to put in some damage, really utilizing the grapple in more of a defensive manner rather than being aggressive with it. Mido now throwing out a few of those frags. Camo is about to pop again. Look at this, Kit Bash, 4-man stacking to grab that oddball.
Scoob, man on the ball for now, has confidence in his team to hold it down. Divinity shot rifle for one, just misses out on Mido there. That could have been a big double for him. Bides his time, they look to hold and get themselves comfortable.
Pretty scrappy so far, Bandit. I mean, look at the clock. There's 44 seconds left, and there's only roughly 40 points on the scoreline for both these teams. Divinity finding himself one on the no-scope. Smack dab in the face of that player there. Poor lift. Got to be feeling on that one. Divinity going down. Oh, sorry. Divinity going off. Sorry, moving on through. Still has that shock rifle, unable to connect. Ryu rotating that ball desperately into the red pipes. This could be a lovely setup for Vertex.
It's felt like Vertex have been one step behind this entire round, but they've just taken the lead back. This has been such a low-scoring round that anyone could take it with 23 seconds remaining. This setup could be huge, but if they can break it, they could find themselves an opening, but no. This is a single-point game.
It is getting right down to the pointy end. Now, Vertex in a pretty strong position. Yes, they can run down the clock. 8 seconds to go. Rotating that ball a little bit further away, throwing it out, and I think Vertex might be able to close this one out.
Round one is going to be locked in, going the way of Vertex. They need one more to take the map and keep the series going. Kit Bash, though, off the reset, have the chance at the oddball reverse sweep to deny and go 3-0, but Vertex were looking solid there to close that round out.
Listen, the question mark was, how were they going to bounce back after that 50-49 Slayer? And I think we got our answer just fine. Pressure not getting to their head. They're still in the mindset that they're going to be taking this series. So 1 up so far in this oddball. For those who've just arrived and aren't familiar with Halo, you do need to win 2 rounds of oddball to take this map. Now, Scoobmeister has that camo. He's gone Predator mode, moving on through the long haul together. Has a teammate to kind of help him out. And I'd like to see some patient players from Scoob here. Things have slowed down considerably. I think ears are burning. Now he has that shock rifle in hand. The trigger discipline there. Grabs himself one, but taken out straight away because the help was there. Lolly from Kit Bash trying to work together. Grabs himself one. Man of Chicken goes down. That shock rifle down there on the ground, but I'm not sure that Lolly saw it, but he's prioritizing the ball. All about that OBJ.
Play to the win condition, and of course, the oddball is that win condition. But you look at the slays on the side of Vertex. You got 2 players leading. Mido well and truly behind, but look, the remote detonation onto Mana. Check it, this guy's getting bullied.
Scoop is the king of remote detonations. I feel like he's always getting them, which is kind of heads up. You have 2 grenades on those spawns, and it's almost like a free kill if you can hold angles. And a pick like that can just be demoralizing for the other team. Getting killed by grenades that are just sitting there ready to be picked up, that's got to be annoying. Now, Scoobmeister, he goes down. Kit Bash responding pretty well, 26 points on the board for them so far, but Vertex in control.
A very nice pinch there from Vertex, get control of the skull once again. They're trying to set themselves up for a hold, just getting at least to even with Kit Bash right now. But we saw that last round, relatively low scoring. It came down to who had the most at the end rather than getting the full distance. 2 big kills for Vertex right there. Mido unfortunately spotted out and shut down by Lolly for a second as well. Man of Chicken, they know where he is, but the oddball is in possession of Kit Bash.
Yeah, and they have a lovely hold here. They do have to be careful. I mean, if the collapse comes in, it is very easy for the other team to kind of take up the same residence that they were, so they need to be very careful about how they rotate that ball away when the pressure does come. But here is Vertex, a couple of players there. Lolly finding himself one and then scampering away. I love that. He didn't get too ambitious and push out. His job is to make sure they can't push it into A, not push out.
Exactly the one. This hold has been rather successful out of Kit Bash as they cross the halfway mark of this round. Rai does find the kill on the list. They are contesting aggressively, pulling back. The 2 players there coming in support, but it's an overwhelming happening onto Vertex. No shield, but it doesn't matter for Lolly.
that teamwork there between those two players, not giving up a death in that situation. Very heads up. However, they pushed out of A to prioritize those kills, and then the oddball is being rotated away by Vertex.
Ryu does hit the double digits. Looks like Man and Chicken will go for the reset, try and set themselves up for some neutral territory. 2 kills, though, for each team.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately for Man and Chicken.
Bring your life jacket.
Is it boiled chicken then, do you reckon?
Yeah, a little bit.
Gross.
Oh, well, it's healthy, mate.
Yeah, look. Nothing healthy is fun.
He's lean and keen, that's for sure. Speaking of lean, we are on board with Lith, the green man himself. Crispy shots onto Middo there. Now, 52-23 in favour of Kitbash. Lith with that fresh shock rifle straight in the face of Man of Chicken there, serving it up.
Yeah, he's looking for more though. Decides better of it. We'll find the trade out with Ryu, looking for more Divinity, trying to set themselves up for the hold. Lolly has to discard the oddball. Alcazar in with the help of Man of Chicken, but Lolly comes back, falls as well on the trade as well. Look, it's scrappy, like you said.
Very scrappy. But what's not scrappy is Man of Chicken's discipline to making sure he gets those camos. He does burn it in that situation pretty hard to take on 2 players there when they're trying to beam you down. Now with Alcazar, finds himself Lolly, does get the trade. That's as much as you can hope for, but Scoob with that shot. And I think even a little bit of a twitch there. It's like, I've always got to shoot for the head and just not remote detonating those nades gets the kill. Anyway, and that's a lot of players falling on Kitbash. That's 3 dead. Lolly the last one up with that shock rifle.
And it will be some time on the ball for Vertex, and they are catching up. Like, I mean, the gap's far closer than it was not 20 seconds ago. They're more than halfway to where Kitbash currently find themselves, so they're just getting some significant time with that oddball. Ryu as well, he's got the timing, he's got the space.
I mean, sometimes you can get caught off guard by oddball because it looks like a lot of time. You go, oh yeah, we got 20 points to play with. We've got time to kind of break them open. But sometimes you just don't. The points rack up so quickly that you can't rest on your laurels too much.
Man, Chicken from range, shutting down Divinity, but you're looking at Kitbash getting more time on the ball. Lift with an 8 spam to try and deter the push coming out. Looking for the player in batteries. They spot Lolly off the reset, will shut him down. Looking to rotate. Unfortunately, Man of Chicken doesn't have the shields to be taking a fight against Lift. Why does he stick his head back out?
I mean, it's very bold to stick his head. I just wanted to see what was going on. I was like, hey, boys, what's up? Just cops a BR burst to the face. Unfortunate respawn screen for you, buddy. And Kitbash, they're looking like they might be able to close out this round to tie things up. Vertex, they do have a little bit of time left, and that clock does stop ticking up once the other team has the ball. So Vertex, they do have a little bit of time if they want to shut that one down. They do get one pick. Scoob, look at that. He went to play the ball and went, you know what? We only need a little bit more. He's just going to milk it as much as possible. He throws it out. Kitbash not able to close things out, but they are so close being able to take this round out. So close.
A single point.
99, one single point. They could just 4-man desperate on that oddball and they'll probably close it out.
Yeah, you got to wonder, maybe the play is... Oh, my God. Divinity's just going to run up. Yeah, he's got it. Maybe... No! He was denied! Somehow Vertex just yoink it away. They're trying to run it desperately. Scoob, he's hungry for the kill, but he won't get the oddball up. He finds
Double
2!
kill.
He picks it up and ticks it over. Vertex playing for their series. They need this next one.
They absolutely do, literally. If they don't win this next round of oddball, then that's it for them. They're going to go down 0-3. And Kitbash looking really, really strong. And anyone, it had to be Scoob closing that oddball round out pretty convincingly there now with Green Man to Lith. Having a look at his scoreline, 21-19, pretty respectable. I mean, he hasn't had a bad game so far.
A much better start in terms of the slays off the rip in this round. Ryu's in a bit of trouble in the elevators, but it will be a trade ultimately, which I think Vertex take in that situation.
Yeah, I'd say that's a win for the Vertex player there because Lith had a number of shots straight up. Man of Chicken doing well. Double kill for him. That could be the momentum shift he needs. Go for that ball, but he does get called out instantly. And Gold, it's a powerful position, but very vulnerable because it's, you know, a lot of sight lines straight through that door.
Yeah, he was so busy looking at the oddball, he just put his hand at the top of the head and it was taken clean off. Ryu, he's one away from the 30 bomb. Lolly with the ball in hand, looking to set up for victory here for Kitbash.
Yeah, now Kitbash, Lith, moving on through. That oddball there, pretty vulnerable on the C plat. So probably going to need a couple of slaves before you go in and try and scoop that one up, because you will get called out and deleted instantaneously. Lith copping a couple of grenades. The flank comes in, and Vertex, very lovely collapse there. They just closed on them, made a sandwich out of the Kitbash roster.
Yeah, 3 sets it up, and Lolly's been found with the shock rifle, but he hits it and takes him out. Unfortunately, the reverse Uno card coming into play against Vertex, and they see the flood on through. It looks like it will be a reset card. Hit another headshot, goes down to Man of Chicken. Shock rifle in the dirt, and unfortunately so will the trade come through and put Man of Chicken in the dirt.
Mate, he scores even Steven. It's going to go down the wire, isn't it? I'm preparing myself for it. And you kind of do when things start getting hyped up. Now, Divinity, 23 and 24, 10 assists to his name as well. Has got that shock rifle, connects on one, looking for more. He's hungry for it. We can see Ryu through the map there, jumping on that ball. And look at that, into the waiting arms of Divinity, and he just connects it straight through the skull.
Ryu doubling as an Uber driver here today, unfortunately, just delivering up a meal to Kitbash. Currently, Alcazar in trouble. Rotates himself to safety behind the pillar, but Man of Chicken trying to find an opening. He's trying to punch through and set the team up for it right now. That active camo still in play. Shots on, but he's been spotted. The bait and switch.
3 minutes to go. No camo in play just yet. That odd ball, pretty vulnerable position. Really need to stay up, but there are 2 players down. Scoobmeister copping a few grenades there, trying to value his life. He has got his boys over there watching. I imagine the small talk would be pretty decent there. And Scoob, stay there. We're watching over you. We've got your back. Ryu pushing in to try and clear out Scoob. Alcazar getting an alternate pick. Now with Lith around this corner, shields flashing. A few players falling on the Kitbash roster there. Divinity last alive. Now looking over at Gold, trying to respond to that call out, but that player's re-scampered away.
3 players from the side of Vertex over towards this Gold Pipes position. Lolly once again with a shock rifle in hand. It's going to be the last shot of it too. So he definitely has to make it connect. Otherwise it'll be largely wasted.
Yeah, and the pacing. It's slowed down once again. Both of these teams, they're very fast, aggressive teams. They get amped up, they get hyped, but they slow it down. They know how to take the pace out and just have a little bit of a breather. And now, Scoobmeister, mouse and keyboard maestro, moving on through. That oddball has spawned up. 3 players from Vertex there. Scoob's backed off. He's taken down. Good opportunity for Kitbash to get something going. Mido, pretty precarious situation right now. Gold Stairs, he's just taken out. Alcazar finding himself one. That ball now on the move. Vertex rotating that ball over to the A area. Kitbash, they will see that ball moving across, so they will be able to respond. But it is going to be a brawl. It's wall-to-wall players in here. Who's going to come out on top?
Top elevator being heavily contested. In fact, it's a great start for Kitbash. Trading back, though. 2 players from each team alive. Mido dancing around the pillars, has support. They will come up with the kill. Left dead. 4 members of Kitbash in the grave.
I love that fake out there. Just gave him the don't argue and baiting him around that corner there. Mido, absolutely stellar plays to stay alive in that situation. Now they're really lovely set up in A currently. All the players of Kitbash spawn up in red and gold there. And Ryu trying to put as much distance on those players as possible. Really great position on the map this is. As soon as the pressure comes in, you just lob it in the drink, respawn, reset.
Yeah, especially given that they lost 3 members of the team there. Mido desperately trying to get the spawns up. But the grapple will secure Scoob, the oddball. And given that there is such a small disparity in terms of points, this one is going to come down to the wire.
Certainly is, and both teams looking so strong. Neither giving small inches at a time. Scoob holding that ball, doing the damage, instantly plays it, puts down some... Excuse me, I was just very surprised that Scoobmeister managed to grab a kill there. He threw the ball up, he was 2 shots down, he still hadn't managed to grab a pick.
Lovely little handoff there to Ryu in the attic. He's got the oddball, tossed it out to the open. They only want to a single point. They want to burn this clock down, but it's straight in the hands of Kitbash. Can't connect the shot, and look at it. They are relocating. They've just given the opportunity set up for the headshot to come through. Lith, he does trade out, but look, there's members here right now for Vertex. They force him off the angle. That oddball's not in a great spot for them, but at least, if nothing else, well, never mind. The lead's gone.
The lead is completely gone. They are tied up, and I think Divinity might have just scooped up that camouflage as well. No, sorry, it is just Spawner. That camo is going to be critical.
Oh, no.
The stick comes in, and Scoobmeister goes down. Man of Chicken, 36 and 31, make that 37. 38, everyone's it, and he finds it. Vertex starting to get loud. They're being quiet so far this series, but it's good to hear them vocal.
They get the 1 point, Man and Chicken drops it on the ground. They're burning the clock right now, and this could be all they need. They just need to hold up the push. 4 seconds more to go. Vertex denying it every step, and they will take the oddball. They keep the series going.
Wow. And you know what? I don't. do my eyes deceive me? Or was Lolly on top of the ball and opted to shoot rather than scooping it back up?
Priorities, man. That's all I got to say.
I mean, I'm getting a bit slow in my old age, Panda, and I think that Lolly could have scooped that one up, but Vertex, never mind that Slay game, they just bounced straight back.
Look, I hate to say it, but even the panel thought we were done. They were locked in, ready to go, but we'll see you lads in a bit. Don't worry, we've got some more Halo to go, eh? Vertex not done just yet, but look, there are another break to come through for the players. Obviously, there was a lot of tension in that map, so you can understand that maybe, just maybe, they need to step away, relieve themselves, get some more water on the face, another motivational speech into the mirror, of course. But, I mean, I called it. I said likelihood of this being the highest slaying series of the tournament. We're on track.
It's a grudge match, really, between the two underdogs of our championship pool play. So it's amazing to see that they're going back and forth, and look at that, 38 kills. Big numbers being thrown.
God, what a series it was. I mean, Vertex, their first play day here on the main stage. They've been behind the scenes playing to the open bracket until all of yesterday. They come in, they take it to 5 maps, just missing out in their first series. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to have much more success. But I mean, look, they took a round of oddball off Divine Minds. They got a flag cap against them. It was only a 2-1 on that CTF map off stream as well. Now they're coming in. Both teams here hunting for their first victory in the pool, and neither team is going to get it easy.
Yeah, and you know what? The mental game for Vertex, really strong.
I mean, former COD players, so like you'd hope it was strong.
Yeah, I mean, those lobbies can be pretty brutal from the old school guys that hang around those old lobbies with the open microphones. You need to have some thick skin. But they went, you know what? We won that. We clutched up. Let the other team know, yell at them and say, cop that one. We'll be back to finish the job. Give themselves a little bit of a breather. Bring the adrenaline down a little bit.
Oh, what a shot there. Mid-air, Man of Chicken, the readjust. Getting to see it from both angles, pretty awesome. But look at it, both teams there. Absolutely massive stuff so far. This is, I mean, I'd quite comfortably say some of the best Halo we've seen. Not because they're the best teams coming in expected to win, but they have the most to gain.
Listen, I don't want to brag, but I did say I was excited about this game because I was predicting it might have been one of the best ones of the series.
Everyone said they were excited about this matchup.
No, but I wasn't just saying that. I meant it. Felt it in my heart. I woke up this morning and I went, Vertex Kit Bash. And I sprung out of bed ready for it.
I highly doubt that.
That's exactly what happened. Check the camera in my room.
Wow, okay. I don't know what you're doing at the hotel, but all right. Kit Bash did outslay. They did outslay at the very least 134 to 113. Vertex had the better accuracy though.
They did, but I mean that's chalk cheese. Basically the same thing, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, look, collectively, it was again a very frag-heavy matchup coming into it. 247 kills collectively between the two teams. It was a bit quieter for Lith, not the pop-off that we saw in our first map, of course, but there was some big numbers still being put up by both sides. Man of Chicken, 38 kills throughout Oddball.
And series so far, it's been quite a bit of a roller coaster. I mean, it really ramps up, but it slows down as it builds back up and then just takes off again. Their pacing of able to switch on a dime, very impressive stuff, because some teams, they're either fast all the time or they get dominated, or they're kind of slow and steady wins the race. But these guys, they can do both.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been a roller coaster. I'd hate to be old Mr. JDU sitting in the crowd, man behind Vertex. His heart must be pounding a mile a minute right now as his boys go hard on the main stage. but they've taken it one further. They keep the dream alive. I mean, realistically, we are on track for the full 5 mapper.
I think we are. Vertex looking really, really good, and they don't look like a losing team. You can tell that they're confident, they're still popping off, and the thing is that they can still do it. Kishbash still looking pretty nasty.
Oh, they're no slouches at all. But, I mean, this is 2 teams going at it hammer and tongs, giving it their absolute A, knowing full well that this is their last chance to pick up a victory before we head into the championship bracket. So they are going to bring out all the stops. They want everything to be left on the field.
And one victory within pool play drastically changes the bracket. And depending on who you get, you'll want that victory, right? You want it to face a lower seed as possible. You don't want to be the team that goes up against the #1 team right now. I think based off points is now the Chiefs. They went 6-0.
You want to know something absolutely wild? Vertex have the same number of map wins as team immunity.
That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
I mean, that's nuts for a team to come through the open bracket to go up against some insane teams in our region alone. That makes a big statement. The future is looking bright for these boys. Hopefully they stick with it and we get to see more of them in the coming years, of course. But right now, of course we get to see more of them. We've still got more maps to go in the series. On to map 4, on to live fire. This is make or break for Vertex. Kitbash looking to close it out here. Vertex looking to go the distance. With that snipe and play and Scoobmeister on the board, that's a dangerous combo.
It's point and click really, isn't it, Panda? But we are launching things off with Lolly, moving across the oval, looking over Brutes, takes some shots straight away, working together with Scoobmeister. The fast ball comes in, fortunately doesn't clean up his teammate there. Now, still alive, that overshield is about to pop, and it looks like they're prioritizing getting that OS rather than the first hill.
Man of Chicken, unfortunately, just a little off the mark. You can see both teams making the beeline for the overshield right now. The nade spam coming in through Turbine. Mido finds 2. The snipe there in the hands of Ryu as well. Can he get the overshield? No, he falls. That is 2 big pieces of power utility in the middle of the map.
I'm not sure I agree with that desperation. I mean, yes, the overshield's important, but you've got snipe. Even if you lose that overshield, at least you've still got the snipe. And now, Divinity, he scoops both of them up in a high-risk, high-reward play, but it didn't pay out for Vertex now, and Divinity has got that montage maker, hits the body shot, not able to follow up, unfortunately. Alakazar goes down as well, flicking through all the rosters, players dropping left and right. Man of Chicken, 2-2 right now, grabs himself the heat wave, and he's looking hot.
But Kitbash have been playing the objective. They're on the hill right now, and they've got a huge amount of time invested on it. Unfortunately now, though, the resistance coming from the side of Vertex, they're marching on. Man of Chicken on for the flank, but there's 3 players there, mate. You can't be going that hard.
No, that was very unfortunate. Divinity with that double kill and now probably able to score on this first hill. Those that have just walked into Arena, King of the Hill, you need to win 4 hills and you only get 1 point. If you get it down to a sliver and the other team scores, you get nada, nothing. Go home. Thanks for playing.
Minimal return on investment. Unless you cap the whole thing, it's kind of been a waste of time.
Winner takes all.
Yeah, it can be very demoralizing. Lolly, he's doing some work right now. He's found 2 for himself. Alakazar, again, unfortunately, Vertex denied at the objective to try and pick up that overshield.
Yeah, Divinity trying to scoop that one up. He does go down though. Maybe a little bit more of patience would have played out for him, but it doesn't matter. It is a pretty intense game. Now Ryu with that heat wave, Lith around the corner, taking out 1, and Ryu just following it up, trying to find Scoop. Scoop scuttering away there with his life, moving on through, rotating. But
not
still,
just his life, but he got the point too.
There we go. Ryu going in, double kill from him. Triples there if he wants, but Lith shuts him down. 2 in favor of Kitbash. I mean, Vertex, they seem to be concentrating on getting power weapons and power-ups, but they're not really capitalizing on them.
Yeah, this adjustment from Kitbash playing to the objective, not forcing the issue when it comes to this key utility. Divinity slams Mido's head into the wall as he executes some Scoob as well, finding some big openings. Vertex, it feels like they're running out of steam.
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, there's not time to run out of steam. Get the coal, load it into the furnace. You've got a game to win, boys. They are down 2 so far, but they can bring things back. Now Scoob with that montage maker, killing spree for him. Point and click some heads, mate. The crowd wants to see it. Hits the body, not able to follow up. And maybe he'll get him next time.
He's got 5 shots remaining here in the pocket, and they are on the objective. You just got to respect the way that they're approaching this. 1 shot on first, misses. Can't connect the second. This is getting dangerous. Luckily, he has support to wipe the rest of Vertex's push out. It's just Man a Chicken, a converted point. Kit Bash might do this in the 4-0.
It is all Kit Bash, isn't it? It doesn't even feel like Vertex are fighting too much over those hills. Scoobmeister finding himself 1, and now he's got 1 more bullet to play with, 1 more hill to get. Will he make 1 more play to close out this series and give him the W? He's being very patient. That overshield has just popped as well, Panda.
They are going to get it, and with Divinity spending so much time on the hill, it looks like this map may not be for much longer right now. It's just control being exerted. They're ticking away at it, Scoob, looking for some elevation, looking to cut off the flank. Divinity, the Kit Bash crew are on fire right now, holding this down, Justin. They need to get on the point. Kit Bash take their win on main stage.
And look at that, the pop-off from Kit Bash. They wanted that win. They needed it. They were fiending for it. Closing out the series. I mean, Vertex was building up a little bit of momentum, but no, that King of the Hill, Kit Bash, proving who the true kings are.
I mean, we've watched this journey of Scoobmeister since the launch of Halo Infinite. Just a couple of different iterations of rosters. One of the hungriest players in the region. He makes it to DreamHack Melbourne. He has a very, very close loss on the main stage. They lose their second match. They then come to what will be their final full play match. They finally get the win on the board. They're ecstatic.
Yeah, listen, it sucks. You want both teams to walk away all smiles, but at the end of the day, there can only be one victor, and Kit Bash, they came so close to taking a series in a best of 5, and now they've managed to close one out. They've got to be riding high.
Yeah, look, I mean, there was every possibility they could have gone to a 5th map. There were some very, very close games played, but I mean, yeah, it definitely felt like Vertex ran out of steam. Just an absolute wash on King of the Hill on Lifer. One of the quicker maps we've had this competition so far. And I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to exactly what you said. There was too much priority on the power utility in terms of the snipe and the overshield, and that is what cost Vertex the series.
Oh, maybe it was that extended break. They went, hang on, we need a little bit of a breather, and Skipper's like, breathers, breaks. Boys, you're not ready? And they're just like, hang on a minute, these guys are tired. They're vulnerable, they're limping a little bit, and they went in for the jugular, took them out, got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, what, Scoob's used to playing like 8-hour days playing Halo Infinite or something crazy like that. So he's a man of endurance, if nothing else, and I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the team is as well. You heard early on in the competition, Lith was talking about it. We've all been taking time, making sure that we have the prep we need coming into this competition. They took time off work to make sure that they were DreamHack ready.
Yeah, and something else about Lith is that he's been making sure he goes to the gym in the morning too. So you can imagine he's in the mirror, he's got the bar, and he's just eyeing like, you are a winner. You are going to win on the main stage. And look at this manifestation, and he's done it. 3-1 in favor of Kit Bash.
I mean, there is a single kill that separates this series from a 3-1 to a 3-2. That's insane. There is every possibility that Slayer could have gone Vertex's way. Unfortunately, they just can't convert that last kill. Kit Bash will be riding high. They put on a hell of a show here in pool play, going into the championship bracket. I mean, again, I've talked about it. The attitude changes. It's a different style of Halo because you know that you can't just go and lose a series and go the next one, because that then becomes your last lifeline.
Yeah, that 50-49, imagine if that went the other way, and then even that extended break there, that completely changed the momentum in favor of Kit Bash. But we do have an interview ready with Divinity. Nat T, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Divinity, first of all, you guys are the underdogs, right? So I have to say, you get a win here on stage. Where are the energy levels? You guys are so animated throughout that whole series.
Yeah, it was crazy. Obviously, it's 3 of our players' first LAN, you know, so getting that W, especially after the Divine Mind series, was a bit of a heartbreaker, but it's good on the boys to bounce back. I think we have the strongest mental in the competition. So.
I do actually want to ask about that Divine Mind series because you guys put up such a showing, something that no one was expecting here. A little bit of, how that series played out for you mentally, but also comms-wise.
Well, the first 2 maps, you're a bit nervous. First time on the main stage. And Recharge Stronger is their best map, so we know going into it, don't worry about it. Move on to the next map. Complete this reverse sweep. We won the first map and we know what we can do if we play well with the comms. We're an aggressive team, we can do damage.
Yeah, you guys definitely are. The one map that you did drop here, though, was that oddball map. Each round, though, was played very differently. There were some fast-paced, high kills, but there were also some slow. Was that you guys dictating that? Were you trying to adapt, or was that just how it played out?
I just think we dropped to their level. We weren't playing as good as we can do. We got good comms, we collapsed on spawns, and I feel like it was just a bit scrappy from us. And it was still close, so.
It really was. Some map that wasn't close, though, was that last one. You guys were absolutely fantastic on that King of the Hill. Is that the game type you guys like? Is that where your strength is?
Yeah, we put a lot of work into Koth. It's the new game type, so everyone's fresh on it, and we put in a lot of work. We know how to play it, and we showed it there. So.
Well, last question. Like I said, not a lot of people expected you to show up like you have. Do you have any words that you want to say to the other teams or any of the doubters out there?
Just look out. We're a LAN team, baby. We've proved it. We're going to get yous. Let's go.
Well, there you have it. Kit Bash definitely showing up right now, but let's head on back over to Luke.
Oh, it is so exciting when we get to hear these players with smiles on their faces at the end of a series like that, boys. What a good start for Kit Bash here, being able to get the pool play dub. Momo, you doubted them a little bit here. You felt like the Vertex were going to get it done. But this time around, Kit Bash get it done 3-1 fashion. As we did hear from Divinity, it felt like, in that oddball game, they did kind of drop to what they felt like was the level of Vertex there, and then kicked it up a gear in that final map on Livefire. And these guys are so animated. And what they're putting up today, I can only imagine what they're going to do in the champ bracket.
100%. Like, they are looking... Honestly, I'm never going to doubt Kit Bash, unless they're up against the Chiefs or Divine Mind. That's the only time I'd probably doubt them. But besides that, I wouldn't say, they're going to be a pushover anytime soon.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see what these guys can do with a little bit more time underneath their belts. But Bluey, from your perspective, watching both these two teams go to war, it seems like that Kit Bash, they just felt like they had a little bit of that extra confidence in themselves. They knew that they could get this series done, and they really took it down to Vertex. How do they try and bounce back out of this? Because obviously Vertex felt like this series was a series that they could win here on the main stage, but they just couldn't get it done.
The Vertex boys, I was saying it before, they excel at slaying, and there were so many times throughout all of those games where Kit Bash was just being so heavily outslayed. So many instances where the statistics just spoke for themselves. I think if the boys from Vertex can bounce back and look at those strong capabilities that they hold in their slaying power, they just need to adapt that into, okay, let's turn this into objective time, getting more footing on the maps. That's where they can really start to excel. Hopefully they don't take this too much, just cop it to the chin and move on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're an open bracket team. You've had to play a whole lot of series throughout today. I think that's the big thing that we need to take from these matches. The fact that Vertex, they've had to play 3 best of 5s back to back to back. So these guys have had to play a lot of Halo today. They had to play a lot of Halo yesterday as well. And now they get a little bit of rest to go in towards that championship bracket. They're still able to play around. They're still able to get themselves a whole lot more experience. Like, looking at the stats across this server, it is crazy that these two teams are so close. Even though the scoreline ended 3-1 here, Momo, I think this is just a good litmus test for Vertex to be able to understand a few of the issues they're having here on the stage and to take those learnings into the champ bracket.
They're basically a mirrored team at this point, minus the kills, obviously, and the damage. But they have to take away as well. Like, they had a very close series of Direwolves earlier today, so they shouldn't be too down on themselves. It's more like, hey, yeah, we did get beat by Kit Bash, but we had a really, really close series with a top 4 team, and honestly, that is not something you can just do, especially out of opens. Like, you are definitely an underdog in that statement.
Having a solid run that they did, I mean, coming in and playing as much Halo as they did, still being able to really bring it to Kit Bash has to be a little bit intimidating as well, because they've obviously been listening to us talk it up to Kit Bash time after time again, so they know that there's an expectation to meet. Look, I'm also just going to say it, Momo, your prediction so far, it just sucks, man. All right, like, you just got to take the L.
I hear you.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you've got to start making predictions, and hey, people have to be wrong eventually. You can't be right all the time, Momo. But
I got autocorrect on maybe when I talk. So
yeah, it seems like the predictions have been, you know, going a bit haywire this time around. But I want us to start talking about how Scoob has been performing here for Kitbash. I think he has been one of the exciting players for us to look at, and the way that he's been moving around the map and utilising his KBM skills here for Kitbash. We talked about it a little bit in the green room, and the fact that he's on land now, being a KBM player, he can abuse things. We saw in that series, the 180 flick shot to be able to get a double kill. Like, that kind of stuff is going to be the reason why that Kitbash are going to have this X Factor, and I'm really looking towards Scoob to just get in his element for the rest of these championship bracket games and really kind of take over.
Yeah, Scoob's honestly looking like he's on fire. That body shot and then pull out the BR, very quick reflexes. The guy's honestly like looking unstoppable. He looks like he's also a vocal leader on that team. I heard him a few times through the listen-ins. Seems like he's telling the boys, like, you know, push this, push that. You know, he's being kind of Mr. Everything.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we get to see such a player like Scoobmeister here on our screens, and I'm excited to see how much more he can rep the KBM gang for us here on the HCS stage. But either way, let's go and have a look at these completed pools and see where we're going at the end of pool play. This is how it has all panned out. We talked about Pool B being the pool of death. Pool A, though, that was where things got scrappy and got weird. 3-0 for Divine Mind. Diables get themselves a 2-1. Kitbash with the 1-2. And then Vertex, unfortunately, at the bottom there. Bluey, from what we've seen for this day and a half of Pool A, how do we feel like it went?
I would say it went about as expected. I definitely thought that Kitbash was going to take that game away. Excited to see them step up in that pool leaderboard. You know, overall, not a big surprise, especially with the Divine Mind performance. I think that's how we all predicted it to go down, especially with how they've been playing series after series.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And Momo, looking across at Pool B here, probably same old, same old. We expected this to probably be the result.
Yeah, I didn't honestly expect Bandits to beat any of those teams, because let's look at those teams right there. Like, I could not imagine an open team going up against the Chiefs, Mindfreak, and then Immunity. Immunity were just really hungry for a win, and a series win, yeah, I just didn't see it happening.
Yeah, it would have been a bit rough for the open bracket teams to be able to get it done. And speaking of open brackets and brackets themselves, we have the championship bracket here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and have a look to see what our champ bracket is going to look like. Mindfreak and Kitbash will be the first round of our winners bracket, and then Dire Wolves and Team Immunity going head to head, and then obviously Divine Mind and the Chiefs being the first seed in their pool. All important because it just sends you that extra round forward here, Bluey. This winners bracket is stacked to the rafters, and I'm so excited to see what it looks like when Kitbash and Mindfreak go head to head.
I mean, look at these pairings. You have like the two young gun teams and then the two old heads of the ANZ Halo community. Both these matches are going to be absolutely insane. Like, the amount of just overall potential coming out from these players, especially with how hungry all of them are today. Like, we are in for some electricity.
It's going to be crazy to be able to see what this winners bracket is going to do. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we get to introduce the two new teams from our open bracket, Second to None and Digital Nation, Momo. Are going to be the other two teams that are going to be a part of the elimination bracket. Bandits and Digital Nation is going to be going head to head, and Vertex versus Second to None. Very interesting couple of series, because if we cast our minds back to the qualifiers for the ANZ Regional Final, these teams have gone head to head plenty of times.
Oh, I gotta say, Bandits and Digital Nation, both teams definitely make me angry online, because they 4-stack and burst me when I'm solo queuing every single time. Vertex and Second to None, though, I reckon it's gonna be a very, very fun series. As we know, there's a few fan favorites on Second to None. We've got the likes of GLS and Chef. I'm happy and excited to see how they go against, you know, the COD boys.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to see how that elimination bracket does pan out. And I'm so excited for us to start getting into this championship bracket, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where it gets all important for all these teams. We're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, though, the championship bracket begins for the ANZ HCS Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Play on and explore Melbourne's vibrant art, theatre, sport and culinary experiences throughout the city and beyond. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Welcome back, DreamHack, to the ANZ HCS Regional Finals. Here we are getting into our championship bracket, and I'm so excited to see what these teams can bring us here on the stage, and I'm so excited to be able to bring you guys this wonderful new desk as well. We sent everybody else back into the green room and decided to get some actual pros here on the desk. I got Momo, and welcome Voltage for the first time here, the coach of immunity, the ex-best player in ANZ as well. Taj, mate, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's great to be back at an event in Melbourne, and you know the setup here is obviously incredible. So yeah, it's awesome to be back. It's got that fire in my belly going again.
Yeah, getting the competitive spirit. Momo, how does it feel to be back next to Taj?
I don't remember him being this tall. He must have like gross, but I think he's like 7'6" now, because I'm 6'8", obviously. But feels good being back next to, you know, my ex-teammate.
Just being put in your place here directly on the desk. So I guess, Voltage, I'm just going to ask you a few questions here about, obviously, the tale that you guys have had so far here at DreamHack. Obviously, starting the first day, not getting a single map is obviously not what the boys want. What was it like at the end of the first day? How did you get the boys back together and come into today nice and red hot?
I think yesterday was sort of just a lot of wiping the cobwebs out. You know, they haven't played, I believe they didn't play a week leading up to it, and they haven't really played that much together in general. So it was really just, I was just telling them, trying to look at what they're doing, what's the biggest changes we can make to have the best sort of positive impact for an under-trained team, I guess. And so yeah, just sort of reviewing it all, and it's pool play, you know, kind of it allows you to sort of get into the rhythm of how you're playing and just sort of get all those cobwebs out to see. So, you know, it wasn't the greatest result, but I think that there's a few things that we've touched on, so hopefully they can perform a bit better today, which it started off quite well, so we'll see how we go.
Exactly. Getting yourselves a victory today at least confirms that you guys are in the upper bracket as well, so at least 2 lives here for the championship bracket. But Momo, time for us to start talking about our first championship series. It goes, guys, looking at the break as well. It is going to be the Direwolves taking on Team Immunity here. And Momo, I want you to start to break this down. Obviously, Taj is sitting next to you, so if you start saying bad words about Immunity, you might crush your skull directly here on the desk. But the way that this series is going to pan out, we've seen Direwolves get red hot, but the Immunity lads, they started out hot here today as well, getting themselves a 3-0. They got the bounce back, and this is where champions are made, in the bracket.
The thing is between Immunity and Direwolves right now, Immunity came out today of actually like pretty much showing their dominance. They went out 3-0. Direwolves, on the other hand, they were looking a bit shaky. They had a bit of a tough game against Vertex, like tough series actually. What was it, 3-2?
Yeah, 3-2.
They almost lost.
Yep,
like the difference between Immunity and Direwolves, I feel like Immunity are looking pretty consistent right now, but hey, this is a test actually, because Immunity are up against a real team as Direwolves.
Yeah, and I guess that's the question for you then, Taj. Obviously, from what we've seen from the Direwolves going into this series, what do the boys think about this Direwolves roster? Do they feel confident going into this series?
Yeah, I think just in general, they've always oozing confidence no matter who they're playing against. I think that's the sort of attitude you've got to come in to every single game, but they're confident, and you know, a few little tweaks here and there, and I think I wouldn't be too surprised if they can get on top. It'll just depend how they perform at the end of the day.
Do you think after what you've seen from the Direwolves, them, you know, potentially almost getting beaten by the open bracket team, that might have given them a little bit of a kick up the bum, or maybe a bit of less confidence coming to this stage game?
I think typically when that does happen, you sort of verse in a lower seeded team and they give you a bit of a scare. You kind of have a good chat with everyone and really go, come on guys, we got to get serious now, like it's game day. You can't afford to sort of drop off. So I think Direwolves would definitely be coming out. They would have had that chat and be looking to perform quite well after that sort of close five game series.
Yeah. It was kind of crazy, and obviously we had a chat to Zirkle after that series as well, Momo, and it seems like
he needed water.
Yeah, he needed something at the end of that because he was yelling and screaming across that stage, and I think that's going to be a big one here for this series is if Zirkle's able to give these guys energies, because today, championship bracket is going to be a lot of games for a lot of these teams as well. We talked about the open bracket teams playing a lot, but these Direwolves guys, they've already played a lot of Halo today, and they're going to have to get into it. But on the other side of the stage, Momo, it is going to be the Immunity boys. So once again, it feels like this is a brand new day for these guys. You know, we asked Taj just then, he said the boys were able to bounce back, figured out what they wanted to get done. But in this series, Momo, do we feel like from what we've seen from them this morning, they're able to get that confidence and go forward here in this Direwolves series?
Absolutely, honestly. They're all looking pretty consistent today. Dante's really stepped up compared to yesterday. He's one of the players I've noticed. He's pulling on more of a stat-wise in terms. I think he had like the most kills on the recharge game. Ads also looking pretty good with the shock rifle. Beno's just doing regular Beno things. And then Hef, we know Hef. He's the one and only. He's shot calling. He's doing all his good business.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, Taj, you being behind the boys throughout the entirety of today, going into this series, what kind of change for, you know, specific players like Dante coming into today? Like, is this just one of those days where he said, screw it, I'm just going to put some big numbers up?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. You know, typically speaking, when you see players come out and have a good day, there's supporting roles behind them. You know, there's a lot of shots getting put down that allow them to sort of capitalise on that. So even though when someone does step up a little bit, I do believe it's largely proportioned to the pressure that the team's putting on, creating those opportunities for the likes of Dante and whoever to sort of clean up and, you know, dominate the game.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, we touched on the fact that every single time that we see you Immunity boys play, it feels like it is this very kind of slow, methodical style. Is that something that you guys talk about quite a lot, is trying to grind out some of these teams and say, you need to break our defense before you guys can get on top of us?
Yeah, I think the guys are still obviously trying to figure it out themselves. You know, it comes with sort of game time and things like that, but typically, as we've seen Halo evolve since we were playing in 2007, it's definitely got a lot more fast-paced with sprint coming in and all those sorts of things that have been added. So I think it's just about finding the balance of not concentrating too much on team shot and positioning, and it's sort of, they're working on it. It's a very difficult balance, and as you know, as they sort of go through everything, it's something that we're hoping we can get right today. Because at times we look like old grandpas and way too slow, and sometimes
I'll say it, but you said it better than me.
But yeah, so we are conscious of that as a team. So hopefully we can see sort of that right balance of aggression and control.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you guys are going to be a team that's going to be able to build momentum throughout the entirety of this. Maybe not build momentum's career back, but either way, maybe some things are unsalvageable.
We tried that once already a few years ago.
It didn't work out too well, did it?
Well, lads, I want us to start looking at this championship bracket, because I want to start diving into this a little bit more with Voltage here as well. So obviously the way that this has panned out, Mindfreak and Kitbash are going to be going head-to-head here. I want to hear your thoughts about this Voltage, though. Obviously, Direwolves and Immunity are going to be going head-to-head here. Winner of this goes directly into a Chiefs match. Do you feel like the winner getting out of this, if it is going to be a straightforward series like a 3-0, do you think that's going to give, you know, either Team Immunity or Direwolves into that next semi-final a lot of confidence?
Yeah, I definitely think if someone can have a clean sweep in this next series, they should carry forward that confidence to the Chiefs. And, you know, I've seen across the years, on LAN, anything can happen. If let's say the Chiefs have one bad game, I wouldn't be surprised if they just all crumble and play very disconnected. So anything can happen at this sort of stage of the game. So whatever confidence can be got from this first series, if it is a 3-0, hopefully to Immunity. But, you know, definitely they can carry forward and take that momentum against the Chiefs.
How do we feel about that winners round one between Mindfreak and Kitbash? Like, considering we've seen what these Kitbash boys can do on the stage, do we feel like that they've got a little bit of something to go over the top of Mindfreak?
I'd love to see. I love a good underdog story, so I'd love to see them sort of make a really good charge. And they've had some really close series so far this tournament. So I'm excited to watch them play, and I always love watching some new up-and-coming players sort of stamp their mark on the scene.
It's always exciting, especially when we've got a KBM player, right? Like, I'd imagine you guys being the old heads in the scene, seeing a player like Scoob be able to come in. Is that something that you guys have to think about when you're playing against a team like Kitbash, like a KBM player?
To be honest, I only found that out about 10 minutes ago, and I was quite impressed. So Halo's definitely evolved past my knowledge, but yeah, it's impressive. I mean, but at the end of the day, that's the great thing about Halo. It's bringing more players together. It's not now isolated to just one platform, so it's great that you're able to have people playing keyboard and mouse and also controller. But yeah, I'd love to. I saw some whips around that he was doing. There's definitely some advantages that come from that. So yeah, it's impressive.
It definitely is good stuff. And getting into this series, we had a little head-to-head video between Team Immunity and Direwolves. Let's see what they had to say.
I try to get the win. I don't care about how positive, how negative I go. As long as we win, that's what I'm there for.
Well, we didn't come here to lose.
I think it could definitely be close, but I don't know, I feel like we can definitely get a 3-0 as well.
If we're all firing on all cylinders, we can definitely win.
They could get to us, they could take us out, but it's not going to happen.
They won't see us coming. If we're in our flow state, no one can stop us.
I think we're a dark horse.
We're unexpected. I reckon we can take them.
Great team, but today's not your day.
We will be taking it 100%.
On the day, we performed our best. Yeah, we can by far take them out.
We know what their play styles are like. We know what they like to do, and I think that does give us an advantage.
To be honest, I'm not really worried about anyone. You know, we know all their skills and what they can do, so when we see it play out in game, yeah, we can definitely shot call that and isolate them.
Yeah, I'm super confident in my own individual skill and ability. You know, I honestly do feel like this is the best I've ever played Halo Infinite.
They know that we can perform on LAN, so I think that's definitely going to be at the forefront of them. They know that they're going to get swarmed by us when we take our advantages, and yeah, we'll make the most of it.
Yeah, the old boys are here to win it. You know, we're here to show everybody that the old school players are the best.
Look out, boys, we're coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a matchup to get started on our championship bracket, and it wouldn't make sense to start it off without the man who built up ANZ Halo from the ground.
You're too
in
kind.
Maniac, ladies and gentlemen, the man is here casting with me, and I'm so excited.
I can't stay away from ANZ Halo. I mean, especially
We
a
keep
matchup like
dragging
this.
you.
I mean, we got Voltage on the desk. The guy didn't even know mice and keyboards exist. He's now joined us here on the squad, and yeah, you can't keep me away. I've been backstage working here at DreamHack Melbourne, and I've seen so much hype. My boys Kit Bash, I called that series. When I saw that, let me at the desk, let me on the desk. I have to cast this game, so I'm so excited to be here, guys.
Looking at these two teams coming up, Inman, they're teams that you have plenty of history and experience with. What are your thoughts going into now, you know, the biggest ANZ HCS event that we have ever seen? Two veteran teams on stage. Where do you think that they should be standing as players?
Well, it only makes sense that the biggest event we've seen ever, the Australian and New Zealand region, we've got two juggernauts here with Direwolves and Team Immunity, staples here in the region, and I'm absolutely psyched. Where they sit, at the bloody top, that's where they are. The top echelon here of HCS Esports coming up here in this best of 5 as we enter the championship bracket, Bluey.
It's a little difficult though, Inman, because they have had a lot of pressure put onto them from the young guns in ANZ. They have had some difficulty showing the players and the people that the old guard can stand strong and stand tall. They have a lot to make up for, but right now it doesn't matter. That narrative of the new guard is out the window. We've got two colossal titans of the old guard about to battle it out here on Recharge.
We've got old Uncle Ads here leading the squad for Team Immunity. Coming in, he's retired 3 times this year, coming back again, and somehow made it all the way. He's in Pro Pools, and now hopefully we'll be seeing him lead the squad here, which is kind of strange for you old heads out there in the ANZ scene to see Ads on Team Immunity, yet here he is. We've now got Direwolves and Team Immunity, and we're going to start off with my Kiwi brother from another mother. It's Bald here, Direwolves, as we're starting off this match.
Bald's taking up shots over on C-Plat, immediately collapsing and getting a double kill, securing the camo as well. Hill quickly goes into control, and the members of Direwolves, and now they've had a very strong position to hold off straight from the break.
2 kills straight off the bat, got the camo, Bald's got all the toys, 1v1 versus He's going to get the perfect shots as well, not too bad. He's going to be holding this down. He does have bottom B captured right now. He can get the call-outs here in the control room. Now, Nade's out, going out there, and you can see there 2 players down from Team Immunity. Benno coming off spawn. There should be some points here, though, for Direwolves if they can bring it together under pressure from that Nade now coming from the stairs. Still defending well. Bald staying alive off the rip after a minute here in the gameplay. Blue, great start, but still no points at the board as the pressure's on. But that kill there on Ads is going to be massive here.
So much hill time gone in favour in the member of Direwolves, and I would like to gas the man up a little bit. That was the Bald show right there, picking up kill after kill and holding so much hill time for him and his team in the background as well. Jordan securing himself kill after kill too, and Zirkle also 3 members of Team Immunity going down.
That's going to be massive. That's going to be points on the board very soon. Direwolves looking very, very good in this game. And there it is. The first round going to Direwolves. And I'll tell you what, that was Bald setting that up there for the Direwolves. Where are you going to die? It's going to be bottom mid. Not for Bald. Double kill, got the camo, and that was pivotal. And obviously it goes to show how important it is to pick that up at the beginning of that game.
The entire time, Direwolves just had the setup on the hill. They had all the angles covered. There was no rotation that Team Immunity could make at the time. And if you'll notice, as soon as that second hill came into place, they were immediately on it, ticking up time as quickly as possible. Now Jordan has picked up the shop rifle, and it's a deadly combo as he whips out the commando as well. Doesn't quite win that battle.
Deadly until you go up against the ferocious Benno of Team Immunity. Benno, Team Immunity, taking back to 2009, casting right here with these guys, the old heads, trying to do what they can, but Camo, once again in the hands of Bald. He takes out a kill, survived the nades. He was Terminator style. It took 3 explosive there to take him down. Benno coming in from the rear to secure the point. He's got the shock rifle in hand. Let's see if he can do a little bit better with it.
Oh, and of course he does as soon as you switch over, taking off heads. Misses those 2 shots though. Lots of time in play. Zirkle picking himself up a double kill. Back before, Bald opting for 2 playstyles in which he grabs camo and then immediately goes for the hill, which is not what we're used to seeing.
Direwolves looking so good right now. Zirkle going to drop down to bottom mid. I'd love to see what Direwolves are thinking right now as they are crushing at the beginning of this game. So let's go right now to an Astro listen in with the Direwolves.
Sweet. I naded him. Sweet.
Thank you.
watching his exit. I'm watching his exit.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to be all over gold. One's on bottom tower weak, going mid-bridge. Bottom tower to mid-bridge, one shot.
Single to long right now.
Triple stack weak, guys.
Yeah, I hit triple stack.
He got me, he's on tower now.
Nice.
On tower still.
Turn around, whoever's here.
Yeah, I'm watching.
You gotta pinch you.
You gotta live, guys. You're all alive.
2C flat. Just watch me.
Go on hill.
I killed one in hill, another one there. Really weak. Absolutely. Nice. That hill, boys.
Triple weak.
3 dead, boys. Chill. 3 dead.
One shot,
Just get healed. Just get healed.
Is one. Oh, watch it.
Nice. They're gonna spawn gold or A. Nice, boys.
I'm going tower.
One's top tower right now.
Live. Just don't die. Grabbing nice, boys. Nice, okay, we got a
Oh,
ring, another one there. Two there. I got shots on 2 of them in A. Another one.
Ring three as well. Mangle pit.
2 of them in A weak.
Nice.
Two dead.
One on A, one missing.
Did we get camo wave?
He was like...
Ring an A. That's last one.
One shot on ring, bro. Come on, guys, come on.
I got sniping gold. Just live, another one gold. Just live.
Two singles.
Absolute single pit.
Just chill.
Absolute mangle pit right now.
We're down.
Yeah.
I got a post one.
You can play quick, Jordan.
Okay.
One on gold as well.
They're already gold.
I got spawn with Jordan.
Okay, back A, weak. Nice. One was gold, Hayden.
Yeah, I didn't add on him.
Another one in A, I think. Yeah, kill this guy.
Two top A.
Absolute Bino.
Bottom A as well, guys. 3D.
Batteries, going grapple.
Just leave Hayden, come back.
That's the last guy.
Okay, I've got heal. I've got
He doesn't need to die.
Get gold control.
Yeah, I spawn behind it. They're gonna spawn.
They might spawn weird.
Contain them gold. Just leave.
Cool, calm and collected, the members of Direwolves were there. A theme that we're all too used to as they've come into this second day, feeling refreshed, feeling hot, and of course, the man on the squad himself, Jordan, 13-5 right now, creating so much dominance here on the control point.
Literally cleaning up everyone. No assist. Doesn't matter when you're taking faces. Just shows how well Direwolves are playing together, though. Circle with all of those assists as well. He's got 8, and Jordan is still alive. Dante, Hef, critical kills there to pick up as Hef is currently the kill leader for Team Immunity. Now 3 captures up. 1 more to go for Direwolves to wrap this one up. He's taken on 2. Jordan, he does go down though. Ads and Benno both picking up clutch kills there on balls. Jordan Immunity doing what they can to stay alive in this first game. And of course, momentum is critical as we kick off the championship bracket, Bluey.
Especially now, having 3 hill captures up on Team Immunity puts the Direwolves in an absolutely fantastic position. They can slay out for the rest of the map. Right now, they don't really need to worry about the objective. All they need to do is deny the members of Immunity as much objective as possible. But that being said, there is only 1 more hill for them to capture to take this map.
Vamped here, doing what he can to stay alive. He's in between a rock and a hard place, and there's the rock. It's Hef, and he drops on his head. Circle goes down as well. That's 2 big kills. Balls, Jordan trying to stay alive. Ads is pushing in here. He is looking mad right now as he's got support. 1 player left. That's going to be Vamped, and this control point looks like it's pretty good here for Team Immunity to make a recovery. And with Hef, got that camo as well. It's going to be big to hold on to that. Ads holding bottom mid. Hill control looking good. You can see that bar wrapping up, and we should have a point on the board here if he can stay alive. Shots out in Jordan. There it is. There's 1 point on the board here, on the game here, thanks to Hef and the team of Team Immunity.
First point for Immunity here, and there's a narrative that we've been seeing a lot, especially with Team Immunity in the past, is that when their backs are up against the wall, that's when they play the best. It's because of how much LAN experience that they have overall. They've never been in a position where they feel the pressure and they crumble. They take it and bounce back each and every time. There is a point of momentum turning right now, ladies and gentlemen. They need to fight off Direwolves as much as possible. That being said, I am looking over at the scoreboards, and the kill pressure that Direwolves is putting against Team Immunity seems like a chokehold.
Yeah, you can see here Team Immunity picking up a couple of kills here, but Direwolves looking strong. What I've noticed, Bluey, is that every single point so far, it's Direwolves in there first. No matter what slaying's going on, which tells me Direwolves are just so much better around moving on the map. Now, Immunity, they are coming in, they're good at collapsing, they're good at shutting them down, but they just need to make it good enough. They've got control now. Ads has the assist, good teamwork, all 4 players up, but they need to get the team shots in, and they do. Critical moment here for Team Immunity. They have to hold, they have to get this point. You can see there, it's still going in Direwolves' favor as Team Immunity are trying to maintain control. Jordan, the shots cross map, they can do a bit, but they need to push in. Van glancing as well. Here comes Circle. Circle putting the pressure on, Ads forced back, and you can see here, he's forced to go back. Zirkle's got the shots. He should be called out from the guy. He's going to be over there, and he does pick up the kill. I don't think they suspected Ads to actually push out there, Bluey.
Ads played his life for so long there. How long was he one-shot on that plat box? 3 members of Team Immunity go down once again. Their rotations need to be swifter right now if they want to stay in this game. It just feels like every member of Team Immunity is constantly on the back foot.
Benno's BR is literally on fire, man. The way he's getting those shots in. Look how close the point capture here is between these two teams. Van, critical 1v1, a trade out there. 2 players left alive for Direwolves, 1 coming off the spawn. You can see here from this point of view, Benno staying up was critical, and he is still there. Points now gonna be racking up. Let's see who can get this. Team Immunity, remember, look at your scoreboard, 3-1 for control points. Direwolves looking to shut it down. Team Immunity with all 4 players up, looking good right now.
Zirkle sneaks up from top A, puts shots down. Benno is weak. Critical point here. Beautiful shots from Zirkle as he clears that point, meaning his team has the opportunity to just leak their way in, putting foot and score on the board, denying Immunity that hill. Just a hair for Immunity. If right now they can take this, they might have an opportunity to keep this game alive. But the amount of pressure that Direwolves is putting on them means that they're constantly having to run away, play for their lives, when what they need to be doing is holding forward. 3 members of Immunity go down once more.
Ball rushed in, but it might have been all they needed. You can see here Dante trying to respond. 2 blue names over in the hill. You can see there, it's going to be captured there for Team Immunity. 3-2, we're off to a new hill.
We have a rotation reset for these hills. We're going back into the camo pit where we first started in order for these hills to be captured. Dante right now in there, playing for his life. Couple grenades go out, just trying to survey the area, get as much damage as he can as possible. Ads goes down. It's 1-for-1 at the moment. 2 more members of Team Immunity go down, and the hill is clear, allowing Direwolves to make their play.
Now, for once, we saw Immunity in the next hill first, and I just think that Direwolves collapsing on them was so much cleaner than what I saw out of Team Immunity. They didn't want to lose that last control point, yet they did. So here in this hill, they're looking to lock it down, but Immunity not done yet, trying to do what they can. We're on with Ads. I thought that was going to be clutch. He does go down. Hef just lining up to the slaughterhouse as well. Jordan, fierce looking here, but Benno with his BR again, looking so strong. Zirkle, Direwolves, he's going to be picking up the kill. You can see here the points relatively even, but Bald here with the camo once again.
Jordan's addition to the Direwolves roster has been nothing but positive for these boys. His kill power, his ability to make space on the map for the rest of his team to operate is absolutely massive. Bald once again with this camo, linking around to C-Plat, just trying to get a feel on the map for where the members of Team Immunity are as 2 members of Direwolves go down. Bald backing down, playing for his life. That camo is now out. Another member of his team stuck on Sneepy as they both try to dual BR. Ads, the member comes in. Bald picks up the kill on Dante, just trying to check his angles here, getting more shots on Ads, but he's one-shot himself and he does get taken down.
He played his life pretty well there, but it just wasn't good enough. You can see here, Direwolves so close wrapping this up, about just 3/4 of the way through this next hill, but I see it light up blue as Team Immunity are not letting this one go. Jordan, cross-map 1v1 BR battle that swords up if they ever go for it. But Jordan just trying to do what he can to get into a better position here. You can see Benno, he's holding it down bottom mid for Team Immunity. You can see here, Jordan gets the smack on Dante, gives him the old 1-2, but he's going to be cleaned up there. And it's just so dirty here, Bluey, as we just trade in 1-for-1. Getting real scrappy as we get towards the final end of this game.
Trades going back and forth right now. Direwolves are on the precipice of taking this map, and it looks like Team Immunity were not fast enough as Direwolf takes map 1, King of the Hill on recharge.
Yeah, and what a way to start. You know, I saw some great gameplay from both of these teams, but the big difference for me, Bluey, was the way that these guys, you know, really collapsed on the hill once Team Immunity had control. Direwolves for about 3/4 of that game were the first on the hill. Team Immunity were, of course, able to break through eventually, but for those last couple of hills where Team Immunity were able to get the front foot, Direwolves, my God, they just came in and completely wiped the floor with them. And the way that they were able to clean them out was the big difference to me. They seemed to both hold pretty well, but the way they were able to break is what I noticed about Direwolves, which I think gave them the edge.
I feel like the narrative was written from as soon as that first hill was captured. Direwolves immediately turning that hill red, stacking up the points, and it just felt like for so long the members of Team Immunity weren't pushing as a 4, but they were running away as a 4, almost always being one-shot. Direwolves just had so many strong, convincing team shots ringing out across the map all the time. And even if they were taking these 1v1 moments and they couldn't quite capture those kills, there was always another member of the team to follow it up.
Bluey, another thing to mention, of course, and we said throughout that game, was how critical those camos were. Bald had, I think, all of them, but maybe one or two. Great control by Direwolves throughout of that power-up, and it was thanks to that a lot of the time they were able to have great position. And of course, the decade plus of experience of competitive gameplay for Bald can't hurt either, as his positioning on the map and usage of that camo was just an expert class.
It's those fundamental mechanics and knowledge of Halo that every player here sitting on stage right now has. The experience underneath their wing, but because we're looking at these two teams playing, all it simply comes down to is who can execute on them better. Right now, Direwolves, because of the way that they performed yesterday, the criticism that they got from us at the panel, they know that they have to come in to today hot. Immunity does as well, but we've already seen convincing players from Direwolves ring out today.
Yes, indeed we have. And Jordan, you already called him out, Bluey. The addition to this squad, a monstrous 26 kills, good accuracy as well, really carrying a lot of the kills there. It was amazing gameplay from him, and indeed all of Direwolves. It has to be called out. Bald, we already talked about with overall gameplay. He seemed to really be the all-rounder throughout that match, but Jordan, wow, what a freak show.
Oh, absolutely. I said it before, I'll say it again. His addition to this roster, nothing but positive. I feel like for the longest time, Direwolves really needed that star player, that star formula blended into their mix so they could really explode. Yes, they have vamped. We've seen him pop off time after time, but they just needed someone who was able to do it with consistency, execution, finesse. That's exactly what you have in Jordan.
Direwolves already had the meat and veg. Here comes the gravy train of Jordan right over the top, making them a meal as they go into game number 2 here of this series. Immunity. We've talked a lot here about Direwolves' immunity. So much experience. Not even arguable that there's the most years of experience on this squad.
66
by
years
far. You've got
total.
Ads here on the stage as well, who was, I think, 4th at World Cyber Games 2008 for Halo 3.
Yes.
His claim to fame. So, these guys have been playing for Halo 2 and probably prior when some of these players, Scoob, were still in nappies. So it's been kind of a wild trip. But here we are going into game number 2 of this series, and we're going to be kicking off things here with Dante.
Catalyst Slayer right now. A bit of a chaotic game type for both of these teams. We've seen how they've sort of performed on both of them. A bit wishy-washy. Honestly, we've been discussing on the desk about how Catalyst Slayer is just a bit of a coin flip, right? You need really decisive overall teamwork. And I feel as though it's something that these younger teams have really excelled at getting a grasp of, especially these rotations that need to be taken on this map, this parallel loop-de-loop. That being said, Team Immunity right now, 5-1, a very convincing start off the cusp.
Little slippery snake getaway there for Dante. Benno, though, he just doesn't miss as he picks up one now. Oh, the double kill there as well. My God, with the skewer. Benno looking good right here. Great start, 7-2, as Jordan finally picks up the second kill here for Direwolves. But don't rule them out. After what we saw last game, Direwolves, you don't know what to expect from them. They could come back, but I tell you what a handy start here for Team Immunity.
There's always the option for Direwolves to really kick it into gear. A killing spree already on deck for Benno. 5-0 this man is. We've talked about how deadly, how lethal this man is, and how cool, calm, and collected he always is on the roster of Team Immunity right now. And that's exactly what these boys need right them to keep them in the game.
Benno, I was waiting for the skewer. He tries to pop it out. He really wants to use this, but just those peck shots from cross map are going to be real difficult for him to deal with, but he does eye off one, just eyeing off that door. There goes the peek, and he almost kneecaps him. Was going to miss out of ammo for that one, so we won't see it for a little bit here. Benno's positioning slowing down a little bit. It was a 7-2 start. Now 9-5. Benno finally being cleaned up.
Right now, the overshield could be a pivotal flip in the scoreline of this game. Going to see the players fighting over for it very soon. 1-1 on both ends. Up 10, Zirkle going for the play, and he does manage to grapple it. He will secure the OS. Fantastic now that he can look cross-map, take a BR fight comfortably, sort of whittle away a bit of that overshield, but he's going to collapse back into his teammates, and he does take down Hef, 2 members of Team Immunity. Right now, sneaking in through blue, Ivy side, Zirkle opts for the lower option, looking to clean up, but it doesn't matter because he has the support of Vamped, picking up 3 members of Team Immunity go down.
And this is what I was talking about. Complete turnaround, things are tied up now. Zirkle gone huge, tanking all the shots, and was able just to help the Direwolves capitalize and pick up those kills. Vamp with a massive 6 kills here. Zirkle 1-1-1 across the board, trying to do what they can. Meanwhile, Benno, as they do pick up 2, make that 3 as well. Vamp is going to be the one to try and keep it alive here for Direwolves. We'll see what he can do. Scoreline 13-10. Bluey, I think it's going to be tight throughout this whole game.
It definitely will. Looks like much of a slow-paced match right now. You don't want the scoreline to blow out too far on Catalyst. It is so difficult to pick up those cross-map kills in order to make the difference here. Dante pushing up right now on Ivy side, throws a node at Vamp. That Vamp is going to back off. Just looking for the support of his team right now. Damage ensues. We can see how many players of Team Immunity are posted up on Ivy side right now. Benno still with that skewer. The grapple as well. Looking to hit that no-scope. Doesn't quite pull the trigger. Leans around the corner and he does unfortunately get taken out by Balds. Balds picking up a double as well.
1 point separating these teams. Still very early days. That skewer was dropped. Keep an eye out for it. Jordan's calling out there. Benno, unfortunately, well, at least unfortunately for Direwolves, Benno's going to be picking up the kill there on Balls, who's been a massive playmaker for the squad. Direwolves here, Vamp and Jordan just kind of biding their time as we see that OS going to be coming up momentarily. Who's going to be going for a diving right in? It's going to be Vamp. He's going to be trying to burn it. And you can see there, Immunity picking up the kills for the Trouble. I think that was nice plays for both teams. Oh, kind of in a hard spot. Circle. He tried to make it, and you know, you always got to shoot your shot like that did for the overshield right here. Loses half, but I mean, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, the flashy sort of spin play, not really paying off for Zirkle right there. Unfortunately, he is 1 and 4 at the moment. Adds with the overshield. Pushing up right now with Dante, trying to just get a clean sweep for the back of this base. Right now, because of how slow-paced the game is, you want to check every angle possible. They're going to play this very slow, very meticulously. They don't want to be cornered or taken by surprise. All the members of Direwolves right now just spread on one side of the map, looking for as many angles as possible. They were aware that the overshield is up, but what they might not be aware of is it is, in fact, burned now. A lot of map pressure to make up for just the slow gameplay right now. And again, as you said before, Inman, we are in for a long run because Immunity have the pressure on Direwolves right now. They're up 5 kills. If they don't want to move past the halfway point of the map, they do not need to.
No, they don't. You can see here, Benno, he was just going to be... I like what happened. Vamp got a couple of shots. Benno backed up. Benno knew that Vamp would think he wouldn't pop out, but of course he did. Put the pressure on, dives out, great gameplay. Now, unfortunately, Benno wasn't really able to get a kill out of it, at least yet, but heads-up gameplay from Team Immunity. Jordan going to be picking out there. Ads, along with Benno here, teaming up to get the kill here. You got Dante up top. Ads picked up 2 there. Jordan and Circle both going down. 24-17. This is a very handy lead here as we get to the halfway mark, Louis.
The score is blowing out more and more, and what we love to see on Slayers is when you get to that 25-point mark, the game starts to pick up pace a little bit more because you have the confidence of a score lead. You can you can make those risky plays as needed. Even if you start just trading out kills, you are always going to have the lead in your favor, and it looks exactly like what the Team Immunity boys are doing right now.
With OS coming up, you don't want to be a man down, and that's what Direwolves are at the moment. Keep an eye out for that. Ads is in position. He's got the cover over half, and you can see there, no challenge. And you know what that was? That was that one guy down. It's just Direwolves. They couldn't move on it, because if they did, you know, you got to stop that overshield. They weren't in position. They were just going to throw away lives. The lesser evil was to try and just get in a position that they could defend, regroup, and try and fend it off. And, you know, it seems to have worked. Jordan picked up on the kill. It adds at leaving half. He might be baiting in here. Dante gets the kill. So, bit of a tough spot here for Direwolves as Immunity are looking good. They're up to the 30-point mark. But again, we saw at the beginning of the game how fast it could turn around.
About 10 kills the difference here. Sorry, 9 kills the difference in favor of Team Immunity. Once again, that very slow-paced sort of action. Meticulously looking around. They spot 3 players Ivy side. It is called out, and a rotation will ensue. Ads, Hef, and Benno all staying around, trying to see. Vamp pushing out here for the kill. He is baited a little bit, trying to secure that 1 point more on the board.
Benno, 13-4, 6 assists as well. The guy's backpack is huge. He's been lifting for years. He's going massive for this Immunity squad, and he's not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Benno, 14 here and 5 for the Immunity roster, and I think he's going to be the one that helps him to secure this map. But let's not jinx him just yet. You've got Zirkle in front. He himself has been going huge in previous games. A little rough here, 2-7. I think that's what really explains at least some of this lacking of pep here from the Direwolf squad in this Slayer game.
Zirkle, unfortunately, yes, suffering a little bit. As we saw today, he had so much energy within him. Every kill he got back to back, he was popping off on stage, but now seems so subdued as his scoreline 3-8 at the moment. 3 members of the Direwolves go down, 2 members for immunity. We are looking at the overshield once again. Dante looking down mid-bridge, taking shots on the balls. Balls back down, but 2 members now there. He manages to secure that OS just in time. He can sponge some damage, give some time for his teammates to push up, and that's exactly what happens. He gets the assist, shots onto Vamps as well, backs down once more, but Jordan in the backline picks up a kill. Hef as well takes down Jordan once more. Dante peeking back and forth, playing his life for so long.
He was just the tank. He was just the distraction. He ran in, popped around. He was the sentry. He ran out. They chased him. Meanwhile, Team Immunity picked them off, and that's what we just saw. 10 kills between them. Now look, 9 again. It should be pointed out, we're still at this 9-kill gap despite the 2 free overshields in there as well. So if something bad happens here for Immunity, it's just one opportunity, one shot. That's all Direwolves are gonna need, but not like this. 3 kills, make that 4 here. Direwolves all down, Immunity looking strong as they try and secure the final 5 games here to tie things up here in our first championship bracket series of the event.
5 kills remaining for Immunity right now, looking so strong in the Slayer playlist. Previously, before, they were struggling a little bit. They're inching that scoreline closer to that 50-point mark. 3 kills, make that 2 as the team shot and the nade comes out from Ads and Benno. Ads looking up mid-bridge right now, looking down. He can see Zirkle. Shots ring out. The calls come too. As we see all members of Team Immunity right now just peeking corners over on Skewer side. Slowing things down a little more. Jordan gets a nade kill onto Hef, sort of closing that scoreline as much as they possibly can, but it might not be enough. 1 kill left as a member from Direwolves is now one-shot. Benno just peeking around, looking over this Skewer side. Zirkle in the line of sight of 2 members, but he manages to get away with his life as Ball picks up a kill on Dante. It could be anyone's right now, but it's Hef in the back line, taking it for Immunity as the score is now 1-1.
What a game. What a show that both of these teams here are putting on here at DreamHack Melbourne. Direwolves and Immunity. Direwolves, they came out of the gate racing. They've tripped, they've tumbled, and Immunity are now racing in the lead as well. What a race to the win here it has been between both of these teams. Benno, all rise for thy god of ANZ Halo. Benno, what a show, what a clinic that guy put on through this game.
I mean, you said it before, Inman, it was like, you know, nostalgia going back to the day when you'd be calling out Benno's name on a main stage. He still has it. It's incredible. A man with so much experience just putting on an absolute clinic right now in this Slayer game. Going into a new game, it doesn't matter. We've constantly said Benno could take 3 years off from playing Halo, come back to a main event stage and still put it on.
My wife gets jealous. I call my name more than hers. So that's how much I've been calling this guy over the years, but it's well earned here in this series. Benno, I mean, it's just going to be a highlight reel for this guy. I tell you what, Immunity, package it up, put it on socials, job done.
Well done for Team Immunity, you know, and they're, of course, still in it. 1-1 right now. They're matching Direwolves as much as possible. And, you know, you hate to see it, but Direwolves really were just struggling there throughout the game. They couldn't match the pace that Team Immunity was making. Every time the lead blew out a little bit more, it'd be 2 kills more, then 3 kills, then 4. Every single time we saw near the very end of that game, Direwolves go 4 down, and that is not the kind of momentum shift that you want to be happening.
It's so important, though, while we celebrate this win for Team Immunity, to not forget how strong Direwolves are, how strong they've been, how strong they can be, and very likely will be as we continue this series. We saw there, I believe it was like a 9-2, and they turned it around, and then it was like 10-10.
Yep.
There was like 7 or 8 unanswered kills. If they can do that in a Slayer, they can do it in any game type, and if you're going into an objective and you can slay like that and bring that composure, that's a winning formula right there for this squad. 1-1 in a best of 5, Bluey. I'm not getting too far ahead of myself with Immunity because that green wave of Direwolves is looking pretty scary.
Immunity, though, they're a bit like a brick wall. If they manage to get a setup and hold it for a long enough time, there's no way that you're going to be able to punch through it. That's why, you know, when they go up against these newer teams, sort of these young gun teams, they really struggle to stack that up. But because they're in their element right now, playing against Direwolves, a team that, usually sticks to a more slower pace style of gameplay, it allows them to set that foundation, and it becomes so much harder for a team like Direwolves to break.
Indeed it does, and that's the thing. The experience here shining through. Now, we talked about Team Immunity's experience. I mean, you have some of the most experienced Kiwi players here on Direwolves. They've been around for so long. I mean, Bald, I remember him for, again, over a decade that he's been playing and competing and keeping up with the best of them, representing the country and the team very, very well. I can't think of anyone better, and that experience is what's going to count as they try and compose themselves and shake off that loss as we head here into our next map. I'm completely psyched for it. We're heading over to Streets, and Bluey, this is one of those things, casting cliche, how do you call it though? Both of them, rockstar teams, some of the best, 1-1. You see the objective game there, Direwolves just starting strong. Immunity though, looking furious after that game too.
Oddball on Streets is a very chaotic game type, and it might not give Immunity enough time to set the foundations of that impenetrable brick wall we're going to have to see here. Hef immediately opting for the red gun, laying down so much damage. Crossfire onto Balds. Ads will be able to clean that, but Balds picks up 2 just before he dies. Jordan making sure that he has eyes over that rocket launcher and gets a nice little melee there. Ads, though, the one who comes out on top, but Zirkle with the rockets manages to connect that second one, but it's not a kill. 1 rocket down and remains on the map, as Vamped is the one who goes through lower ATMs, picks up the ball and rotates it into Tram.
Yeah, see, Ads coming out on top before there was kind of crazy, but that's what happened when the player shot first instead of going for the beatdown. Regardless, it was still Direwolves that got that first touch and were able to get away. They didn't get to do much with the rockets though, but I mean, again, given how close it's been, what else can you expect but mayhem off the start?
Absolute chaos always ensues whenever we play on Streets. It doesn't matter the game mode, it's just the way that the spawns are, the way that the objective plays out as well. Right now, Zirkle looking on Spike Stairs, gets an assist onto Vamped. Looking over balcony now as 2 members of Team Immunity stay there, but 2 do fall. It's Benno and Dante right now, splitting their rotation. 1 going down driveway, 1 pulling back to tires. But Direwolves do not care about that right now. They are picking up the ball and opting for a setup in ramp. We switch over to Dante as he gets his head kicked in. Benno now sneaking up to Spike Stairs right now, just laying some damage down, manages to pick off balls as he was one shot. The rotation comes in from his teammate as well, and the Bulldog is going to be meeting face to face with as Zirkle and Jordan, both in the backline, get taken down. 2 members down for Direwolves.
Dante, along with the rest of Team Immunity, just trying to get their control of this map, waiting for those new rockets coming up. Positioning is going to be everything. He gets the spot. Circle surely taken down. He does Guardian Angel. I love the fact that he's doing that. Dante, be my Guardian Angel, because I tell you what, the way he's playing, he's just like that. Ads here holding the ball as well. Those rockets, though, just trying to keep an eye on it. We'll see who's going to be able to get that. 4 players up for Direwolves, Hef's down for Team Immunity, and they're trying to hold on to the ball. This is going to be tough here as those rockets, I think, were picked up. Ads, though, getting the flank. He's got a double. Triple kill on the cards. He challenges, he wants it, he has to reload. And you can see there, Benno. Oh my gosh, that was so close there for Ads. Direwolves, though, able to stay up there. Dante now trying to put some pressure on here over in ATM. No shield. I thought he was about to nade himself there. Able to stay alive. How is Dante still alive here and able to put pressure on? If he gets away, nah, surely not. Finally drops there, but what a game.
3 members down, fall for Team Immunity. Vamped right now, setting it up, trying to secure that last kill, making sure that all the space in the Tram setup is theirs, and that's exactly what it looks like is happening as Balds grabs ball, rotates up Spike Stairs, but Hef playing a little sneaky right now with the thruster, but gets taken down, loses the 1v1. Excellent shots ring out from Vamped.
The fact that Vamp came out on top in that when Hef had that thruster was wild, and he's still beaming. He gets the kill on Ads as well. Play around the corner, gets the... Oh, I thought he was going to connect. Unfortunately not. He does go down. Dante on top. Scatter shot's going to help. 2 players down there for Direwolves. You can look at your score check here. 28-17 with Immunity just in front. Again, we're only in round 1 here of this oddball. If you are just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the ANZ Regional Finals winners bracket. We're up to the championship bracket here of the event, and this is our first series of it. Direwolves and Immunity, and they are putting on a show. Bald here, being a superstar throughout the entire event, and particularly here in this series, he's come to play, ladies and gentlemen, here up against some of the best, of which he is 18 points to the 37 and climbing for team immunity as they're doing a stellar job here, Bluey, of holding it down.
So many times it was Direwolves making rotations into back tram to secure this ball, and it looks like once again they will be doing it as 3 members of Team Immunity go down. They make an excellent push, a massive clear. Vamped right now on an absolute tear, 13 and 5, and now Rockets in the hands of Jordan. So deadly with it, connects to a double for him, looking to sneak up on Benno, but doesn't manage to capture it. Right now, Bald on hands with the Bulldog, as well as having the red gun. A dangerous combo as he takes out one, looks to clean up the other, but doesn't quite connect. Vamped over here on driveway, looking down, trying to get shots. Benno connected with, he is one, and Jordan cleans him up.
In a little bit of a fumble, somehow able to pick up that kill. Gets the disruptor out as well. He's got those shots. You can see there he was collected. Hef must be, hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Mayhem as both teams trading back and forth. Bald trying to maintain top control here. The ball's going to be out. 2 players team immunity. They've got the height advantage here. Ads, though, able to get away. Those nades ring out, and that's going to be Balls going to his death. Benno here for team immunity. 2 players on top. Vamp and Jordan both picking up kills. The long-range scatter shot. It can be done. Hef picking up one who should be an easy double. That nade might connect. No, the parkour too strong out of the Direwolves as they're able to get away. Ads is up top there to hopefully clean it up though for the immunity squad. 1 player comes out and Hef still managing to stay alive. You can see here the scatter shot basically being oh my gosh, Vamp giving him the smack as well for losing that exchange.
Direwolves only 8 points up on the score tally right now, but that's all because of just how long these engagements have taken and how much Direwolves have been able to milk the ball with each one. Just fantastic rotations. That ball has been sitting there over on the Sentinel Beam jump up for God knows how long now. 60 seconds left on the clock in the round. If you pick up that odd ball, the clock stops. Benno picking up a double kill, switches to the scatter, doesn't connect the second shot. Jordan manages to hold on to his life. Dante falls as well. 2 members of Team Immunity down. Shots ring out. Hef can't win the 1v1, and Balls gets rewarded with the Rockets.
It was such a rough time to lose those 3 players. They've lost rocket control. Balls, I'm not even mad if you waste them here at this stage. They're in such a good position. That said, it is only a few points between them. It's critical that Ball stays alive with that rocket in the tube. Vamped trying to play his life, and things you'll see with things so close. Slow down for a moment. I mean, what could Ball do there? He had to trade out after that sneaky little smack from the player jumping up from bottom mid. Benno taken down by Vamp, looking strong. Shots out by Hef. Trades back and forth. 2 players down for Team Immunity. We have to call out Vamp as he's coming off the respawn. 20 kills and 9 for the very experienced player on Direwolves here with Jordan as he tries to rack up some points, 70 points and climbing. Direwolves finally looking like they're in a really good spot here. You can see here, Circle just cleaning them up. Got the flank here, picks up one. Oh, I thought he was going to win that against the odds as well. Unfortunately, he was dropped. We've been away for 30 seconds and Jordan's still holding this ball, Bluey.
Jordan racking up all the points in the world as now that score differential is so far blown out in favor of the Direwolves. The buckshot from Jordan comes out and he manages to secure himself a kill with it. Hef in the background takes out Jordan as a trade. Balls with the melee kill. Dante with a kill onto Balls too. Bam's swiping up Dante and Zirkle trying to run for his life. Over, will he make the melee kill? He does manage to connect it, but gets taken out by Benno in the end.
Jordan here, we talked about him being the gravy for the meat and veg squad. Jordan seeing what he can do, and you can see here it is going to be wrapped up. Direwolves taking the first round here of this oddball on streets. It's now up to Immunity. What are they going to do to return serve here? We're going to be starting off with Direwolves as they've got the advantage here in map number 3 of this best of 5 series of the championship bracket. Vamp looking good. It was Benno who was going to get the first kill of this round. 1v1. You don't want to go up against Benno, or maybe you do. Vamp accepts the challenge. He gets the assist as Benno was cleaned up there by Bald, who was over in PC. You can see Hef now with the rocks, and he doesn't get the kill.
It was still a from the grave kill though, because I believe he actually got team-nated, so the rocket damage there was enough for him. Right now, Vamped once again, actually for the first time, taking the ball and rotating it around back A. That damage from the spike grenade, though, is going to make sure that he decides to play the ball.
Look at the difference in kills here between these 2 teams. Vamp, double positive, 22 and 11, 17 kills for Jordan. The closer you got is Benno, is 14, 15, but even he's going negative. They've just got him in their sights, and Direwolves, they're just looking so strong in this game. It surprises me, given what we've seen, how close the game has been.
Especially, yeah, just like you say, Vamped being just a solo carry right now, doing so much work to make sure that the members of Direwolves can just constantly inch forward, have space on the map, and it's proving, you know, the fruits of their labor are coming to harvest. This is exactly what these boys want. Jordan dropping the ball for his teammate there because, of course, he's one of the main slayers. You want to make sure that he can go to work with that Bulldog. Shots ring out across the map as Team Immunity spawning arcade side. Bald in the background has the red gun as well, so he's going to be a dangerous presence from a distance. Ads does sneak up on him though, picks up a melee kill, and Zirkle takes out Ads, trading out Vamped right now over in tires, getting shots on Dante. Dante thrusts away, but the wingman medal means that that kill was secured. Vamped right now making a sneaky little transition around back A, hoping to get some flanks on the players of Team Immunity, and he does.
Fantastic work there from Vamp. Great choice of movement. Such a smart heads-up play. And look at the pressure he's still able to put on as his teammate run around. A little bit of a do-si-do here as they just flirt with each other before the action begins. Here you go, Dante gets the rocket out, picks up the kill here. 2 players down for Direwolves. Team Immunity, they've still got it in them to try and bring it back in this game. They are down by, that, of course, that 1 round, and Direwolves with the lead here in this second round. Jordan and Vamp just so strong here, especially Vamp. We've talked about it all game. 24 and 14. He's got 10 assists. He's got some objective points. He's calling everything out. And when you got him and Bald popping off as well, Jordan, of course, up there. Ads, though, could shut all that down with a well-placed rocket. He's got 1. He's going to find a second. There you go. There's 2. Where's the 3? Line them up. Line them up. Can it be done? Ads just in a critical position here, able to pick up those 2 kills. Needs to watch himself, though, and play it smart, not rush. Look at this wrapper around here. He was called out. What do you think of that play? Because I think just a little too aggressive there in that movement.
It was actually kind of out of character for
Ads,
like
right?
that. I know Ads is usually a lot more slow paced, a lot more precise with his shots, but I think he just felt a bit of confidence coming from that double kill, and you know what? So he should. Sometimes you need some of that gas in the tank, but it didn't prove to be useful in the end. We're seeing so many rotation attempts come out from Team Immunity, especially with the oddball, but they don't have the points to show for it. Direwolves are still the one just milking seconds over and over again, and they are in the lead for it.
Indeed they are, and they've just been showing why they're so strong throughout this entire game. That was an excellent trade, though, it must be said, for Team Immunity, but it's not going to be doing much. Direwolves still looking good. Ads trying to do what he can, trying to get away. Jordan picks up the kill on Dante, and all 4 players from Direwolves are still up, which means Circle's going to get the kill. They smack down each other. Boxing match begins as they try to clean each other up here. Meanwhile, all of this has happened. The ball was able to be pushed away. You've got 2 players here from Direwolves. They have middle control. One of them is Circle coming out of ping. Benno had no hope, no awareness of that rocket player. That was unfortunate. Circle still did what he had to do there to keep the dream alive for Direwolves, but as we see Immunity collapsing, that second rocket proved to be critical.
Immunity finally look like they're getting a bit of a foothold in Tram, something that appears to be what they've been trying to do all game as the members do start to spawn in from PD. Trying to get shots in the back. Zirkle, though, wrapping around from driveway. Dante is unfortunately 1 shot right now, but he does manage to take out Zirkle. The ball is lying there. Looks like Dante will just try to sort of just leech around, looking around driveway side as Balds the challenge of the 1v1, and he doesn't get out, though. Balds gets picked off. Dante manages to secure his life, but can't spot out another member, and the nade comes through as well.
Leave that in a 1v1. I thought Dante was going to lose that, which would have been nuts. Regardless, Immunity was able to maintain control of Tran, but Direwolves, they've wrapped around, and now they're going to run away with it. A couple of players here collapsed on this one player. I don't see who that is. It looks like it was going to be Ads. Ads taking down Dante. He should have got the call out and been prepared for that. Unfortunately, he was called out, and the player from middle is going to clean it up. 31 kills. 31 for Vamp so far, which is bananas. The closest to him is his teammate, 23 kills to Jordan. But for all these kills, what are they getting for it? A very close round is what they've got here as both teams are tied up right now, Bluey.
The score on the oddball is all about tied up. There needs to be one decisive wipe from either of these teams to make sure that they can secure enough ball time. Only about 40 seconds left on the clock. There's not a lot of time to play with here overall. We're going to probably witness a bit of an oddball, just objective denial right now to secure this round. Looks like right now, Team Immunity, though, it is in their favor. They have the setup. Zirkle just looking to peek with that Bulldog as he thinks that a player might wrap around from Pink Street, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. The aggressive play comes out. Shotgun then swaps out. Vamp, though, with the rockets, looking to secure more, does get an assist as well. Boards, though, playing around Palm Tree. 3 members of Team Immunity do go down, so this means right now, Dire Wolves can link up that score.
Indeed they can. With only 30 seconds on the clock, that's going to be pivotal. Direwolves trying to hold on to it, of course, for as long as they can. Rockets coming into play so many times. Direwolves once again in control on the map, and Board looking so strong. Meanwhile, watch your kill feed. Benno and is going to be queued up to kill from Team Immunity, and he is still alive. Zirkle, though, he does have that scatter shot. It could come in big. He picks up one, doesn't get the shot out there, which was huge from Az to stay alive here. Keep an eye on the score, ladies and gentlemen, with 25 seconds left here in this game and in this round. Could just be a denial play. There it is. Ball drop. They want the timer to run down. They think they've got the weapons to hold it up. It's going to come down to this next play.
Immunity look like they have Tram locked down right now. All they need to do is just get a couple more points and just keep denying that objective for about 20 seconds. Direwolves right now on the back burner as they need to make a decisive cut through to Tram in order to ensure that they can get the members of Team Immunity out of there, get their hands on the ball, but it looks like that Direwolves have in fact done it. Jordan trying to grab that ball right now, rotate it out. He's taking a lot of pressure from Hef. About half shields right now. He gets the kill, locking Hef out. Zirkle now grabbing the ball once more, stopping the clock. 6 seconds, the rotation just needs to come out. They are ahead by 2. 2 seconds left on the clock. Benno grabs the ball. He's missing. Benno! The reversal, and they secure it.
A 1-point game to Team Immunity. 1 point there in that round. Oh my God, we're going to round number 3 here. I cannot believe it. I was about to say, don't gamble, kids, but I guess in that case, when you gamble on a round of oddball, came up clutch for Team Immunity. A single point. I don't think we've seen anything that nuts in oddball in a very long time, if ever, Bluey.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, and these teams are going to pass out in a minute.
That's wild, man.
Anyway, Jordan right now already opting to go into ATMs, grabbing the ball, just dropping it on Vending Machine, grabbing a couple of points here as they look like they're going to rotating it just around back A, but he gets picked off in the background by a Hail Mary nade from Benno as Benno picks up 2. Headshot on Zirkle, but Benno gets taken down himself. Balls with the challenge, and so many members of Direwolves. Actually, only the 2 members of Direwolves left, but Vamp comes out on top. The man has now broken 40 kills.
I cannot believe what we're seeing here from these 2 squads. Double kill for Direwolves, answered by a double kill from Team Immunity. It's been wild. Zirkle here, who's been going so big for the squad throughout the entire team, lagging behind his teammates in this game, but I think he's always been where they need him. In this instance, got control of the scatter shot. Good chance of being able to put a lot of damage, if not help to take down ads here, as we were able to get away from the ball. But of course, Immunity did get a touch on it, and their first point here, as both teams jockey for position here in this 3rd and final round.
Immunity just scrapping a couple of seconds. Hef stays alive, did secure himself a triple kill before he was fallen. I don't know, Inman, trading out 3 for 1 doesn't really seem worth it, in my opinion. As
3 is more than 1.
Yeah, well, exactly. Hef just too powerful in those shots. You know, overall, during this weekend, Hef hasn't really been a slayer, but today we've seen him consistently pull out plays like that, just enabling his team to be able to bounce back from the spawn screen stronger and be able to retake the positioning that they've just lost.
Yeah, Dante, though, trying to do what he can. Double kills kind of very much help, especially when it's up against Balls and Zirkle. Vamp and Jordan trying to keep the dream alive, and Vamp is at least going to help by taking down Benno, who's just been an absolute monster. The kill slayer, the slayer leader, I should have said, for most of their series for Team Immunity, and indeed is, other than you've got Ads and Dante up there with him. In fact, it is very even on the Team Immunity squad. You've got Vamp just trying to be a show-off here at the regional, and wow! Jordan must have heard me as he wants some of the limelight as well. Nice little double kill and control of those rockets, and look at the points just rolling away here. Jordan taking his anger out and everything, including the scenery here, as he's going to be establishing position here over on the balcony. One player sneaks up the stairs. Jordan's movement so good, and unfortunately, he's just going to get peppered from all sides.
Look how aggressively Direwolves are playing on the oddball now. They're just wasting no time making sure they can rack up as many points on it as possible. 44 to about 12 right now in favor of Direwolves. Such a strong hold. Zirkle was just playing top A with it, peeking over time and time again though. Ads in the background taking out a member there, gets hit by the frag, does take out 2-3 members of Direwolves go down. Balls being the last one alive over in Arcade, trying to connect a kill. Zirkle has got the backup for him though, as he does get an assist. Benno is down, which means Team Immunity right now down 1. Can Balls win this battle? Dante with the jiggle peaks, just both of them making sure they're alive, and Balls unfortunately gets picked through that door.
That was such a heads-up play there from Dante, able to stay alive. Vamp, though, with the red gun, the double shot beatdown has been working for him. And look at that, the nice little swap. Ads, though, too hot on that BR, able to come out on top. 3 players down for Direwolves. It's up to Balls to just try and anchor for the squad. He is going to be cleaned up. That should be ball in the hands here of Team Immunity, and they are going to have some points on the board here as they just try and stop this new wave from Direwolves. Score check, 44 points to the 24 of Team Immunity again. Guys, if you missed it, this is round 3 of this oddball in a series where it's 1-1. Talking about going the distance, I think we're going to be seeing it here as both these teams trying to do what they can. Speaking of, scatter shot there for Direwolves, very nice. Another Rocket's coming up. Can Immunity get it for once, Bluey?
The Rockets are going to be the absolute table flip in order, but Immunity, yes, exactly as you said, Inman needs to get hold of these just one time. Not scrapping one rocket, but getting 2. Of course, Benno tries to peek bottom mid, doesn't get it. Balls is the one who picks up rocks, does connect it there, and 2 of them are out. Double killed for Balls. Gonna fall back right now to PD Sign, looking out for his teammates. Benno and Hef right now spawning on Arcade side. Another member, Dante, spawning on Arcade as well. This entire time, Direwolves have just been playing back A, holding this ball. 71, 72 points right now to their name.
It's so absolutely vital to get those rockets. If you connect and get those 2 kills that are, or more, that are possible from those rockets, you're able to set up such clutch players, and Direwolves have just run away with it. Jordan there did so well. Dante, unfortunately for Direwolves, answering back. But just look at the score. It says it all. 82 points to 25 in this round. But Dante and the rest of Immunity, they're not out of this yet, guys. They're trying to do what they can to stay in it. And shots like that, teamwork like that, is exactly what they need. 3 players down for Direwolves. Spawners coming up. 1 over on Pink Street. You've got 1 coming up to B. It's Zirkle. He's cleaned up. Great communication. Dante knew there was 1 behind him, and he's down to 1 shot. Should be cleaned up if the callouts are good. Unfortunately, there was no angle on Balls, able to slip away when there's only going to be, 15 points required. They need to make a move, Bluey.
Vamped right now on the board with 50 kills, dropping a 50 bomb here. The second player that I think we've seen do it throughout this weekend. There's a reason, Inman, I put Vamped on my superstar team. 3 members of Direwolves go down there just for a fraction. Rockets are about to come up soon as well, as Vamped goes around Sentinel stairs, looking around plant side, just seeing what information he can gather for his team as he's waiting for 2 more members to go up, looking to jump up heaven, but Swatch Ads on A. 2 members of Team Immunity guarding that ball, very close-hearted right now. Rockets up in 4 seconds. Does manage to take out Dante, gets taken out himself. 2 for 2 right now for Immunity and Direwolves as these rockets are about to come up. Jordan keeping eyes on them. Hef right now locked down in tires, weak. And Jordan with the turn onto him. Gonna need to make a decisive play right now in order to get those rockets, and it looks like they are in the hands of Direwolves as Bald gets him, whips 1 out, shuts down Ads, as well as Benno looking to clean into PD as well. Dancing around this pillar right now. Can he secure it? And he does. 3 members down for Team Immunity.
I could almost hear his voice in my head, how badly he wanted that triple. Able to pick up the 3. The points are racking up. It should wrap up here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Direwolves too strong here in this oddball up against Team Immunity. And there we go. Map number 3. Go to the mighty Direwolves as they wrap it up quickly, eviscerating Team Immunity in round number 3 after what was, I'm sorry, the highlight for me was still round 2. Wow, that 1 point difference and Team Immunity clutching up. But that, I think they just gave it all the gas that they had there, then they ran out. They're stuck on the side of the road as Direwolves again cruising straight past them. Now ahead in this best of 5, 1 game to go to continue their run here in the winners bracket of this event.
Immunity though, still got to give props to them. They had so much fight in them throughout that series, and you say that, round 2, but we've seen them make that play before when they had to go up against Kit Bash. Unfortunately, that lost that game, but they're so clutch at just making those quick switch sort of plays in which they just need to throw bodies at the ball in order to just get those couple of seconds to put them in the lead when and time is critical. Direwolves, though, taking out the win. Overall score there, 259 to 161. And of course, you had Vamped breaking. I mean, look at the damage. 51 kills, 14k damage, 7 perfects. This man was beaming. He was not missing.
No, he wasn't. And what a time to clutch up as well. Direwolves. Just so many superstar moments throughout the game. But again, I'm sorry to be a broken record about this, but the power weapon control, the rockets, I don't think Immunity had it more than a couple of times. Direwolves had fantastic control, and even when Immunity were in position, there was something about the decisions that they were making as Direwolves were off spawn. Direwolves seemed to just really commit to getting them, and it always seemed to pay off for them. And I tell you what, particularly in that final round, I think we saw at least 2 or 3 rounds of the Rockets where it was at least a double kill. We saw almost a triple a couple of times, and that for me was the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, you know, there were moments there where Team Immunity, you could see that they would grab the ball, you know, jump up to the vending machine where shotgun spawns, try to rotate that through Pink Street and go into Tram for a setup. They would just get cut off by Direwolves every single time. Direwolves was just making sure with everything that they had, they couldn't get any setups possible. That's exactly how you shut down Team Immunity. As I said before, if Immunity can't build their brick wall, if they can't establish their foundations, they're never going to get anywhere because they can't push past that element.
Direwolves looking very strong and hoping to wrap it up here if they can get this next map. Team Immunity playing for their lives here in the upper bracket before they get potentially, or very likely at this stage, the way Direwolves are playing if they keep going, down to the lower bracket. But Immunity, again, we talked about the experience, we talked about the way they're able to come back, and Immunity, they don't want to go down like this. This is a squad that has such a history behind them, has so much firepower if they can just bring it together. We saw how strong they were on that Slayer, and as we head into this next one, they could really turn this around. But I tell you what, if Slayer was their strong point, they needed to start slaying this guy. Vamp, 51 kills. The damage was it was like 15, nearly 15,000.
Yeah, nearly 15k
single
damage
game. That's
for that oddball game there. Albeit, you know, it was a very long game for them to play out, but you just had Vamped just beaming consistently over and over again. There's no
7 perfects.
Yeah, exactly. There's no wonder why he's able to put a number like that on the board and just keep it consistent. So many times he just wasn't cracking under pressure at all. The Direwolf squad right now looking very, very hot.
Indeed, they are. What a superstar squad we've got here for these guys. Circle, Bald, Vamp, and that addition of Jordan. We've talked about it throughout the event. He's been fantastic. Game 1, he really kicked it into high gear, and he's just managed to stay there. The squad looking good. Immunity, I mean, they don't look particularly hyped, but given their old age,
Do they ever?
they'll come back. No, they've always been cool. I mean, they're the cool kids on the block, right? But yeah, I'm looking for these guys to have something left here to keep going up against Direwolves, because again, look at them, they're itching, raring to go, and we'll just see what they can do as we head into this next one. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 4 here of this series, Team Immunity versus Direwolves. This is the championship bracket, I can't believe I'm saying this, of the HCS ANZ regional final here at DreamHack Melbourne 2022. And we're going in here with Dante from Team Immunity to try and keep the upper bracket dream alive for his squad.
Very critical points right now for Immunity. They need to make sure that off the break they come off strong, because if they don't get their rotations patterns down, if they don't get in sync as a team right now, they are going to crumble. And with how tough Direwolves are looking right now, there's a lot of adversity for Immunity to face, especially when Jordan is going to hit body shots like that with the snipe, looking to connect another one. It doesn't matter if he can't, because he's got the backup from his team there. As all 4 members of Team Immunity go down, Direwolves secure snipe and OS.
All that matters is results, and Jordan got them. He's got the snipe, he's got the OS, and they are looking very good here, the Direwolves. One player here around pillars. Dante's got no hope as they collapse. Nice shot there, adds force to back up. There's no choice. OS is going to be helpful here for Jordan, able to stay alive. Looking very, very easy here for the squad. Jordan, it's so close to connecting. He decides to challenge. That
wait,
I don't know how I felt about that play. Regardless, he was going to push in there and gets taken down, but punished for it. 3 players for Direwolves down right now. Vamp should be cleaned up. He is. This is all Team Immunity right now, just to answer back. And again, momentum shift. despite everything we saw from Direwolves. That snipe, the OS control, they were able to get those early points, but Team Immunity, credit to them, a very good job to fend off that assault.
Massive defense coming out from Immunity, and again, it's that brick wall sort of mentality, right? You can't punch through, then you're just going to be banging your fist against it over and over again. Benno right now on C looking to capture it to make this a triple cap, but we have the spawners of Direwolves over on A. Halfway ticked up, and it looks like they should be about to get it. Yes, they do, but points still in the favor of Immunity as they have this B and C hold. If they have 2 capture points, then it means that the scoreline is going to go up in their favor.
Ads here for Team Immunity. Going to be trying to see what he can spot over on the scoreboard. Is going to be Vamp. Vamp deciding to back off, and Ads with those defensive nades. What can he do when he's 2 players down? He does spot Balls off to the side. Balls is going to be cleaned up here. Now jumping over to Zirkle here, who's trying to do what he can. Jordan over to Challenge B, and OS in hands once again. He's got the power weapons as well. This is going to be big. Fantastic stuff with that scatter shot. Excuse me. He's going to be able to pick up the kill there, and now moving out towards Nest. Shots ring out. He's still got some overshield as well there, Bluey, and this is looking really good for Direwolves. Points racking up here, and now they're able to tie things up. 53 points apiece.
The map's completely flipped now. It's Direwolves with the A and B hold as they got that warehouse spawn before. Captured A, just made a nice little clean rotation, cleaning out the members of Team Immunity one by one. That being said, Direwolves go down 3 right now. Team Immunity only down Benno. Jordan's still just defending A here with as much of his life as he possibly can, and he takes out Hef quite cleanly, but the points now once again ticking up in Team Immunity's favor as that C stronghold is captured as well as B.
Immunity though, throughout, every time it feels like we're seeing Direwolves, they're just slaying. They're looking so strong. They've got power weapon control. They've got the OS. Why is Immunity in front throughout this? It doesn't make sense, does not compute. It's probably because of Hef. He's been doing very, very well to fend things off. The scoreboard to me lies, because those couple of kills that we've seen from him, they were always clutch plays. He was able to help secure C there. He's got some shots ringing out there. Tries to take on 2 because he's trying to catch up, I guess. But it's been excellent work from Team Immunity. And again, despite the rotations, still ANC in control here, and the points are climbing. Immunity looking very, very strong. Ads, the old dog, 8 and 4 off the start of this game. Benno up there as well, and look for Hef to do something with this sniper, Bluey.
It's the slow game right now for Team Immunity. They're just looking to make the rotations necessary, get the weapons when they can. They don't really care if Direwolves take them off the break because they're just looking to deny them as much as possible after they have them. Benno right there off in the distance manages to secure that OS with Hef's 6 snipe. Just playing privy to taking the head off of that member of Direwolves before that top tower position. Just proving such a good angle for him. Nade out onto Vamped as well. Beautiful stuff.
The timing from Hef, the awareness was so good to know that that player would have been pushing up from pillars, and he still has that snipe. He's got 6 bullets to play with. Let's see what he can do to connect. They've got control here of ANC, still pushing out a B, the headshot as well. Down goes Vamp, looking for the player here to push out from the opposing side of the map. There goes another one, almost gets the kneecap onto the corpse. Jordan gets tagged up. He tries to clean it up. He's challenged. Beautiful trade, though, to get that killing spree before going down. Hef, gotta applaud that effort there as Team Immunity with the triple cap as well throughout this. Direwolves was so focused on shutting down Hef that they let the other point go, and this is looking so good for Team Immunity. They want it to go to Game 5 after that devastating loss over on Streets, but the heat wave here in Benno's hands, able to pick up the kill. 2 players down for Direwolves, and Immunity, Bluey, they're looking so strong. They're on a rampage.
Hef was such a powerhouse, then the Direwolves had to put every single resource they had into shutting him down. They couldn't give him the map control, the sight lines there, and at the end of the day, was it worth it, Direwolves? Both points of B and C still in the hands of Immunity. Dante doing a little dance right now, looking at Sneaky. Ads right now, AR in hand, just dancing around that pole. Can't quite connect the kill onto Zirkle, but it looks like 2 members of Team Immunity going down. Make that 3. Direwolves now flip it. A and C in their hands. It means that the spawns from Team Immunity should be coming out over a B/Rat's Nest. Dante, unfortunately, hit to 1 shot as soon as he spawns, playing for his life as much as he can. Heatwave in the hand of Vamped. Just looking around tower, trying to make sure no one can contest him there. And Zirkle in the background as well is going to pick up OS as that S7 sniper has just come up top mid.
Vamp patient play. I actually really enjoy this. He wasn't baited to chase that player down pillars. He knew he had top control. He knew he was able to watch down top mid. That's allowed Zirkle to get the snipe. And of course, the spawners from Immunity are going to be coming out of Nest. He was able to get that snipe as well. And he's now going to be on a killing spree of his own. There's the double kill. Nice work. Did he throw that nade out? I thought it was going to connect. Hef, that was a clutch kill. Very important to pick that one up. But what a fantastic play from the entire Direwolves squad there. From the player over up on top of the tower, just maintaining his zen, his calm as he held that one down. Map positioning was fantastic. They had control of all of the toys. Heatwave, Snipe was all in hand, and Team Immunity are falling apart as all four go down right there as Direwolves stage their comeback.
Incredibly smart rotations coming out from Direwolves right now, just looking to counter the spawns of Team Immunity as much as possible. They know that they have no option but to spawn this backseat area because of the map control, the footing that they have right now. Score ticking up in favor of Direwolves. Jordan trying to secure a kill with the plasma grenade just before he goes out, but Vamp's now playing over on top of OS. Gets a double kill for himself there. Massive plays for Vamp. We saw before, he's all warmed up now, especially after that 50 bomb that he just dropped on Oddball. Right now challenging ads over on Rat's Nest. And we see boards flick to him immediately and he picks up the headshot, shutting down Hef instantly as he rotates through Big Door. Hits another body shot on Dante as well. Being challenged right now by a member of Team Immunity on B Bend. He has the assistance from his teammates though, but he's going to come up against two as Hef's still weak down B Bend. Ads right now. We are with him, dropping down tower. Just looking to see if he can get a sneaky kill right now. The AR in hand. Gets shots onto Zirkle and the beatdown rings out. For a brief second, we saw a triple cap in the hands of Direwolves.
Indeed we did, and now we have basically a 10-point game between these teams. Benno coming out on top. That was huge to pick up that kill on Vamp. You did see he went down eventually. Jordan for Direwolves. Let's see what he can do. He's over on B. He's got the support of the team. He knows A was just captured. Hef's there. Hef trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, not enough. Trades out the snipe with no ammo for that heat wave. Nice little trade if you don't mind. He's going to be picking up A as well, and this should be points racking up here for the Direwolves when there was only, well, not too much to go here for the Team Immunity squad. That said, it is still very close. Jordan picking up another one. Oh, it's going to be tied up very hard. He does get hit from the back with that nade, but look at this. Trying to capture C as well. A triple cap for Direwolves while they're down two players. That's not too bad there, Bluey.
Triple cap for Direwolves, still ticking up as the spawns for Team Immunity come out on A. They're going to be able to secure that quite easily though. Direwolves still in control of B and C, and the overlook on the sniper as well. Things are looking in their favor. Benno just looking to inch up, trying to get that sniper as two members of Team Immunity push up to sandbags, trying to contest top mid as much as possible. Three members right now wrapping around Rat's tunnel. Hef right now pushing up dummy door. Heat wave in hand, connects with the third shot. Vamped gets deleted. Two members of Direwolves down for a brief moment. All four members right up on both teams now. Jordan looking around on A.
Triple cap there for a moment here. Direwolves looking to finish strong. We can see their Team Immunity. They did reset C. They got a touch on B. Points still racking up here. Direwolves looking to shut their series down. And oh no! Immunity got onto A. They might actually capture it, but C4 there's the Direwolves. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. What a series. Direwolves are gonna take it 3-1 versus Team Immunity, and what a way to do it. Bluey, what a show these guys put on. Direwolves too strong in the end. I can't believe what we saw throughout that game. Patient plays, clutch plays. Direwolves are looking fantastic as they continue their run here in the upper bracket.
Team Immunity must be a crushing loss for them as they will be sent down now into the elimination bracket. But for the members of Direwolves, you can see the elation on their faces. This is a big win for them, showing up and showing out. And honestly, their performances today have been stellar. Every single player is doing their role, supporting themselves in their own way. Balls right now, you see the man walking across stage, the team captain, making sure that each and every member is retaining cool, calm, and collected under pressure, and at the end of the day, that's what gets them the W on top of Team Immunity.
Indeed it does. They're just looking so strong there, Bluey. Direwolves, you know, they're a bit shaky at some points, but you have to admit, I think throughout the series, on average, they just seem to be that step ahead, and obviously that's what we see in that scoreboard. Overall series score 3-1. They take it, as we've talked about. But Zirkle, one of those players that we talk about a lot through on this squad, he was a superstar, and here he is, our first player featured in the highlight package here with that heat wave. Just wow, what a show, and particularly towards the end. Under the immense pressure of immunity, they really just walked away with it with those 2 triple caps they got towards the end.
The rotations from Direwolves all throughout that Strongholds game, even when it looked like they were on the back foot, they were just playing smart. Not to say that Team Immunity wasn't, but Direwolves just had those minutes where it was just micro changes that they need to make, and they were able to adapt so quickly. It was just the changes of pace that they needed to make in those brief seconds, which just absolutely crushed Immunity under pressure.
Bald there, along with a few of the others hitting those snipes, was also a big change. Now, Hef had his moment in the sun a little earlier, but that sun, it was faded towards the end. Direwolves just crushing here, and particularly towards the end, it didn't matter what weapon they had in hand, it was all coming up Direwolves, and they were celebrating that. And again, you know, it wasn't mass elation at the end, they kind of just knew they had it towards the end of that series.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see just on their faces how happy they were to take these series. And of course, we spoke about it before. It was just 2 old school, old guard Titans going back and forth, over and over again. It's fantastic for the boys. I'm sure they're elated. And of course, we're going to hear from the team captain himself, Balds. Taking it over to you, Nat.
That's right, I am joined with Bald. Now, you guys, we're in the championship bracket. When we talked to Zirkle before, he said, you know, you were having a little bit of fun, a bit of practice when it came to those group stages. And now that we're in this bracket, is the seriousness switched on? Is this the best Direwolves we're going to see?
Oh, I hope not. I hope we can play even better, eh? But no, it was good games, like good games to Immunity. Like, those guys have like been around for years, and I've been playing against them for like over 10 years. So, you know, always loved playing against them, and it was just great games. And my boys just, you know, coming through hot.
You versed Vertex earlier. They were a very aggressive sort of team. Immunity, they're known to be more methodical. What did you guys have to change up with your play style for them, or was there no difference?
Yeah, no, there's definitely a difference, I'd say, you know? Like, that Vertex squad, like, they're like up-and-comers. They're like straight out of Call of Duty. They're gunning us, man. I can't win a battle against them. But, so those guys are like hectic going everywhere, and Immunity's definitely more, you know, strategic, and they're like, like slow, methodical pushes, and it's just like, you know, you have to be prepared for that. And that's what we tried to do, and it worked out. So.
Yeah, you definitely were prepared for that. Now, one similarity between the previous series and this one is that you on Direwolves made really good comebacks on Stronghold. Is it a game type that you are just really proficient in, or is there just something about it?
Yeah, I mean, usually like live fire Strongholds is probably like our best game type. Like, I feel like we play it pretty well against most teams, like even Chiefs and stuff, you know, we always have close games. So I know it was, you know, we were down, but we knew we weren't out, so we just came back and just, you know, bang, bang.
You seem like the team that's very good at staying calm and that even when we hear your comms, but you guys are coming up against Chiefs next. They topped Pool B. How are you expecting that matchup to go?
Oh, probably just 3-0 them, eh?
Okay, all right, I like the confidence. I'm gonna keep you to your word. I'm excited to see it, but I'm also excited to head back over to the panel.
Thanks, Nat. Thanks, Baldino. Always a great interview when we get the big man from NZ to come out here and talk things about Halo Infinite. What a good series we had here, boys.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that Immunity and Direwolves are going toe-to-toe every single one of these matches. But Direwolves, they get this one done. They wipe the sweat off their brows, and now they're continuing forward and going up against the Chiefs. Looking at this series though, Momo, this is a step up from both these two teams. Both these two teams come to party here in the playoff bracket, and I just cannot wait to see what either of them bring for the next series.
100%, Fluke. I gotta say, I actually told Bolton before the series, Immunity haven't really versed a real team yet, and Direwolves just proved just then that they are the real deal. Honestly, I'm excited to see how far they actually go during, like, you know, we've still got a couple more games to go, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And right now, Direwolves are looking pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming into this, obviously day 2, the bar gets raised, and both teams did sort of step into that. Unfortunately, Immunity didn't quite take as big a lunge as they needed to, but Direwolves coming into this competition, they are a team that can contest with the best, and on land, that gets exemplified. I mean, you look back to Armageddon, they missed out on beating Divine Mind on land by a single kill, much the same way that Kit Bash did. So, I mean, given that situation, given the stakes here, I reckon with Jordan in this roster, they could, well, even go past last time.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of crazy when we're looking at these teams coming in towards the HCS regional here in ANZ. we weren't really sure where we were going to put Direwolves, you know, considering with Jordan coming into this roster, we obviously knew what these guys can do online, but on LAN, it's a completely different beast here, Momo. And the fact that, you know, even when Nat asked Dino their stronghold seems to be a kind of stalwart for them. Yes, they might be losing a couple 100 points at the start of these maps, but for some reasons, Momo, they just have the confidence in themselves to bring these comebacks into the server.
Well, you've got like these young players, especially like Vamp and Jordan, they're very aggressive, they've got such great accuracy. If you watch Vamp, he's usually 60% plus accuracy. Jordan, this guy doesn't miss. He usually has like 70%. And you got Bold, in-game leader. He usually controls the team, pushing these two young players to play well. And you got Zirkle, the energy. He's pushing up, wanting his team to capture these zones. And like I said, they get the job done usually.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they got it done here up against Team Immunity, and now they've got a date with the Chiefs. Winners semi-final, boys. You win that series, you're in the winners final. That's already guaranteed top 3, by the way. So 1 series away for the Direwolves to get themselves up in towards Orlando. That is the biggest thing about that bracket. You win your next series, you're already going to HCS Orlando at a major, and I'm sure the boys in the Direwolves want to try and get more LAN experience underneath their belt. But Panda, from what we've seen from these guys right now, are we expecting that series to be going all the way? I mean, Bald said it was going to be a 3-0. I hope it's going to be a 5-mapper.
Oh, look, I mean, realistically, it's probably going to be closer to that 5-mapper than a 3-0. But, I mean, there is just something different about the Direwolves here at the moment in Melbourne. Jordan, I mean, there was growing pains. We did ask a lot of questions, you know, what was he bringing to the roster? And as well, leading up to the event, Balls was, let's be honest, underperforming a little bit online. But my God, something has switched in this team coming onto LAN. Balls has been one of the top performers here for the Direwolves.
Don't ever doubt the Kiwi hope.
When
it's LAN, it's the Kiwi hope, baby.
I mean, they don't have to worry about time zones. They don't have to worry about the extra routing to the Australian servers. That seems like the chains have been taken off of the Direwolves. But ladies and gentlemen, with that first series in the bag, we've got another one to jump into here. We're going to be jumping into Mindfreak and Kit Bash here on the stage of ANZ HCS Regional Final. So join us after this short break for more of the best Halo ANZ has to offer.
visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Things are starting to heat up here in Market Court Arena at the ANZ HCS Regional Finals live at DreamHack Melbourne. We're already in to our championship bracket, and unfortunately for the boys of Team Immunity, they will be our first team inside of the elimination bracket this time around. But either way, lads, it is good for us to have Bluey back here on the desk, because I want to talk, how does it feel to cast with the oldest human being in Halo Infinite?
Pretty good. I mean, I've known Inman for a fair while now, and, you know, let's just say that his casting skills a little bit, you know. I think
the young upstart caster wants to start throwing some
I think he's got a couple of lessons to learn from us. No, I love being next to him again. Obviously, the last time we got to cast together was a super, so it was a great little throwback for us.
It definitely was good to have him back here on the microphone, especially with the series that we had just then, Momo.
Awesome.
Team Immunity. What a banger. It's old school banger as well. It's absolutely insane to be able to have that one here. But either way, lads, it is a brand new series, brand new set of teams that we got here on the stage, and I'm so excited for us to get into this. Mindfreak versus Kit Bash. Both of these two teams have been two extremely exciting teams for us to watch here on the stage. Bluey, the fact that we have Mindfreak back here on the stage, these guys are getting very, very amped up, and we've got some pretty high expectations of this squad as well.
Yeah, absolutely massive. I think prediction-wise, a lot of us put Mindfreak in our top tiers of play, and they haven't really disappointed. There's been a few kinks here and there, but because this team has so much to expand on, individually they have so many talented players within their roster. I feel like yesterday was just a warm-up for them. They can come into today gunning, and hopefully that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, and it feels like the kind of consensus for a lot of these teams as well is just get through your pool play matches. Make sure you get in towards that top 3 so you can then get yourself in towards the upper bracket. Yes, we already know what the Chiefs and Divine might have been able to do in pool play, but Momo, looking across this squad right now, this is where it is all important for this roster to be able to get it rolling, much like everybody else here in the championship bracket, and I think this is their time to shine.
100%. I feel like they're going a bit through like what Divine Mind are going through. We haven't really seen the Mindfreak that we see online. Hopefully this is a series, because let's be honest, the other team that they're versing, Kit Bash, like this is a very strong team, and like they're showing up on LAN. So I'd like to see Mindfreak kind of snap out of it in a way and like actually turn up, because this is a series we have to actually get it together.
Yeah, especially, you know, obviously off the back of their original series up against the Chiefs, going down 0-3 in their first pool play match, they're able to turn that back around and get themselves a victory over Team Immunity 3-0. So that got themselves a little bit of confidence. But on the other side of things, we talked about Kit Bash, Bluey. These guys are absolutely ecstatic to watch. These guys are insane on the stage. They pop off, they play insane. Every single one of these players is a character, and they back it up in the server as well.
These boys have now become a crowd favorite, and honestly, they're certainly one of mine. The fact that they've been able to come against these absolute titans in the ANZ scene in Divine Mind, do as well as they did, and then go up against Vertex and just play so strong, so convincingly, just shows that when you get these players who have been on roster after roster and finally put them, together in something that just meshes, that's just magic, it works. It just makes for such a show.
I gotta say, like they've been pulling it off, and it's honestly leaving me once again speechless every time. Win or lose, I feel like this team just looks better and better every time they play, and they're making me change my mind a little bit about it. I'm not gonna really say like that. I don't think they're a dark horse. I think they're more of a favorite these days. Like they could even push top 3 the way how they're playing.
I was gonna say, Momo, do you want to say the line? Do you want to say that they're gonna get spanked 3-0 here by
Momo?
Maybe in this series, Mindfreak, if there's a time to turn up, if they actually play like how they do online, I'm going to say it, why not? I see it as being a spanking for Mindfreak over Kit Bash.
Oh boy, we're going to strap ourselves in for a full 5 game.
I'm going to regret that. I'm going to regret that.
Momo's called the 3-0 here from Mindfreak, but this Kit Bash roster, these guys have been extremely exciting to watch, and I think the fact that we're going to keep talking about it. I'm always going to keep talking about this being the KBM flag bearer as well here for Halo Infinite. The fact that they have Scoob on this roster and what he's been able to do so far for Kit Bash, being able to provide just so much information, so much extra movement, the way they play around him, the way they play together. These guys feel like they are building towards something big here, Bluey, and I think if they get a lot more confidence on this stage, even if they don't get the series victory here, going that elimination bracket, they're probably going to be the scariest team.
It's incredible to think that, yesterday I spoke to Scoob after everything had wrapped up, and I'm pretty sure I brought this up on broadcast before, but he was just like, yeah, all we're going to do is eat some food, watch VODs, go to bed, and then we're going to come in today swinging. I feel like for a team that sort of just is relatively fresh, that's the kind of mentality that a team that has been playing like Immunity, 66 years of experience, it's the same kind of mentality that they're coming into this competition. And that's so important for them, and I think that's why that they've stuck out so well amongst all these other young gun squads.
Yeah, and I feel like every time that we talk about this Kit Bash roster up against, a few of these other teams, we talk about the hunger of these guys, right? I think on the other side of things, I think both of these two teams are extremely hungry, right? Every single time we talk to Dino, he wants to be the best again. Junior has been at that stage before. Obviously, they've got Mantis in the background as well. These guys have been at that point. Whenever we talk to Benji, whenever we talk to Ingestics, these guys are extremely hungry, Momo, and I think this is a good time for them to make a statement. Their next match, if they get this dub, is going to be against Divine Mind. If they spank around Kit Bash right now, they know that Kit Bash pushed Divine Minds. That's got to give them a lot of confidence in that next series.
Speaking of players to turn up, I see Junior as a massive thing. He's back in his old jersey. He went undefeated at the last regionals with this jersey on. Same goes to Mantis back as the coach. You know what I mean? Like, they have to do something today. If there's someone to be turning up, I reckon Junior needs to take that leadership role, get his boys back in line, play like how they do online. play calm and collected, more structured, and just get the job done.
It sounds like the job is almost about to get started here for both these two teams. Before we get into it, we caught up with both Kitbash and Mindfreak.
I'd say everyone sees us as the underdog team.
I'm one of the hardest players in Australia to stop. We want to prove that we're the best. Obviously, we want to come in here and we just want to take that W.
I know what wins games in Halo Infinite, and it's the things that separate your kind of standard Spartan from the other troops around you. You know, if we're all playing well on the day, we can easily win.
I think Ben and I kind of had the skill to really take it to the next level. If we are playing at 100%, I don't think any team would be able to come close.
I think we're just wanting to prove that we're the best.
We're here, we're ready to go, so I don't think those guys want to win. They don't want it. I want it.
I feel like we're definitely looked at the underdogs and the dark horses of the comp.
We're ready to show these blokes that we're all good mates at the end of the day, but as soon as we step on that stage, we're there to prove that we can take games off the best.
Well, the boys need to spawn in, we need to play our best, and I reckon we can beat them. We've realised that you need to work hard in this game to be a top team, because at the end of the day, it's a team-based game, so everyone needs to put in 100% and everything will work out.
We know that we can do it, it's just about getting in there and executing. Make sure you have breakfast in the morning, because we're coming.
Some kind words between both the two teams now coming into this, and it is good that we got ourselves a bit of vision here on the Mindfreak team. It has been an interesting question because we talked about Mantis being in the background. He has taken a back seat today for Mindfreak. They actually have their mental coach on stage, so Michelle, the Pocket Psych, is going to be here for Mindfreak. So if things start going sour, having a mental coach behind you is going to be able to pay dividends.
Oh, it sounds like quite an advantage in a way, like to help the mental stay strong, especially if there's a few hotheads on the lineup. Ain't calling out any names for drama, but I think that honestly can be kind of an advantage in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's going to turn into maybe a thing here. We don't go, oh, can you check their PC? How about we check their pocket psych? I feel like that might be a bit more of a buff than we've ever experienced before. So it'll be very interesting to see if their play styles change at all, if any, bringing that element into the team here today.
And I guess that circles back to what you were saying before, right, Momo, how you want Junior to step up. You want him to take that real big leadership role. You want him to lead from the front. And now the fact that they don't have Mantis in the background for this series, they decided to change it up with a little bit more of the mental attitude going forward. That's where it really leans on Junior, right? To be that cool old head, to be able to get these boys together and to move them forward against Kitbash, who feel like these guys are just going to be 4 members who are just going to be going all out for this series, especially when they got big players like Lolly, who's doing so much damage in every single one of these games. So, I mean, at this point, I'm really looking towards Mindfreak to try and contain somebody like Lolly.
Oh, exactly. Look at these pictures. He's got the fist up. He's ready to up and go. 5,100 damage per game. That's a big highlight just to per. That's a lot of damage. But yeah, Lolly's one of those players where like he can like really give it to you, especially if he's on. And he's got like a big leadership role. From memory, when I kind of coached the Demons, you know, I don't want to like brag because that was a very successful team. He was like a major role. He was a great captain, and like he got the 3 other players, which we all know them as Jordan, Sways, and Plasma. They play on different teams now. He was a big vocal leader on that team, and he can really get his team on like a big front foot.
So it seems like maybe we might have the battle of the big brains here when it comes to the server and see what damage these guys can do. I think in this series here for me, Bluey, I'm really looking towards to see how hot Kitbash come out of the gate. You know, obviously we talked to Mindfreak in their previous series. They had a little bit of a slow start in their Chiefs series. I feel like they start relatively slow in a lot of their games as well, and if Kitbash can get off to a red hot start and start to eke out a big lead, that might give them an advantage in a few of these maps.
Absolutely. I think the advantage from Kitbash coming into this is just that really hyperactive, super proactive, aggressive play. I think that's why they've been so successful in catching a lot of these other teams on the back foot, because when you're sort of faced with that, the constant hold W, as you said before, momentum kind of, you know, play style, it really takes you for a loop. You know, you can't get off those respawns. You can't get off that positioning. You're constantly just trying to regain, and you never get any room to breathe.
I gotta say, I think I'm backtracking on the whole 3-0. I think Kitbash.
Here it is.
I'm seeing Lolly's fists up. I think it might honestly be a 3-2 or 3-1, maybe to MF, but I definitely think it's going to be a very, very close series.
All right, you're reneging on some of your predictions here, Momo. You've understood that the caster's curse might be a little bit too real here on the desk. I guess kind of we want to circle back a little bit here to kind of the bigger picture for both these two teams. Obviously, the winner of this series is going to be going up against Divine Mind. Bluey, if you're sitting in Kitbash's shoes here, you get this series victory, you go into a series against Divine Mind, who you know that you pushed, and then you've taken already Mindfreak in this championship bracket. Maybe this just elevates them to a next level.
the thing that you have there under your wing as well, you know, say that hypothetical comes to fruition, you've got so much to study against as well, like already having been up like to Divine Mind and really taking it to them as well. They've already done a VOD review before, but then if they've got this Mindfreak series as well, they're just able to consistently improve on all those kinks that they haven't quite ironed out. It's just like these squads, that's what makes it so impressive. The young guns just learn so quickly time and time again, match after match.
It's going to be crazy to see what they can learn and crazy to see what they can do in the server. We are still just waiting to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So while we wait for that, why don't we go back and look at the highlights from today?
For a fact, rotating around the map, looking to be Ben, picks up 2 members, and I believe that was Man of Chicken just deciding to take a bit of a quick dip. 4th, yes, but again, Direwolves are just trading 2 for 1 or 1 for 1 trade over and over. You hitting that snipe, the body shot to fall.
Head, it's just instant switch, clean.
Oh!
It's another no-scope. And that's just created such an opening for them. Vertex guys really starting to heat up, and they're using all the goodies on the map. Man of Chicken's got the microwave, and look what he's commit to this.
2-man push up on Pink Street, proving fruitful for them as man.
Down, but they weren't out, and something blew him. Out, but look at that. 3 down for Direwolf. Zirkle, last one up. Now Alcazar with that camo in his back pocket, slams it onto his chest. He's invisible, you can't.
He's going to a gain 5, and mind you, 1 more kill remains. He's calling it out. Vamps in the background takes it, and Direwolves claim their spot against. Oh, absolutely. This should set the pace for the boys.
They're kind of looking for a punching bag here in day 2.
OS falls to the hands of Hef as he almost gets back smacked, but he is brawling all around as he picks himself up. And
both of them to just reposition. Spots the shots on the Beno, looking for a player over towards Truck as well. Has support. They are getting some big frags. And it's actually did make immunity work a couple of times.
Support in, does die in the background. 2 talent though, Dante. Chasing Kamado, gets a kill there as Bandits are finally taking control of the chaos here, landing out those props map shots.
Yeah, they are absolutely looking to swarm on through and outmaneuver this Bandits roster. And you can just see every single time they make some sort of play, they find the kills. Beno goes down, 2 players gone.
And footing in the map, they knew that they could collect themselves even if things broke a little bit.
5 kills to go now for immunity, and they're just playing their game once again. Bandits was having the opportunity to keep that lead in the trip. They're being in mid-ramp, the nade comes through. You got nowhere to go.
Is much, much different than previous Halos. If Immunity can't adapt their own play, ball is dropped for now. Immunity in the lead. They have plenty of time to play with here, and Ads is just hitting heads right now.
Oh! Immunity members must have plenty of medals in the back pocket.
Oh!
You know, what a shot from Dante with the shock rifle. Can he find Kamado? He finds Melbourne. Look, let's be honest, along in the bar. No time for a pint. He's looking over the overshield right now. Double kills there if he wants it. He gets a killing streak, and he goes in. Want to win. They both want to prove that they are the top dogs of the underdogs. Lolly connecting nicely with that rocket. Got 1 more to play with. The trigger dis. You don't want a shock nade come straight to your face. Yeah, look, that's a pretty terrifying prospect, even at the best of times. Meadow in a bit of trouble. He's going for it. He's going. Whoa! Kills and gets some flags moving. They did get it off the platform, but I don't even going to go for the shots. He's chasing, but no, he decides, yeah, forget it. He's too quick. Oh, listen, the back's back in. He can Vertex to it. Kitbash is just so strong. That's what I want to see. I want to see some energy. And somehow gets a trade out of that situation. Good stuff for Kitbash there, because you could see all 4 be gut-wrenching for Vertex. Les has been... They won't now. Infinity, he's got that shock rifle. Whoa! And he manages this! Only roughly 40 points on the scoreline for both these teams. Liv had a number of shots straight up. Man of Chicken doing well. Double kill for him. That could be...
Mother, it's Paul here. Direwolves as we're starting off this match.
Ball's taking up shots over on C-Plat, immediately collapsing. Of course he does as soon as you switch over, taking off heads. Misses those 2 shots though.
You know, I saw some great gameplay from Slippery Snake getaway there for Dante. Beno though, he just doesn't miss as he picks up 1 now. Oh, the double kill! Unity are looking good. They're up to the 30-point mark. But again, we saw at the beginning that both of these teams here are putting on
as well. And the Bulldog is going to be meeting face-to-face with as Zirkle and Jordan. Excellent push. A massive clear. Vamped right now on an absolute tear. 13 and 5. And now Rockets in the hands of Jordan. So deadly.
on the Team Immunity squad. You've got Vamp just trying to be a show-off here at the region. We're seeing it here as both these teams trying to do what they can. Speaking of, quickly eviscerating Team Immunity. That's allowed Zirkle to get the snipe, and of course, the spotters from Immunity are going to be coming out of Nest. He was able to get that snipe as well, and he's now
on oddball. Right now challenging ads over on Rat's Nest. And we see...
And what a way to do it, Bluey.
Crushing loss for them as they will be sent down now into the elimination.
So this team, I was a bit of a puppet man with this team. Left the Direwolves, weren't seeing eye to eye. Unfortunately, they lost their alpha. They're not doing too well anymore. And I've created a new wolf pack.
I see ourselves as a bit of a dark horse. I mean, no one's really expecting us to win, which is a good thing because I like coming into a tournament that way.
Everyone talks about chasing Divine Mind as those top 2 teams, and Mindfreak is kind of swept under the rug.
I mean, I think we're all still finding our feet as far as our roles. We're a relatively new team, probably played for about 2 months. We got Dino. I've known this guy from way back. I call him the ball train. He goes forward, he doesn't miss. And if you're not aware, he's gonna get you.
I'm kind of like a pit bull. You unleash me and I just go crazy. But sometimes that can also be a negative. So my teammates help bring that in, especially Junior.
I think at the end of the day, I probably think more detailed about certain things.
He's more of the team leader, the mentality guy, the teammate that brings you up when you're down. And then we've got Benji, he's just cool, calm. You know, he's just a really solid teammate to have.
He's just got good movement, good attitude. He's kind of got that barcode mentality, like he's just trash talking everybody, like really confident.
And then you got Ninjestix, who's a lot like me. We share a very similar personality.
Reese is our he could be our best player, or it just depends on the day. I don't know if it's that left trigger to zoom shit he does or what, but he is really, really good.
Benji and I kind of been the duo that have played together for almost the whole span of Halo Infinite. I think Ben and I kind of had the skill to really take it to the next level. If we are playing at 100%, I don't think any team would be able to come close.
I think we're just wanting to prove that we're the best.
We're here, we're ready to go, so I don't think those guys want to win. They don't want it. I want it.
Well, some choice words there, Panda. Mindfreak versus Kitbash. And really, both teams kind of think they're dark horses. Both teams kind of think they're underdogs.
I mean, the crazy thing coming into this matchup is we already know Kitbash are a pretty cerebral team. They like to get in the heads of their opponents. They like to get rowdy. And Mindfreak have just pulled out the trump card. The pocket psych behind the team replacing Mantis. Mantis has done all he can to set them up. Now it's about staying. Like they said, cool, calm, and collected. This is going to be a heated match, and we know these guys, tempers will flare. There's going to be yelling, but you can't afford to lose your head here in the championship bracket. Michelle, the pocket psych, is going to be standing behind them, making sure they stay grounded and stay in the moment.
Yeah, listen, having the psychologist there, it's not something that we've seen before, and it could be a big brain play because mental state, a LAN environment, one of the most important things. Is, you know, she's not going to be there telling them how to, you know, rotate and run a flag and all that kind of stuff. They should have already done their homework in their scrims and their practice and their VODs and stuff like that. And now it's just game faces, Zen getting into it. So it should be interesting how it plays out, and it might just be the edge they need to take out Kitbash. But map number 1, first up, King of the Hill on Reacher.
You need to be concerned. I mean, this is where it all started, that near reverse sweep against Divine Mind. It was King of the Hill that kicked it off. They found their momentum, and then things got very, very scary for the first seed coming into this competition. As we look to get into the map, Justin, I'm hyped, I'm ready. Kitbash is back on the stage. It's the battle of the young blood here. Mindfreak looking to reclaim former glory. Kitbash looking to punch on.
Yeah, and something interesting that we found out from Divinity's interview earlier when they won their series against Vertex is that Kitbash concentrated on learning King of the Hill because it was the newest map, and they saw that as an advantage. Learn and be the experts on that game type, and then it's a free map against the teams that are like, oh, you know, they're working on their capture the flag and all that kind of thing. They saw an opportunity. Seems to be panning out for them so far. We'll have to see how the rest of the map plays out. Lolly with that camouflage.
Has the camo, he's got some decent time on the hill itself, finds a kill for his trouble as well. He's going to find the back at Benji, but no, denied the opportunity, courtesy of the rest of the Mindfreak roster, rotating in for support. Lith, now the last one alive. Looks like Ninjestic gave him the punt.
Wow, now Benji down bottom mid on his own. No one pushing him just yet. Scoreline does take a little while to build up. For those that have just joined us, King of the Hill, you need to win 4 zones to take away the map. If you do not win a zone, you get nothing for your troubles. And Lith already heating up with a lovely no-scope, backed up by the double kill, cleaning house while his brother's in arms, down bottom mid, rack up the points in the hill.
And that's the thing, they're already popping off. We can hear them already going on stage. If we're still in map 1 of the series, and Kit Bash are trying to get in the heads of Mindfreak. Ninjestics goes to the contest on the left. He's being forced back from his position. Now on the objective itself, Ninjestics gets in. They finished off Divinity, and it's their time to get some play on the objective, but no. Look at that, the turnaround from Kit Bash.
Lith played that perfectly. He applied pressure, he held those players back, but he didn't give away his life. He would have had the communication. It's like, all right, boys, they're pushing up, they're watching you. I'm gonna have to rotate. And he played it. He changed his position, applied some more pressure, and he's still alive, maintained the power weapon, and they scored on that hill as well. Lith going insane.
My God, they are dominating the Slays right now. 7 collectively for Mindfreak, which, I mean, that's less than Divinity and Lith put together. This is getting crazy. Scoob there to cover. Lith stays alive. They are pushing on towards the objective. They are looking to wrench control away.
And here's Benji. Easy double kill for a man like him. Cold killer. Now, things have slowed down a little bit. A lot of the Kit Bash players into the respawn screen, so it looks like they're going to recollect themselves. And Mindfreak, they're taking quite control of this C-plat hill, and it looks like they're poised to take it out. The Kit Bash guys opting to let them have it and just get some map control.
I don't even know if it's a case of letting them have it, because Mindfreak had a solid hold. Any sort of contest that came, and they do maneuver themselves to the next one. So, I mean, I suppose it did hit that threshold. Benji there getting in support. We saw the pick miss from Dino, but we missed it.
That's really unfortunate. I apologize for the viewers watching. We've been talking about the Needler all the last 2 days and we missed it. But no, we switch over. It's in his hands, finding himself Lolly. Backs him off with the battle rifle. It's just a little bit of a teaser. There's something pink coming his way. 1-1 is the score line currently. Dino from Mindfreak. 2 and 5 right now, but I think it might just be him warming up a little bit, trying to get comfortable, finding Lolly. Will Lolly be able to get him? No. Dino staying nice and steady there, but he does get cleaned up, and Kit Bash coming in to take control of this hill.
Convert it, and they are going to start racking up progression. A little bit of a repulse and A play from Divinity. But right now, it seems that Mindfreak are trying to figure out how they crack this hill, and you can see multiple bodies trying to deal with Lolly off the objective, and now they've cleared out multiple members of Kit Bash, and they're flooding on through to contest.
And listen, look at this Mindfreak push. They're going in methodically as a unit. They get a couple of picks. They go through. Now Lolly, Kit Bash are always on top of those power-ups, but Dino has something to say about that, easily taking him down. And that invisibility cloak is just sitting down there, ready to be grabbed, but no one able to grab it. Someone just slid in, grabbed it. Scoobmeister caught unaware. Divinity working well with his teammate to take that player down, but Ninjestics puts him into the respawn screen. Lift pop down bottom mid. Ninjestics goes down. So many players left and right just falling over.
Oh, that was almost a big play from Leth. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get himself turned around. But I mean, you look at the coverage from both these teams so far here on Recharge. Every single kill we've seen has been the result of multiple players from the other team getting involved.
Yes. Now, Mindfreak taking the lead. It's 2-1, early days. Kit Bash came out of the gates pretty hot. There's Benji using that commando, the boom in Margaret Court Arena as that thing fires off, backing off that player. I know I'd be running away if that thing was shooting at me as well. Finds himself Scoop. List there to help him out. The classic bait and switch, but Ninjestics with the flank to take them out, helping them out. And look at that. 2-0 exchange for the kills there in the Mindfreak boys.
3 kills go the way of Ninjestics. They clean up the 4th as well, forcing them out of position so they can start to get towards this 3rd point. Mindfreak coming in with their absolute A game, and it seems that the pocket psych difference is working for them today.
Absolutely. Very composed. They seem very organized, and Kit Bash, the hyper-aggressive, hyped up squad, we are not hearing a lot of noise from those guys.
They started barking early, but they're getting quiet now. They know that on the back foot, a 360 double for Benji. Picks up the rifle as well, and on the back of it, a 3rd hill captured.
Yeah, quickly getting out of hand for Kitbash as Mindfreak are taking over this game. Benji with that shock rifle. Camo about to spawn. Looks like Kitbash are getting ready for it, but Benji's angle here, you got to appreciate that. Lift trying to run away, one shot cleaned up before Benji could even get there. And I like this. Ninjestics now with that camouflage moving throughout the map. He is the man on the map you need to be watching right now. He can just pick Kitbash apart. The panic must be setting in for those guys currently. They're one hill away from losing the map. Then you have an invisible guy just stalking around, ready to give you the old back smack.
He made it be Dino, but he's looking like he might go for a cheeky active camo needler play. Ninjestics, he's hunting for it. What could he find? Might have a hard time given how much his teammates are fragging out.
Yeah, listen, I think he might be getting a bit bored. He's just, should I use the needler? No, I'll use the BR. Should I use the needler? No, I'll use the BR. And he just switches them around. Ninjestics not seeing a lot of action.
Whoa!
And as soon as he pokes his head out, it just gets taken off by that shock rifle.
Yeah, look, there's a reason Dino's the king of the needler. Ninjestics, look, we love it, but calm down. You're student, not the master right now. Pushing through. Objective control is significant for Mindfreak right now. They've got so much progression towards the hill. Now we've got the Needler King here. Shots out, but no, he's finished. Can they hold the objective? It's converted, but look how much time is left for Mindfreak. If they can get back in, get control, they can take it. This is the best shot Kitbash have to keep this one going.
They got a sliver of hope left on this one. Map 1 lives on the line. On board with Lolly from Kitbash. We've already seen some of the damage he's been able to apply so far in DreamHack Melbourne. And here's Benji here to clear him out. And look at that. Lolly just not strong enough. Benji going in, trying to find players, but they're already all dead. They're being cleaned out. Now Mindfreak in the hill. That's going to be racking up. Lift trying to do everything that he can. He goes down. Map number 1 goes to Team Mindfreak.
Kitbash Divinity talked about how they put the effort into King of the Hill. Mindfreak come in and they absolutely locked them out.
Yeah,
look, the only difference I'm noticing, Mantis is out. Look, the guy puts in the work, but it's just something extra. It's that mental game that is so key here in the championship bracket.
I mean, you've got to want it. You've got to believe. You've got to manifest it into the universe if you want to win. And it looks like that mental coach has just been the difference maker so far. And Kitbash, they fall in map number 1, but Mindfreak, they looked very organized, didn't they? They knew what they wanted to do on the map and they executed, which we've kind of been hoping to see. And the guys on the analyst desk touched on it, that we hadn't really seen Mindfreak at full strength. Is this a preview?
I do reckon. I reckon this is what we have been waiting for. We wanted Mindfreak to show up. They're coming back in looking for that form of glory. I mean, it doesn't discount what Kitbash brought to the match. They started with an absolute tear. They were going off. They were finding big kills, but something that Mindfreak have done in the last 24 hours has allowed them to recuperate those losses, get control back of the map, and they then did not give it up at all.
No, they didn't, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. I mean, there's a couple of clipperoonies from the Kitbash boys there, but getting a nice no-scope here and there isn't enough to get the W on that map, and we will be moving into the next one.
I mean, you gotta remember how that map started. Like I said, they went absolutely nuts. They were going off, the talk was coming, and then they got really quiet because Mindfreak were bringing it back. And I mean, a team like Kitbash who ride high on emotion, the worst thing you can do is get quiet.
Yes. Now, moving into this next game, Panda. Slayer and Catalyst. These guys, Kitbash, they're organized, but they're also quite scrappy. They work together, they just get in there, they roughhouse the other team. So this map could potentially play into their favor, I think.
I mean, that's it. They need to ramp up. They need to be up in the face of Mindfreak, constantly forcing them onto the back foot. You don't want to give them time to think, which, I mean, we've heard about in the videos. Junior, he's one of those players that is a lot more focused on figuring out and breaking down these maps and where to go moment to moment. And you look at it, Ninjestics. By the way, it is Ninjestics, not Ninjistics. You Australians.
That's just my big lips getting in the way of my mouth when they're flapping around. They get a bit out of control.
But I mean, look, he wasn't a standout player, and I mean, he wasn't the one popping off with all the frags. He wasn't the one just constantly hunting down members of Kit Bash. But he's the one that keeps the moving.
He still went pos 7.
Exactly. That's the thing. He was still there. He was still involved. But it's about these players who enable the superstars.
Yeah, and you know what? Having a scoreline like that when you're not getting big pop-off plays, you're not no-scoping across map and that kind of thing, it just proves how organised the Mindfreak roster is so far in this series, is that he must be putting himself in the best positions possible for his teams, clearing out one-shots, assisting where he can, and we'll have to see if he can back it up again. But we are on board with Benji from Mindfreak.
They're looking to get this map underway in a pretty significant way too. And look, already the contest over towards gold. Lith and Scoob find themselves too to get the map started. Dino, no shields, has to wait for the regen to come through. They've lost Junior as well, so it's a great 3K to start it off, but a trade to come through. A 4-kill start for Kit Bash is pretty solid.
Woo! Now Scoobmeister, that mouse and keyboard effect, going in strong there, finding one with that no-scope. No scopes required, and now he's got a couple of bullets still to play with here, rotating with his boys. They've got an early lead, so, brushing off that previous loss and starting off things pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between control and keyboard and mouse, of course. It's the fine movements. It's the subtle movements you see. You can just be that little bit more precise when you're flicking across the mouse pad. And right now, Scoob, with the skewer in hand, could look to put it to work, but unfortunately, Ninjestics plays the angles better, holds it down. They've got the members to try and force Kit Bash back, and you got to be careful. We've seen what happens when Mindfreak regroups.
That's so interesting. Ninjestics been so patient there. Double kill for him. Now he's got that skewer that was left behind by Scoob, looking to do some damage. Dino does get naded out. 2 players pushing him. Ninjestics trying to do everything that he can to stay alive, but he does fall. Divinity finding himself father. Benji looks like he's a dad himself, taking him out. Double kill for him. Junior, sit down, son. 12-7 the scoreline. Kit Bash waking up a little bit. Third's there. I'm paying that triple kill. Fourth's there if he wants it. But Ninjestics setting him down. I was like, listen, you're getting a little bit too hot, kid. Calm down.
I mean, that's what I was talking about. This is what Kit Bash need to be doing. Up in the face, aggressive, not giving Mindfreak the time or room to think whatsoever. Mindfreak find the opening. They slow it down just a little bit. You can see it is just that rotating 4-man death ball Halo.
Yep, now Overshield, that has popped. So Mindfreak, being an organized team, composed, they would be looking to concentrate on that power up, making sure that they put it into their MIPS. Now, Benji, Guardian Angel Medal, making sure that he's watching over his teammates, finds himself one. He knows there's multiple players there, so he just runs away, straight away, valuing his life. Now, Junior, with this Overshield, can just be a wrecking ball for his squad, and they're hunting them down, and Kit Bash, they're just rotating away. I love it, but Ninjestics grabs himself a pick.
I mean, we saw it in our first match of the bracket. Of course, Direwolves and Immunity stepping up to meet the championship bracket standard, and we are seeing that out of Mindfreak as well. They are ramping up their play. They're bringing absolutely everything to bear. Junior, the last remnants of that Overshield, he's just going to back himself off, look to play with the team.
Yeah. Just a note there, Panda. You saw Junior, he rounded that corner, and maybe some less experienced players would be like, oh my god, 3 players. Whoa, here comes a triple kill. Didn't shoot a bullet, he backed off. He was like, there's 3 players, I've gathered the information, I've got to wait for my teammates to push up. Heads up play from Junior there. Now with Dino applying that pressure, scoreline has been tied up. Mindfreak able to close that gap. Now moving in for the kill. Father Benji and Dino working well together here. And now Benji, he's got that skewer in hand. 4 bullets, that's fully loaded, ready to go. Trying to find his next victim.
He's on the hunt. He's just, you can see him. He's hungry. He's swinging around, looking to put it to work right now. He's going to head towards Ivy, try and find the long angle to shut someone down. But you can see Kit Bash and know that there is a power weapon in play. They're not going to take the direct gunfights. They say that they swing out, but they have the numbers to take him down.
Maybe a little bit too hungry there, Panda. I mean, he really had himself exposed, the top Ivy there. Yes, he had the skewer so he could get a quick and easy kill, but you got double push and just deleted instantly. But Ninjestics now good eyes over that Overshield, Might have to wait for a pick before dropping down to get it. Kitbash doing what they can to maintain pressure on the OS. Now finding himself 2 players there. Ninjestics, I love the different angles that he's taking. Ninjestics and Father Benji's with double kills, so that should create an opportunity to grab that OS.
Dino providing Overwatch spots out. Scoob is going to look to back off. You can see Mindfreak just flooding towards him to shut him down. They are looking to establish some significant control over this Catalyst map. Dino, he's not done yet. The Bulldog in the server, unfortunately caught by a nade, but you look at how much priority he gave his team there.
Fantastic stuff. And Mindfreak has now taken the lead. Yes, it's only a 3-kill lead, but they were trailing by about a round of slays. So for them to get a roughly 8 to 10 kill swing, great stuff, utilizing that overshield and really taking their time, making sure their pushes are coordinated.
Benji Jr. looking to do work here, but Scoob finds both of them shutting down the play. Dino answers back, takes the leader of Kitbash off the board. They are finding some big picks right now, and they keep that gap out by 2, rounding the corner. The repulsor play, but Lolly's got shots on. Support comes in to deal with them, though.
And I love that. Ninjestic just backed off because Dino was like, hey, bro, I'm coming. I got him. Takes him out. Ninjestic gets away with his life. Now Lift lurking around the corner. He gets sniffed out. Here he comes. Repulsor off the map. See you later, sunshine. Now on board with Lolly. He's 6 and 5 currently, but the scoreline is basically even, so we're not really going to see anyone popping off too hard just yet. Lolly, a lot of red players through the map there. The players can't see that. We can. So he's pushing towards a big Mindfreak wall of players. He needs to be very careful of what he does. Ninjestic's caught out. Junior caught in the open. He does manage to scamper away. Lolly, shoulder to shoulder with his teammate Scoobmeister there, and that OS looks like it's just popped up.
Oh, Dino unfortunately caught mid-ramp. Lolly's going to find that. They're going to set themselves up, but no, look at this. It looks like Mindfreak is stuck in and stole it away. It's burnt completely, but that's an overshield that could have been huge for Kitbash.
Asset denial can be so important. Yes, they weren't able to create any plays with it, but they made sure that Kitbash didn't create any plays onto them. 1 point difference right now. Kitbash really fighting for their lives here. Ninjestics having a look at the scoreline, going 12 and 8, popping off, but Father Benji 13 and 8, so he's got 1 more kill, and he's got that skewer, and here he goes, trying to take out Lolly. He does, still got that skewer in the back of his pocket. Kitbash are kind of getting herded like sheep. Here come the wolves, they're on the hunt, and they're going to slaughter them like lambs. Here comes Benji, and he's hyper-aggressive with that grapple.
He just tunnel visions a little bit there, and it costs him his life, which is not ideal. It does even up the score as well, pushing through. Scoob takes down Dino in the head-to-head fight to push themselves into the lead by 1. And we've talked about it consistently in Catalyst. That halfway mark seems to be the turning point where things accelerate, but this entire map has been ramped up from the start.
Absolutely. Look at the power of that mouse and keyboard. He can just flick so many angles there. He's never caught. He's just 1 flick of the wrist away from looking at another angle, working well with his teammates. The grenades are coming in, but you can see Kitbash, they're hungry. They're right at this door, and it's like, when those nades stop, I'm going in. I'm going in, bro. And here they go. The push comes in. They find themselves 1. Dino trying to stay alive. Scoob! Unfortunately gets taken down by Dino, and a little bit of pop-off from the Mindfreak player.
The Mindfreak Bulldog barks. Lit. He finds himself in trouble, shut down by Dino as well. Unfortunate turn of events there for Kitbash right now, but they still hold the lead. They still have the pacing to be able to do this. 10 kills to go, and they can pick the map up for themselves.
We are getting to the pointy end, folks. Don't cut yourself on it. Dino's still alive here. He's 9 and 4. So neg 1 at the moment. It is a 2-kill game. Moving on through. He's going to go up top mid. This is a bold play. He can check so many angles here, but he is vulnerable, but finds himself 1. Really great call out there. And then Scoob, not expecting Dino to pop out, finds another. Lift trying to push him out. Dino just rotating so well, being such a nuisance, putting down damage. Mindfreak now have the lead.
That might have just set Mindfreak up for the victory here. He spots 2. I don't know if he quite caught Lolly there, but now he has. He knows there are 3 members of this Kitbash roster across the map, and they can start to corral them. Scoob taking down Junior opens up an opportunity for the team, but Benji in the back lines looking for it. 1-for-1 trade in the end. But Dino, look, he's hunting. He's found 2. He's mopped up the remnants of the fight, and they are 4 away from victory.
Yeah, 6 unanswered kills from Mindfreak. 4 kills to go. Kitbash trailing by 4. They need to do something now if they want to be able to take this map, but it does seem like there's a shift in the wins. Mindfreak looking incredibly strong and just picking apart every player. No one-shots getting away. Dino on the hunt. Divinity just managing to get around that corner, but he's getting collapsed on here. He's a very vulnerable position. One more kill for Mindfreak, and they'll take this map. They just hit the NOS button as soon as they hit the 40 kill mark. One more to go. Let's staying alive. Scuba's there. Benji finds it, secures it. Map 2 to Mindfreak.
They ramp it up, and it definitely feels like Kitbash are facing the trial by fire here in the championship bracket. Justin, we knew it was going to get hot and heavy. We knew the stakes were going to be raised. Kitbash find themselves one map away from heading down to the elimination bracket. They've been in this position before. They were able to push back and take it to map 5. I mean, can they do it here when it's all on the line?
No, I think they... Listen, it's a difficult one. Mindfreak are looking pretty good, aren't they? And it's a bit quiet over on the Kitbash side. And we've seen them, you know, pop off even on single kills. They get a double kill and they're getting hyped up and they're backing themselves, and just a bit unfortunate. But Benji there, 18 and 12. No wonder they can't pop off when Father Benji is just giving them a sermon.
I mean, look, yeah, there was some great moments from Kitbash, but Benji, he had a stunner of a game. But the thing is, we saw a couple of moments there where he gave into the tunnel vision. He was so hungry for a kill. He was so hungry to make that skill work that he was chasing players to his own death. And I think that's where having your psychologist behind the scenes is that advantage, because, you know, she can dial in and say, look, Benji, we know you want the kills, but remember, we want the victory more.
Sorry, I was listening to what you're saying, Panda, but his left was launching off the map there, looking at his face cam. He's just a blank, deadpan face going, oh man. And he's all the way down. It's a long drop down there.
Look, yeah, you kind of saw the build up. He's tucked into the corner like, please don't see me, please don't see me. And then boom, out into the open, out into the void. Yeah, unfortunately, there's only so much you can do in that situation.
Absolutely. Now, Mindfreak looking pretty hot.
Ooh, 2 map advantage as well with the choke call. We saw that come out from Kitbash yesterday in their matchup that went the full distance. But, does it feel more appropriate now?
Well, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't say Kitbash are, you know, choking. Mindfreak definitely the favourites here. They are the highest seed. Arguably the strongest squad going up against the underdogs, and they're up 2-0. So I wouldn't say Kitbash are choking. It's just Mindfreak are a bit strong.
Under the pressure, though, I mean, you look, coming into this first competition on the main stage, first keyboard and mouse player on the main stage, you're going up against an organisation as storied as Mindfreak. You don't think that weighs on you a little?
I wouldn't say choking. I'd say they hadn't tied their shoelaces yet and maybe stumbling a little bit.
Doesn't Scoob use Velcro?
Velcro on his shoes. His mum still ties his shoelaces for him. Did have his permission slip signed. I believe he's 17, and yeah, he's skipping school. I apologise to the principal.
Look, it is what it is. You need to do what you need to do when DreamHack is on the line.
Absolutely, I'm sure the school board understands. Truancy isn't the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, look, if nothing else, they have contested. It hasn't been an absolute blowout. They were finding kills. They kept it close. Another, I mean, intensely close Slayer here for Kitbash. I mean, it's happened a few times to them already this weekend. I mean, at some point, there's got to be a tipping point, right?
Yeah, something with Kitbash I've noticed is that unlike a lot of the underdog teams that are trying to fight into that top 4, yes, they lose maps, but they never bow under the pressure. There hasn't really been any games where it's just completely blown out and they've just been dominated. They've managed to stay composed, keep up their energy, and just do their best. And it's proved to work really well for them, paying dividends. Closer games, yes, they're down 0-2 currently, but if they can keep their mental game strong, the series ain't over, all right? Mindfreak needs 3. They've only got 2.
Yeah, they have yet to have to fork out for anyone's steak dinner right now. Already we see Junior looking to push on, try and get some control, come in for that flank from Neon, has the Bulldog as well. Scouts out a lot of information from that push.
They do. Now, Junior here, playing pretty passive, just holding down this Neon street, but he's getting shot around quite a lot, and he's sitting in his little kennel with the Bulldog. He does get taken down. Dino trying to find one, does trade things out with Lolly there. Now, with Scoob, got that Commando in hand. Now, Kitbash grabbing that ball pretty early, looking to rotate things around. And look at the structure as well. Lift with those rockets. He does trade that one out. Now, Dino pushing up here. Divinity with the ball. Ninjestics waiting for the take. Oh, thanks. I'll take that. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, not quite realizing that it was someone in such close proximity. The drop wall, though, can it be enough? Yes, it is. Divinity with the Bulldog finishes off the kill. Unfortunately, has no idea Junior's just waiting for him around the corner.
Yeah, Junior really heads up play there, jump up in heaven and take that play out. It does cop a bit of a spike grenade going around that corner, so he'll chill out just a sec, wait for his shield to recharge. There they go, that wonderful boom sound that we all know and love. Now rotating that ball around to his teammate, using that super slide down, and I love this from Junior here.
Looking to try and hold this as long as possible. There's just a bit of a juggle, Junior. I mean, look, he had a rather quiet map one, but this is a map where the objective is key, not just the slays. So he can play around the objective. It allows him just a little bit of extra time to think about what he's doing. Junior, there we go. Takes down Scoob. They're looking for more. This hold so far has been great.
Junior there, looking at those players up in the cafe, and rather than just waiting around the corner, he rotates back around, goes up the jump up, and just gets a play completely unawares. Heads up play from him, really paying dividends so far. Now with Lolly from Kitbash, he's 3 and 4 right now, but he is doing a lot of the objective work. He can't slay and hold the ball at the same time, and Kitbash closing up the gap a little bit in the points department.
Scoob had the rockets in hand, but he dropped. That's both of them in the tube for Benji as well. He's coming around that tram bend, finds the first. Lolly goes down. Can he find 100% efficiency with the rockets in the tube? He's hunting for it, and we saw last map. He got away from himself. He got a bit too keen. Now, though, he slows the pace. He's not just straight deadpanning towards someone for kills.
No, he is not. He's been very patient, using those rockets beautifully. Mindfreak starting to eke out a pretty solid lead. The push does come in. Benji opting to let them rotate in, valuing his life. Now, Lift challenging there, but Junior's there to help him out. Lolly, though, with the double kill. Amazing 2v1 situation, able to take him out. Triple kill for Lolly. Kitbash starting to heat up. Where's the fourth?
He's got one around the corner. Can he find the kill on Dino? That drop wall might be his undoing, though. He's in trouble. Will trade out the kill, unfortunately, there. But Junior, he's on the job, trying to come in, capitalize on the opening that Dino provided. You're looking at Dominic up the stairs. The microwave ray, unfortunately, not quite as effective as Man of Chicken.
No, it is not. Junior with that red gun, so lethal. 3-shot kill puts you back into the respawn screen. Cheeky little angle there onto Scoob, onto the rail area. And this is Junior's job. He just holds down the tickets, and looks like someone has a ticket to the Bulldog show, and he's holding that thing down, but Divinity clears him out with a well-placed frag.
Another spanker coming up at about 23 odd seconds through mid, but you look at it, trying to corral this Kitbash roster into the corner so they can make the play for it and put it to use. Of course, the rotate's coming in. Lith still has hands on the ball, sitting in that elbow right now. Spots the toes of Divinity. Does he know Lolly's around the corner? He does now. Shots are coming on. Bit of trouble, but Dino, he still has some shields to play with. That Disruptor doing real work, but not enough to get the kill.
No, Dino, have a look at that scoreline. 6-6 with some ball time as well, so pretty solid from performance from him so far. This has been a long oddball round, Panda. Scoreline's pretty even. The clock is starting to run down, and Scoobmeister learns a lesson that Dino should not be challenged 1v1 Ninjestics. Now, with those rockets, he's got one in the old tube of the spanker, ready to put out some discipline.
And he's looking to connect to spots Divinity and slams him away with that rocket explosion. Will lose his life, but 2 rockets now gone. The next one up in a wee while, so it gives them that breath, that mobility in this map.
Certainly does. Now, Mindfreak starting to close this map out and opting to rotate this ball away. Junior with that Bulldog shuts that down. And Kitbash in a little bit of trouble here. It seems like Mindfreak are very well organized and have all the goodies on the map. Benji now with that red gun as well. Kitbash do have that ball, but here comes the collapse from Benji. Lovely flank, Divinity and Lith in PD trying to stay alive. Benji wants to clear them out though, but he gets a couple of grenades and a burst to the face.
They do shut him down. They push again, maybe just giving in to the red mist a little. But as it stands, they've got some good guns. They've got a solid hold. They are only about 30-odd points behind. They are trying to play the front line. Scoop falls now at a 3-3 in terms of players on the board. Lith trying to be that vanguard for his teammate to keep the points on rolling. But you can see Ninjestics and the crew from Mindfreak are heavily aggressing on their positions.
They are. Beautiful kill from Divinity. Ninjestics is there. Does get backed off and cleaned up. And that lead that Mindfreak had, we were talking about the fact they were about to close things out, but Kitbash went on a lovely 40-point run, but Mindfreak now with the ball, not going to take too many more points to close this one out. Ninjestics does fall. This might be the last push that Kitbash has time to make, but milking that timer down. 99 points on the board. Last chance for Kitbash if they want to scoop it up, and they do. They've got the oddball. One more point will secure the round for Mindfreak, and here they come. They've got those rockets. They're going to double stack on that ball, ticks it over, and they take round one.
I mean, that's such a rough position to be in. I mean, a single point, that's so easy to scoop up, even if you then die after the fact. But it's a single round. There's still another opportunity here for Kitbash.
Yep, and I liked what I was seeing towards the end of it. They were pretty far behind, but they went on a good run. They had a beautiful PD hold, able to close things out a little bit. Now, with Divinity, crispy shots so far to take out Benji. Now moving on through, trying to funnel some players around, and Scoob with that ball decides to hand it off because he has got those rockets and he can make short work of anyone trying to respond to the call out. Shoots out one, connects on it. Divinity grabs himself one as well. That's two dead for Mindfreak. Third one is in PD. The prediction rocket goes in, but here comes the collapse. Kitbash with a really hot start. 22 unanswered points, and they're rotating the ball towards PD.
Yeah, that rocket, even if it didn't connect on Dino, was enough to set up the kill, forced him into an off angle, and they found him. But the rotates coming through, you look at it, Mindfreak want to get in and start establishing control. Benji again narrows his sights and tries to go for the player deep, but doesn't know about the fact that Scoob's close on his left, and this is going to be a solid hold.
I love this hold, and each player playing their role perfectly. Had someone on the cafe area, had someone over on plants just watching the players, giving communication to Lolly. He gets the word that he needs to get out of there, tries to rotate, but does get collapsed on. 42-point run from Kitbash. Well composed, they're not out of this just yet.
I mean, the answer to everything that they were looking for right now, but finally Mindfreak get their hands on the ball and the points will start rolling for them. Ninjestics as well with that Stalker rifle, looking at range to try and contest. The ball on the ground, the pings come through, they know they can make a play for it, especially with that Spanker coming up at about 15 seconds.
Yeah, that Spanker is going to be key to victory for Mindfreak. I think they are trailing by roughly 40 points, grabbing themselves a couple of kills. Lolly in a pretty precarious situation. He goes down. Wingman medal for Ninjestics, so just putting down damage on the map with that red gun, working with his teammates beautifully. Junior with one rocket. He does get the second, giving up his life. Bit of a kamikaze there. Scoop trying to stay alive. Ninjestics holding that angle. You see you later, son. You're not getting out of that situation alive. Now, Mindfreak looking to go on a little bit of a run, rack up those points and close the gap.
I mean, you look at it comparatively, the first match both these teams played here in Melbourne, it was great. We saw a lot of questions out of Mindfreak. We saw some great stuff out of Kitbash. Now we're seeing the opposite. We got a lot of questions. Kitbash, can they really contest? And Mindfreak stepping it up in this competition. It's Elim bracket time. They know the stakes.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't want to go down in the Elim bracket this early on into the championship, but Kitbash, once again with that ball, they're on a bit of a run here, but Mindfreak being very patient. They're not getting desperate, they're taking their time, they're giving the respect that Kitbash has earned throughout the last couple of days of DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, they're just not falling to the chaos. They're not letting Kitbash set up for that hyper-aggressive style of play that they love so dearly. Lolly finding some big kills, some openings, just stalling out the play a little bit with Divinity. He's pushing, trying to establish some safety, that little bit of expanse so they can keep that objective held. But the fact that Scoob's the one on the objective could be detrimental. Lith with the microwave ray. No, unfortunately, the support is there in spades for Mindfreak.
And Dino now got that OBJ time racking up. He's got 65 seconds of ball time, so certainly turning up for his squad in that department. He's just smacking the wall. He wants to beat the players. He wants to beat the map. He wants to be the master of all things. And that scoreline is starting to close up with the Kitbash boys. Now, Mindfreak, they're pretty patient, Panda. They let Kitbash have their run. They waited for a time to push. Now it's time for Kitbash to be patient and choose to make their play to grab the ball.
Another rocket about to come in. He picks up the ball. Dino was the one that set it up there as well. He's in a bit of trouble. He just slides his way out. Junior, both rockets going wide, and Divinity will find an opening with the help of Lith. They're charging through Palm Tree, but look, the sights are set on this Kitbash roster. Mindfreak are not letting them in freely at all.
No, Junior, it was pretty unfortunate rockets there. I mean, they do still have the ball, but could you imagine how much more control Mindfreak would have if they connected with those rockets? Almost getting stuck there. Scoobmaster staying alive. Shields are flashing, a little bit vulnerable. Grabs that red gun, throws it onto his back. He's got it there when he needs it, pushing on through. Now, Kitbash again with the oddball. That lead that they had, it got squeezed out, but as we said, they're patient and they've got well set up and they're looking to close out this round.
Hitting that final stretch, 14 points needed. Sorry, not 14, 16. There we go, close enough. Matt,
it's always changing, technically.
Yeah, look, it just changes. I was just there at the wrong time. Unfortunately, though, for Mindfreak, they seem to have just lost that little bit of spark here in the tail end of round 2 of the Oddball. 7 points from victory and taking us to our 3rd round of Oddball. Unfortunately, they lose control, and Mindfreak have now the opportunity to close the whole series out.
Yes, and Kitbash, they need to be so careful. Yes, they have about a 20-point lead, but really they've got 1, maybe 2 pushes in them with that timer going down. Junior sat down by Divinity, and those points racking up for Mindfreak. Players dropping left and right. Kitbash, they need to do something now. They need to make a push because that lead has completely dissolved. And now Lolly working in, finds a player in tires. He goes down, trades things out. Mindfreak have taken the lead. Are they going to close it out? They might be able to do it. That's going to be map number 3, and Mindfreak send Kitbash down the elimination bracket.
And the choke calls come out. Look, I think we discussed it. It wasn't really a choke. They are young. They are untested. The snooze call, now that was, yeah, look, it was a bit rough. But, I mean, Kitbash coming into this, Mindfreak stepping up the play, the pocket psych coming in, keeping the boys level-headed. And, I mean, that's the case. It seems level heads prevail.
I want to hear what she was saying. Do you reckon she was being, like, what's her style? And she's like,
I mean,
those boys ain't nothing. You're better than them.
Lucky,
see that guy? You see that mustache?
Get it.
That ain't a mustache. That's bum fluff. It's like, is she talking smack or is she trying to keep them composed?
Yeah, look, if we're lucky, we might get that interview, of course, with Nat, maybe. I would hope so. I mean, she's got such great insight.
Ninjestics talking, it's like, yeah, your mustache is pretty good, bro, but not as good as mine.
Yeah, my mustache won. What did yours do, unfortunately?
Mine's got the W.
There, but yeah, look,
what you do
one
is
day yours will come
you get the beard oil and you flick it up and it maintains it, keeps us in nice and supple. Beautiful stuff and clean shaven on the sides. Girls love it.
Yeah, look, I mean, Mindfreak is the reason the logo's gold on the chest. That is what they are gunning for here at Melbourne. But, I mean, look, we've had our first round of the upper bracket played. Mindfreak prevailing, Direwolves prevailing. I mean, look, the odds of a matchup between Dino and his former team is just, that could be electric.
Yeah, it's looking likely, isn't it? Now, Father Benji there going 22 and 20. 20 bomb club, it's always nice to be a part of it. Mindfreak coming out on top. Now, Kitbash, I mean, they're the underdogs who are rooting for him a little bit. You always kind of want the lower seed to win, right? It creates some storylines, gives us something to talk about, but they do go down into the elimination bracket. But this is the Mindfreak that we've been waiting to see.
But there is one thing to remember. This does set Kitbash up for the Cinderella run. The lower bracket run that dreams are made of. And if they do, all they have to do is make it to the losers bracket final and they get to go to Orlando. Who knows what they could achieve in this situation? Backs against the wall, the stakes at their absolute highest. That is a kit bash that could be the scariest we've seen yet.
I mean, we could see that Cinderella story. They were up there, they're at the ball. They may have lost their first glass shoe, but they can return, pick it back up, and be crowned the princes.
Well, I mean, you look at it, for Spider-Man, it was Uncle Ben. Maybe this is their Uncle Ben right now. A 3-0, it's rough, and it's something that we've been hoping Mindfreak would bring out there. We wanted to see what this roster was really capable of on LAN, and they've given us a show. They've given us an example of what they can bring. Now they progress, of course, and things do get harder. But, I mean, look, there is still a lot to play for.
There certainly is, and Mindfreak, they're looking composed, they're looking pretty strong. Yeah, they popped off just a little bit, but not too much, right? They got the W, but they didn't get up like, yo, you're all trash, and get up in their faces or anything. It was pretty respectful in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't seeing, you know, sort of heads in hand moments. Honestly, I think that's the most collected I've seen Mindfreak, and right now we have someone waiting on stage to chat with one of the big men from Mindfreak. Nat, take it away.
Ninjastics, you're here with me now. I picked you for a very specific reason. I saw you having a bit of chat with some Kit Bash players there, but I also saw you throughout that series being very animated. You know, we saw a little bit of this. Is there existing stuff going on, or do you just think maybe Kit Bash need to get put back in their place?
No, I think it's just a case that they need to get back in their place. I mean, they were coming into this game pretty strong, you know, saying that not playing on layer was an advantage, which I don't really understand. But yeah, like they did come out pretty well for what we were expecting.
You know, they did have a very good, fantastic series beforehand, but you guys 3-0 clean sweep here. That Slayer map, though, very, very tight. Were you worried coming up against Kit Bash and any time throughout that game?
Honestly, we're expecting to lose that one because they are probably like one of the best Slayer Catalyst teams that are in this competition right now. So we were just going in there with like practicing some things we were talking about. But yeah, we came out with a win, and hence they should have won that.
They should have, but they didn't. You guys were just too good. Now, the other question I have is, we saw that you guys had Pocket Psych with you. What was the tactical choice behind that? How much is she helping you?
Honestly, Mantis wasn't actually here for the whole day, so, but no, like the stuff that Pocket Psych has been doing in the background for us has been huge, like getting us all on the same page with our comms and whatnot. I think she's probably one of the big reasons why we're here to play.
Fantastic, and you guys are playing again. It's going to be up against Divine Mind. How do you think that one's going to go? Where are your expectations for you guys?
We're pretty confident going into it. It's like Divine Mind are a very strong squad. You know, Pips and Rated have been around for a while. Sways and Plaza are pretty new, but yeah, hopefully we can put on a good series and see what they're all about.
I definitely think you will, but we're also going to head on back to the panel with Luke.
Yeah, we're super excited to see what that series can get done. Before we get there, it's time for us to start talking about this one. A little bit dejected from the boys there on Kit Bash, Momo. Unfortunately, going down here, we're not getting a map on the board. Even Ingestic said that they're on the stage. These guys have the best Slayer Catalyst team that we have here in this competition, and they weren't able to get it done against Mindfreak, and they spanked them on the other two maps as well. So we talked about coming to this series. This is what Mindfreak needed to do. They needed to make a statement here so they can make this big run here at the regional finals, and they definitely did it against Kit Bash.
I mean, they did it without their star coach, Mantis, but like, that is the Mindfreak that I was talking about. They were missing that yesterday. Today, that series just then, that's a statement right there. Kit Bash have been on fire this whole event. I kind of jinxed them, to be honest. My original prediction was a 3-0 for Mindfreak, and I kind of backflipped on it saying 3-2, 3-1, and it was a straight 3-0 beatdown. Mindfreak were looking absolutely dominant.
Yeah, you know, Mindfreak all around just playing incredibly strong. Just as you said, Momo, this is the team that we expected to see yesterday. Didn't quite perform in the same way, but today, obviously, we put so much pressure on Kit Bash to perform. We had so much backing behind them. Mindfreak, you know, just came out so strong. They were so dominating across so many of these maps and instances. But that being said, you know, for the Kit Bash boys, they walked off on stage, gave us a couple of looks, a few words, and of course, what they've said was, you know, it's not over, we're not done yet.
Yeah, definitely. They have that elimination bracket to run through right now, and Mindfreak, they're probably on a high right now. These guys giving themselves a 3-0 start here against Kit Bash, moved themselves a little bit further in this bracket, and put themselves one series away from that winners final as well. We talked about the fact that this bracket, for these teams in the upper bracket, all you got to do is get yourself 2 series victories, and then you're already going to Orlando. You're already in the upper echelon of the prize pool for this $50,000 tournament that we have here for DreamHack Melbourne. And I mean, these guys turned up today, and if this is how they're going to play up against Divine Mind, we've got a heck of a series on our hands, because it seems like they're really dialed in when it comes to this championship bracket. It seems like whatever issues they were having at the start of their pool play against the Chiefs, they've completely turned it around. They're coming in, the mental's good, their game's good, their game plans are good, and it seems like these guys are here to take out the title.
Look at these stats right now, like just below us, like this is showing a lot. Like Kit Bash, like they're a very accurate team, and it's like, it just shows like the amount of teamwork that Mindfreak have over them. Even like the damage dealt. The damage dealt was a 4K difference. That is a lot, spreading that across the board. And like I said before, Kit Bash are red hot, man. So like for Mindfreak, beating a team like Kit Bash, especially like they've got the fans of the whole arena on their side. It's like, that's a hard team to beat, especially when they're like going up and up. They're having these close series against the other teams. So honestly, that's quite the win themselves.
I mean, you heard it from Ninjestics in that interview, right? He knows exactly what he needs to do coming up against Divine Mind, what him and the crew need to do. It sounds like their mentals today are point. You got to wonder, once again, is that pocket sight coming in handy? Is they really dialed them in all around? You know, super excited to see what they can do. They just look like a very dialed-in squad today. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, they definitely do. Championship bracket seems to have leveled up all these teams on the stage so far, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to level up the stage here as well. We're going to be jumping in to the hottest series for today. Divine Minds are going to take the stage up against the red hot Mindfreak. Who's going to go to Orlando? You guys have to wait and find out.
check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Experience Melbourne's laneways, dining, coffee, arts and culture while you're here. There's something to suit every mood and budget. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
You get nothing for your troubles, and Lith already heating up with a lovely nose scope
for Mindfreak, which, I mean, that's less than Divinity and Lith put together towards the objective. They are looking to wrench control away.
And here's hearing a lot of noise from those guys.
They started barking early, but they're getting quiet now. They know
to be out. And he just switches them around. Ninjistics not seeing a lot of action.
Oh!
And as soon as he
put the effort into King of the Hill, 4-kill start for Kit Bash. It's pretty solid.
Ninjistics trying to do everything that he can to stay alive, but he does fall. Divinity finding himself father. Benji looks like he's a dad himself. Take 12-7 the scoreline. Kit Bash waking up a little bit. They would be looking to concentrate on that power, making sure that they put
Gunfights, I say that they swing out, but they have the numbers to take
him out. Ninjistic gets away with his life. Now Lith lurking around the corner. He gets sniffed out. Here he comes. Repulsor off the map. See you later, sunshine. Now
opens up an opportunity for the team, but Benji in the back lines looking for it. 1-for-1 trade in the end. But Dino, look, he's hunting. He's first straight dead heading towards someone for kills.
No, he is not. He's been valuing his life. Now, Lith challenging there, but Junior's there to help him out. Lolly, though, with the double kill. Amazing 2v1 situation. Able to take him out. Trap out and opting to rotate this ball away. Junior with that Bulldog shuts that down. With Kit Bash in a little bit of trouble here. It seems like Mindfreak are very well organised it. They were pretty far behind. Collapse on 42-point run from working with his teammates beautifully. Junior with one rocket.
Good choke. They are young. They are untested. But, I mean, Kit Bash coming into this. Mindfreak stepping up the play. The pocket side.
I bet you guys can feel the electricity in the air with this series that we have ahead of us. Our championship bracket is starting to unfold. Mindfreak getting themselves a 3-0 against Kit Bash. Now have a date with Divine Minds and a date with Destiny as well, because this series right here guarantees you a spot at HCS Orlando at the next major and a minimum of $6,000. Winner of this goes into the winners final, has one shot to get in towards the grand final and potentially take home the title of the ANZ HCS regional finalists. This match is oh so important for both these two teams. Boys here on the desk, what a series this is going to be. How important it is going to be for these two teams, and whoever comes out on top, guaranteed third place.
I'm getting absolute fucking chills right now. It's just like, wow. Like, Divine Mind versus Mindfreak, like, this is going to be a big series, and honestly, this could go anyway.
I mean, look, there's just been everything coming together to set this up. You look at it, Divine Mind almost dropped their series to Kit Bash, and they take it out at a 5-mapper, and then Mindfreak coming just now and 3-0 Kit Bash. So, I mean, realistically,
they would then become the favourites in this matchup, which is strange because Divine Mind, first seed, this could go either way, and I reckon it's going to go deep.
It's also going to be crazy between these two teams as well because Mindfreak coming off a fresh 3-0 means that these guys are red hot and ready to go here on the stage. The other side of things though, Momo, Divine Mind, they've been playing their pool play matches in the background, so they've been around here in the arena, but they haven't been on the stage today, so they've still got to get themselves back into that stage mindset, and being the top of their pool, they haven't gone flawless, much like the Chiefs did in Pool B, but they're still looking extremely strong. They're coming in as our first-seeded team, and I think this series here, first versus third seed, is going to be ridiculous for us to see what kind of Divine Mind we get here in the championship bracket.
100%. This is just like what we were saying before about Mindfreak. Like, this is the series where Divine Mind now have to show that they're the real deal. Mindfreak showed it just before against Kitbash. Kitbash were like a red-hot team. They showed up. They showed Kitbash, hey, we are the number 3 team. Like, we are the number 3 seeded team, and we're here to play. The Divine Mind right now have to show we're number 1 seeded team for a reason, and we're here to play.
And that's kind of the statement, right? We talked about the statement that Mindfreak had to make against Kitbash. This is going to have to be a statement that Mindfreak are going to have to make here. I mean, Divine Mind's going to have to make here against Mindfreak because the Chiefs are going to be waiting in the other quarterfinal for potentially the winner of this if they get out of their quarterfinal. So if Divine Mind looks shaky here or even drop the series, it's going to be hard for them to get all the way towards that winner's final.
Yeah, I mean, they've already looked shaky coming into today, but I mean, you look at the way things have played out so far, it looks from what would seem to be the case, Mantis is back. Finally, so I mean, it's that play they bring in the pockets. Like, honestly, I reckon that was the play against Kitbash. They're explosive, they're unpredictable. You want to keep cool, calm, and collected, but now we're back on more of an even playing field. Divine Mind play the game the way you would expect it. So you bring back in your big boy Mantis to read through the plays, set themselves up for victory, and they're going to dig deep, I reckon.
They're definitely going to dig deep, especially considering what we just saw from them, Momo, right? Like, that 3-0 was a big statement for them. Majestic said it in the interview that going up against Kitbash on a Slayer on Catalyst is a scary prospect, and they got the dub on that. So that gave them a whole lot of confidence, and then they made the other 2 maps look really convincing. And now coming into this series, they're hot, and they're coming in off a big series victory that all it takes is for them to get this series victory, and they are already guaranteed at Orlando.
And Mindfreak, honestly, they're proving that they're the real deal right now. So if I was Divine Mind, especially watching from the back, I would have been like, guys, we need to snap out of it. We had a really close series against Kitbash yesterday, and Mindfreak, they made it look like a walk in the park. Like, they showed up, they demolished them, they were ragdolling them around. It was just easy pickings from Mindfreak. So it's just about Divine Mind now to all get together and actually play like how they do, usually online behind their nice little safe homes. So if they can snap out of it just like Mindfreak, I could definitely see a close series.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very close series indeed, and we're able to catch up with the players ahead of this one.
No, there's no chance anyone's taking a map off us. I believe we've put in more effort than they have. We've taken our scrims a lot more seriously, and we are definitely more dedicated on winning this event.
I'm not really concerned at all because, I mean, we've been preparing for this event, this whole split.
They think just because it's LAN, they're going to beat us, but they have another thing coming.
This weekend, we're going to beat them and put their confidence down. Well, I'd say our team, Divine Mind, wants it the most. We've put in work individually. I've put in tons of work, and this weekend it's going to show.
We are the number 1 team, so we believe just playing a bit slower, playing as a team, will close out the series for us.
I'd say everyone sees us as the underdog team.
I'm one of the hardest players in Australia to stop. We want to prove that we're the best. Obviously, we want to come in here and we just want to take that W.
I know what wins games in Halo Infinite, and it's the things that separate your kind of standard Spartan from the other troops around you. You know, if we're all playing well on the day, we can easily win.
I think Ben and I kind of had the skill to really take it to the next level. If we are playing at 100%, I don't think any team would be able to come close.
I think we're just wanting to prove that we're the best.
We're here, we're ready to go, so I don't think those guys want to win. They don't want it. I want it.
They want it. Divine Minds want it. Somebody can only take it, though. That is the real question here for us, Momo. The fact that we have these 2 juggernauts of our region going head-to-head in this series. In my predictions, I predicted this to be our grand final. So if this is going to be a grand final prelude, I'm so excited for us to jump into this because this has potential for it to be a 5-mapper. I think a lot of people here in the arena, or even us on the desk, are going to be very disappointed if this is going to be a 3-0 sweep. But I don't think from what we've seen from both of these 2 teams that either one of these 2 teams is just going to roll over.
100%, but I don't know about the grand final. I honestly expected Divine Mind versus the Chiefs, but the way how Divine Mind are going, I don't know, like, they haven't really proved to me that they're the real deal. Even though I picked them to win the whole tournament, I'm hoping right now they actually do turn up and prove the reason why I even picked them as to be the winner of this whole tournament. But, hey, I guess we'll find out soon.
We'll definitely have to wait and find out. And, you know, I guess this kind of circles back to the conversation we've had with a lot of these other teams, right, Panda? The fact that pool play at the end of the day kind of only really matters once you get in towards the championship bracket, right? Obviously, Divine Mind, they got that extra seed going around forward. They didn't have to play that extra series, but now this is where it all counts for them. Do we have to take much stock from the maps that they dropped in their pool play matches?
I really think you do. And the reason for that isn't because they dropped maps. It was a wake-up call. You could see it in their faces. And that can be one of the most powerful things for a team in their position. They come in as the favorites. You know, there's a lot of ego that can then go into that. And you could come into a competition and say, you know, why is anyone stepping to us? We're the best, just give us the championship now. And so they drop those maps. They nearly drop the entire series. The wake-up call happens. You could see it in their faces. You could see it in Sway's face halfway through the series. They then change their approach coming into this championship bracket. They lock it down. They come in solid. This is probably the scariest Divine Mind we will see all split.
It's going to be very, very scary, especially if one man is able to step up and drop big frags like he has so far. We've got a little player spotlight here on Sways.
My name's Matthew McPherson, my alias is Sways, and I've been competing since Halo Infinite came out. Before Halo Infinite, I competed in Splitgate, and as for my Halo background, I have played Halo casually before when I was like little, but I haven't really competed in Halo. This is my first Halo. I realised I was pretty good at Infinite when I started getting a lot more kills and damage on a map than most other people. I picked up on where people were spawning and all the little nicks and knacks of Halo Infinite really fast compared to most other people. With Barcode leaving the scene, there's a lot of different teams, new teams are formed, players left, players came in, and how it turned out is good for me, and now I'm on top. The current roster I'm on is definitely the strongest team I've ever been on. I think individually, we're all very talented players, we all have our own play style, we use our own weapons, everyone just gels well together. In my individual skill, I'm very confident. Since the release, I've been playing it tons of hours every day, so I'm very confident in my individual skill and I can only get better. I definitely wasn't confident the first LAN, so the more LANs I go to, the more confident I'm going to get, and this LAN I'm very confident into it. I do think I'll be the standout player if I play my game, but like I said, it is all teamwork, so that's what's going to get us to win. My goals for this event is definitely to win it, and we're going to win it. I do want to prove that just coming from 60 ping and whatever, it doesn't matter, you can still be one of the best. This weekend, everyone is going to find out why Divine Mind is the best team in the region.
Some big statements there from the big man on stage, and he has proven so far that he is one of the best players that we have here in ANZ. Ever since Barcode left the scene to go pursue his dreams in North America, Sways has stand up and stood tall as well here for Divine Minds, and he is one of those players that when you look at him in the server, Momo, if he is cracking out, it is so hard to stop somebody like Sways when he's on his time.
He's definitely a player to take over the series. We've pointed it out before, this guy knows how to use the sandbox really well. Yeah. As he said before, former Splitgate player, you know what I mean? He knows exactly how to move around the map real good. So if he gets the grapple, the red gun, any of these weapons, the repulsor, he's up in your face and he's showing you exactly who's boss.
Yeah, it's kind of scary when we look at this guy and the way that he moves around and the way that he's able to take over the series as well. And we talked about it, Panda, right? When we looked at Divine Mind, when they started having their backs against the wall, he was looking kind of dejected at certain points, feeling like even though he's putting up some big numbers, why isn't this series going his way? And I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do and what Divine Mind can do as well to chain somebody like that so they can get the better edge.
I mean, we've seen what they're capable of when that happens, of course. He dropped some insane numbers. Again, maybe New Zealand factor coming into it. But I mean, look, you look at Barcode, going international, going to G2 in North America. Sways has that same potential. He is not that far behind Barcode, and the fact that he's only just come into Halo in Infinite, the guy's got endless potential.
Especially the fact that this is only his second LAN that he's attended as well, and this guy is going to be able to crack up a storm when we get into the server, and we're going to be starting out with Capture the Flag on Catalyst here, Momo, and then we're going to be going on to Slayer Street, Strongholds on Recharge, and then if we get all the way there, we're going to finally end it out on a Slayer on Aquarius. How are you feeling about this series so far, Momo?
Oh, I reckon it's honestly going to go down to the wire at this point. I'm actually hoping we get to King of the Hill on live fire because there's a few shooters on like all this, like the entire like across the board, like Sways can hit some snipes. We know Junior can. I mean, I've been on the other end of it. And Ingestix is a bit of a hype man. I can only imagine we're going to see some no-scopes.
It's going to be some crazy stuff once we get there. But ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for us to jump into this series. Mindfreak and Divine Mind playing for a spot at Orlando, and your casters, it's going to be Justin as well as Bluey.
Yes, that is true, ladies and gentlemen. Big game up ahead for these individuals. 10K in the back pocket from HCS ANZ Regionals here instantly, and of course, a punched ticket to Orlando. Now it is down to the wire for these teams. Big match up ahead. Justin, what do you think?
I mean, listen, we've seen pool play matches. We've seen some bracket matches so far, but this is the real pointing in. Big money, tickets to Orlando, hotels, accommodation, the whole bazang. So really, they're playing for big stuff here. And two of our top teams, they both want it. They yearn for it, Bluey. They're ready to jump into it, and we've got to see who's going to be crowned the champion of this series.
So much on the line for both of these teams, and as Momentum said, there's a lot of shooters on both sides. There's a lot of confidence, a lot of egos here, and hopefully on one side, some of those are going to be crushed as we jump into the game. CTF Catalyst for these individuals already on board with Rated as he's peeking Benji, as Benji tries to take shots top mid. We see one member of Divine Mind go down balcony, just looking over that OS because that is going to be a huge flip right now. But Mindfreak already taking the lead, kills-wise, putting up 2 on the board.
Yeah, still with Rated here, holding down the flag, easily taking out Benji there with a well-placed grenade and cleaning things up as well. Junior with a well-placed grenade himself and that OS, coordinating a push. Mindfreak going in, Sways on that respawn. So much pressure from Junior with that OS sliding in. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to get that flag moving, Bluey.
Junior right there. Incredibly aggressive plays, but he did have the overshield backing up, just as you said. Justin looking to make a little space here by leaning over their spike balcony as they push more and more into Divine Mind's base, looking to get just at least a flag touch, and I think that's going to be acquired with Junior and Benji both pushing in for the flag. Now, Benji grabbing the flag now and pressing forward, and Junior with some beautiful BR shots.
It is just the start of the game, but I feel like Mindfreak could have pushed and grabbed that flag a little bit earlier. They gave the other team some time to get that, to respawn and get up. Yes, the flag is still moving, but the more time you give the opposition to kind of coordinate how they want to stop that flag, the more likely they are to stop it. Sways going down. Now with Rated once again. Ninjestix with some lovely shots there, Blue.
Ninjestix coming down that ramp, delivering those heavy BR shots, picking up a kill for himself. 2 members briefly down for Divine Mind. Each member of Mindfreak looking to make a push now as Plasma looking over that grapple spawn does get taken down. Right now, on board with Benji. Looking over, dancing around the pole with Rated, looking to grab that flag once again, but unfortunately he gets picked off. Sways, the man himself, picking up a double kill and defending his flag.
Yeah, and Pips now, eyes on that OS. Boom, into the chest, and now he's the most powerful man on the map. Dino tuck-tailed and run away from that one. Still a good portion of overshield left for Pips to play with here. He can get up in the face with these players, but Ninjestix coming out on top there, Bluey. Amazing stuff from him. He's heating up.
Ninjestix really there, just absolutely performing, managing to take out Pips, even with all that overshield. Fantastic of him to just back off from that engagement a little bit, give himself enough space so he doesn't take himself out with his own nade as he slides in right now. Beautiful placement for the frag as he pushes in, taking down Pips. All eyes on a flag touch right now, but he hears Plasma above him, looking for the kill. 2 players from Divine Mind there for the backup as 2 members of Mindfreak do unfortunately fall.
Yeah, now with Plasma looking at the scoreline, he's 4-4 at the moment, but it is the very start of the game. Now moving through, trying to find some players. It's quieting down quite a little bit. The arena, they're quiet. Everyone's, holding their breath to see how this series plays out. And Pips managed to take out Ninjestix there, has Plasma as the backup. They're poised to get a flag moving here. Could potentially be the first run of the map. And you know what? Mindfreak, they pull a flag of their own and they're running to each other. It's going to be a joust. Plasma doing what he can to keep things alive. Ninjestix goes in for the stop. Will he be able to do it? He does. Ninjestix clutch stop. And no, Pips comes in. He'll get the touch. He's on the re. Pips with the most clutch plays so far this series.
The return coming in. Pips goes down. The flag is still in play on both sides. Mindfreak need to play very aggressively here, making sure that flag doesn't fall into the hands of Sways and Plasma on the back end. 3 members go down on Mindfreak. Reese right now, Ninjestics I should say, just looking to play a little bit passively, making sure that he can defend their flag as much as possible, hoping that Divine Mind don't leak their way through and get a capture. Pips with the double kill, Dino taking a lot of damage. They're just trying to make sure that Divine Mind cannot come through, return their flag, and capture Mindfreaks.
It boggles my mind that those flags were on top of each other and then they still ended up getting carried away. I mean, what? Did they go, you know what, gentlemen's agreement, I'll take mine back, you take yours, and we'll fight it out later. But now we're in a bit of a flag standoff. For those that are just watching from home and are new to Halo, that means that they each have a flag back at their base and they're looking to return their own. Benji, some very crispy shots there, Bluey.
3 members from Divine Mind do go down, and Benji is on the run, trying to return that flag. Plasma goes down as well, with the spawns only just coming up for Divine Mind on Ivy side. Plenty of nades are going to start to ring out as Reese, Junior captures the flag for the members of Mindfreak.
Oh, that was strange. He seemed to get that flag returned quite easily. I mean, where was the pressure? Where was the presence on the map from Divine Mind to keep that flag alive? They kind of let that one happen, but maybe it's just the control that Mindfreak have so far this map. But they are only up 1 flag so far. Junior shields are flashing, and he falls off the map. He just tripped over on his shoelaces, mate, straight off the map.
Incredibly unfortunate timing for Junior there. Definitely a bit of a misplay. Tried to sort of propel himself back up, but couldn't quite make it work. Now Divine Mind are going to be able to apply all the pressure in the world as Junior is the one on their base trying to defend that flag as much as possible. We have 1 player, that's Dino, down in bottom Ivy, defending as much as he can. Plasma right now taken down as well. 2 members for Divine Mind go down, which gives Mindfreak a bit of space to work with here.
They do. Dino now, 12 and 6. Ice in the veins, setting themselves up for another flag run. A lot of players falling down on both sides here, but Dino's in prime position. Plasma's backed off, now moving that flag. He can frag, he can juggle the flag, moving it through for the Mindfreak roster. But Divine Mind doing their best to delay it. He's going to try and get it through here, which he does. The help is there. Raided, able to shut down that flag, and I think I spy with my little eye something beginning with OS down bottom mid.
4 members of Mindfreak unfortunately fall in that engagement, which means all of that momentum that they had building up just there in that push completely gone. Now they have to try their best to take advantage of their spawns, defend their flag as much as possible, but unfortunately with Ninjestics going down, Benji picks up a double kill on the defense. Make that a triple. 3 kills for Benji in the back, going huge.
Absolutely, and I could hear them through the headset as well as the crowd here in Margaret Court Arena. Now, with Pips, seeing what he's going to do here. He's hanging out on that Ivy side. He gets some pressure. He gets taken down right away. Dino grabbing himself another kill. A lot of pressure there. He gets sent to the respawn screen. Now, Plasma will have to see if he can get a flag moving for his team. Mindfreak looking pretty hot though, Bluey.
Mindfreak indeed are looking like they are the ones with the heat under their feet right now. Plasma, though, definitely feeling some heat himself as he picks up himself a double. Sway's going down on the side of Divine Mind, just looking for both teams to make as much space as they can. Pips picking himself up a double as well. The hyper-aggression coming in from the members of Divine Mind as one after another Mindfreak names come up on your screen, going down. Tough battle ahead of Divine Mind, though, if they want to convincingly run this flag. There's a lot of ground to make as they drop the flag down near the Ivy side, near the Energy Sword spawn, and Plasma goes down.
Yeah, Father Benji, I spied him in the corner there through the map, and he just waited. It's like, yeah, run the flag straight into my grenade and the loving arms of my battle rifle, and stopping that flag in its tracks. Players falling down left and right. Now Sways, the young gun, arguably the best player in the region, but Dino vying for that top spot himself. Benji going in, shields are flashing, grabs himself that repulsor. The equipment can mean the difference maker in such close matches. Junior, Mindfreak, they're so on top of these power-ups, aren't they, Bluey?
They sure are, making sure they can secure them as much as possible because they are the difference makers.
Don't do it,
when it comes to this. Fantastic stuff from Junior and a bit of BM on the end there, but so much of his OS was dissipated during that fight. Unfortunate turnaround. He goes down. 2 members of Divine Mind collapse where he was as well. Plasma picking off Benji at the end means once again Divine Mind are going to have plenty of space to work with.
They got plenty of space, but speaking of space, look at the kill difference. Everyone on Mindfreak is going off in the kills department, and it has translated to the only flag so far. There's only 3 minutes left, Bluey. How time flies.
How time flies indeed. Not a lot of opportunities with that time ticking down for Divine Mind to make many decisive plays. They will need to get 2 more flags in order to go up against over Mindfreak. Rated right now, being the flag runner, taking it as far as he can before he gets picked off by Ninjestics BR. Ninjestics right now looking to cover the ramp, taking down Pips as well. Shots onto Sways, unfortunately has to reload, could not take cover in time.
And look at this, will they respond? Yes, they do. We're all tied up. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Rated defending the flag the best he can. 2 Mindfreak players there, making himself such a hard kill, putting in a lot of damage there. But now Mindfreak with a counter cap going through. But Sways, he had something to say about that, Bluey.
Of course, Sways does. He's the man with the plan. He always is. Double kill in the back as well, taking down Benji, returning that flag, doing all the objective work for his team at the moment. Looks like another push will be coming in from Divine Mind. Briefly right there, Mindfreak were 2 down. 50% of their team being down means once again Divine Mind can just push all the space, especially on Catalyst. There is so much room to cover, so many angles. You want to make sure that at every opportunity you are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and Sways there, outgun him going down. Pips gets himself a double kill. He's moving on through 1-1 the scoreline. Benji getting himself a double kill. So both teams really heating up and able to make big plays for their squads, all tied up. A minute and 40 seconds. It's kind of quiet, it's kind of slow right now, but I feel like it's really going to pick up the pace in a second here.
It has to pick up in a moment, Justin. Only a minute and a half left on the clock for CTF Catalyst. 1-1 all tied up. It's going to take huge pushes from either side in order to capture that flag. Junior going big right now, picking up a double kill, but unfortunately Benji gets backsmacked by Sways. 2 members of Divine Mind down. Dino being in there as well. Junior takes out Sways once more. Rated taking out Junior, but exchanging with that one shot. Dino right now just trying to play around the flag as much as possible, give it as much space as he can, but the nades coming in, too much pressure.
A little too much pressure, and Dino trying to do the right thing there and clear out the players that might have chased him down, but maybe the right thing would have been to tuck tail and run and just sprint with that thing. Don't look back, look forwards to victory. Less than a minute on the clock, Bluey. 1 flag is out. Winner takes all. It's gonna be a bloodbath with only 40 seconds on the clock.
Flag being run by Rated right now over at Ivy's side. Ninjestics trying to turn and use that repulsor to his advantage. Doesn't quite connect the shots though. Rated still running that flag. Plenty of space to be made right now as 2 members of Mindfreak go down, and that flag for Divine Mind is inching ever closer. Rated is going to have the capture here, and that's 2-1. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Divine Mind look like they may have clutched things up. 15 seconds left on the clock. Mindfreak, they have to get their mitts around a flag now if they want to stop their timer from running out. It looks like they're fighting in. Ninjestics, the last one alive. Rated takes him out. The clock is going to count down, and it looks like it's going to be Divine Minds in map 1.
Divine Mind take map 1. In the final 3 minutes, a massive push coming out from them, all the coordination in the world it took for them to take out the members of Mindfreak. This is the kind of energy that these teams need, and they're certainly giving it to each other back and forth right now.
Absolutely. It just went down to the final second there, and Divine Mind, they really wanted to put on a show there. They waited until the last 40 seconds to get that second cap in, giving no time for Mindfreak to respond, and they really were just head-to-head, trading things out. You know, double kills on one side, double kills on the other side, but really, it's all about that W, and Divine Mind able to close it out.
Yes, it is, Justin, especially once again, these teams right now are playing for a guaranteed punched ticket to Orlando, the US, where they can play in NA against some of the best Halo teams in the world. A moment, you know, a possibility with no price being able to put to them, but they still have so much Halo to play right now, contesting each other back and forth, and both of these teams seem so tightly knit, so just contesting each other one after another. Justin, you know, looking at this first match here, who are you putting out on top besides who took the map? Was there any real glimmers of hope you could see from Mindfreak?
honestly, yes. I thought that they were very much in control on heavy portions of that game. I mean, it went the entire distance, and they were the first ones to score, and they were the only ones with a flag for quite a large amount of time, and it wasn't until, you know, kind of the halfway mark that Divine Mind was able to respond with a flag of their own.
I love what we saw from Junior there. He got that reversal. You know, he had OS, but the beatdown body smack, his face was just expressionless the entire time. Just cool, calm, and collected, and just being like, yep, I hate you.
Yeah, well, that's what you need. They're not your friends.
No.
They're your opponents. You gotta, you know...
Especially in an instance like this where you're playing for a guaranteed 10K and, you know, a trip to the US where you can play Halo over there as well. You have no friends on this stage. It doesn't matter, you know, the intricacies, the histories that you have with the other players. It's all about winning right now. This is a very important win for either side.
Absolutely. You want to be on that plane, window seat, looking out, waving at them. And it's like, see you later. We're going to Orlando. Have fun sucking.
Sucks to suck, I guess, in some instances. There's still a lot of work for Mindfreak to do. You can hear out in the crowd, people are cheering them on. They want a win for the MF boys. And I got to say, Justin, honestly, I do as well. I think it's very, very important for these Mindfreak boys to show Divine Mind that they are not ones to be toyed with.
Absolutely. I mean, Divine Mind's their #1 seed. They're expecting to win. There's a lot of people in the crowd probably expecting to win. Mindfreak potentially have more to prove. Will that be enough fuel to bring it back and take map #2, starting things off with Slays?
Slayer here on Streets. Of course, those rockets are going to be one of the most heavily contested things all throughout this particular map. 2 members of Divine Mind already picking themselves up a kill. Make that 3. Plasma secures himself a double in a second. All the members of Mindfreak now spawning back tram, sending back to the spawn screen, pretty much where they spawned originally anyway.
The Benji caught the rocket. He's got one for Ninjestics as well. The young gun Sway's already on 2. 100% rocket efficiency. Not something we're used to here in ANZ. They're really, you know, they've tweaked everything. They're a well-oiled machine now, Bluey.
Sway's looking to challenge, but 3 members of Mindfreak there, and he still manages to trade out 1 with all that pressure, still securing himself a point on the board. 9, 10, and 5 right now for Mindfreak, one after another. These Mindfreak names are popping up on the screen.
What's interesting is that Mindfreak didn't look at the stats too closely, but at halfway point, it looked like they're outslaying pretty heavily in that CTF game. But Divine Mind, they look super comfortable. Yes, they're only ahead by 5, but I feel like those 5 kills that Mindfreak has been able to get, they're more of clean-up kills. There's a one shot, gets taken out by a grenade. It's not necessarily then outgunning Divine Mind.
The spawn pressure right now from Divine Mind, they didn't push past that point in arcade/cafe because they knew that Mindfreak were going to be taking the spawns on PD. They want to make sure that they didn't split spawn whatsoever and wanted every point that they had covered. You can see the rotation from Mindfreak now going down cafe. Those rockets are going to be coming up soon as well. Definitely a point to contest as we see Pips on the back line just putting shots into Junior. Ninjestics and Junior still staying alive cafe.
Pips there. Full faith in his teammates. Yes, they fell, but his job was to soften them up a little bit for his teammates. Benji, now with those rockets, key for them to close things up a little bit. He's got 2 of them in the tube to play with, ready to shoot them out, and he's holding this angle here. You know, copping a rocket when you're around a corner, when you're not expecting it, that can be frustrating, and maybe it's time they got in the heads of the Divine Mind boys.
Once again, this spawn situation has flipped. The members of Divine Mind right now stuck on that PD side. As you can see, a very slow approach from the members of Mindfreak. They know that they have the rockets in tow. This can be a guaranteed 2 to 4 kills if they play it right. Benji picking up a kill on Pips, lobbing another one out.
No!
And it connects with Raided. He gets back smacked by Sways, but his job was done.
And it doesn't matter, Sways, yeah, he got that kill, but Ninjestics, easy cleanup, 1 burst from the BR. Amazing rockets there, grabbing himself 2. That was a 3-to-1 exchange in favor of Mindfreak, and that gap just got a little bit smaller.
Gap smaller indeed, as once again, the map is slowing down. We see positioning being taken by the members of Divine Mind right now. Junior just looking to peek around a little bit through bottom mid, getting some shots on Pips, who's up at Crow's Nest with that red gun, a very powerful device in his hand. But Dino picking up 2 in the back line as well. All the support in the world from one of the main guns of the Mindfreak roster. Pips right now trying to make the rotations as much as possible, and 3 members for Divine Mind do go down.
They do, and the scoreline, Mindfreak, Yes, they've just taken the lead. It's 1 kill. They've brought things back. Even Stevens now, Junior, he's got that red gun. It's a 3-shot kill. Deadly weapon across map. Up in your face too. Benji in a little bit of trouble here. Killing spree for Junior, finding himself one, doing well to get a lot of kills and work with his teammates.
Blow for blow for these teams. Once one member falls from one, they exchange one with another. The score so tightly knit over and over again. Junior with that red gun connecting as many shots as possible and managing to finish that kill with Plasma. 2 members of Divine Mind go down. The positioning being taken up under A side right now. And Dino has the rockets in tow. Once again, these are confirmed kills if used right, but then this could be cast as curse, Justin. It's not. Dino proving us wrong as he manages to connect one. Takes a bit of a backseat right now just to recover his shields, trying to look out for the information from his team.
I mean, I don't want to, get too sidetracked here, but look at that Croc Gang team.
Oh my god.
Hashtag Croc Gang in the chat. Dino launching that one off. Has got the Bulldog back in his back pocket. The Croc Gang skin and the Bulldog, they both buy it. We'll have to see what Dino can do with it. Taking down one. Killing spree for him. Both Mindfreak players going off. Taken down by Plasma. Double kill for him. Killjoy medal as well. And he picks up those goodies and is like, you know what, mate? I'm better with the shotty. Let me handle it.
On board with Plasma right now, looking over at Spikes, just trying to get a couple of damage spikes off on the members of on Mindfreak, as they are all seemingly stuck in tram side right now. We're constantly seeing this back and forth, these sort of holds from both teams, making sure that they don't go out into this sort of no man's land area in the middle of the map right now, just trying to stand off as much as possible, as the scoreline has been so even all throughout. Junior with an excellent beat down when the pressure is on. Plasma right now, Benji right now with the red gun, just taking positioning up on Garbage, trying to bait out a player and a trade.
Yeah, trading things out. Junior had no business winning that fight before, by the way. How he did it, I'll never know. And that's why he's on the stage and I'm over here on a microphone talking about it. Now, Dino finds himself one, takes out Rated, Sways and Plasma on the other side. Dino just teabagging, going, haha, try and push me, see what happens. Pips pushes him, finds out exactly why you don't try and clean up Dino.
The members of Mindfreak turning up a little bit right now as they finally managed to bloat out that score a little bit more. 3 points the difference in their favor. A challenge from Sways with the red gun puts Dino at absolute critical levels and he manages to get picked off. Junior though flying in with those rockets and doesn't quite finish off that kill. Pips right now stuck on Garbage. Shields flaring as they peek Benji down bottom mid. Benji though gets picked off by 2 members of Divine Mind, and 2 members of Divine Mind also fall.
They do, and every time you think, hey, they just made a really amazing play, another player from the other team just comes in, gets a clean up, and keeps things tight. It's 2-kill game currently, a lot on the line, Bluey. And here's Dino finding himself another, but see, instantly called out, taken down. Both teams keeping things close.
4 points the difference now. 10 kills left for Mindfreak to secure if they want to take this one away. 41-37. Right now, Dino, top fragger on the Mindfreak roster, doing all the work he can to ensure his team that top spot to Orlando and 10K easily in the back pocket.
Yeah, it's not a bad prize to be playing for. Dino doing everything that he can. He's got that red gun. He can be so deadly with this. Hanging out at the tickets. He's ready to punch his ticket to Orlando. Running through. This game is mine. He's feeling hot. Look at this rotation he's choosing to make. Throwing out a few prediction nades. And that prediction nade, it's a bit of bait. Pips running around the back. Tipsy Doodle around the cafe pillars there. Taking down Junior with yet another killing spree.
4 more kills left to go for Divine Mind in order to take map 2. Make that 3 as Benji gets the melee kill on Sways. Patient plays need to be made right now. No mistakes can be made. Perfect Halo needs to be executed. 3 members of Divine Mind now pushing up in arcade side. We see the rest of the members of Mindfreak looking around cafe. The pair of Junior right now with the Bulldog. Looking around, making sure to give his team space and information. Sways in the back line, about to meet face-to-face with Dino, but he does get taken down by Pips. Benji exchanges one as well. 2 more kills left to go. Dino right now looking to exchange a melee. 1 more kill on the board for Divine Mind, and 1 more kill left to go in order for the 50 to come in. Rated, caught on the back line. The shotgun meets the face, and Mindfreak take one.
I mean, That was just beautiful. And Junior, those dance moves, that man is definitely a father. Now, my mind, they're pretty vocal after that first game, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Didn't have much to say
Are you
about
hearing
that
them
one,
now?
did they? And they're a little bit more quiet.
No,
aren't they?
I believe that was all Mindfreak I was hearing at the end of that game
Absolutely,
there.
it
Deservedly
was.
so.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're tied up 1-1. Both teams feeling pretty hot. And you know what? Divine Mind probably giving them respect. Like, yeah, fair play, boys. You played well that map. However, series ain't over. We're only 2 games in.
Only 2 games in. Yes, it's all tied up at the moment. There's plenty of small things for both of these teams to be able to correct. But I would say both of these teams right now seem to be on top form. There's no massive things that are glaring out to me being like, well, you know, they maybe should be tightening up this or this. Again, I'm just a caster, but right now it's perfect for both of these teams. They seem so in sync, and you can see just the way that they're snapping to each other's call-outs. If they manage to lose a 1v1, there's always someone there to follow it up.
Yeah, and Junior, he had 2 killing sprees that game, I believe. And Dino, he had one for himself, but it also saw like Father Benji there doing very well, picking up rockets, utilizing both of them to get kills, and they just had complete control of everything on the map, didn't they, Bluey?
Yes, absolutely. They were all over the spawns, the rotation. So many instances where we had those standpoints. There was like a no man's land in the middle of the map, and all it took was for, you know, the coordination of the players just to decide to flip a switch and push that out in order to secure 4 kills, and that's what kept happening over and over again. Eventually, once Mindfreak got that lead, they kept holding onto it. Even if they were trading out, it was all in their favor. They had the lead. They were fine with taking trades.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful thing. And I mean, I saw a fight back C there, and it was a 2v1 situation, and Dino still managed to pick up a trade, just being such a naughty little rat around one of the pillars in back C areas. And picking up trades in situations like that, that really messes with the mentals of the other team.
Mentals might be broken here as we go into map 3 recharge. I would say this is probably one of the more favored maps for both of these teams, as yes, ladies and gentlemen, the shock rifle does exist here. As Momentum said in the analyst role before, there are shooters all round on both of these rosters, and if you have a player start to pop off with that shock rifle, it is game over.
Yeah, certainly a lot of Mark Wahlbergs on these stage right now. Dino, he was hot last game, already starting things up with a double kill, heating up, and that camo ready for pickup, and it could be Mindfreak as they scoop that one up.
Going for the A rotation right now is Junior with the camo, playing sneaky at the moment. Just going
He's toying
around
with it. He's playing with his food,
areas. 2 members. The return to sentimental and the double from Junior. What a play!
That was disgusting the way he served that up. Bluey looking for the third, but the teamwork too strong. Junior and the rest of the Mindfreak fellas moving through. Looks like they might even be able to secure a triple cap. Killing spree already for Junior. Mindfreak showing up. Plasma can't do anything. Mindfreak roster too strong. Junior, it's like, hang on, that's my stronghold, Sways. He manages to nab it, but here he is. He's going to take it straight back, but no, Sways gets the trade, but Father Benji with the cleanup.
With plays like that coming from the Mindfreak boys, I can imagine the comms are hot. So let's jump into a listen-in with this team.
Watch your back seat. Top goal. Yeah, slow down a bit, so we need to slow down now.
He's still there back C, bro.
I'm hiding C. Don't worry about it. I want to play bottom mid, guys. C low. C flat.
I'm
trying to see. Lift in, I'm coming.
It's 4-8. Wait, can you guys cap that?
You said there's another one C? No, hold it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's behind me. Back C. He's I don't know where he is.
Where is he?
He's back C.
Wait, push to them, Reese. I've got this anchor.
He's top gold.
I can't see this C player.
Yeah, I'm not going to see. Yeah, we're still looking for. I don't know who we're looking for.
They're pushing me in turbine.
Yeah,
Wait, he's on the box. One shot.
Pushing me, raided. I need help.
Dead.
A1, one shot. A1, one shot.
I'm coming, Junior.
Wait.
Camo boys.
Yeah.
Really going top A. Two best going top A.
Get camo and rotate B.
One turbine.
Stop cross moment, get camo. Get out now.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I'm going to rotate B to glass. Okay, this is the play.
I'm gonna die, boys.
Live up. I'm at glass. We can do a setup here. Little weak turbine.
I'm
two shot. Wait, another top glass, one shot. Nice guys.
Gold stairs now, not a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying top A.
I'll push the A.
Absolutely top A, dead. I got me now.
Bottom A now, Tomago pit, weak.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm watching.
Wait, and
Triangle and pipes. Triangle and
I can
pipes.
help you guys. I can help you
Wait,
guys.
we never killed Mango.
Triangle and pipes. Triangle and pipes.
Wait, you went C.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's collapse on me. Come to me. Come to me. I got a stats. I got a stats.
Nice.
What's it? Pops down, Reese. Yeah, pops down.
Jumping B. I'm
Is
jumping
that
B.
batteries? Watch out, buddy. That's dead. One's in tower, one's in tower. Yeah, come back.
I'm watching the cross. I'm watching the cross.
Wait, I'm receiving.
Wait, I'm in shot and gold. Top gold.
I've left you, Reese.
Wait, I have the cross.
Top gold weak. He's top gold weak. Sways.
Top tower rated 3 shot. Top tower rated 3
Top
shot.
glass, absolute. Top glass,
Another
absolute.
one long haul. One shot as well.
Right, Reese.
2 long haul.
Push C maybe, Reese.
Nice, Reese.
Absolutely.
One's on me. Leave him to back up.
Go to A if you can.
Wait, I think one's in long.
Nice burn.
Where's this guy?
I'm with you, C. I'm with you, C.
Wait, on secret. I'm on secret.
I can cap it.
Yeah. Single and grapple hook, my bad.
Secrets, 1, 2 secret.
Live up.
2 secret.
Yeah, they're weak.
Don't die here. Just
I'm going bottom mid to you guys. I'm going bottom mid to you.
I got one.
play Benji.
Nice,
Play Benji.
boys.
I'm coming.
In C weak.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey, back C, Dean.
I can't see him.
Oh, boys! What are you doing?
Grapple there, going out. Yeah.
Top gold.
Watch out there.
Hit it, Pips!
Top gold.
Hit it!
Top gold.
Wow, what a
Wait,
thing to
what's going
capture
on
there in the listening with Dino with that triple kill popping off. And we also got a glimpse into the mindset between the Mindfreak players, Junior in-game leader. And it's like, this is how we're going to rotate. This is the play, getting the boys to commit to it. Triple cap for Mindfreak. They are feeling hot. They've got themselves a camo as well. Divine Mind, desperate, trying to cap this A to stem the bleeding. Scoreline, 50 points of difference, but they get clean out instantly, and a triple cap could be in fact again. Benji with a double kill of his own!
The Mindfreak boys are getting the kills, making the rotations where necessary. They are breaking down Divine Mind one by one. You could hear it in the comms, how confident they were all round, and they can take any fight that's given to them.
Absolutely, they can. Father Benji now with this cross-map pressure. Commando rummaging out bullets across the map here. Two strongholds in their favor. That scoreline really starting to run away from Divine Mind.
Divine Mind right now, most certainly on the back foot, a position that they do not like to be in. We saw it yesterday, and now they have to come crawling out of this hole that they've gotten themselves into. Will Mindfreak just be able to keep on that pressure, keep the Slays in tow? But then I say that Sways right now with that clean up double, giving his team so much space to work with now.
Yeah, amazing play from Sways there. Grabs himself the grapple, and he's gone, you know what, boys? I've got the shock rifle. Game over. Looking to make things happen. And now, Divine Mind, they respond. 2 strongholds for them this time. And they've got Sways with that. Finds himself one easy clean-up seconds there. And he just gets called out and deleted by the Mindfreak guys. You cannot poke your head out for too long.
You cannot. Not when a teammate like Sways is on the board with that shock rifle. He's going to do an incredible amount of damage. Rated, trading out a good kill there. Dino shooting cross-map right now on Pips, trying to just deny him from any B-point footing as A turns to be captured by Divine Mind as well. Score line will start ticking up in their favor.
Yes, but Mindfreak looking pretty strong. I don't feel like the momentum is starting to switch in favor of Divine Mind. I mean, Dino, he kind of pushed into A effortlessly, and he's taking it back. Mindfreak capturing multiple strongholds, and Sways running for his dear life down in blue pipes. Dino looking for him, gets the reset onto C. He's just lurking between A and C, cleaning things up, and it's like, listen, boys, you can't have it. This is my territory.
Dino right now ripping and tearing through the members of Divine Mind. Junior as well as Dino picking up that sticky kill, taking on Sways. The beatdown exchange earns him a double kill. 2 members of the Mindfreak, now on B point, just looking to secure it as much as possible. The triple cap looks like it might be coming to an end.
They are, and that triple cap from Mindfreak there is really just expanding out that lead that they've been establishing all game, looking to close things out here. Junior getting a critical trade. If Mindfreak wanted, they could trade out the entirety of rest of this map. Ninjistic doing what shut down Plasma to hold down the A stronghold. Now Benji, pink mist warning.
Benji with the Needler, looking to make a little cheeky play here. A and B still in the favor of Mindfreak. Those points are ticking up ever more. Only a few left for them to be able to secure this map and go up 2-1 in the series. A few decisive slays will be the determining factor right here. 2 members, unfortunately for Mindfreak, go down, but they still have the score ticking up. Only 11 points for them to go. Benji going through Battery's platform in order to pick himself up a back smack. Shock Rifle in tow as well, looking to clean up the members as Mindfreak now rotating through C Long, taking the C plat spawn. Grapple comes out, Shock Rifle in tow as well, looking to hit a couple of shots, switching, YYing all around. He's got the Needler in tow, needs to make a nice pick here, leading around the back smack as well. Once again, A point being captured, decides to swap out that Needler for the BR. So much pressure being put on him right now, and just a hair away from capturing A.
But they get it anyway. The cleanup comes through. Mindfreak looking to close things out. They only need a few more points. Triple cap in effect. Divine Mind in a lot of trouble. Junior closing things out. Plasma can't do anything. 249. They're closing
there we
out.
go.
Mindfreak tape number 3.
Mindfreak now up 2-1 in this series, once again proving to Divine Mind that this series could very well be theirs, sending the big dogs away and crying. They're going to have a VOD review to do today.
Absolutely. Number 1 seed ain't mean nothing, Bluey.
It does not.
Mindfreak, I mean, they may have been number 3 seed, but they've grown into a little sapling, and now they're growing into a giant gum tree and just swinging their arms around.
You could see Divine Mind's reaction to that game. As soon as it ended, it was like looking over them and they were like, we should not have lost that map. What happened? But the analysts, I think, put it very well before. That Kit Bash, you know, the team that everyone's come to know and love here, really made sort of Divine Mind freak out a little bit. And them proving to, you know, what happened in that series, then Mindfreak coming out today and just absolutely stomping Kit Bash in. That's got to make Mindfreak feel, Divine Mind feel a little bit nervous.
That was a stomping, really, wasn't it? They ran over him, right? That's roadkill. Divine Mind on the side of the road, like a dead kangaroo. That's what's happening right now. Mindfreak just going off in every sense, and there isn't a single player on that side of the arena that he's playing badly. They're all locked in. They're laser focused. They're Terminators. They're amazing.
Absolutely. You could see just how confident the plays that they were making, even if they couldn't execute on their own, they always had team members backing them up every step of the way. But then again, you have a man like Dino, that triple kill perfect there, just explains everything that is going on in the heads of these Mindfreak boys right now. They are locked in.
They're so locked in that Dino, a very vocal person, right? He gets the triple kill, he doesn't pop off. His facial expression did not change. Just completely neutral. He's like, yeah, that's right, I got another triple kill, so what? I get them all game. That's what he's doing. He's just picking them apart.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully with these boys here, we're going to be loading up this fourth map in just a moment. And it's going to be an exciting one, an exhilarating one for these boys as they are inching ever closer to being able to take this one away from Divine Mind. And what do you say, Justin? I mean, Divine Mind have certainly been put in under this pressure before. We saw it happen yesterday. They are a strong team in their own right. What do you think they need to do to bounce back?
They've just got to pull the bootstraps up. If they've got mental games, if someone's struggling, you just got to, you grab them, you look in their eyes and like, bro, we have to win this. There's a plane ticket to Orlando on the line here. A big old bucket of cash full of dollary dues. You don't want to be dropping a map. And Mindfreak, they have to capitalize on this map. I think that if Divine Mind can regain in this next one, they might be able to carry that momentum out. Divine Mind, they have to capitalize right now, strike while the iron is hot, and put Divine Mind to bed.
The same thing could be said for Mindfreak, though. They are on a roll now, and you can see that the way that they're playing with such confidence, such dominance around these maps, that there is seemingly nothing that can put the fire that they have underneath them out right now. We are going into live fire. Once again, shooters on both sides of the team. The S7 sniper sits up top mid for the picking. Who do you say goes for it first?
Oh, listen, I think they're all keen. I think what Mindfreak was arguing about then. Who gets first dibs on that S7? And we're kicking things off with Junior.
Junior right now just peeking around Rat's Nest Bridge, getting good shots onto Pips, providing as much pressure as possible. Gets unfortunately taken down by Plasma and Sways, who peek out down Concrete. So many members of Divine Mind looking down top mid right now, but Benji is going to be the one coming out on top. Sniper in hand, does unfortunately get taken down.
That's really unfortunate because he also did have Dino watching his back there, and he falls. Pips getting 2 critical kills there, and there's the double, and he grabs himself the overshields as well, but it's still on his hand. It didn't get activated. Now Sways looking over, and it does look like Divine Mind were able to scoop up that OS, slam it on their chest, and now Sways has got that montage maker.
Plasma with the OS, Sways with the sniper, looking to peek out Rat Tunnel, trying to take a little shot there, doesn't quite connect with it. We do see Junior right now looking sneaky, challenging Sways. Sways takes a bit of damage from that grenade, decides to fall back, tries to regroup with his members over at B-Spawn, but unfortunately along the way he's going to meet members of Mindfreak, but the team shots from Divine Mind coming out too strong.
Yeah, that's 3 down for Mindfreak. Double kill for Benji, though. Last man alive, doing it all. Third one's there if he wants it. Pips going in with the very aggressive play, using that repulsor. Benji, this man cannot be stopped. He's holding down this hill all on his lonesome, and he almost launches it off the map, gets his hand on the ledge, pulls himself up and goes, no, boy, this is my hill, and I'm not dying on it.
Benji with the savior play there, hill time in tow as well. They don't have that much to make up for as Divine Mind only played a little bit inside that hill, racking up tick by tick. We see Junior right now with the sniper rifle landing a nice body shot with that S7, going to challenge Raiden, unfortunately gets taken down. 2 members down on either side, but Divine Mind go down an extra one. But Pips right now with that heat wave, we've seen him use this gun to perfection before, and it looks like that double kill is proving our point.
That heat wave, that's Pips's baby. He gets it. He tucks it in at bed at night. He gives it a little goodnight kiss. He loves it. He yearns for it. Now he has it, and it's the key to get Divine Mind back into this series. He gets naded out. That's got to be heartbreaking. Now Plasma fighting off Father Benji. Father Benji is just not missing, is he, Bluey?
3 members of Divine Mind down, and of course Benji, no, he is not missing, taking down member after member. The gunshot's so confident, and Junior is the one who takes that fight down around pillars. Dino right now taking down Sways and sees Plasma peeking around Concrete as well. Instantly turns on the Pips, but backs down as he is now one shot, half health, but he has the support of his team members there. They need this hill time. It's even right now on this first point. So many minutes of this game have already been wasted.
Absolutely, and look at that. I mean, it has felt like Mindfreak has been dominating yet again. Divine Mind hanging in there, just that first strongholds. I feel like it needs to go in the favor of Divine Mind if they need to get any momentum. Plasma with a lovely double kill, so much pressure on the Nest area. He gets taken down. Pips holding down the fort, able to rack up the points. He has got Sways at his back, and it does look like this first hill is going in the favor of Divine Mind. Not done yet.
Divine Mind had a lot of cover on that hill, so much pressure being applied to the members of Mindfreak. There wasn't a lot that they could do in that situation, especially when they got that seaside spawn. There was so much ground to have to cover in that instance as well. See a jump up from Pips onto Rat's Bridge, but Raider gets taken down in the background. Junior takes down Pips as well. 2 members of Divine Mind down at the moment as Sways tries to leak up to Rat's Nest side, opting for a mud push with the plasma pistol in hand.
Now, Sways moving on through. Plasma pistol, as you pointed out, Bluey, put some nice shots into Benji. Perfect onto him. Now moving through Ninjistics, caught with his pants down, spanking from Sways there. Still up, Tower 2, ready to pounce. Divine Mind, something's woken up in them. They've had a little bit of a pep talk. OS is about to pop. Raided goes in, somehow scoops it up. It's on. Now Sways, Raided coordinating that push. Mindfreak collapsing underneath the pressure. That OS has been melted, but they didn't allow it to go in the hands of Mindfreak, and Raided didn't go down.
Dino unfortunately pushing that OS, first one to be taken down. An exchange on both sides as Benji meets face-to-face with Raided down near Dummy Door. Right now, Dino pushing up Rat's Nest Bridge, just trying to get some damage in as Benji and Junior both push out Dummy Door, I should say, and into the hill. Junior manages to sneak his way through as Ninjestics is now on boxes, pushing down Mud. He's going to get chased by Raided though, and in fact picked.
Yeah, and something's woken up Divine Mind. They're angry. They're They're pissed. There's no more nice words to be said. There's no more gentle banter. They just want to take these guys out. They've woken up and they're about to secure their second hill. 2 hill advantage to Divine Mind.
2 hill advantage to Divine Mind. With about half the game left to go, there is a lot of space for Mindfreak to have to make up. We need to see these pushes come in from Mindfreak after they get the decisive kills, but it just seems time after time we are hanging on these Divine Mind cameras and these players are just being gunned as Junior takes a heat wave to the face and he's instantly disintegrated.
Yeah, Pips with his baby there. He's unstoppable with it, always striking it hot with the heat wave. Now looking over, cutting off these angles. Benji in trouble in Nest. Pips just holding things down. That hill time is cranking up so quickly. Mindfreak, their opportunities to close this game out is starting to slip away as Mindfreak have complete control.
Look how much hill time is going in favor of Divine Mind, though. Benji with the cleanup crew getting a triple kill in hand. This might be the momentum shift that Mindfreak needs.
Absolutely. Benji going huge with that triple kill, closing things out, and now they're racking up some hill time. Snipe in his back pocket, sways in his face. Will he be able to trade things out? He does. That snipe just sitting there, ripe for the picking. Now raided with a little bit of a flank here, jumping in with his teammates, and Divine Mind very close to being able to close out this third hill, and looks like they are with the help of Pips going down as well. And look at that, Divine Mind, they've bounced back and bounced back hard.
3-0 right now on King of the Hill for Divine Mind. Snipe in the hands of Pips as he takes a shot down pillars. Pips misses 2 shots on main stage. Very unfortunate for him. So much pressure to work with though. 5 shots still in tow as he's going to take up this tower position and rain hell
there we go.
Down on the members of Mindfreak.
Now Pips, he must have heard. He's like, oh man, they're watching. I missed. And then he just nailed it. So good on you, Pips, for recovering after that one. Little bit of pressure. Play there. I want to see him hit it. Will he do it? No. There is a high pressure situation there. That sniper rifle will now exchange hands. Junior doing what he can, hanging around the scoreboard. He should look at the scoreboard because they're down 0-3 right now. They have to do something if they want to stay in this game. That time, it does stop. You see that 2 minutes, 19 seconds. It stops when they're scoring on the hill, but that can quickly trickle down. So a lot of pressure on Mindfreak right now.
Sways with sniper right now, pushing out Keydor, looking to connect a shot. Hits one on Ingestix, is going to push in for the hill as he takes the 1v1. Repulse away on Benji, and he takes that one as well away from him. Life gone before their very eyes, but he gets taken down by a holy hand grenade from Dino.
He certainly does. Rated, hanging out, jumping on the scoreboard, checking it. It's currently 3-0 in favour of them. OS is about to pop 15 seconds. I mean, Divine Mind, they seem to be doing what they want on the map currently, and they have time to burn. They can wait for the perfect opportunity to close this one out. Pips grabbing himself one, Father Benji, and rated, valuing his life, just being an annoying little rat down bottom mid. Now, Divine Minds, they're racking up those points. Could be closing it out, Blue.
Raided right now, looking down Tower 3, providing all the pressure in the world as Plasma is the one sitting in the hill, getting a nice little bit of control there for his teammates as one after another Mindfreak decide to flood in. Dino gets taken down, last shot by Plasma, dancing around trying to get that melee, but Ingestix cleans him up as well. A concrete spawn and grenades flying from the sky are going to be a lot for Mindfreak to have to dodge around, but Benji manages to weasel his way out, pick up a kill as well, looking to prove his point, but Pips takes him down before he does.
Yeah, Pip's doing very well to secure that kill there. Mindfreak, they're down, but they're not out. It looks like they might even be able to take this hill, Blue. Divine Mind, they only need this last hill. Will they allow the momentum to shift into Mindfreak's favor? And Mindfreak, they're on the board. They're one on the board, Bluey. They're down, not out.
1 hill in favor of Mindfreak. Right now, they have to battle it out top mid. A nade fiesta is going to ensue as nades will come in from the spawn, bouncing between those walls. Sways, though, isn't concerned with that as he's going to pick up Sniper and immediately head around Ratsbridge, looking for any angle that he can, looking to connect a shot, but unfortunately gets taken down by a nade from Ingestix.
Ingestix, critical kill there on Sways. He had that sniper, and with that top mid long haul kill, that sniper is just so powerful. There's not a lot of angles to hide away from those bullets, and now he's top tower. He's the most dangerous man alive, Bluey.
Ingestix, eagle-eyed with this sniper right now. Communication would have come out that most members of Divine Mind are currently located in a warehouse. We do see Pips and Raided pushing up concrete right now, though, as Rated goes down, takes a shot to the body, and then a follow-up from Dino. Pips go down as well. Najestics quickly flicking over and hitting that headshot. 4 seconds up on that overshield. With the amount of space that Najestics is making right now, they should be able to secure this. He's going to have to keep his eyes on it.
He's eagle-eyed over that. Look at him. He's locked in, and it doesn't matter. Wingman assist. Not only can he hit the headshots, but he gets the body shots to soften them up as well. And look, they're prioritizing that OS, and I think that they managed together. Ninjastics playing his role perfectly here. He's just being perched up in top tower and just raining down hellfire. Plasma heads up play to clear him out, but will he be able to get the better of him? Ninjastics, give him in the ring around the rosy. Here I am, son. But he does get shut down, but he's milked it so hard. Mindfreak almost able to capture that last hill there. Are they going to tie it up? It's 2-3, and Plasma clearing out Junior there, but too little, too late. That just went in the favor of Mindfreak.
Junior dancing around on that hill just like he did on stage, and it just helped him all the better. 2 hills now for Divine Mind. They still have 1 to tie the score. Unfortunately, it is a big task ahead of them. We have reset the rotation on the hills, and before they really struggled in the opening of this game in capturing this hill. Divine Mind were all over it. They had every line of sight locked down, and it looks like with the members of Mindfreak falling 1 by 1, we are back into that early game situation.
Listen, it's been all Mindfreak for a few minutes here, but that hill is quickly going in the favor of Divine Mind. They could be closing things out here, and Mindfreak, they have to move now if they want to close things out. Pips has got it locked down. Contestant medal comes in. He does get the trade. Only a sliver left for Divine Mind. Plasma's in it. Will he be able to close it out? Looks like he will. Divine Mind, take it!
2-2 in this series of Titans. We are all tied up and going to a game 5, which means a Slayer. And looking at the amount of kill pressure that both of these teams have at the moment, there's no call to be made on this one. Right now, both of these teams are absolutely on fire. They know what they are playing for at the moment. They are all so locked in. Hopefully, we don't see Mindfreak take that loss all too much to heart. They need to bounce back right now. Now is the time to fight.
Yeah, they don't look too shaken. They still look like their heads in the game. They are not the faces of defeated men. They're still icy cold. They're ready to win this, right? But Divine Mind, they took that one out. And they were pretty dominant. Mindfreak, they had their moments, but it's all about closing out. It's how you close.
Sway is an absolute monster throughout that entire match. You know, we've talked about him time and time again, and how able he is to perform consistently throughout any map that is given his way. Even more dangerous when you put a sniper in his hands as well, and you have a team backing him up, giving him all the space in the world to work with it.
Absolutely, and Benji there, just grabbing onto the ledge as he's been repulsed off, able to claw himself back up. That was an amazing play. However, it didn't translate to a victory in this map. And I said before this game, Bluey, I was worried for Mindfreak if Divine Minds took this map. They needed to carry the momentum they had from the previous 2 maps to close things out. Now, we're in a game 5 situation, and Divine Mind, they have the wind at their back.
Slayer on Aquarius 2 for our map 5, which is something that Divine Mind in the past has excelled at. It is a map where you get your rotations, your spawn locks absolutely in check, and as the opposing team, there is next to nothing that you can do to fight back from that pressure.
No, absolutely not. And speaking of pressure, game 5, Bluey. Ticket to Orlando, $10,000 dues. That's a lot to play for, not to mention the glory. It is a long walk of shame off the main stage at Margaret Court Arena if you lose the Game 5 situation. And you can see all the players, business, game faces, locked in. Junior, team leader of Mindfreak, choice words, and I'm sure BDiz in the ears of the Divine Mind guys, making sure they're locked in, they're ready and loaded to close this one out.
Mindfreak came in firing on all cylinders after the win that they just experienced. It would be absolutely devastating right now if they lost to Divine Mind, because they came into this series wanting to prove to everyone that they are in fact one of the top seeded, if not the top team in ANZ. But hey, actions speak louder than words. They need to take this game right now and show us that they are truly worthy of that title.
let's have a look at these kills for a moment, Bluey. If my eyes don't deceive me, that's a pretty heavy Slay advantage to Mindfreak, moving into a Slayer in a Game 5 situation. So although Divine Mind, they're off the back of a nice tasty win there, Mindfreak outslaying. So I think scales even, not tipped in anyone's favour.
Not tipped in anyone's favour, you say, Justin, but just looking at how Divine Mind played that entire King of the Hill match there, that's a lot of pace that you have to keep up with as the team of Mindfreak right now. And if they're feeling a little bit burned out after that particular map lost, then it is going to be a struggle for them to keep up on Slayer Aquarius. Let's just hope they have a couple of tricks in the bag for a team like Divine Mind and pull them out of the hat at the ready as we load into Aquarius Slayer. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams do off the break of the map. The aggression coming in already as we see shots exchanged between the two top killers of each team, Dino and Pips.
Yeah, launching things off with Pips. A lot on the line. Game 5 situation. Winning team punches their ticket to Orlando and a big bag of cash. Stakes couldn't be any higher. Junior with that first camo, Bluey.
Junior with the camo looking to make some supportive plays as Benji pushes down P side. Junior right now with the heat wave as well can do a lot of damage if played this right, as all members of Divine Mind are still located in blue side of the base, I believe that is, or I think that's yellow side actually. Junior sneaking his way in, getting a nice little heat wave kill there. Looking around, trying to survey the area as much as possible. Still has support from his teammate, sort of baiting in as much as possible. Raided in the back, weak, gets a kill assist. A shot onto Pips with the heat wave, but Pips, that jiggle peak proving too strong.
It is, but here's Father Benji with a cleaner and just taking him out there. Dino, ice cold, going through, securing himself a kill. Now with that commando that's going to ring out in the stadium with the boom of high caliber bullets. Now, Mindfreak, they do have a small kill advantage. Only one round of slays, and it is early days, but Mindfreak looking pretty hot out of the gate despite losing that last map.
Mindfreak, very determined right now. You can see it on all of the players' faces as Dino sneaks up behind. Plasma there, support of Junior, managing to secure that kill. 3 members of Divine Mind right now. And look at the score bloat already so early in the game. This isn't something that we've seen pretty much all day, Justin.
Absolutely, and Dino deadly with that commando, that lead getting maintained by the Mindfreak players. Yes, there is a long way to go, but there is no more lifelines. The life jackets are gone. The lifeboats have sunk. No more second chances. The 9 lives are gone. They have to close things out. Now, Divine Mind, they can't let that scoreline bloat out past an insurmountable amount of points that they can't close out. I'm so excited, Blue.
You've got to take a breath there, Justin, every now and then. The scoreline blowing out more and more. 10 kills already the distance for Mindfreak as they are slaying out of their minds. At the moment, right now we're on board with an Ingestix as he has camo once again. So that's the second camo to fall in favor of the Mindfreak boys. Looking to shut down Plasma right now in yellow fridge, and they do take him out. 1 more point goes in favor of Mindfreak. Looking to push in yellow base, thruster on the line as well, does get picked up, so there was a lot of pressure, a lot of equipment usage that can come in from Mindfreak.
There he is, and Junior and Ninjistix working beautifully together. Killing spree for Ninjistix. Picks himself up the heat wave as a little reward. Plasma with those long-range grenades, applying so much pressure, but Ninjistix, he's a cucumber. No one's cooler than he is, moving through the base right now. And scoreline bloated out to 13. Sorry, I can't do maths. I can just yell really loudly.
I'm already now over that halfway points. 27 kills in the bag of Mindfreak. This Aquarius match is coming in fast as they are not letting up on the pressure that they're applying to Divine Mind. Divine Mind, a roster of slaves we're usually used to seeing being so comfortable in this position, but they're being taken out so easily, one by one. 30 kills right now for Mindfreak.
Ninjistix, the man cannot be stopped. He's 8-2 right now. That heat wave, he's just throwing it out. 3 players go down for Divine Mind. They are just dumpstering on them right now. 33-14. Divine Mind, if there's any time to pull out those bootstraps, it's got to be now because Mindfreak, they're halfway up the boarding ramp into the plane to Orlando.
This is the pressure that we wanted to see from Mindfreak all day, and they are certainly putting it on right now in this Game 5. There is so much on the line for them, and they are playing Halo at his bets. Collapsing onto Pips right now, who's located top P. Ninjastics taking some heavy fire. Flanking back around with that heat wave and connecting 2 shots. The assist still comes out. 2 members of Divine Mind go down. 35 points in the bag of Mindfreak. Junior taking a bit of pressure top P right now. Plasma and Raiden located in Blue Fridge. Dino applying more pressure himself as he collapses onto Raiden and secures himself 1 more point. 36 points for Mindfreak.
Mindfreak being so disciplined with those camos. Dino with the outgun there. You can't be letting that happen. They're almost at that 40-point mark. I mean, steak dinner's coming up. I like it pretty rare myself, Bluey. I wonder how the Mindfreak guys like it.
All those goodies on the line as well as a Steaktacular. If Mindfreak can focus up now, they're going to deny Divine Mind from any glory. That Steaktacular chance is gone though, unfortunately. Wait, no, I'm wrong. There's still plenty on the line. 41 kills for Mindfreak. Dino looking down bottom mid right now with the Commando, letting up those supportive shots. Ninjastics in the back, picking up a double 2. 7 points remaining for Mindfreak to be able to capture this from the hands of Divine Mind.
They are looking to close things out. 7 points the difference. I mean, they are king of the mountain right now. Margaret Court Arena, DreamHack, Melbourne, biggest ANZ LAN in history. Ticket to Orlando, big bag of cash. Mindfreak, they're looking like they're going to close things out. Divine Mind, their knees are shaking. There's vomit on their sweater, and now it's time. Will they do it? 3 more kills for Mindfreak to close things out. Dino switching over to Junior, ice in his veins. He's not smiling just yet. He knows that the job isn't done. It's not over till the flat lady sings, but she's backstage right now warming up the vocals.
3 kills left for Mindfreak. The game has slowed down to a snail's pace. So much on the line. Ninjastics in the back picks up a kill. Looking to collapse onto Raiden as well. Secures it himself. 1 more kill to go for Mindfreak. The team scouring the map right now, looking to put as much damage down as possible. You can see Ninjastics popping off. He's feeling it. Collapse on his way! And that's dead! Let's go!
Mindfreak are going to Orlando!
The Mindfreak boys take it away from Divine Mind. Handshakes all around. The pop-off ensues. Pip's the first one for the DN roster to get up and congratulate his boys. He knows how well the game was played. A fantastic show from Mindfreak.
Respect given from the Divine Mind roster there. Pips going straight over to congratulate their friends over in Mindfreak. But the Mindfreak fellas, they've punched their ticket to Orlando, North America, and they've pumped themselves up with some cash, and they're on their way. They couldn't be riding on a bigger high right now, Bluey.
The high is incredible here, and the electricity is as well. You can see how happy each and every individual from the Mindfreak organization is right now. Ecstatic all around as they have proven to us in the ANZ Halo region how powerful of a roster they have enabled.
I mean, they were on Twitter. They were a bit upset about some of the predictions. They weren't ranking them higher, and they're the first ones to establish that they are dominant in the ANZ region. Then they're headed over to North America to prove that the guys down under can hang.
This is the first team, ladies and gentlemen, that we are sending over to North America, and what a well-earned position. They have managed to take down one of the titans of the region, a duty that a lot of us thought may be insurmountable for this roster, but after shaking off, you know, the rust that they had yesterday, they might have felt in their joints, they have come out kicking and absolutely smashed the members of Divine Mind.
I mean, the head and chief of Mindfreak there. He's a happy gentleman, isn't he? He's skipping back up into the seats. He's 10 years younger off that one. The adrenaline must be pumping, and the highlights there. I mean, there's no two ways about it, Bluey. That was a stomping. That was a clinic in domination.
Absolutely crushing for a Game 5 as well. A stake-tacular medal to go on with all the other goodies that they have in tow. Absolutely disgusting play from these gentlemen. You know, I thought that this game would follow the same narrative of so many other Slayers that we've seen here, going down to a 50-49, but that was not the case whatsoever. This is something that I don't think any of us would have been able to predict with how well they came through, how composed Mindfreak were throughout this entire series.
Hey, listen, maybe the Mindfreak guys realised that's a long flight to Orlando. They needed a little in-flight dinner, so they thought they'd serve themselves up a steak dinner.
They did such a good job. Even me as a caster, you know, I can't show too much bias, but I gotta say, so proud of the Mindfreak roster right now. A fantastic win for them. Of course, every single player that they have in their squad right now is elated. Smiles all round, jumping all round. So happy for all of them all together. Of course, we want to hear from the boys themselves, so of course we are going to throw over to Nat.
We do have two of the boys here. I'm going to be joined by Junior and Dino. And I have to say, you guys are our first team going to Orlando. How does it feel?
It feels good. It feels amazing. That was the win we wanted. We've been like thinking about this series for ages. I mean, online, these guys are strong as hell. They're undefeated throughout the whole season, but Atlanta's a different game.
It really is. How are you feeling, Dino?
I'm feeling amazing. It's been forever since I've ever been able to qualify for an international, so I mean, I'm just feeling pumped.
We listened in on some of the comms during this series, and I had to say, Junior, you guys were so calm, but you were insane with that calling. Has it always been that way? How did you establish the faith with this team?
Do you mean insane as in like being too loud? Or?
No, like as in it was really calm. You knew what you wanted to do. Everything was set out, and you led these guys fantastically.
I don't know. I just see the game in shapes and colors and all sorts, and I think Halo is beautiful when it's played as a team. So that's all I think of when I'm playing.
For sure. As well, you know, you guys unfortunately didn't get that King of the Hill, so we go to the Game 5, and you guys looked fantastic on Slayer. Did you know that you were always going to win Game 5 if it went there?
Yeah, we're really good at Aquarius Slayer, and I think we threw that King of the Hill. We weren't playing our game, and yeah, we were so confident going into that. I said to them, I was like, we're going to steak these guys. I said, I want my steak medium rare, and they're going to serve it up to me tonight.
Before we came into the series, Divine Mind thought that they were the team that were going to take out everything, that they were going to go undefeated. They were taking it more serious. Do you have anything you want to say about that, or to anyone else that might have thoughts that maybe Mindfreak aren't as serious as some other teams?
I mean, I don't think Sways and Plasma won one battle against me the whole series, so that kind of...
Something on a little bit of a lighter note is I do know that you have someone special out in the crowd, so I want to give you a moment, Junior, if you want to have any shout-outs for them or anyone else.
I want to shout out my wife, Libby, and my beautiful little baby, Marlo. She's the most adorable thing in the world.
They've been here all weekend cheering you on. Now, the next series, even though you guys are going to Orlando, the next series that you play up against could either be Chiefs or Dire Wolves. In that series, who are you guys expecting to come out, or which team would you like to verse?
I think we'd prefer to play Direwolves just for the storyline, but I think Chiefs will be too strong. But who knows? Who really knows?
That's right, it's hard to predict. The only thing we do know is that Mindfreak are definitely going to Orlando and that we are heading over to the panel.
Oh, what a series from Mindfreak being able to get the first spot to HCS Orlando. What a way to do it with a stake-tacular on the final map of Slayer Aquarius. These guys came to party, Momo, and what a way to do it. Taking down our #1 seed team in Divine Mind and stamping their ticket in the top 3.
If there's making a statement, it was definitely now. Mindfreak are here to play. Divine Mind, I don't know what's happened since land, man. I haven't seen them turn up at all. Mindfreak were honestly insane from the get-go of the whole day.
I wouldn't even say it was that. It wasn't like Divine Mind didn't show up. Mindfreak had their number from start to finish. They were rock solid. You could see them on stage. It was eerie. There was no reactions other than Junior's first moment in that second map. But from there on out, they didn't even acknowledge their opponents.
It's just crazy the mentality that we're getting from this Mindfreak team. These guys are so zoned in on every single series that they are playing. Even Junior was saying it. He sees this game in shapes, colors, wavelengths, whatever whatever you want to talk about, it seems like they've come into this with such an analytical kind of mindset, and it seems like this has worked wonders for them, Momo. Ever since they had that first series against the Chiefs, they have turned their favors around, and now they are sitting in the winners final of the ANZ regional final here at DreamHack Melbourne, awaiting either the Direwolves or the Chiefs.
He must get superpowers or something. Once he puts on that Mindfreak jersey, it's just like 2018 all over again. Junior was causing absolute mayhem, showing it as well to the young players. I saw the little jab we heard against Plasma and Sways. Like, he was out here to party.
It definitely feels like Junior has stepped it up, and when we talk to Benji, when these guys were called final form in that first Pro Series number 5 that they got the victory in, Benji said, all we need to do is get Junior in his final form. And it seems like right now, it was slipping on a Mindfreak jersey, putting him on a stage, chucking a controller in his hand, and they get it done. What a way to do this, Panda. These guys are so amped, and they're so exciting to watch as well.
I mean, it's insane. Looking at the first day performance, they get 3-0'd by the... They look like they're barely in the server, and then come the championship bracket, look at the numbers, a 50 slay disparity.
It's almost 10,000 damage difference. That is like 2 players on 2 maps. That is ridiculous amount of damage, Momo, that these guys are doing over the top of Divine Mind, where we talk about them having Sways and Plasma on this squad that frag out.
It's actually honestly incredible. Like, looking at 92k to 85k, land freaks, man. Land freaks.
It's so ridiculous. And I think at this point, Panda, who can stop Mindfreak? Because when they first came onto this stage, they started a little bit slow. Dino said in his interview, he needs to pull his socks up. He's definitely done that right now. They're starting to perform. Out of the Chiefs and the Direwolves, I think the Chiefs are going to have to play 100% if they get out of that series against the Direwolves to try and take down a Mindfreak who are on a run.
I mean, what we just saw goes to show that the work put in outside the server is just as important as the work put inside the server, of course. I mean, like I said, rock solid. Those guys, look, they lost King of the Hill, but other than that, they looked unshakable. They're coming into this. I mean, the work done behind the scenes showed itself on stage. And we heard the Astro listening. Junior was 3 steps ahead. It's chess versus check. It's night versus day. Junior... Hey, look, he doesn't even have to slate. The work that he's putting in, the direction that he's pointing his team in, secured them that victory.
It's just ridiculous what these guys have been able to do, and I'm so happy that we're starting to see the final form of this roster come together. Lads, let's have a look at our bracket. Let's see it in all of its glory for the Mindfreak fans in the arena right now. Ooh. Mindfreak, our first team in the winners finals. Top 3 secured, minimum of $6,000, and obviously the spot at HCS Orlando already. They're going to be awaiting the victors of our next series here, Momo, the Chiefs and the Direwolves. No matter who comes out on top of that, this Mindfreak is going to be scary, and if you don't get the best out of this winners semi-final, you are really going to have to step up if you want to get in that grand final.
Whoever comes up on top of this next series, definitely do your homework tonight. Watch that series over and over. Exactly. You got to know what you're going up against. This Mindfreak team is here to play. They showed up. Junior showed up. Dino showed up. Benji showed up. Majestic showed up. I've never seen them like so energized, like the whole event. That was the series where they really kicked in.
It's absolutely crazy, and I do not... No, it's going to be so scary for all these teams in the elimination bracket now that Divine Mind are sitting down there, and they definitely want to have that rematch with Mindfreak in the grand final if they can get there. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more series to close out day number 2. And speaking of day number 2 is almost at the close, we got something special coming on the horizon, so make sure you guys are keeping your eyes here on this stream over the next 2 days. You do not want to miss what we've got coming up.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. There's always something new to discover in Melbourne's hive of creative laneways, from an ever-changing outdoor gallery of street art to hidden boutiques and hole-in-the-wall cafes and bars. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
The HCS ANZ Regional is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome back, you beautiful Halo fans. We've already decided to crown one of our first members going all the way to HCS Orlando in Mindfreak after they got the victory over the top of Divine Minds. And now it is time for us to try and find the other that is going to guarantee themselves the top three here at the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. Momo, Panda, I mean, that is a hard act to follow. That is a very hard act to follow. The fact that Mindfreak is the only Cobra-sided team that has gotten a victory on the stage so far is a big statement in and of itself. But this series here, Momo, the Chiefs and the Direwolves, I mean, it is going to be a banger series itself.
It's always going to be a banger series, especially when it's a top four going head-to-head. Direwolves, a lot of experience, as we know, and the Chiefs, they're here to prove something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after that series, Panda, like, you're the Chiefs and Direwolves, you're watching that series in the background. Now you're getting yourselves ready for your own stage game. That's going to get you amped up, right?
Well, I mean, Split 1 was the Chiefs story, of course. They were the kings of the ANZ region. Then comes Split 2. The crown kind of slips. There's this power vacuum. Both teams are vying for control. And Mindfreak comes out of nowhere, making a run for the throne. Chiefs have to sit there and watch that and go, No, we're not going to let it happen. That's rightfully ours. We're claiming it back.
Considering they're the only team here at the ANZ HCS Regional Finals that haven't dropped a single map, boys. So these guys right now are looking strong. Chiefs and Direwolves going head-to-head in a full best of 5. And Momo, the Chiefs coming into this, we put them a little bit low on our predictions, to be fair. We did feel like that maybe some of the online results, we gave them a little bit more weighting than they probably should have, if we're being perfectly honest. And the Chiefs, they came in swinging. Day number 1, they put all of that to bed. They are coming here now on the stage completely undefeated, and it looks like they are untouchable as well.
They are looking absolutely amazing out there. They've had a few games, and every game I've watched them, I've been like, man, they are playing some good Halo. Absolute great teamwork. Slazy individually has been shining like a knight. You've got Madzy, Berserk, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just been an absolute crazy team. And then shout out to the coach as well, Jim One. He's obviously keeping their heads in the game.
Yeah, it definitely seems like these coaches are doing a whole lot of work for these Chiefs boys. And right now, the fact that you did highlight Slays as well is going to be one of the shining lights, I think, here for the Chiefs, Panda, because he has been putting up huge numbers, much like Sways was, who unfortunately seems like maybe have gone a little bit quiet in that previous series, not dropping 56 kills in a big map. And on the other side of things, the Direwolves, they've certainly got to be noticing that as well, maybe trying to shut him down.
Yeah, look, I said it early on in the tournament. Slays has an L on his name because he's so busy handing them out to everyone else. And Direwolves need to be very wary of that. Historically, they have not had a great run against the Chiefs. I mean, this is a competition, a rivalry that in modern esports has spanned not just, multiple titles, but almost, almost a decade now, right now. Yeah. So you got to wonder coming into this matchup, you have to say, there's no doubt at all that Direwolves are the underdog coming into this matchup. They've looked good, but is it good enough?
That is the real question for us to answer here on the stage. And we also asked some questions of the Chiefs and Direwolves heading into this series.
I think our team's biggest strength is definitely when we set the pace. I don't think anyone can handle it, and especially on objective game types, we just keep the ball rolling, and then I don't think anyone can stop us. Come LAN, it's a different game. We're on a different level to them.
I believe Chiefs are the best team in ANZ. I don't think anyone can come close to us, especially on LAN, and we're going to prove it this weekend in DreamHack. I believe Chiefs are going to win this weekend because I want to prove that we are the best team online and LAN. We are just better than them in every single way.
So we are 100% win this event, and mark my words.
I try to get the win. I don't care about how positive, how negative I go. As long as we win, that's what I'm there for.
Well, we didn't come here to lose.
I think it could definitely be close, but I don't know, I feel like we can definitely get a 3-0 as well.
If we're all firing on all cylinders, we can definitely win.
They could get to us, they could take us out, but it's not going to happen.
They won't see us coming. And if we're in our flow state, no one can stop us.
I think we're a dark horse.
We're unexpected. I reckon we can take them.
Great team, but today's not your day.
After the Direwolves got their series victory a little bit earlier on today, Paul did say this is going to be a 3-0 for them up against the Chiefs. It's going to be a hard task though, Momo, coming into this. As Pena did say, definite underdogs here for the Direwolves, but they have been improving day on day, series on series, and it seems like the Direwolves, every single time they step on this stage, they get to another level.
All right, listen, Bold, the Kiwi Hope. Owen, I want to snap some, this is not immunity, this is the Chiefs, and the Chiefs are looking red hot. I wouldn't expect a 3-0, especially, after those scary videos, Berserk looked very serious, and, I doubt it's going to be a 3-0. It might be the opposite way towards Direwolves.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it would be a bit of a disappointment if we do get a 3-0 here. And I feel like from what we've seen so far from the Direwolves, taking maps off some big teams, taking a big series victory as well, that looking over towards the Chiefs, if they're able to get a few maps here, if they're able to be on the front foot, they might be able to get it done. But from what we've seen from the Chiefs so far, Panda, these guys look clinical, they look clean, haven't lost a single map just yet here on the stage, and these guys are absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the numbers that Slays is putting up, and I only have one question for Balds. Where does he buy his mattress? Because he's dreaming if they're walking away with this one 3-0. Look, you want to back the Kiwi hopefuls, but this is the Chiefs who have looked on form all weekend. Look, we haven't seen them play off the back foot like we have for Divine Mind, only because they haven't let anyone put them there.
And that's the crazy thing, right? It seems like these guys have never had to play from the back foot ever since they've set foot on this stage then, Momo. And I guess the question is, if the Direwolves come out swinging, start getting a few maps, is that when we start putting the question marks on the Chiefs, much like we have been on Divine Mind this past couple of days?
I really just can't picture the Chiefs on the back foot, especially how they're playing. Like, honestly, if there's a player that I expect if they're in the back foot, I reckon Beeston will really kick into gear. But we haven't really spoken too much about Beeston, but I feel like he can be that type of player to like get you out of those type of situations, especially when you're down. I feel like he's kind of like an unsung hero.
Yeah, especially after seeing, his fellow, brethren in Benji being able to get himself all the way towards HCS Orlando. He wants to get in there as well, being an ex-teammate as well. But this is what our series is going to look like here, lads. Up first is going to be the capture the flag here on Catalyst. So before we start getting into this game, Panda, how do you feel like the series is going to pan out?
Look, I'll be honest. It's a weird dichotomy. Capture the flag on Catalyst has to be one of my favorite game modes compared to one of my least favorite, which is Slayer on Catalyst, because there are so many creative angles that you have to worry about while running that flag. Nothing is a guarantee. Going into this, we've seen the objective play. We've seen the Slays come out on Slays as well. So, I mean, this is a lineup of maps that Chiefs have the potential to shine on. All odds are looking like it is going to be a Chief victory. If Direwolves pull anything out, it needs to be here.
Let's see if they can get it done. Let's see if the Chiefs are going to drop a map here on the main stage, or whether or not they're going to go clean all the way into the winners final and all the way to HCS Orlando. We're going to leave it in the fine, capable hands of Justin and Bluey once again.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed back, bringing you a game involving the Titans of the ANZ region, especially on LAN, if we've been witnessing, and that's the Chiefs.
Listen, excuse me, just catching my breath from that previous series. That was a banger, but is it going to be as a bigger banger than this one here? The Chiefs, currently undefeated, have not dropped a map yet, Bluey, so they certainly have something to prove. Then the Direwolves, they certainly have been rising to the occasion. They've struggled a little bit online, being from New Zealand, the time difference, the ping difference, but they're in a LAN environment now, and they've been proving that they can hang with the best of them. So launching into this first game, you have an undefeated team and a team that's rising to the occasion, and up for grabs yet another set of plane tickets and a big bag of cash all the way to Orlando.
You got to be careful here, Justin, as Direwolves are the ones on the back foot, especially on the prediction end, going up against the Chiefs right now, on board with Slays as he rushes through that top skewer side. Vamped already managing to pick up a kill on Berserk, cross-map style. Madsy taking out balls at Vamped, another kill on his name. An aggressive play already coming out from the members of Direwolves as they know that against the Chiefs, they cannot stop on the gas.
They certainly cannot. They cannot give Chiefs an inch. Otherwise, they will capitalize on that. Chiefs have just been flawless this entire event, on board with Jordan from Direwolves, putting in some nice shots there, changing positions. He's got his mate there, and I saw a lot of red players from the Chiefs pushing in. Here they come, and Jordan holding down this portion of the map, cops a couple of shots up the rear end there, moving position, finds himself Slays, but the Chiefs, first ones to get the flag moving. You got a little bit of a fumble there from Berserk. He must have sweaty hands. The pressures are getting to him.
Berserk, one of the biggest carries that we've seen before in the ANZ region, a history in Halo that spans back multiple games now, being the flag bearer for Chiefs, running in as quickly as possible. The calls would have come out that the members of Direwolves are starting to flank on their flag, but they are too slow for Berserk as he puts it in, leading this series. Now one up in flags for the Chiefs.
Chiefs looking pretty deadly, already one onto the board. Direwolves not able to hold them back. Now with Berserk, Mr. Light Aim himself, moving up through Ivy. He challenges Vamp. Vamp's able to get the better of him. A flag is out, switching over to the young gun from the Direwolves roster as he's going out, and Zirkle trying to move that flag, but Vamp being very patient, waiting for those slays. Beaston left alive. Will Vamp be able to take him out? And he goes down. Direwolves poised to get a flag moving.
Beaston providing all the support in the world for his teammates to be able to capitalize on. That flag is ever so close to being returned near the halfway point right now. And a disgusting out BR from Vamped onto Madsy. Got to be feeling that one.
Absolutely, and I love that the players are getting fired up. They're getting in the heads of the Chiefs guys at Vamp. That was a pretty sizable outcome. That bait and switch, that was textbook. Look up bait and switch in the Oxford Dictionary, and that play would have been there.
Even with 2 players facing down Vamp there, he still managed to put out a consistent amount of damage between the two, proving that even up against the Chiefs, Vamps is not a force to be reckoned with. We do see over on Skewer side, Madzy pushing up with another member of his team, but all the members of Direwolves right now have fallen back in their base to play on the defensive side.
Certainly do. Beaston from the Chiefs. Haven't seen a lot from him just yet, but he is 4 and 3, so doing work currently. Grabs himself a 5th. Doing really well. They're 1 up on the board and 3 minutes into this game. Direwolves, they're not struggling, so to speak, but it just seems like Chief has the edge.
Chiefs indeed look like they are sitting pretty right now. Very confident in the plays that they're making. They do have Slays in the back line trying to capitalize on that flag. Paul does manage to get taken out there, but he still drops at Ivy, making a considerable amount of distance. Beast in there picking himself up 1 kill down onto Jordan as he doubles back, taking as much cover as he can, but it looks like Vamp will be able to secure that flag return.
He does, and Beeson opting to let that one go. Now Bald's running the flag. The Kiwi Hope trying to get Direwolves onto the board. Vamp still alive, shooting. Berserk, he tuck tails and run, and there he goes. He pounces on the top of Vamp. I think he didn't even notice the player dropped on his head because he got cleaned up by a teammate.
Well done stuff from the members of the Chiefs as they take down 3 members of the Direwolves, giving them plenty of space on the map to work with. Balls unfortunately goes down by the hands of Madzy, and now a flag pull once again coming out from the Chiefs as Zirkle takes one down in the back line.
He does. Slays. He has been the star player this entire event, but he does fall. Direwolves showing that they can hang with him. Now Jordan, he's got that overshield. He's got the grapple. He's looking to close the distance. Get over here. He's coming after him. Able to take out Beaston, but he gets cleaned up instantly.
Jordan there baiting out his rotation with the OS, just popping the door enough to make sound, to make Beaston think that he was moving one way, doubled back to their veranda and fell on top of him. That OS providing some spongy damage for him as well. Time and time again, though, we are seeing members of the Direwolves fall. They're constantly having to play defensively and not getting much aggression out on the map at all.
Those shots from Slays there. Just perfect BR shots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back into the respawn screen. Now with Madzy moving that flag across the map. They're looking to close this one out. Perfect flag juggling, but does fall. Slays alive right now, looking for Zirkle, able to take him out. Now he grabs that flag, it's on the move. Looks like Chief might be putting a second one on the board, but look at that. The Direwolves roster, they are holding the fort down. There's a lot of players there fighting that base. They're just waiting for Slays to bring that flag in so they can capitalize. But the Chiefs, they're looking strong. Direwolves can't seem to stop them. Look at that, temporarily 4 dead. Zirkle the last one up. Surely that flag goes in, Bluey.
The offensive overextension from Direwolves did not work out in their favor. At the end of the day, you are up against the Chiefs. They are going to beam you with little to no, Evan. That's exactly what they did, really driving it home to the Direwolves.
Yeah, doing incredibly well. Look at the scoreline right now. Madzy, 14 and 9. Just so dominant, proving that the multiple players on the Chief roster can put up big numbers. And look at Zirkle. That's a game face if I've ever seen one. The scowl on this man moving through, hands off that flag, checking his back. He could feel that someone was coming after him. And it's like, no, there's no one behind him. He has got balls to work with him. 2 kills in favor of the Chiefs. Zirkle caught out a little bit here, trying to back off Slays. I like that he tried to stay alive, but here comes the OS player, able to get an easy return on that flag. Maybe a bit too cautious, maybe a bit too scared from Zirkle to run that flag, Bluey.
OS for Slays, as well as being positioned up on that Skewer side, is a dangerous combination. Berserk making a pull for flag there. Unfortunately gets taken down as to 2 other members of the Chiefs, meaning that they are sent straight to the respawn screen and having to take a more defensive position, as we will now see a more aggressive push for the members of Direwolves.
Yeah, now with Vamp's young gun, he's 13 and 11. He's got the grapple up to top mid, looking down the main ramp, looking for his next victim. Slays off the respawn, but it doesn't matter. Vamp's got other ideas, changing positions, moving through gold, and he's just stalking. He's so hungry for it. He can't find any players. I'm building him up as long as possible. Finally finds a player. Beaston taken down, moving into the flag. Direwolves finally have a flag on the move.
Vamp's looking to run this flag as far as possible, taking it out the commando doorway over to Skewer. side. Doesn't have a lot of oppression here at the moment, but he does come face to face with Berserk. Berserk throwing out those plasma grenades, trying to secure a sticky kill, but unfortunately doesn't connect either of them. There's going to be a lot of support coming out from Direwolves right now as we see one member from Direwolves, I believe it's Jordan, still in their base, but their flag has been pulled.
The faith in his teammates there, he rallied that flag back and then he dropped it and he's like, boys, I'm dropping the flag, I'm going after it. And that's what you get with these pro teams. There is complete faith. This isn't matchmaking. You can go after that flag and then the return, that flag is left alone. Berserk, he has to get the touch on here.
Oh!
The outgun and the killing spree, poised to take it over. Here comes Madzi. He wants some. He goes in. Will he be able to get his mitts around that flag to grab it and reset it? Here comes Jordan from Direwolves. Reversal from Madzi, and he's got that flag moving. I mean, that was a lovely flag run from Direwolves, but the Chiefs responding strong.
I could see the cogs turning in Zirkle's head. He was going to make such a decisive play, but unfortunately, if you're going to come face to face with players of Divine Mind in that way, you have to have the stronger gun. In that instance, you are outmanned, you are outgunned. Berserk right now trying to savor that flag as much as possible. Two members of the Chiefs go down. Balls right now in the base, making sure that he can capture enough ground for his teammates to push up and support him. So much pressure from Direwolves coming out right now.
Yes, Bald, he's got to get a reset on that flag. That timer is starting to count down. Now, Madzi running that flag. Bald's perfectly placed grenade to take him out, but Beeson comes up with the cleanup, getting his mitts around that pole. Now, the Chiefs, they are poised to slap in another one onto the podium. They are 2 up. Direwolves have to stop this flag if they want to keep their hopes alive.
Direwolves right now, feeling the pressure of the back burner. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. A lot of moves need to be made right now as 2 more kills go in their favor. Van looking to play for his life as long as possible, playing for that return. It does, in fact, get returned just before the touch can be made. Zirkle right now on the hunt. He knows Madzi is there, member of the Chiefs, needs to outgun and has the support in the world. Direwolves put a flag up on the board. We are now 2-1.
They're 2-1, and Vamp has got another flag moving very cautiously, though. Maybe a bit of a bait flag, applying the pressure. Berserk getting the better of him in that exchange here. The Chiefs, they've been pretty commanding so far. They still have a 1 flag lead, but Direwolves showing up. They're turning up. They're not going down without a fight.
Indeed, they are not. Direwolves still have plenty of steam left in them for this series. Balls right now taking a pick onto Madzi. 2 members of Chiefs are going down. This is advantageous for Direwolves right now. Plenty of pressure they can apply, but a nade comes in, unfortunately taking out Balls. Beeston taken out as well as Vamp pushes in from that position. But right now, Berserk is playing for the OS, and this is the absolute tide turner on Catalyst. So powerful this piece of equipment is.
This could be the thing that could be Direwolves undoing, allowing Berserk to grab that overshield. He got away with it cleanly. They are having all the chips stacked in their side right now. Berserk, he just ran into the base pretty freely too. Running that flag with the OS, he can just absorb so much damage, and he's got Beeston at his back, holding him, and they're able to take down Zirkle. Zirkle doing pretty well there, but 2 BRs is better than 1. Direwolves, Jordan trying to hold them back. Chiefs looking very, very strong. There's a minute 17 left on the clock. Direwolves need to stop this flag and get one moving for themselves.
Only about a minute left on the clock here, and Direwolves are in need of a miracle, facing the absolute titans that are the Chiefs right now, especially on land. We were talking about it before, how clean this team has managed to look with their performances so far, undefeated here at HCS Melbourne, and they are looking to prove that, keep that title to their name.
They do, and Berserk, lovely juggling all the way back to the flag. He can juggle, but he ain't no clown on land, that's for sure. 2-1 up, 40 seconds to go. Flag standoff situation. Can Direwolves clutch it up and take game number 1, or will the Chiefs close things out? It's 30 seconds left on the clock. It's do or Direwolves, Bluey.
The intensity on Madzi's face right now, you can tell what the Chiefs are thinking. They just need to get in that base as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Madzi loses out that duel. Balls still in hold of the flag, looking to take as much intel away from the Chiefs as possible. But so many members of the Chiefs are just looking to play defensively. Single picks are all they need so they can break the line that Direwolves has on the map right now.
Yes. 4 seconds left. That countdown timer is going to run out. However, the flags are out. Sudden death has started Direwolves in a lot of trouble. You can tell that there's pressure on them. Beaston, last man standing, taking things out. Madzy with the double kill. He may have just secured them the win in this. Overshield is up. Looks like it goes in favor of the Chiefs. Sudden death situation. Direwolves, this is your last chance. Rip that cord on your parachute or death do you part.
Last chance for Direwolves right now. The clock has stopped. We are in sudden death at the moment with the flags being still out. Bald still holding the flag, just trying to keep as much information away from the Chiefs as possible as to where they're actually holding it. Clutching it into his palms with dear life. Madzy missing the shot in the skewer. Decisive kill that would have been. Looking around right now, chasing the member of Direwolves. He can sniff out Vamped as much as possible. Berserk in the backline picks up a double kill. That's a huge disadvantage for Direwolves right now as Madzy's going to go in. The no-scope with the skewer, cleaning up the other members of Direwolves, and they are looking to return this flag, placing it in and ending this game 1 to the Chiefs.
Yeah, 1 to the Chiefs. No pop-off. They are all business. Yes, they dominated that game and they secured it, but the fiery, passionate guys over on the Chiefs, they're like, that's one map. We still have work to do. We have to stay composed because we are having a perfect record this event. Their words.
Cool, calm, and collected they are, but the Chiefs know that they still have plenty more work to do. The Direwolves in that particular match made them work for that victory. They weren't pushovers by any means, and it's actually kind of surprising considering what we've seen come out from the Direwolves. Facing against the Chiefs right now, there seems to be a confidence that the Direwolves roster is exuding.
They really are. Yes, the Chiefs was able to close that one out, but it was 2-1 and it came down to a sudden death situation. And I believe that if Direwolves were able to get that last flag, momentum may have shifted and it may have been enough wind in the sails to close things out. But nonetheless, the Chiefs, they're the ones. They're going up, first up in this series.
Absolutely dominating from them as well, and it's a very tough position for Direwolves to be put in, particularly in that map, because of how quickly the Chiefs were on top of their base, had their flag, and ran it. And of course, when you have members of the team like Madzy and Slays just putting in the work, getting so many kills back-to-back over and over again, just being so aggressive on the map and just never letting up, it was so difficult for any member of the Direwolves to be able to react appropriately.
It really was, and the Chiefs, they were just all firing, right? They were all monstrous, and the Direwolves doing really well to hang on. But I mean, some might say the Chiefs, they're so strong. Direwolves are kind of playing at a level above what we've seen so far. At what point do they run out of gas and can't keep up anymore?
It's a stamina game right now, isn't it? Because all of these players have had to play so much Halo collectively today and over yesterday as well. And we saw, you know, bits of those stamina burn out from the Direwolves very early. And we've seen it as a pattern before, especially in opens and supers. They're here on land though. They don't have the New Zealand time difference, which they are constantly getting a debuff from. So that is incredibly fortunate for them. They are indeed performing, especially up against the Chiefs. You know, a lot of people would have predicted, the desk even predicted that it would be just a complete and absolute gutter stomp. But in that game in particular, Direwolves are still putting up a very, very strong fight.
They certainly are. And the Chiefs, giving them the respect that they deserve. They're not taking any chances. They want to play perfect Halo, very disciplined Halo, which is what you want to see. Because even if you're confident in your own individual skill, when you have a high-seeded team that just throws away the playbook and goes, you know what, I'm better than these guys, that's when they stumble. That's when they're vulnerable, and that's when they can be taken out. But the Chiefs, they are looking solid.
I do fear for the Direwolves, though, as we go into map 2 shortly. We have Slayer on streets, and it is a map that we have seen time and time again the Chiefs prosper on over and over. They have such control over them. One of the best teams, I think, to use the Stalker rifle, because you have Slays, you have Berserk, you have Madzy, you know, Beaston as well. All of them are absolute gunners, and as soon as they get their hands on something that can decimate you in a matter of 1 second, 3 shots, and that's the kill, you know, you have no way to react. Sure, you can team shot all you want, but when you have the coordination, the team shot that the Chiefs does alone, what kind of position do you put yourself in?
Yeah, I think key to victory, as you're kind of alluding to there, Bluey, is the weapons on the map. The Direwolves, guys, they need to maintain them throughout if they want to challenge the Chiefs here, launching things off with Berserk as he's putting some lovely shots down through the guts of the map. That rocket's about to pop, but does look like it's scooped up by someone. Slays has already secured himself a kill.
Slays secured himself a kill, but Zirkle was the first one to put a number on the map. Using that red gun, lobbing a nade over to Arcade side and getting a nice little kill onto Madzi, shutting him down near immediately off the break. Right now, Direwolves the one in the lead. 2 up currently in this Slayer. As Vamped in the background secures a kill on Madzi. A trade out between 2 players as well. 2 kills up, consistent lead.
Consistent lead so far. Jordan from Direwolves looking very steady right now. 3-0 currently. 2 kills the difference between these 2 teams, but it is early days. Berserk hiding on that back A. Sneaky box goes down. Vamp diving down from heaven like an angel, but he falls down into hell. Now Zirkle checking on the plants and the tires, and he falls as well. The Chiefs clearing them out, and they've tied things up.
Tying things up. Direwolves still plenty of fight, not folding off of the break and consistently putting out guns and showing up. We see Beeston right now locked onto Caution side, sort of doubling back into PD, but Jordan in the backline picks up a kill onto Madzi. Balds as well performing in his own right, but a double kill for Slays before he gets shut down top mid by a grenade.
Yes, he does now with Berserk. Look at, I mean, it almost looks like the camera is frozen because he is so locked in and steady. His game face is certainly on right now. 11-14 in favor of Direwolves currently. However, Chiefs looking very, very strong. Berserk shooting some shots down across from Arcade, being very cautious, making sure he's not giving up his life needlessly, able to take out Vamp with a little bit of help there. Now some cross-map shots, he's peeking around, and I love this from Berserk. He's not giving away his life needlessly, he's just putting damage down, and Madzi secures himself a double kill.
You can see on the board there, Madzi currently in possession of the Stalker Rifle, or the Red Gun as a lot of players like to call it. Immediately swapping out for Slays as he falls down. Slays pivoting himself, trying to get an angle on this player that was shooting him in the back. So much pressure is able to come out from the members of Chiefs right now as they're making these consistent rotations, making sure that they always have a team member with them to follow up on the shots that they may miss. 2 guns coming at you at the same time is an intimidating factor, but Slays running in, picking himself up a kill there onto Vamp, shooting his shot onto Zirkle as well. 2 members of Direwolves go down, and we are seeing the Chiefs make a defining comeback.
Slays, he was just beaming right there, wasn't he? Putting damage down on multiple players. No business getting a trade in a 2v1 situation there. Vamp's finding himself a double kill. Triple kills there! And he scoops it up, looking for the over. It doesn't matter. 3's enough for him. Here's the over. Look at these players in the cafe serving up some bullets from their BR for Vamp, shutting him down.
Vamped right now on the board of Direwolves, 12-8, putting up big numbers in this Slayer game, absolutely destroying the Chiefs, stomping their morale into the ground. You know, a player like Vamped is one that when he gets on the roll, he is just so hard to shut down, especially playing consistently with his boys on the Direwolves. He's got all the support in the world to put in the work and get those numbers up on the board.
Absolutely, he does now with Madzi, the Shark, the Street Shark moving through, tearing up the Ashfeld. That Spanker's about to pop up. There looks like he has his eyes on those. Blood in the water to grab that one, and moving on through into B. Then he targets Bald. He's got helps from Slays. Easy collapse with his best bro there, moving on through, using the pillars. Zirkle, see you later. And now Berserk has scooped up those Spankers, and look at this Chiefs collapse. I'd be shaking in my booties if I saw that coming.
Berserk with the rockets connects one. Bulldog in the back pocket as well. Can do plenty of damage, both with that. Gonna cap the thruster now to close any distances that he needs as the rotation comes out as they cleared out Tram. Now looking to double back into PD. Takes out Vamped as well. Bulldog in hand as Beeston cleans up that kill. So much damage coming out from the Chiefs.
Yeah, Berserk He was so confident there. He just charged up the street. He didn't take the safe angle. Nah, he went straight in, guns blazing, so confident. Thrusts away there, Madsy with the cleanup, and Berserk looking so strong. But Balls somehow managing to skewer that kill. Madsy responds and grabbing that Bulldog for himself.
Chiefs just rotating back and forth from either side of the map. They have the spawns of Direwolves down on lock right now. Direwolves just seem to be caught in a trap that they cannot escape from. They're like helpless flies with their wings plucked, and there is not much that they can do.
The Chiefs, they're hungry for it. They want to get another map onto the board. They want to punch their ticket to Orlando. Direwolves, the dream is starting to slip through their fingers a little bit here. 42-30. That scoreline is pretty massive. The Chiefs looking dangerously strong, Bluey.
Dangerously strong indeed. A consistent theme that this team has been playing with all throughout this entire weekend so far, and they keep doing it time and time again. Any team that comes their way, they're going to make sure that they know that they are #1 in the ANZ region. Slays right now, kill after kill falling in his favor as he just lurks around Pink Street, uncontested, but right now 2 members of Direwolves spawning back A will make sure that they flush him out.
Yeah, and Slays there, although they're so close, the scoreline is so massive that they could close it out. He was still valuing his life. He wasn't throwing it all away. He was going, until that 50 scoreline is hit, I'm playing like it's neck and neck. And the Chiefs looking dominant. They are 1 map away. Their perfect record intact, and they're on the cusp of punching their ticket to Orlando.
Chiefs, unsurprisingly, taking that Slayer game without breaking a sweat, really. You could just see with how much control they had over the map and how much control they had over the members of Direwolves. Once again, Direwolves were stuck in a trap. They were in the blender, back and forth, back and forth. There was nothing that they could do in that situation except hope and pray that they could outgun them, maybe make a break, sort of cause a rupture in the momentum that the Chiefs had built.
I've got a feel for Zirkle there, 3-12 or 3-13 or whatever it was, definitely lagging behind there. But Madsy, look at that, 2 double kills, killing spree, perfect shots, 15 and 10, certainly showing up for the Chiefs guys. And they're 1 map away from punching their ticket, Bluey. I mean, they look so dominant right now. It was a different story with the series that we saw that it went all the way to Game 5, and this is just one-sided in comparison.
1 map away indeed from being able to lock this down, and honestly, I want to see the gusto from the Direwolves come out. We saw that they're still putting up a fight. They still have fuel in the tank. They can bring it to the Chiefs, but they just need to reach in and pull out that old style Direwolves that we saw in the beginning of Halo Infinite. They were such a consistently strong team. The roster is even stronger now with a member like Jordan. Of course, Vamped, the numbers that he's been putting up today have just been absolutely damaging.
They need to fire up, Bluey. I think you're exactly right. They're on the main stage in Margaret Court Arena. Biggest LAN event in ANZ Halo history. A plane ticket to Orlando up for grabs. They've got to want it. They've got to want it in their hearts and in their guts. They've got to get the fire burning. But it looks like the flame of the Chiefs is just a little bit hotter at the moment.
Direwolves right now are definitely pushed up against the wall, and the Chiefs have full control over them right now. Justin, what do you think the Direwolves can do at the moment? What kind of changes in their playstyle they can make? Obviously, the Chiefs being a very aggressive sort of hold forward type of team. The Direwolves, do you think they have it in them to counteract that?
They've got to work together. I mean, if you could look at any team of who did it best, I think Kit Bash is a really good example of they committed to things as a group and they were able to overpower teams that are arguably better than them and more talented than them, but they made things happen and had lots of close games. Direwolves, they got to get that pink pack mentality. I mean, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives, and that's what Direwolves needs to do if they want to keep their series alive.
Absolutely, Justin. We are going into potentially the last game for Chiefs unless Direwolves want to turn this around. Strongholds recharge. There is a lot of work to do, but Vamped might just be the man to do it, picking himself up a double kill from the break.
in from the break, and that shock rifle up for grabs too. Doesn't scoop it up, concentrated on the camo, clears out Slays first, and now a player up in his face. Beeston right there. Will he get the better of him? And he needed to reload. Beeston staying alive. He's fired up, Bluey.
He is indeed taking down Vamped, the strongest, arguably the strongest player on the Direwolves roster right now. It gives the Chiefs so much room to work with right now. Taking up a top gold position. Beeston just looking down for his teammates. Game has slowed down quite considerably if they've got Direwolves locked down into an A position, and the members of Direwolves don't even seem to be pushing pipes right now, but they do. 2 members go in. Madzy looking to lock it down with the shock rifle, but takes so much heat from that grenade. Has to double back, communicate with Beeston how weak he is. Does manage to land a kill right there onto Zirkle as he drops from Battery's platform. Vamped right now challenging him. Can he connect with that shock? No, Vamped is the one that comes out on top.
I mean, Vamped, he's doing everything that he can. He's challenging multiple Chiefs players, hunting them down. Beeston very weak, but Berserk, the bros are going in together. Will Vamp be able to get it? No, trade situation. Berserk left alive. Triple cap in effect for Direwolves there, so those points will be racking up.
Direwolves, even all that exchange where they sort of didn't come out on top in it, still are coming out on top points-wise as they have a triple cap in effect. You can see 2 members of Direwolves going down, but it takes so long for the members of Chiefs to sort of rearrange themselves around the map to capture these points that Direwolves are coming back in a strong way.
Yeah, a little bit slow, but they still make it work there, Blue. Now have 2 strongholds, so those points will be pointing up towards in their favor. Oh, touching that A stronghold too. Maybe looking towards that triple cap. Berserk going down, switching over to Zirkle. Had a bit of a slow game last game, but now he's going positive too. Grabs himself another. He's locked in. Look at that scowl on his face in the face cam.
Chiefs right now capturing A, looking for that A and B hold. Points now ticking up in their favor as the members of Direwolves look to break in through bottom A. Zirkle right now coming face to face with Madzy. Plasma grenade comes in. That was an enemy plasma grenade actually. Taking out all his shields and health, managing to keep himself alive there. Hits the shock rifle shot, but unfortunately not connecting with the head.
Yeah, and Bald's shutting down. Slays there. Madzy moving through. The Direwolves hanging on right now, but their series life is on the line. If they want to head to Orlando, they've got to take control of this game. The Chiefs looking icy cold. They're so close to closing out their series, but they're not popping off. It's business. They have a job to do, and right now they're giving the Direwolves the respect that they deserve. They just want to get the W.
Chiefs right now looking to make a play in order to give them plenty of room to be able to capture these points. Unfortunately, it is points falling in the hands of Direwolves, but a stick from Beeston ensures that he is trading out from the grave. Right now on board with Slays, he's sending nades down into Whirlpool. The ping comes out as Jordan is located in Gold Pipes. Going to peek out from Battery Plat. Madzy takes out Zirkle on the side. Balls and Slays meeting each other face to face. Beeston taking down one as well. 2 members of Direwolves go down and 2 members of Chiefs down as well. Make that 3. Direwolves seemingly coming out on top in this A point.
Yeah, Madzy doing well. He's been very patient push. Jordan last alive in the elevator. Madzy in a little bit of trouble here. He's ducking, he's weaving, his shields are flashing, and he's still alive. Then his shields charge up, pushing into A, clearing things out. 2 players down on Direwolves. Zirkle desperately trying to stop Madzy from securing that stronghold. Comes in, gets a reset. Madzy goes down. Zirkle showing up 8 and 4.
Zirkle defending the A point with his very life. Now challenging Berserk and gets assistance from Balls over on B plat. B still held by the Chiefs as we do see Balls go over there trying to capture it himself, but he's faced with some adversity from Beeston as Madzy comes up onto the Battery's platform as well to provide some support. Vamped locking down Slays, Zirkle locking down Beeston. Shots go down onto Berserk, and it looks like Berserk is the one to come on top of that duel as he jumps onto A plat looking for a capture.
Certainly does. Jordan from Direwolves 6 and 5. Plenty of points on the board as well. Berserk, Slays grabbing themselves kills. Direwolves 3 down. Zirkle last alive. Berserk going to be able to get this A stronghold uncontested. They're racking up points. Direwolves, they are in the lead right now, but it does seem like the Chiefs are in control. They are setting the pace and choosing when they want to collapse.
If Chiefs can make one big play, clearing out the members of Direwolves right now, looks like they're going to have this map on lock. So much damage coming out from Berserk. 2 kill assists back to back, locking down Vamped as well. Berserk is on a tear right now, heading over to B. They're looking for that triple cap.
Certainly is. Berserk put damage into 4 players there. That was just ridiculous. His assist stats are going to be through the roof. And the Chiefs, they're poised to get a triple cap. Zirkle with the reset, but it's not going to matter if you're in the respawn screen. He's just going to recap it.
Indeed he will. A nice little dance going on between 2 players there, but Balls is the one to come out on top. Beaston takes down Vamp over on A point, and he also has the cross-map support of Madzy providing shots from top A. Nice little shot from Beaston there, long range, looking to line up Jordan as well. Doesn't connect that shock rifle. We see a small reset come out, plays, and a quick switch, killing spree for Beaston.
Beaston, what a beast he is, lining up that shock rifle shot. So patient, so calculated with every shot. You can tell that he's holding those angles and he's lining them up perfectly. Hits the body shot onto Zirkle. Zirkle running away for his life. Ball's coming in, steps on a grenade on the way past and getting the trade to that stick from Beaston. What a play.
Chiefs scoreline now climbing up and matching that of the Direwolves, slowly overtaking it point by point. The Chiefs seem to have this map on lock as they're just making gentle rotations here and there. Notice that they're not pushing C all that much because they want the members of Direwolves to be locked in that position. It's such a hard point to get out of. You have no high ground. You have to push gold if you want to make the plays. Unfortunately, when Chiefs have shooters like Slays, it's going to be very difficult to do that.
Direwolves, they had the lead, Bluey, and it's completely disappeared. The Chiefs have taken over the game. If they win this, then they secure their spot to Orlando, and Direwolves goes down to the elimination bracket, and they're starting to fire up. Zirkle doing what he can to keep his boys alive. They are capping multiple points. Now, scoring for the Direwolves, it's going to come down all the way to the wire, Bluey.
A triple cap right now in effect for Direwolves. The C has not been fully captured by the Chiefs. The points are ringing up quickly, but 3 members of Direwolves go down. Zirkle being the last alive, trying to make a rotation here for gold pipes, potentially clear out Slays from the B point. But already, just as he peaks, he is taking shots. Weak has to back down. The nades come in as well.
Yeah, I like Zirkle's intent there, Blue. He was just a little bit too slow. Almost there. Chiefs so close to closing things out. Direwolves, they're hanging on by a nail of their paws, and he goes down. Slays clearing him out of gold, using that grapple to launch himself through the pipes. It could be all over very soon. Triple cap in effect for the Chiefs. 200 points, 50 to go to close things out. Direwolves, a desperation cap. They've only got 1, but that isn't going to stem the bleeding if they want to keep themselves alive in this series, Bluey.
Chiefs looking to blow this game out of the water as soon as possible, shutting down Direwolves. They want this to be done. Slays on B point now with the shock rifle, not connecting those shots though. He's looking to go into Whirlpool, push these players down on the camo boxes, but we have Beaston following up on the kills that weren't cleaned up before. 3 members of the Chiefs go down, and all of a sudden, Direwolves are the ones with bodies on the board.
They do, and Direwolves trying to cap strongholds. They're on B, they're trying to flip things over in their favor, but the Chiefs' pressure is just right there. Direwolves trailing by 60 points, but the Chiefs responding by jumping onto B. Berserk watching over his teammate Beaston there, finding himself 1, does manage to get it. That B stronghold still alive. Direwolves racking up the points. They're not going home just yet. They want to win. The Chiefs, they're having a hard-fought battle to close things out.
Madzy, briefly the last one alive on the Chiefs roster right there, capturing A, calling out to his teammates where the members of Direwolves are. We see Balds locked down right now in top gold, making a rotation over to Grapple. Gets taken down before he can salvage his life. 3 members of Direwolves locked down in bottom control right now. It's going to take a hell of a lot of damage to fish them out as they make the rotation over to A, hoping to shut down the time ticking up from the Chiefs as quickly as possible.
Direwolves have put up a monstrous fight. However, the scoreline is quickly escaping them. They're down 0-2 in the series, the Chiefs. 2 strongholds, racking up the points. That 250 is right there. It's so close. They have 1 finger on it, not the entire hand just yet. Here comes Beaston. They're collapsing. They might just punch their ticket to Orlando. 2 strongholds in their favor. The Chiefs, they're going to do it. They're going to have the perfect record, but the Direwolves, they're holding on. 250, and the Chiefs, they take it, and they punch their ticket to Orlando.
Chiefs take it away from Direwolves. A damaging play all round for the members of New Zealand team. Their hopes quickly shut down for today and sent down into the elimination bracket. The Chiefs. Justin, how powerful is this team? The ANZ Titans, the powerhouse.
They are unbelievable. They are the Michelangelo of Halo teams. Flawless in every aspect. Have not dropped a map. And all those pre-game interviews, they're all we're not going to drop a map. We're not going to drop a map. And everyone's like, yeah, okay, you're not going to drop a map. But they have not dropped a map, Bluey. They've just been flawless this entire event. The Chiefs showing up and proving perhaps they are the best team in the region.
We saw confidence from the Chiefs throughout the Pro Series, throughout the Open, sort of waning a little bit, but it seems like getting them all together back on LAN has been the absolute difference maker here for these players. Huge plays all around coming from each and every one of them individually, but as a team, you just have to look in awe.
Absolutely. And the stat lines on some of these players, Beeston in that 20 bomb club there, and plenty of hill time too. He just got in there, got things done, and he won so many game fights. 5,200 damage from multiple players on the Chiefs roster. They were just dominant that entire time. Beeston, 2 perfect shock rifle kills, double kill, a killing spree, and a couple of sticks as well. This man was just racking up medals.
The Direwolves roster during that Strongholds game, there were so many moments where they had such fight, but at the end of the day, it seems like the wipes would come in from Direwolves. They would take out members of the Chiefs back to back. There would be one member of the Chiefs alive, and it seems like that one member would just say, all right, boys, respawn, slow it down. We got control. We have this. At no point are we going to falter.
100%, Louis. Nail, head. Smashed it. That's exactly what happened. They would get wiped out and they wouldn't phase them. They went, you know what, boys? That's just 8 more seconds that we have time to plan our next play. And they would respawn, they'd work as a squad, and they'd lock things down so composed.
You love to see the execution from the Chiefs boys. You know, it's something that we saw not long ago. We would talk about them open after open, super after super, how strong this roster was, and then all of a sudden, it's like they faded away a little bit. They needed time to recompose, readjust to some of the roster changes that had been made for them, but now they are a force to be reckoned with. They are so dialed in, and you could see, I mean, it was even made comment, every time it was on Slay's camera, it looked like it was frozen, but it wasn't, because he was just so dialed into the game the entire time. A murderer the man is.
Oh, look at that scoreline. I mean, the Catalyst, it was kind of close, Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Slayer, domination, pre-charge, smacking. They just destroyed that entire time, the Chiefs. They've shown up. Direwolves, they put up a good fight, but I think, when does the conversation switch from Divine Mind being the best and the Chiefs? I think we should have it, Bluey.
I mean, I would honestly say that it kind of switches now, right? The way the Chiefs have performed, they haven't dropped a series. They are perfect in nearly every single way, and the way that they just execute map after map, it's honestly, again, awe-inspiring. This is the Chiefs of old that is gracing our presence once more.
Absolutely. It just warms your heart when there's doubts put on a team. The predictions weren't there, and a lot of doubt, and it's like, yeah, Divine Mind's the best, and the Chiefs are like, what are you talking about? We're the best. We're not even going to drop a map, and they're delivering. That's not just words.
I feel like it took the ANZ HCS regional finals for the Chiefs to really come out in full force. It seemed like before they were just kind of resting on their laurels a bit, taking naps here and there where they shouldn't, but now they are dialed in. They want the win as much as possible.
Yeah, listen, when you're at home playing in line, maybe it's just you're worried about what snacks you're going to have, what beverage you're going to have, is there fresh ice in your drink, that kind of thing. But on LAN, it's all business. It's all about the game. But we do have an interview lined up with 2 members, Berserk and Madsy Nat T.
That's right, Berserk and Madsy are standing here beside me. You guys are going to Orlando. Madsy, how are you feeling?
Great, it feels amazing. It's just another trip to America, I guess.
And what about yourself, Berserk?
Yeah, it's just another day in my office.
I love to hear it, and I love that confidence coming out of you, because I do know that you were the one that was saying you guys are going to be going to Orlando. You're not going to drop a map. You haven't yet. So, where is this confidence coming from? Is there more confidence to come?
I mean, I've got the best teammates in the game, Madzy, Slays and Beast, and so, I don't know. I said we're not going to drop a map, and that's what we're doing. 3 more games, and we win the whole thing, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that's it, and yeah.
That's all she wrote. It actually does look like you guys are coming through pretty uncontested right now. You guys are looking great in every map that you are also winning. Do you think there is a team out there that can beat you? Is it going to be Mindfreak?
I think Mindfreak's alright, and all the other teams are alright, but I think we're just on another level, so yeah, should be easy.
Look, I know Berserk is all for the confidence, but Madzy, I can come to you for the truth. That stronghold, sure, you guys won it. There was a little bit of an iffy part there, though, where Dire Wolves were looking great. What were the comms like, and what was running through your head?
Yeah, it was more just like comms issue, just clean comms up, make sure we're watching over each other, and yeah.
And what are you guys going to be doing tonight to prep for that series tomorrow against Mindfreak?
Just chill out, get some food, and get some good sleep.
Well, you guys said it last time, but food is the recipe for success. Another success is our panel, so let's head over to Luke.
Infallible, unwavering dominance again here from the Chiefs. Everything that we talked about these guys heading into the event, they have put it to bed. Absolutely untouched so far throughout the entirety of the ANZ HCS regional final here at DreamHack Melbourne. And these guys look like they are not going to skip a beat for the rest of the tournament here, Momo. 7 maps is what they're going to have to get done here to get the entire championship. But at this point, who can actually stop them?
I don't think anyone's stopping the Chiefs. Right now, they are looking red hot. Honestly, where's my prediction board? Because for me, it looks like Chiefs. I don't see them actually dropping a map myself. Berserk, Beast, and Slazy, Madzy, like, they have really just all come together and just showed exactly why this game is a team-based game. They are the only team, in my opinion, that have really stood out and showed consistency of like just showing off their teamwork.
I mean, look, I said it just before we went live. We almost deserve some credit because spite is a powerful motivator.
It definitely feels like maybe there was a little bit of extra something in some of those games when they decided to turn up on every single one of these stage matches. And from what we've seen so far in all these series, every single one of these players is popping off, and Berserk seems to be the glue that is sending these guys in the right direction. The amount of assists that this guy is getting across the map just feels like that he is setting up his best teammates that he said in the game to be able to pop off every single map. One of the players of Madzy, Slayers, or Beastin is putting up huge numbers, and Berserk is the mastermind behind all 3 of them to unchain the boys and get it done. I just cannot believe that they are already going to HCS Orlando. They've already confirmed top 3, and nobody's even really tested them yet, Momo.
Let's show actually more some love to Berserk, Ali Duran. He is honestly a vocal leader, and he's really showing off right now exactly why his teammates are the best in the world. He's getting them all in check. He's making them all play their best Halo. I think he's honestly the main reason why they've been more on the front foot and getting the job done.
It's kind of crazy when we see this team. Obviously, when we came into the HCS regional, we had a few results to go off of, but that's all online. When you come onto LAN, that is where it becomes all important. We've talked about it for 10 months. Everything at the end of the year is where these guys want to step up. These guys want to step up on LAN, and the Chiefs, they have not skipped a beat here. Looking at the stats over across on this series, 1,000 extra damage. There was only 3 maps. That's why these stats look a little low in comparison to our previous series, but the fact that they are putting up numbers like this here, Panda, I mean, Mindfreak, if they're playing at their best, maybe they can take some maps off the Chiefs with the way that they're playing.
I mean, you're talking about the best, but I'm going to say it confidently. This is the best Chiefs we have ever seen. And I'm sorry, Bluey, but I got to do you dirty. The Chiefs of old, no. This is new Chiefs. This is... Look, it's the same...
No barcode, no problem?
No. This is the same team. It's a new dynasty. These guys are looking solid. Who cares? Barcode, he's doing his own thing. These four are the ones. Look, I'll say it. I reckon they could carry ANZ to greatness.
Oh, it seems like we got some big words coming out of Panda here. And I'm excited to see what these guys can do, especially because we've got a few more series for them to get through as well. The fact that they are going to go up against a red-hot Mindfreak tomorrow, they've got the extra day. I think that's the big thing for both of those teams moving forward. We heard it from Madzy. The guys are just going to chill out. They haven't had to do all too much. They've just had to play their best Halo, and they get in here without dropping a single map. Just going to go home, get some food, get some rest, and get ready for tomorrow, because all it means is a few extra maps, and these guys are going to be lifting that trophy once again. I mean, Momo, right now, coming into this series, we expected the Chiefs to come out on top, but I don't think we expected it to be that dominant. And I'm sure the Direwolves, they've got some learnings coming out of this one, right?
I'm going to be honest, I expected it to be that dominant. The Chiefs have looked good the entire time. Direwolves, on the other hand, I heard Owen before in like the little video saying they were going to 3-0 the Chiefs. I thought, no way that is happening. But hey, the results, in my opinion, they're looking pretty predictable right now.
Yeah, they definitely speak for themselves right now. Maybe the predictions might be going a little bit topsy-turvy by the end of the final day. Maybe we might be able to get ourselves...
Worse than my analysts, to be honest.
Hey, there's the reason why you're here, brother. That's why you put the Chiefs much higher than everybody else here on the desk. But lads, it has been a wonderful day of Halo so far. We've had some sick series so far. We've seen Cheese be at the top of the game, literally at the top of the pile here in ANZ, and they have proved to us that they are here to party and they look to lift the trophy on Championship Sunday. But it's time for us to start looking back at our favourite plays from today. Panda, mate, we'll start with you. What's your favourite play from today?
Oh, look, I always love a bit of fancy finesse. The junior return to sender. It's always clean. It's always good. It's just for the style points.
It's absolutely insane when we get these extra bits. Yesterday, I think we had our first return to sender we've seen ever, and now Junior coming in with the extra bit of finesse, sending it back on Pitts' head, and then he just said, thank you for the double kill, and we say, A-okay. I feel like Junior really stepping up for today. And Momo, mate, what about you? How are you feeling about your
Nothing
favorite play?
more than a hashtag get freak. Dino's triple kill, a backseat. Oh my, it was pretty nasty. As you can see, some nice little team play as well. Dino holding the back. Gets a nice little grenade here. He knows he has numbers. He just has to hold down C. Gets a nice little clean up. Watch this juicy 4 coming out. Turns around, sways. See you back online, champ. This is land, buddy. See how the big leagues happen. Gets a nice little 4 turn on. Let's see that again real quick. Look at this. Oh, that's pretty predictable. Let me just throw a grenade at Longhorn. Nice little grenade kill on Plasma. Hey, Raided, buddy. Bump those headsets a bit louder. Get a nice little back of the shot to the head and then sways. Yeah, buddy. This is where the real men play. Get them nerves out of here. Get a nice little 4 shot.
Yeah, the 4 shot to clean out the 3K there was definitely a little bit spicy from Mr. Dino, and exciting to see what these Mindfreak lads are going to be doing. But I'm going to have to stick with my KBM brother here. I'm going to have to go with Scoob with the 180, baby. Sitting here on the stage, being able to show off what KBM players can do. Hitting the nice little first kill, goes, oh, I'm getting shot in the butt. See you later, baby. I'm going to send you back to the spawn screen. And this is exactly why we love watching KBM players here in Halo Infinite, because you can do stuff like this. The whip back, see you later in the head. Scoob Master says thank you very much. And the Kit Bash Master does it once again. I mean, like, we talked about it when he got on the stage, you know, Lith was saying to us, I'm having to sit next to Scoob, and, you know, if he starts whipping his arm too far...
hit you in the face!
Yeah, exactly. It's usually you're sitting next to somebody here with their controller, it's all A-okay, but if Scoob's whipping some big 180s like that, you best be careful. But either way, lads, let's go and have a look at our bracket. We've had 2 full days of competition, and now we are getting towards the pointy end. We are getting ever so close, boys, to be able to crown our grand champion here at the ANZ Regional Finals. Mindfreak and the Cheese sitting at the winners final. It was a long road for some of these teams to get here as well. Panda, looking across the series that we've had so far, what's your big standout for this bracket so far?
Look, coming into it, I think it was that Mindfreak Divine Mind. There is no doubt that was such a colossal series. I mean, just watching them on the stage, unwavering, unshaking, unreacting, they just completely blocked Divine Mind out, played their game, and they played it good.
And they played it good indeed, because they're in a winners final up against the Chiefs. They get a series victories there, and they're waiting in the grand final. They don't have to go to a bracket reset, Momo. It's only a few maps for them to get it done. Either way, lads, let's go and have a look at our elimination bracket and see what the results have been off stream for us here. Big result that happened in that first round. Vertex were able to take down second to none, and they're going to be going up against Team Immunity right now, and Kit Bash and Digital Nation battling it out to stay alive here at the regional finals. Momo, mate, those teams that are going to be moving forward, they're going to be here on the stage, and I know Digital Nation are itching to get on that stage.
I don't think they're going to be making this stage anytime soon. Maybe next DreamHack in Australia, maybe they have a chance there, but I reckon Kit Bash, we'll see him happily back on the stage soon.
What about you, Panda? How are you feeling about this elimination bracket so far?
Momo, bro, you can't... Look, last time you dogged Kit Bash, they go the
Kit
full
Bash
5
supporter now.
Yeah, but look, it's not how it works. You can't just be throwing statements like that out. But I mean, The crazy thing is, we came into this competition. We said, yeah, it's going to be second to none, digital nations that qualify into pool play. They qualified, but into the Elam bracket, and one of them's gone now. Second to none was such a dynamic team. They came out of nowhere. They were playing some great Halo. They're gone.
It's kind of crazy that, you know, it feels like almost everything that we've said on the desk these last couple of days has gone completely opposite to what we think. We talk about our predictions. The Chiefs are at the top, well and far above everybody else. Every single time we talk about Kit Bash, oh, they're going to get 3-0'd out of the server. It's a 5-map, absolute banger. It just seems like anything goes here at the ANZ finals because every single time that these guys step on the stage, we don't know how these results are going to go. So Momo, mate, how are you feeling after 2 days of competition so far? We've only got one left to crown our champion.
I'm kind of sad, to be honest. These games have been absolutely, like, insane. And honestly, I'm pretty excited for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be one of the best days of ANZ Halo history.
Absolutely ever. It's going to be insane for us to be able to crown our champion here in front of the live arena audience at DreamHack Melbourne. And ladies and gentlemen, the only way we're going to get to Championship Sunday is if we say goodnight here in the arena. It's been a wonderful day yet again of ANZ Halo. You guys know exactly where to be tomorrow so we can crown our champion here in the greatest region in the universe. So as always, thank you for joining us and stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.